Chapter 1. I am your ancestor. Su Chen's long hair flowed freely, his figure ethereal like a dream or a fleeting illusion, standing 3 feet above the ground, gazing at the frail youth on the bed, silently lamenting within. The heavens are merciless. I am but a mere scribbler, frantically typing away in the dead of night, seeking rewards, yet I find myself transported into the very realm of cultivation I once penned. Since crossing over has become an undeniable reality, why not indulge in the thrill of being the protagonist? Damn it, this wretched fate, to be transformed into the spectral form of an old man within a ring. Even more disheartening is that this ring belongs to the early deceased cannon fodder antagonist, Su Xiang. Su Xiang, the scion of the illustrious Su family in Tianyuan City, at the tender age of 16, had already ascended to the ranks of cultivators, celebrated as the foremost genius of Tianyuan City. However, his youthful triumph led to a life of excess, allowing him to roam the city unchecked, a notorious libertine. Su Xiang was infatuated with the fairer sex, particularly enamored by the stunning Jiang Lin of the Chu family. Jiang Lin, endowed with extraordinary talent and unparalleled beauty, had been the object of admiration since childhood, holding a disdainful view of frivolous youths like Su Xiang. In a bold declaration gone awry, Jiang Lin resorted to enlisting the unremarkable Jiang Zhuju as a shield, thereby sowing the seeds of enmity. Jiang Zhuju was, in fact, the true protagonist crafted by Su Chen, hailing from the Lin family, possessing top-tier celestial roots, yet hindered in his cultivation by a mysterious spirit in the ring that siphoned his progress for a decade. A master alchemist awakened within the ring, diligently imparting martial secrets and alchemical knowledge to Jiang Zhuju, propelling him to soaring heights, ultimately breaking free. All while Su Xiang remained blissfully unaware. Su Xiang vowed to defeat Jiang Zhuju to win the favor of the fair maiden, with Jiang Zhuju's master backing him, publicly challenging him to a duel 3 months hence at the Sword Spirit sect's new disciple selection. Unexpectedly, in mere months, Jiang Zhuju awakened his top-tier roots, his cultivation nearing the pinnacle of the 8th realm. In his shock, Su Xiang recklessly consumed forbidden drugs to break through to the pseudo-cultivator level, only to be defeated by Jiang Zhuju, losing face in front of the crowd, and suffering irreparable damage to his foundation due to the drugs, his fate hanging in the balance. At the selection competition, Jiang Zhuju, like a bolt from the blue, claimed victory and successfully entered the Sword Spirit sect. In stark contrast, Su Xiang, having exhausted his potential, was ruthlessly discarded. On the brink of death, Su Xiang's soul detached, becoming an ethereal shadow. Su Chen, perceiving the unfolding events, understood this foretold the imminent dissolution of Su Xiang's soul. Surveying his surroundings, Su Xiang beheld his body lying on the bed, surrounded by physicians and servants, with his father, Su He, in inconsolable grief. As a genius with earthly roots, having reached the first tier of cultivators within half a year, how could he now suffer defeat at the hands of the very Jiang Zhuju he had once derided? Confusion and resentment intertwined within him. Once basking in glory, he now brought shame upon his family due to Jiang Zhuju's resurgence, his bloodline teetering on the brink of extinction. How could Su He endure such a cruel reality? Su Xiang suddenly raised his head, his gaze locking on a Su Chen in midair, a figure of unparalleled elegance tinged with a hint of weariness. In his bewilderment, Su Xiang could not help but inquire, "Who are you?" Su Chen regarded the recently departed descendant. "Young man, I am your forebear." This declaration ignited Su Xiang's fury. In such a dismal plight, I am mocked by a specter. He then lunged towards the figure before him. However, Su Chen replied calmly, "I have perished. What is there to fear from your retaliation?" A gentle breeze swept by, further weakening Su Xiang's soul energy. Su Chen stated his identity with tranquility. "I am Su Chen, the ancient cultivation emperor, the progenitor of the Su family." Su Xiang was utterly astonished, struggling to fathom the truth. "If I have truly passed from this life, what significance does anything hold?" Su Xiang lamented, powerless. At that moment, Su He let out a pained howl, vowing to summon the family's experts to exact vengeance upon Jiang Zhuju, to avenge his son's spirit. Suze hastily exited the chamber, somberly informing family head Su He. Head, the eldest son Su Xiang has tragically departed. Please accept my condolences. We share in your sorrow. As the Su family's elder, Su Zhe was nearly equal in cultivation to Su He. Once a formidable rival for the position of family head, he now bowed deeply. However, Jiang Zhuju has become an official disciple of the Sword Spirit sect, and the eldest son's violation of rules has incurred their displeasure, while his demise has spared him from repercussions. The Sword Spirit sect has unequivocally rescinded all commitments to him should the head persist in seeking revenge. It may provoke the Sword Spirit sect and bring catastrophic consequences upon the Su family. Another voice chimed in, Head, think carefully. Do not let personal vendettas endanger the family. Furious, Sui swept his sleeve, his gaze like a blade scanning the surroundings, resolute in his vow for vengeance, undeterred by any opposition. In the void, the departed Su Xiang's soul bore witness to this scene, sorrow welling within, tears unspilled, remorse intermingling. Had it not been for his past arrogance, would his father be ensnared in such dire straits? Seeing this, Su Ze's expression flickered with delight as he proposed. Head, if you are determined to seek vengeance, I cannot dissuade you. But the elders may not be in agreement. Moreover, the Sword Spirit sect is deeply rooted. If actions are taken carelessly, the Su family may face obliteration. Now that the eldest son has departed, the position of heir is vacant. I propose adopting my son Su Guangyao to fill this position and fully support your quest for vengeance. Su Guangyao, possessing exceptional talent with profound roots and a 7th-tier cultivation, ranked just below Su Xiang among the younger generation. The elders mentioned were Su He's seniors, with the most authoritative being Su Ze's father. In response to Su Ze's proposition, Su He sneered, Su Ze, you are so eager to usurp power, using my family's bloodline's extinction as a bargaining chip? Everyone present understood that should Su Guangyao become the heir, it would effectively place Su Ze in control. After being defeated in the struggle for leadership a decade ago, Su Ze had bided his time, seemingly awaiting the opportune moment to rise again. Head, the elder's words hold merit. Young Master Guangyao is exceptionally astute. Adopting him will ensure the continuation of our bloodline, bringing new hope to our family. Other elders hastened to express their support. Upon hearing this, Su He's eyes filled with desolation, suppressing his sarcasm. Xianger is my flesh and blood. There is no need to adopt another for the sake of revenge. I would gladly risk my life. Should I fail, Su Guangyao may take the position of heir, with Su Ze acting as head. As for Xianger, he is my own son. Su Ze feigned respect, inwardly rejoicing, fully aware that with Su Xiang's death, Su Guangyao would become crucial to the Su family's future. With a smile laced with tears, Su He exited the hall, his figure stooped, appearing to age instantaneously in the void. Su Xiang's soul ached, gazing at the indifferent yet profoundly wise Su Chun, as if grasping at a final chance for redemption. If you truly are our ancestor, could you lend my father a helping hand? Ding! Host has gained acknowledgement from the descendant, triggering the ancestor guidance system, and is awarded a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? A clear yet emotionless electronic voice echoed in Su Chen's mind, and a semi-transparent interface materialized before him. A small gift box, shimmering with red light, appeared in his view, flanked by options labeled yes and no. As a creator of online literature, Su Chen was no stranger to system settings and promptly selected yes. Ding! Congratulations! Host has successfully activated the novice gift pack and received a god-level item, the Soul Rebirth Talisman. This talisman possessed miraculous powers, capable of recalling a soul to its body within an hour of death, achieving revival and healing grievous injuries. What a treasure! Su Chun marveled inwardly. However, regretfully, this talisman could only resurrect someone who had just passed, and he himself had been dead for centuries, his remains long lost, rendering this gift practically useless to him. Ding! Host triggers the main quest. Save the family. The host's direct descendant, the 17th generation scion Su Xiang, has passed away, and the family is in turmoil if not intervened. The Su family may face extinction, and the host will also be at risk of erasure. Successful completion of the task rewards the host with a god-level martial arts manual, the Whirlwind Falling Leaf Technique. Oh my! What do you mean by erasure? This wasn't in my book. Heavenly Father, what game are you playing? Su Chen lamented, both helpless and indignant. Given the circumstances, it seemed this soul rebirth talisman could only be utilized to revive the young man named Su Xiang. Young man, I have a way to grant you a second chance at life. Are you willing to assist your father in overcoming this crisis? Su Chen inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Xiang gazed at Su Chen's ethereal form in shock. Could he truly possess the ability to resurrect him? Regardless of the truth, he resolved to take the gamble. Ancestor, if you can indeed grant me rebirth, they would no longer dare to pressure my father as long as I am alive. The younger generation of the Su family will no longer act recklessly. Chapter 2. Revive my grandson. Listen closely. Su Xiang, upon your revival, do not mention my existence to anyone. Otherwise, while I possess the power to grant you life, I equally hold the capability to erase you from this world. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Rest assured, ancestor, I shall guard this secret fiercely. Su Xiang, hearing these words, felt a surge of gratitude and promptly made a solemn vow. Su Chen nodded slightly, holding the soul rebirth talisman, gently pointing it, and instantly the talisman burst forth with resplendent light, merging seamlessly into Su Xiang's brow. Su Xiang was immediately engulfed by a profound sense of weightlessness. As if his soul were being irresistibly drawn downward, he attempted to struggle, yet could only yield to the unseen force pulling him back into that familiar body. As the radiant light gradually receded and integrated into Su Xiang, the shattered meridians within him swiftly healed, and the burns inflicted by scorching true energy rapidly restored, his previously pallid visage blossoming with vibrant health once more. Su Xiang distinctly sensed a surging power coalescing back into his body with a sudden, forceful blink. The long-lost version of himself astonishingly rose from the bed. His eyes wide with disbelief, he surveyed his surroundings with a hint of bewilderment, and then tightly grasped his arms, which had grown somewhat delicate from a life of indulgence. As sharp, piercing pain caused him to furrow his brows. Yet it was soon accompanied by the undeniable vitality of life. This was no dream. He had truly returned from the dead. In the courtyard, a voice lamented, "Ah, the young master truly is something, unable to defeat his opponent. He risks taking forbidden drugs, only to be vanquished by that Jiang Zhujuo." Alas, an elder gazed at Su He's desolate figure, unable to suppress a sigh. If his conduct has been lacking, he indulges in reckless behavior day after day, and it is only fitting, another elder coldly remarked. "Guangyao, come forth and pay your respects to the elders." Su Zhe joyfully summoned Su Guangyao, who had been eagerly anticipating this moment, to meet the esteemed elders. Junior Su Guangyao pays his respects to the esteemed elders. Su Guangyao joyously stepped out from the shadows, bowing respectfully to the assembly. For so long, Su Guangyao had lived in the shadow of Su Xiang's brilliance. He harbored deep dissatisfaction with Su Xiang's arrogance. Yet due to Su Xiang's overwhelming strength and his own father Su Ze's lesser status compared to Su He had no choice but to bury his pride deep within, refraining from provoking Su Xiang. However, the resentment he felt for Su Xiang had never truly faded. Fortuitously, with Su Xiang's demise resulting from his own recklessness, Su Guangyao perceived an opportunity to take command of the younger generation of the Su family. Perhaps even ascend to the position of the family head. How could he not feel exhilarated? Those who had previously followed Su Xiang, upon witnessing the rise of the new young master, immediately expressed their loyalty to their new leader, exclaiming, "Greetings, young master." The elders, upon witnessing this, clasped their hands in response, saying, "No need for such formality, young master." A wave of unprecedented satisfaction surged within Su Guangyao. So this was what it felt like to be revered as Su Xiang had been? Today, this glory had finally descended upon Su Guangyao. With a smile on his face, he strove to contain his inner joy, humbly responding, "Oh, please, I ask for the guidance and support of all my brothers and esteemed elders in the days to come." Of course, came the enthusiastic replies. The young master is young and talented. Possessing both virtue and ability, he will surely lead our Su family to reclaim the glory of our ancestors. The courtyard was filled with joyous laughter, as if the Su family were celebrating a momentous occasion, temporarily forgetting the fact that their former young master, the once promising Su Xiang, had already passed away. At that moment, Su He, standing outside the door, halted at the sound of the commotion. Within, he did not turn back, but silently continued his way out of the courtyard in his heart. His son's death was like a bolt from the blue, rendering power and status utterly meaningless. His sole wish now lay in avenging his son, and the position of family head had long lost its significance. His existence felt akin to a dying leaf, soon to fall. What was there to lament? Suddenly, a maid rushed out from Su Xiang's room, panic etched across her face, her voice ringing with extreme joy. Family head! Family head! The young master has awakened. Her words struck like a thunderclap in the silent courtyard, causing all conversations to abruptly cease as everyone turned in astonishment towards the room. Su He, who was about to step out, spun around sharply, the sound of his neck cracking piercing the air, though he seemed oblivious to it. What did you say? Family head, the young master has truly awakened, the maid reiterated emphatically. Su Guangyao, the current young master, found this sudden turn of events hard to accept and erupted in fury. The family head has just declared the young master deceased. How dare you speak such nonsense? Seize her! A clear voice cut through the clamor from within, as Su Xiang, impeccably dressed, stood proudly at the door. What she says is true. The fault lies with you. He looked at Su He with guilt, his voice choked. Father, I have caused you worry. Su He hurried forward, trembling hands reaching out to touch Su Xiang's face but hesitating, fearful of the fleeting nature of this moment. Tears streamed down Su Xiang's face as he grasped his father's hand and pressed it to his cheek, saying, Father, I have returned. Feeling the warmth of life, Su He embraced Su Xiang tightly, overwhelmed with emotion, stammering, As long as you are alive, everything is well. The onlookers, witnessing Su Xiang's miraculous revival, were left speechless, not only astonished but also struck by his newfound strength. Those who had previously lauded Su Zhe and Su Guangyao, criticizing Su Xiang, now exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for words. The elders knelt in unison, offering congratulations. Family head, young master. The return of the young master is indeed a great fortune for the Su family. Only Su Zhe, Su Guangyao, and a few followers stood awkwardly, caught in a dilemma. Ignoring these individuals, Su Xiang stepped out from his father's embrace, facing Su Zhe directly. Elder Su Xiang is resilient. Are you disappointed? Recalling the scene of Su Zhe's coup, a tide of rage surged within Su Xiang. Chapter 3. Embracing Challenges, the Path to Resurrection. How is it possible that the young master remains unscathed? As his uncle, I am naturally delighted, Su Zheqiang responded with a forced smile. Su Xiang merely nodded slightly, shifting his gaze to Su Guangyao. Cousin, I deeply regret that you were unable to smoothly take on the role of the young master of the Su family. Su Guangyao's face turned ashen, his fury igniting as he glared at Su Xiang, voice laced with anger. Su Xiang, your habitual arrogance and indulgence, what merit do you possess to assume the position of young master? Su Zhe immediately intervened. Guangyao, refrain from reckless words. He understood the precarious shift in circumstances following Su Xiang's return. They could not allow Su Guangyao's impulsive actions to invite greater calamity. However, Su Guangyao was consumed by rage, defiantly challenging. Your foundation is shattered. You are but a cripple now. How can you lead the Su family to revival? The position of young master should belong to one with true talent and skill. I demand a duel to settle this. Su Xiang responded with a mocking smile. You wish to challenge me? Your words are sharp, yet you dare provoke me so soon after your ascension. He pointedly asked, do you dare accept the challenge? Should you lose, you shall relinquish the title of young master. Su Guangyao, convinced that Su Xiang's resurrection must have come at a cost to his strength, doubted his capabilities. Su He erupted in anger. You, who have just regained your footing, how can you engage in combat? Guangyao, you are merely inviting your own expulsion from the family. Though Su He recognized Su Xiang's extraordinary prowess, he was nonetheless concerned that another battle might jeopardize his newly restored vitality. Facing Su Guangyao's reckless challenge, Su Xiang's lips curled into a cold smile. If that is the case, then let us indulge in this little game. The audience was taken aback. Su Xiang had actually accepted the challenge. Young master, why not wait until you have fully recovered before competing? Several loyal elders urged anxiously. Su Xiang gently shook his head, casting a reassuring glance at his father. No need for concern. I can easily handle him. His words exuded calmness and confidence. Ah, Su Xiang, do you still believe yourself to be that genius of Tianyuan City? You are now nothing but a discarded pawn of the Sword Spirit sect, utterly humiliated by that country bumpkin Jiang Zhuzhue. Su Guangyao bellowed in rage. Su Xiang gazed at him with a chilling stare, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Come then, let us settle this in the training grounds, Su Guangyao shouted. There's no need for such formality. Right here is sufficient, Su Xiang calmly replied. Hemph, arrogant fool. Su Guangyao's face flushed with anger as he unleashed a powerful punch at Su Xiang. Having ascended to the 8th tier of cultivation, it appeared Su Xiang had concealed his true strength. His prowess was not far from that of the young master at his peak, though it remained uncertain whether the young master had fully regained his former abilities. Some perceptive elders had already discerned Su Guangyao's level of strength. Yet they were unaware that Su Xiang, resurrected by the spirit symbol, had not only completely healed but had also experienced a breakthrough in his meridians due to the effects of forbidden medicine. Inadvertently rising to the realm of the master cultivator, at this moment, watching Su Guangyao's all-out attack, Su Xiang felt as though he were merely observing a child's game. Is this your trump card? An 8th tier cultivator? You are still far from my level. Su Xiang effortlessly evaded Su Guangyao's long-prepared lethal strike, then lightly struck Su Guangyao's chest with his palm. Su Xiang's garments billowed in the fierce wind as Su Guangyao coughed up blood, sent reeling back by an overwhelming force, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. This is the true energy that only a master cultivator can wield. The young master has ascended to the master cultivator realm. The elders were left in shock, their faces pale with fear. It turned out that Su Xiang had not only evaded serious injury but had instead broken through his limits, entering the master cultivator realm. Achieving master cultivator at the tender age of 16 was an exceedingly rare talent within the divine enlightenment empire. Reflecting on their previous attempts to belittle Su Xiang to appease Su Guangyao, the crowd could not help but feel a chill, lamenting their own foolishness. The young master was truly unmatched. In the courtyard, a chorus of praise erupted for Su Xiang's might. Yuzhe rushed to Su Guangyao's side. Anxiety etched on his face. Guangyao, are you all right? Su Xiang casually waved his hand. Do not worry. I merely inflicted a slight injury, just a couple of broken ribs. Su Xiang. You? Su Zhe's fury boiled over. Wishing he could immediately tear Su Xiang apart. Su Zhe. It was Su Guangyao who initiated the challenge. The outcomes of life and death are unpredictable. I have shown him mercy, Su he interjected, stepping protectively in front of Su Xiang to prevent Su Zhe from acting rashly. In truth, Su Xiang had possessed the capability to utterly defeat or even kill Su Guangyao just moments ago, but he hesitated out of respect for the bloodline they both shared, unwilling to take such a risk. Great Elder, while I may often be arrogant and domineering, I will not resort to infighting as long as Su Guangyao remains obedient and does not entertain any delusions. His status as a member of our family will remain unchanged. Su Xiang spoke quietly, hoping the ancestors would understand. Su Zhe gritted his teeth, realizing that Su Xiang was clearly challenging his authority. Yet, given the current circumstances, he could only swallow his anger and respond with forced composure. Yes? Young master. Wait a moment, Great Elder, Su Xiang called out to Su Zhe, who halted, fixing his gaze on Su Xiang, awaiting further words. I had grown accustomed to being addressed as the young master, as it felt quite imposing. Yet, it seems I am still the young master of the Su family. I hope the Great Elder will be mindful of how he addresses me in the future, to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings for certain individuals. Su Xiang said calmly. Su Zhe's chest heaved with rage, sensing that Su Xiang was openly challenging his authority. However, given the precarious situation, he could only repress his anger and dissatisfaction once more, nodding in agreement. Yes? Young master. Ding, congratulations on successfully completing the task of saving the family. You have been rewarded with the whirlwind leaf falling technique. Bathed in the soft, golden light of the secret chamber, Su He's gaze was fixed intently on Su Xiang, as if fearing that all of this might merely be an ephemeral illusion. Child, how did you return from the brink of death? Su He asked solemnly. At that moment, the mysterious entity, Su Qian, hidden within Su Xiang's ring, grew anxious, fully aware that if Su Xiang revealed his existence, he would be unable to cope. Father, I truly found myself in a dire situation, with my life hanging by a thread. However, in that moment of life and death, a powerful surge of warmth erupted from within my heart, miraculously bringing me back to life. The exact reason eludes me. Perhaps it is indeed, as you said, the protection of our ancestors, Su Xiang replied ambiguously. Upon hearing this, Su He did not delve deeper. For him, the fact that his son had survived held more significance than any explanation. If Su Xiang attributed his revival to ancestral protection, then he would accept it as such. He then rose and humbly knelt in the direction of the ancestral tablets honoring generations of Su family sages. Ancestors, if it is indeed your blessing that has allowed my child to rise from the dead, then the hope of our Su family has been rekindled. As a descendant, I, Su He, vow to do everything in my power to nurture my son and restore our family's former glory. Su Xiang also knelt alongside his father, bowing deeply in respect to the foremost ancestral tablet. Hidden in the shadows, Su Qian observed this scene, feeling an indescribable surge of emotion welling up within him. I have not yet completely perished. This damned system has cast me as the ancient ancestor of the family. I have yet to arrange a distinguished background for this family, merely an ordinary clan in a small town. Yet, by some strange twist of fate, I have become their so-called ancestor, which is both fortunate and perplexing. Xianger. Regarding Jiang Zhuzhue, after the father and son rose and took their seats, Su He hesitated to bring it up. Upon hearing the name Jiang Zhuzhue, a fierce hatred ignited in Su Xiang's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Jiang Zhuzhue possesses extraordinary talent and has become a key focus of cultivation within the Sword Spirit sect. Currently, our Su family lacks the strength to contend with them. Su He, too, felt a deep sense of helplessness, knowing that openly opposing the Sword Spirit sect would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. As for your hatred towards him, Su Xiang continued, I have fully recovered. Since the Sword Spirit sect has no intention of keeping me, I shall seek aid from any force across the land. When my strength reaches its pinnacle, I will return to exact vengeance. Even if the Sword Spirit sect stands in my way, I will defy fate and refuse to submit. The father and son engaged in deep conversation within the secret chamber for quite some time before Su Xiang finally returned to his quarters. Ding! The main quest path to resurrection has been activated. The host must employ special means to achieve resurrection, and as the author, the host should be well aware of this. The task will conclude upon the host's erasure by the system or the exposure of their true identity. This is truly maddening. The path to resurrection, I am well aware of it in my design. There are two methods for revival. One is to emulate Jiang Zhujue's past resurrection of the elder sleeping within the ring by concocting the exceedingly rare 8th-tier divine pill rebirth pill, then seeking out the nearly impossible to find rebirth grass, and finally preparing a powerful vessel of saintly caliber for borrowing the body to revive. This condition is exceedingly stringent. Not only are the alchemists capable of crafting the rebirth pill exceedingly rare in this world, but the rebirth grass is also elusive, appearing only for a fleeting moment, and only those with the destiny to gather the world's fortune may have a chance of acquiring it. The protagonist Jiang Zhuzhue did not achieve the rebirth grass until his cultivation reached the Emperor realm. Having endured countless trials, Chapter 4. Confronting the Sword Spirit sect, the blade cuts the alliance. Su Chun inwardly lamented. Why did I originally set the rebirth grass to be so difficult to find? Originally intended to showcase the protagonist's arduous efforts to revive his master, it has now ensnared him in an inescapable predicament. The quest for the remains of a sage-level powerhouse is a formidable challenge in itself. In this realm known as the spiritual Qi continent, the cultivation levels ascend from the humble practitioner, master, grandmaster, great-grandmaster, reverend, king, emperor, to the legendary and exalted martial god, comprising 10 distinct tiers. Here, apart from those who might one day ascend to the pinnacle of martial gods and break through the void, the mightiest beings are merely at the sage level, and such formidable figures rarely fall, let alone leave behind corpses suitable for possession. The prospect of resurrection is undoubtedly more daunting than reaching the heavens. Another method, the act of possession, demands even stricter prerequisites. It necessitates a soul power vastly superior to that of the target and mastery of a unique secret technique. Yet, the success rate is minuscule. And even the author, Su Chun, has failed to delineate the specifics of this secret. Possession, in essence, involves being reborn within another life form. However, the ultimate outcome is often dictated by the laws of heaven and earth. With no confirmed records of successful attempts to date, faced with such a dire dilemma, what am I to do? Should I resign myself to death, forever gazing at the myriad characters I have crafted from the void? Can I truly not return to the world I once inhabited? Gazing at the swirling leaves technique displayed in the system, Jiang Zhuju could not suppress a quiet sigh. It appears that I cannot rely on the protagonist Jiang Zhuju for assistance. He has his own mission and the elder in the story. Thus, I must place my hopes on nurturing my descendants, enabling them to become unparalleled powerhouses who can seize opportunities, contend for the rare resurrection herbs, and acquire every chance that may allow me, the creator of their world, to be resurrected. Surrounded by desolation, Su Chun suddenly manifested his presence. Your audacity is quite impressive. You still aspire to annihilate the Sword Spirit sect? Su Chun regarded the young Su Xiang before him with a mocking gaze. Upon seeing this, Su Xiang immediately knelt. Ancestors, I understand. The Sword Spirit sect is immensely powerful, far beyond my capacity to shake. However, with Jiang Zhuju beneath their wings, if this grudge remains unavenged, I shall have no face to stand in this world. But do you not know that Jiang Zhuju possesses an exceedingly rare and supreme talent? A spirit root that is nearly impossible to find among millions? Furthermore, within the ring he wears, akin to yours, lies the hidden presence of a revered alchemist from centuries past, whose name resounded across the world. This revered alchemist practiced an exceedingly mystifying technique known as the blazing true art, destined to become a grandmaster in the realm of alchemy. Faced with such revelations, Su Xiang was visibly perplexed. Finding the title of alchemist rather unfamiliar, in this realm called the spiritual Qi continent, only those who attain the highest sage level are honored with the title of sage. That once revered alchemist surely belonged to that pinnacle of power. He recognized that among his ancestors, the most formidable had merely reached the emperor level, still 2 tiers away from the sage realm. Am I truly unable to seek vengeance? Su Xiang lamented, feeling disheartened by Jiang Zhuju's profound background. Do not fret excessively, Su Chun responded with grandiose confidence. I possess divine-level secrets and know the key to enhancing spirit root potential. What is there to fear in this world when it comes to profound insights and understanding? Su Chun would humbly claim the second position, with none daring to assert the first. Even Jiang Zhuju's seemingly serendipitous encounters were, in fact, intricately woven into his masterful scheming. Really? Su Xiang looked at Su Chun with wide-eyed anticipation. With a soft thud, an ancient tome floated down from the air, its cover adorned with intertwining hues of azure and crimson, landing squarely before Su Xiang. He quickly picked up the ancient text, and the profound intricacies within its verses stirred his heart with wonder. This was the true essence of divine-level martial arts, in comparison to the non-inheritable earth-level wind whirl technique he had in his possession. It was akin to the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. However, he soon displayed a troubled expression and raised his head. Ancestors, but Jiang Zhuju still has sage-level power backing him, and alchemists are the most revered profession on this continent. What of your wind constitution? Does the inability to practice alchemy preclude you from cultivating other paths? Moreover, if I have achieved the impossible feat of resurrecting you, do you still harbor doubts? Su Chun retorted irately. It is said that a 9th-grade alchemist can concoct the reversal rebirth pill, allowing those who have perished within the hour to be revived. Su Xiang candidly shared his knowledge. Su Chun cleared his throat and rolled his eyes. If you want to practice, then practice. If not, so be it. Here you are, on the brink of death, yet you still have the audacity to be picky. Ancestors, may I inquire what I should do next? Su Xiang blushed as he asked. Su Chun scrutinized him. Jiang Zhuju's innate talent far exceeds yours. He will undoubtedly receive top-tier training in the Sword Spirit sect. If you return there, you cannot guarantee that cunning lad will not harbor ill will towards you. Thus, returning to the Sword Spirit sect is not an option. Consider, if you wish to contend against the Sword Spirit sect, what path will you choose? Su Xiang fell into deep contemplation. The Sword Spirit sect, as one of the 4 premier sects of the Divine Awakening Empire, loomed over the southern region, its headquarters located atop the central Sword Spirit Peak. In the entirety of the Divine Awakening Empire, the only forces capable of rivaling the Sword Spirit sect were the Cloud Seaview guarding the northern frontier, the Blade Sever Alliance stationed in the western outskirts, and the Golden Lotus Temple in the eastern domain, among a handful of others. The Divine Awakening Empire sprawled across vast territories, divided into 5 regions. Although the royal family resided in the central region, ostensibly governing the realm, in reality, the 5 regions operated independently, each with its own governance. In the western frontier lay the formidable Blade Sever alliance, historically at odds with the Sword Spirit sect. For ages, the two had competed for supremacy in weaponry, and their territories frequently clashed. Despite the 4 major forces not being a monolithic entity, under the royal family's coordination, alliances naturally formed between eastern and western factions for mutual benefit and defense against external foes. Provided their territories did not overlap directly. Ancestors, do you mean to say that if I intend to oppose the Sword Spirit sect, I must seek a formidable ally to counter them? Should I perhaps approach the Blade Sever alliance for support? Su Xiang lifted his gaze to Su Chun, inquiring. Su Chun nodded slightly, refraining from providing a definitive answer. The Blade Sever alliance is indeed a viable option, but you must understand that the enmities of this world are not eternal. Only interests endure. According to the world he had constructed, the 4 major sects had once united to overthrow the old dynasty, thereafter submitting to the mightier Purple Flame Empire. Should Su Xiang join the Blade Sever alliance, he might be utilized as a pawn to demonstrate goodwill when the 4 sects formed an alliance. Upon hearing this, Su Xiang felt a tightening in his chest, acutely aware that Su Chen's words bore truth. Should the Blade Sever alliance strike a pact with the Sword Spirit sect, he would likely become a sacrificial offering. Forgive my ignorance, ancestors. Please enlighten me. Faced with the intricate situation, Su Xiang, who had always relied on brute force to resolve issues, felt utterly helpless. Chapter 5. Eliminate to prevent future troubles. Life and death. Su Chun inwardly chuckled, pondering why he had not crafted Su Xiang to be more astute from the outset. Yet, he could not entirely blame Su Xiang, as his character was inherently designed to be a straightforward, headstrong youth. This brush with death had tempered his temperament somewhat, yet he remained utterly inexperienced in the machinations of schemes. Currently, aside from Su Xiang, the Su family possessed no other capable figures to uphold the family legacy. Consequently, when misfortune befell Su Xiang, the entire Su family descended into turmoil and decline. Su Chun was acutely aware that Su Zhe was clandestinely colluding with the Sword Spirit sect, scheming to usurp the position of family head. Additionally, Su He's actions in seeking vengeance had irrevocably pushed the Sword Spirit sect into opposition. Suddenly, Su Chen realized, I had arranged for Su Zhe to ally with the Sword Spirit sect in the narrative. Su Xiang's resurrection had disrupted Su Zhe's ambitions, yet Su Zhe, having coveted the position of family head for far too long, would not relinquish his plans easily. Even without Su He's assassination attempt on Jiang Zhuju, Su Zhe would seek external support through other means, having irreparably offended both Su Xiang and his father. Thus, Su Chen suddenly whispered to Su Xiang, "Seek out your father. Have him dispatch someone to closely monitor Su Zhe. He will undoubtedly make his next move." Su Xiang was bewildered as to why the topic had abruptly shifted to Su Zhe, asking in confusion, "But Su Zhe is now at his wit's end. Why should the ancestors be so concerned?" Su Chen shook his head helplessly, sighing. "Child, you are exceedingly naive. Do you not realize the deeper implications of having once been killed by Jiang Zhuju?" Su Xiang nodded, albeit in a daze, failing to comprehend the connection between Su Zhe's actions and Jiang Zhuju. Su Chen lamented, "Ah, truly a headache. I once considered having you meet your end right from the beginning. You have died once and been reborn. What do you plan to do next? Revenge? Indeed, it is revenge. Who is your enemy? Jiang Zhuju. If Jiang Zhuju discovers that you are still alive, how will he react? He will seek to eliminate me to prevent future troubles." This was Su Xiang's profound realization after his rebirth. Had he been able to eradicate Jiang Zhuju from the outset, the subsequent series of events could have been avoided. Had I not unwittingly provided Jiang Zhuju with the opportunity to flourish, I would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. Once Jiang Zhuju learns of my continued existence, he will undoubtedly strike without mercy. Su Xiang suddenly comprehended, "Ancestor, I understand now. As long as Su Zhe reveals the news of my resurrection to Jiang Zhuju, he will surely devise ways to eliminate both father and son. To prevent any future threats." Quite astute. Su Chen nodded slightly. "I will request my father to dispatch someone to monitor Su Zhe and Su Guangyao immediately." With that, Su Xiang hurriedly departed as Su Chen suddenly called out to him, "Wait, instruct your father to publicly announce your death." Announce my death. Su Xiang looked perplexed. Indeed, declare that you have passed away. At the very least, the outside world must believe you are no longer among the living. Afterwards, we can secretly journey to the central region, Su Qian affirmed with a nod. Why must we go to the central region? Su Xiang inquired, bewildered. In the current situation, the authority of the royal family of the Divine Awakening Empire is waning, with their actual control confined to the central region. The rulers of the other 4 provinces, while nominally submissive, operate independently. The 4 major sects completely disregard the royal edicts, effectively seizing real power in their respective provinces. One could say that the Divine Awakening Empire has fragmented into 5 warlord regimes. Confused? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since the 4 major sects may unite against us, the royal family would naturally not choose to ally with them. The inherent conflicts between the court and the forces of the martial world, not to mention the general disdain the martial community holds for royal authority, are too numerous to mention. Moreover, providing assistance in times of trouble is far more memorable than mere embellishments. In truth, he harbored selfish desires, unwilling to admit that it was the unparalleled beauty of the Divine Empress, the first beauty of the Divine Awakening, who had drawn him to the royal family. Though the Empress was advanced in years, she remained the true sovereign of the Divine Awakening royal family and had ruled for centuries, existing in the same era as Su Qian, the ancestor of the Su family. However, time had been exceptionally kind to her, leaving no trace upon her visage. She had steadfastly weathered the storms for hundreds of years, remaining unmarried and childless, with no scandalous rumors surrounding her, the reason being, the Empress was a natural stone maiden, her body infused with a dense, malevolent energy, destined to remain unwed. After the fall of the Divine Awakening Empire, the Empress fought desperately, ultimately escaping grievously wounded, coincidentally saved from peril by the protagonist. Jiang Zhuzhue. Having encountered various serendipitous events, Jiang Zhuzhue cultivated a pure young body, which held a fatal allure for the Empress. Coupled with the aid of the finest elixirs from the medicine saint, Jiang Zhuzhue eventually unraveled the heart of the stone maiden, winning her affection. Unbeknownst to Su Xiang, he merely acquiesced. All right, I shall heed the ancestor's words. Yes, go find your father. It would be best to find a way to confine Su Zai's faction, preventing them from contacting the outside world. Su Qian murmured in the stillness of the night. Su Xiang re-entered his father Su He's chamber, only to discover that his father was absent. However, the hall was filled with numerous trusted guards. Upon seeing Su Xiang, they all bowed. Young master, the family head is in a secret meeting with several elders. What urgent matters could father be discussing with the elders at this late hour? Su Xiang questioned, a sense of suspicion arising within him. At that moment, Su Qin's voice echoed in his mind. It seems your father is more astute than you. Go in. Heeding the advice, Su Xiang stepped into the secret chamber, only to find his father and 6 elders gathered around the ancestral altar, engaged in hushed conversation. He approached, bowing respectfully. Father, esteemed elders, he rose, his gaze settling upon Su Xiang. The secret chamber was known only to a select few, and as a master, he had long since Su Xiang's arrival, thus had not set any defenses. Xiang, what brings you here? Father, I believe we should closely monitor the lineage of the Grand Elder, restricting their contact with the outside world to prevent any unforeseen changes, Su Xiang stated candidly. He and the elders looked at Su Xiang in astonishment. In the past, he would never have considered such a matter. Ha ha ha, my son has grown. Su He laughed heartily. We were just discussing this matter. Since you are here, why not sit and listen? It turned out, Su He had been secretly planning without Su Xiang, fearing that his son's naive nature might expose their intentions. Now, witnessing his son proactively propose this idea, he felt greatly relieved. Having held the position of family head for many years, Su He was certainly no ordinary man. However, in their plans, the treatment of Su Zai's faction was not merely simple confinement, but rather, to eradicate them entirely. Chapter 6. Family Conspiracy, Legacy of the Monarch. Hearing his father's resolve to eradicate them, Su Xiang's heart tightened. Within that ring, the ancestor Su Chun still lay in slumber. He was not only the progenitor of Su He's lineage, but also a revered sage shared by Su Zai's faction. Fratricide among kin would undoubtedly be the most sorrowful matter for their ancestor. If this action were to enrage the ancestor, the consequences would be dire. Father, This matter requires careful consideration, Su Xiang urged anxiously. The Grand Elder's lineage flows with the blood of the Su family. How can we bear to harm our own? The young master's compassion is commendable, an elder began, but then spoke gravely, yet look at how ruthless Su Guangyao is towards you today, and see the look Su Zhe casts upon you. There is not a trace of fraternal affection. Xiang, you are still inexperienced and do not understand the wickedness of human hearts. Su He nodded in agreement, emotions of pride and concern entwined within him. I in the realm of cultivation. Every inch of land is fiercely contested. Each step is fraught with peril. How could I be ignorant? Every action I have taken over the years has been ruthless in its own right. Had it not been for the fear of the ancestor's wrath, Su Zhe's life or death would have long been disregarded. But before Su Xiang could continue to persuade, he was abruptly interrupted by Su He. This matter is settled. No need for further discussion. You will understand in time. Faced with his father's determination, Su Xiang found himself at a loss, silently calling for Su Chen in his heart, yet receiving no response. At that moment, Su Chen's emotions surged. In his narrative, Su He was merely a doting father, whose quest for revenge against Jiang Zhuzhua ultimately led to the tragic downfall of the Su family. In reality, Su He was a complex and multifaceted individual. Having held the position of family head for over a decade, he could not simply be a benevolent character. Regarding Su Xiang's concerns, Su Chen felt even more at a loss. Though he was currently Su Chen, and Su He and Su Zhe were indeed his bloodline descendants, deep down, he still viewed them from the perspective of a creator, observing their joys and sorrows as mere constructs of his pen. Su Zhe, Su Guangyao, and even the present Su Xiang were all puppets within his narrative. Even Su Xiang's ancestral identity was merely a setting he had devised. Yet, in Su Xiang's heart, it felt profoundly real. Witnessing the discord among his descendants, he found himself engulfed by an unprecedented, strange emotion, plunging him into silence. Seeing Su Chen remain unresponsive, Su Xiang grew increasingly anxious. Is the ancestor angry? Has he departed from me? If he witnesses this internal strife, how can we contend with his immense power? Su Xiang's mind was in turmoil. Xiang, Su He called, bringing Su Xiang back from his daze. Did you hear me? Father, I find myself in a difficult position, Su Xiang replied, his face reflecting his dilemma. Su He gazed deeply at him, sighing, alas, my son. Since you cannot accept this, I shall send you to the Western Province tomorrow to join the Blade Martial Alliance. The Blade Martial Alliance has always been at odds with the Sword Spirit sect. You can focus on your cultivation there, with hopes of seeking vengeance in the future. Su Xiang's expression changed. No, father. If I join the Blade Martial Alliance, the Sword Spirit sect will surely retaliate against the Su family. How will you and the elders respond then, my good child? As long as you are here, our Su family will not falter. Su He smiled reassuringly. You just focus on your cultivation. Leave the rest to us. This cannot be done, father. Even if I miraculously escape this calamity, Jiang Zhuzhua will not let the Su family off easily. He will certainly devise ways to annihilate our entire family to eliminate future threats. I have a plan, and I humbly request that starting tomorrow, we hold a funeral for me, declaring that I have fallen. Su Xiang's words were astounding, and the faces of those present changed. Who could have predicted that this youth would devise a plan of faked death, garnering their admiration? Su He's gaze deepened as he stared at Su Xiang, as if re-evaluating his son. Xiang, this strategy is indeed clever. We had indeed overlooked this aspect. He spoke softly. Faking your death could incite a power struggle within Su Zhe's faction, causing internal turmoil within the Su family. Moreover, during our internal strife, the Sword Spirit sect and Jiang Zhuzhua will surely lower their guard, providing us with an opportunity. But why choose to ally with the royal family of the Central Region instead of the Blade Martial Alliance? The royal family is in decline, and only the Blade Martial Alliance can contend with the Sword Spirit sect. Su He questioned, puzzled. Su Xiang gently shook his head, his eyes sparkling with intelligence. Embellishments are easy, but providing aid in times of trouble is difficult. There are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal benefits. His words, each a gem of wisdom, resonated deeply, once again shaking the assembly. After a long pause, one elder stroked his beard, praising, the young master is indeed gifted and thoughtful. Truly, while the Blade Martial Alliance is strong and populated with talent, even with your extraordinary abilities, it would be difficult to rapidly gain the full support of the entire alliance. In contrast, the Central Region's royal family is surrounded by enemies and urgently requires a hero like the young master to assist. If we can help the royal family turn the tide and overthrow powerful foes, our Su family shall rise to become a formidable force within the divine awakening empire. Su He nodded in agreement, pride shining in his eyes. Xiang this ordeal has honed you, and your wisdom has matured significantly. As your father, I feel increasingly at ease with you venturing into the martial world. Su Xiang nodded slightly, his heart reflecting. Initially, he had intended to follow his father's wishes and join the Blade Martial Alliance. However, the current strategy was indeed imparted by the ancestor Su Chen. His gratitude towards Su Chen deepened, a debt of life and guidance that even a biological ancestor could not surpass. Yet at this moment, with Su Chen's whereabouts unknown, Su Xiang felt a growing unease. If our ancestors were to abandon him, everything would turn to mere illusions. Father, can we spare the lives of the Grand Elder and the others? Su Xiang implored repeatedly. Absolutely not. Su He resolutely rejected the notion, a murderous intent surging within his gaze. They must not survive your feigned death. Even those in the know, save for our utmost confidence, must strictly guard this secret. Any breach will be met with unforgiving retribution. Su He cast a cold glance over the assembly, his icy demeanor sending shivers down the spines of the elders. You must all remember, there can be no slip-ups regarding Xiang Er's death. Yes, we swear to keep our mouths sealed, and will not disclose any news of the young master. The elders pledged their loyalty in unison. On the following day, a caravan traversing the rugged mountain roads received word. The eldest son of the Su family, Su Xiang, had tragically succumbed to his injuries. Seizing the opportunity, the Grand Elder, Su Zhe, conspired with his son to usurp the position of family head, only to be thwarted and executed by Su He in a timely manner. Due to the internal strife within the Su family, significant losses were incurred, severely wounding the family's vitality. As they conducted funeral rites, he is dead? Truly a pitiful defeat. A seemingly unremarkable youth in the caravan muttered to himself. This boy was Jiang Zhuju, who had recently gained fame by defeating Su Xiang in the disciple selection competition of Tianyuan City. Jiang Zhuju, now that Su Xiang is dead and the Su family is embroiled in infighting, they are unlikely to cause further mischief in Tianyuan City, remarked a beautiful girl beside him, her smile radiant. She was Jiang Jinyu, whose involvement had brought unprecedented calamity upon Su Xiang and the entire Su family. They had indeed narrowly escaped a disaster. The Su family had long been tyrannical in Tianyuan City. Inciting the wrath of the populace, I had intended to eliminate this scourge for the people of Tian once my cultivation reached fruition. Now, with their self-inflicted wounds and diminished strength, they have inadvertently evaded my retribution. Jiang Zhuju stated matter-of-factly. Though he was not bloodthirsty, he was far from indecisive. With the Su family on the brink of annihilation, an irreconcilable enmity had formed between them. In the future, all potential threats must be eradicated. Otherwise, the Jiang family would also face the possibility of a frenzied counterattack from the Su family. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Jiang Jinyu's eyes as she nodded in agreement. In that case, they will find it exceedingly difficult to stir up trouble in Tianyuan City again. In the disciple selection of the Sword Spirit sect in Tianyuan City, the original plan was to select the top 2 candidates along with an additional slot promised to Su Xiang. However, with Su Xiang's disqualification, the vacancy was filled by the third-place Ling Yun. Hailing from the Ling family in Tianyuan City, though not a major clan, they were not weak either. He recognized Jiang Zhuju's exceptional nature and regarded him as a leader throughout their journey. The new disciples of the Sword Spirit sect gradually coalesced around Jiang Zhuju, forming a small group. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away from Tianyuan City, at a secluded tea house, Su Xiang, who should have been interred within a coffin of the Su family, was presently clad in a black cloak, quietly resting. Following the conclusion of a secret meeting last night, Su He acted swiftly. Amidst the chaos, Su Xiang scaled the walls to escape, traveling through the night, heading straight for Zhongzhou. The Spirit Qi continent is vast, with the remaining 2 empires having expansive territories. The journey from the southern borders to the central lands would require even the swiftest steed 10 days of relentless galloping to reach. The spatial teleportation arrays between the states are tightly controlled by the major sects. Should Su Xiang attempt to use the teleportation array to reach Zhongzhou, the Sword Spirit sect would undoubtedly detect him. Have you heard? A royal relic has been discovered at Ruishua Peak on the outskirts of Xianbei City. A few cultivators nearby whispered in hushed tones, Su Xiang, whose senses had sharpened to the level of a master, clearly heard this news. Coincidentally, Xianbei City lay directly on his path to Zhongzhou. The so-called royal relic is said to be the resting place of a fallen king of cultivation, likely concealing precious treasures and teachings left behind by the monarch. Chapter 7. Disguised Exploration, Encountering Old Friends in the Spirit Qi Continent. Attaining the rank of emperor is a pinnacle achievement, while the more revered saint realm is as rare as stars in the night sky. Among the myriad beings in this realm, those most commonly encountered and formidable are often king-level or emperor-level cultivators. According to ancient laws, once one ascends to king-level cultivation, they gain the right to independently expand their territory without subjugating themselves to any force. Within the Xinqi Empire, upon reaching the realm of a king of cultivation, one receives formal recognition and territorial rewards from the royal family, a status that remains a distant dream for Su Xiang at present. Young one, you ought to seek out that royal relic. Suddenly, Su Qin's voice resonated within Su Xiang's mind. Su Xiang's heart jolted. It turned out his ancestor had not truly departed. Since last night, Su Qian had remained silent. Regardless of how fervently Su Xiang called out, leading him to believe that Su Qian had abandoned him. In truth, Su Xiang's concern that Su Qian might be displeased due to the family's internal strife was unfounded. Although Su Qian is nominally the ancestor of the Su family, his emotional ties to the family were not profound. Rather, Jiang Zhuju, the central figure of the story, was the character he had invested significant effort in creating. More importantly, he understood that the Su family, having flourished for centuries, could rise anew by eliminating those who harm its interests. His silence was, in fact, a contemplation of the next course of action. Would Su Xiang's resurrection and Su He's temporary suspension of revenge plans affect his originally intended narrative? He pondered this question. In his original conception, he had envisioned Su He gathering the family's elite to ambush and assassinate Jiang Zhuju, while Jiang Zhuju would resist and flee, inadvertently discovering the royal relic within the Qianghua mountain range. Seizing an opportunity for a fateful turn. As for whether Jiang Zhuju had safely returned to the Sword Spirit sect, Su Qian could not ascertain. It was only upon hearing mention of the royal relic in the Qianghua mountain range that Su Qian timely advised Su Xiang to investigate. For Su Xiang, an initial stage cultivator, exploring the Qianghua mountain range undoubtedly presented both a formidable challenge and an opportunity. He also harbored doubts about whether his journey might impact Jiang Zhuju's crucial initial encounter. Ancestor, how should I proceed? Su Xiang anxiously inquired. Su Qian responded calmly, rest assured, your father has managed family affairs adeptly. You should learn from him. Su Xiang felt somewhat reassured, yet he raised a new concern. However, that is a royal relic. It will undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of many powerful beings. With my current cultivation at the master level, how can I hope to make an impact in this struggle? Do not fret. I will support you from behind. Although the royal family in Zhongzhou is not as formidable as before, we still possess certain advantages. While you may not play a decisive role at present, you are not insignificant either. We require more resources we can utilize, Su Qian gently urged. I understand. I will act according to your guidance. Su Xiang nodded in agreement. Are you prepared with the necessary supplies? Find a concealed place. I will assist you in altering your appearance, just in case. Yes, everything is ready. 10 days later, due to the astonishing discovery in Qianghua mountain range, a surge of people reached its peak. The Qianghua mountain range spans the junction of the southern and central regions, its peaks undulating like a grid from above, forming several small basins in the interstices. The recent landslide had unexpectedly revealed the entrance to a royal ancient tomb hidden for millennia. After careful examination, it was confirmed to belong to the renowned flower-picking king from 1,000 years ago. The flower-picking king had gained fame in the martial world through his 6th-tier king-level cultivation and 2 unparalleled earth-level martial arts, the flower-picking finger and the falling flower palm. These 2 extraordinary martial arts were the most sought-after treasures within this ancient tomb. Su Qian was acutely aware that these 2 techniques had enabled Jiang Zhuju to transform from weak to strong within the Sword Spirit sect, rapidly ascending to prominence among the direct disciples. Jiang Zhuju, will you return? If you truly appear, should I eliminate you directly to prevent greater calamity in the future? Su Xiang traversed the winding mountain paths, his heart racing as he inhaled the fragrant air permeating Qianghua mountain range, then exhaled slowly. The Qianghua mountain range lived up to its name, resembling a vibrant ocean of blossoms, with clear waters, lush greenery, and birdsong. A veritable paradise for young men and women from Xiannan City to enjoy the outdoors. Had it not been for the emergence of this mysterious royal ancient tomb, drawing various forces to disrupt the tranquility and beauty, this idyllic scene would have been filled with laughter and joy. Now, Su Xiang had completely transformed his appearance. His skin was darkened, his eyes elongated, and a small black mole adorned the back of his neck. All of this was thanks to the supreme disguise techniques and makeup tools bestowed upon Su Chun after the internal strife within the Su family subsided. Su Chun had disguised Su Xiang as an ordinary dark-skinned youth, devoid of the air of a noble offspring from days gone by. The valley was teeming with people, various factions establishing camps, destroying the natural beauty of the area as discussions and debates erupted. Elder Liu, you have arrived as well. Has your sect sent anyone to explore? Masterly, the Iron Sand Gang has only sent in the younger generation. The tomb's restrictions are peculiar. Those over 18 cannot enter. Indeed, the youths we sent from Tianqi sect have only just reached the master level. Their gains are likely to be minimal, despite the southern region being nominally under the jurisdiction of the Sword Spirit sect. Numerous smaller factions still thrive beneath its aegis. For them, such an opportunity undoubtedly presents an exquisite chance for ascendance. The Sword Spirit sect itself has fortuitously obtained the ancient legacy of the Supreme Sword Palace, transforming from a mere minor sect into a world-class super sect. Under Su Chen's cautious advisement, Su Xiang conducted inquiries but heard no news of the Sword Spirit sect's personnel arriving. However, upon returning to the entrance of the ancient tomb, he was taken aback to find a considerable crowd gathered. Indeed, the Sword Spirit sect had truly arrived. This time, nearly 100 new disciples had been dispatched. Seemingly, every newly initiated disciple of the current cohort had come to partake. Jiang Zhuju and Jiang Jin were also among the throng, both adorned in the uniform gray robes of the Sword Spirit sect's outer disciples. Although they were not particularly conspicuous within the multitude, they could be easily recognized. Jiang Zhuju maintained his slender and unassuming demeanor, yet his eyes sparkled with a gem-like brilliance. Beside him, Jiang Lin, who engaged in lively banter with Jiang Zhuju, exuded a radiant charm, her laughter ringing out continuously. The cloaked figure of Su Xiang quivered slightly. Through the cascading black veil, a profound hatred surged within his gaze, casting a palpable malice towards Jiang Zhuju. What? Are you feeling discontent? Su Chan smiled calmly. Ancestor, that Jiang Lin. I have always been overly accommodating towards her, yet she treats me with icy indifference. Am I, the illustrious young master of the Su family, truly inferior to a Jiang Zhuju hailing from a modest clan? Su Xiang ground his teeth in frustration. Ah, there exists a creature in this world known as boiling sheep, which perfectly encapsulates you. Su Chan remarked casually. What do you mean by boiling sheep? Su Xiang inquired, puzzled. Oh, it refers to a common scenario where a male is utterly subservient to a female, exerting every effort to please her, only to be regarded as an expendable resource, perpetually deprived of the emotional reciprocation he deserves. Su Chan described, with a hint of veiled amusement. I see. That description is indeed quite fitting. I imagine such beings were quite prevalent in your era. Ancestor, Su Xiang responded half-jokingly. Fu Chen chuckled softly, imparting wisdom. When it comes to women, one must not be overly indulgent. Otherwise, it breeds detrimental habits. As the ancients said, what cannot be obtained leaves one in a state of yearning. You ought to learn from Jiang Zhuju. Observe his seemingly indifferent demeanor, which paradoxically attracts those pampered girls. This is the strategy of desire through restraint. Jiang Zhuju. Su Xiang sighed deeply, earnestly acquiescing. I have learned much from you, ancestor. I can only imagine how many graceful maidens' hearts you captured with that very strategy in your time. Cough, cough. Su Chen felt an overwhelming urge to chastise the ungraceful descendants who could not flatter properly. Internally, he bitterly chuckled. I am merely a web novelist, a combat-ready recluse, who has never engaged in a serious romantic endeavor. Now, a horde of descendants has unexpectedly emerged, each with a lack of emotional intelligence so egregious that they cannot even flatter properly. Yet outwardly, Su Chun maintained an enigmatic demeanor. If I were as ignorant of the world as you, the Su clan would have long since ceased to exist. Chapter 8. The Sword Spirit Sect's Assessment amidst the crowd. An unexplainable chill coursed through Jiang Zhuju's heart, as though he were being scrutinized by unseen eyes. He scanned his surroundings but found nothing amiss, temporarily suppressing his doubts. Deacon Feng, it has been a while. Your charisma remains undiminished since yesteryears, Deacon Feng. Are these the new disciples from your esteemed sect this year? Each one is a veritable dragon among men. Ah, the Sword Spirit sect has dispatched such a multitude of talents this time. We smaller sects are surely destined to play second fiddle. A throng of people encircled a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe. Approximately 40 years of age, tall and fond of stroking his beard, with sharp, slightly arrogant eyes. This man was evidently the leader of the Sword Spirit sect's expedition, Deacon Feng. Deacon Feng smiled as he stroked his beard, exchanging pleasantries with the leaders of several smaller sects before sternly announcing to the gathered disciples, the entrance examination will take place within the Nianhua royal tomb. Whoever can seize the Nianhua secret manual shall be directly promoted to inner disciples, while the rest will remain outer disciples. Understood. The disciples responded in unison, proceeding to enter the Nianhua royal tomb in an orderly fashion. Deacon Feng, the Sword Spirit sect truly possesses audacity and meticulousness. To conduct its entrance selection within this perilous Nianhua royal tomb, one must know that within such a secret realm, the plundering of treasures and mutual slaughter occur frequently. Does the Sword Spirit sect not fear suffering significant losses as a result? A discordant voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. A middle-aged man, clad in opulent silken robes and wielding a whisk, stepped forward. His pale face, devoid of a beard, and his sharp, effeminate voice emanated a distinctly courtier-like demeanor. Deacon Feng caught sight of the newcomer, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled derisively. Ah, it is Manager Huang. Tell me, does the royal family wish to intervene in our southern region's secret realm? In response to Deacon Feng's insolence, Manager Huang, with a delicate gesture, sternly retorted, Is there no king's land under heaven? Does the southern region not belong to the territory of the Divine Enlightenment Empire in your eyes, Deacon Feng? Or is it that the Sword Spirit sect thinks otherwise? This declaration sent shockwaves throughout the assembly, and Deacon Feng's expression shifted instantaneously. Though regional autonomy had become customary, it still nominally belonged to the subjects of the Divine Enlightenment Empire. As long as the facade of harmony remained intact, no one dared to act rebelliously. Forgive my presumption, Manager. It was I who spoke out of turn, Deacon Feng replied, begrudgingly bowing, aware that matters concerning the sect's greater interests could not be jeopardized by a fleeting moment of verbal retort. Manager Huang, recognizing that he could not shake Deacon Feng's position at present, could only emit a cold huff. Deacon Feng, be more cautious with your words in the future, lest you bring calamity upon yourself. Deacon Feng, unable to conceal his embarrassment, seized the opportunity to retort. Thank you for the counsel, Manager Huang. I hope the royal family's recommended disciples are as formidable as those of the Divine Enlightenment Empire. After all, the exceptional talents of the Divine Enlightenment Empire predominantly align themselves with the four major sects, rendering the overall quality of recruits available to the royal family relatively inferior. Manager Huang's expression darkened further. Ultimately, who is superior and who is inferior will depend on the final outcome. Perhaps this time, not a single disciple from the Sword Spirit sect will ascend to the inner ranks. News of the new entrance examination for disciples spread like wildfire among various factions. With the Sword Spirit sect's decision to utilize the Nianhua royal tomb as the testing ground drawing a throng of talents from the southern region, many smaller factions, though begrudgingly resentful, had no choice but to swallow their indignation. Their recruitment standards could not possibly compare with those of the Sword Spirit sect, and now, with over 100 new talents from the Sword Spirit sect breaching the Nianhua royal tomb, these smaller sects feared their own disciples would be utterly deprived of the opportunity to showcase their abilities. Upon hearing of this matter, Su Chan felt a surge of emotions. Jiang Zhuju had indeed made his appearance. Yet his role as a catalyst had evidently altered the original trajectory of the narrative. In the original storyline, the internal competitions of the Sword Spirit sect were held after Jiang Zhuju had made significant gains from the Nianhua secret manual, thereby establishing himself as a standout among newcomers and successfully ascending to the inner ranks. Conversely, in the original work, the Sword Spirit sect did not place excessive importance on the Nianhua royal tomb. While the nearby royal family dispatched numerous experts to explore its depths, the Nianhua secret manual, a tome that meticulously documented the two supreme techniques of the Nianhua king, the Nianhua finger and the falling flower palm, was crucial in the narrative in Su Qin's pin tale. It was precisely Zhang Zhuju who acquired this manual, propelling him to become an inner disciple ahead of others and laying a solid foundation for his subsequent meteoric rise. Ding! The host has triggered a side quest. The Mystery of the Nianhua Secret Manual. Please retrieve the Nianhua Secret Manual. Successful completion of the task will reward the host with the possession skill, while failure will result in the soul falling into a state of slumber for 1 year. The possession skill enables the host to occupy another's body, exercising a portion of their previous cultivation to assist in battle. With the effectiveness dependent on the strength of the host body. Su Chun recalled that the medicine sage had also possessed a similar skill and had once utilized Zhang Zhuju's body to vanquish numerous formidable foes. Although he, in life, was a martial emperor, he believed that the abilities bestowed by the system would surpass even those of the medicine sage. As for the punishment, if his soul were to slumber for a year, an ordinary individual like Su Xiang would likely vanish without a trace in this tumultuous world. Moreover, for someone like Zhang Zhuju, a chosen one, a year could bring about cataclysmic changes. According to Su Qin's narrative, a year later, Zhang Zhuju could even contend against Grandmaster-level experts. In any case, this task must be completed. With both the Sword Spirit sect and the royal family involved, is there any cause for fear? Su Qin, noticing Su Xiang's unwavering gaze filled with hatred directed at the entrance, smiled and inquired. Fear not. Su Xiang clenched his teeth, resolutely declaring, I shall kill him, then let us proceed, as long as you heed my guidance. You shall have your opportunity for vengeance. Su Xiang solemnly nodded, and then stepped toward the entrance of the tomb. The entrance, concealed within the small basin of the mountain range, revealed a spring due to geological changes. With water gushing forth in a magnificent display, at the entrance, several rare blood-red vines coiled protectively, seemingly bound by some form of restraint. Any individual over the age of 18 who approached would trigger an attack. The blood-red vine is a peculiar plant, known for its ability to ensnare and drain the blood and flesh of living beings, exhibiting extraordinary resilience. Judging by its lush and expansive form, it is estimated to possess a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. Even an expert at the Grandmaster level would find it challenging to pass through easily. The choice of location is indeed remarkable, with the mountains at its back and water in front. Presenting an ideal feng shui, Su Chun smiled as he commented, leaving one unable to discern whether he was praising the discerning eye of the late Flower King or admiring his own envisioned design layout. Su Xiang stepped forward, encountering no assault from the bloodvine, evidently meeting the admission criteria. After traversing a dim and winding path, a brilliant light unfolded before him. Ahead lay a spacious hall, illuminated as bright as day by an unknown, mysterious light. The hall bore no other exits, and at its center stood an ancient 3-foot-high platform, its surface etched with inscrutable runes that shimmered ceaselessly beneath the light. In front of the platform stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words, Ascend the platform to enter the palace. Only then may you seek the legacy of this king. It became apparent that this platform served as a teleportation array, capable of transporting only 10 individuals at a time. At this moment, disciples of the Sword Spirit sect were queuing orderly, awaiting their turn to be transported. One individual stepped onto the array, and in an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, causing his figure to vanish without a trace. Zhang Zhuju was conspicuously absent from the remaining queue, evidently having entered the teleportation array prematurely, driven by an eagerness to seek the hidden treasures. Observing this, Su Xiang felt a surge of urgency, wishing to skip ahead in line. However, at that moment, Su Qin's voice echoed, Patience in queuing is advised. Adhering to his elder's counsel, Su Xiang suppressed his inner anxiety and chose to wait his turn. When he finally set foot upon the array, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, as if he were suspended in an unknown spatial dimension. After a brief moment of dizziness, Su Xiang found himself amidst a vast sea of blossoms. Here bloomed peonies of unparalleled beauty, vibrant rhododendrons, resplendent peonies and roses, all vying for attention in a riot of colors, their variety astonishingly rich. Surrounded by an ocean of flowers, his vision expanded, yet he could not glimpse the sky. Su Xiang surmised they had delved deep into an underground palace. Remarkably, the Flower King possessed such prowess, allowing these blossoms to flourish underground in such breathtaking splendor, truly a testament to his passion for flowers. This floral expanse spanned hundreds of meters in diameter, with countless blooms. As the teleportation array continued to operate, more individuals began to materialize within this floral paradise. This was merely one of 10 palaces, each with a similar design. Su Qin's voice resonated in Su Xiang's mind, prompting a question. Where shall we seek the treasures left behind by the Flower King? Su Xiang could not help but ponder. There is no need for haste. First, gather the flowers, Su Chen replied calmly. Gather flowers? Su Xiang questioned, his face etched with confusion. Indeed, pluck one from each variety, ensuring completeness and without damage. This underground palace comprises 10 structures, each cultivating 10 distinct types of flowers, and you must collect them all, Su Chen explained with resolve. Regarding the secrets of the Flower King's tomb, no one understood it as thoroughly as Su Chen. The Flower King, enamored with flora and life, constructed 10 palaces after his death, nurturing 100 different flowers to accompany him in eternal slumber. These 100 flowers were the key to unlocking the Flower King's hidden treasures. When the tome detailed this, Su Chen emphasized Zhang Zhujue's unique qualities as the chosen one. Due to Zhang Linran's love for flowers, she insisted on bringing Zhang Zhujue to traverse the 10 floral palaces, gathering the 100 blooms, ultimately gaining the Flower King's approval and becoming the greatest victor in exploring this secret realm. Many cultivators, far surpassing Zhang Zhujue in skill, clashed endlessly, only to obtain meager elixirs and spiritual herbs as consolation. Now, Su Chen resolved to pass this opportunity to Su Xiang, aiding him in becoming the ultimate success. Hey, brother, why are you not seeking treasures, but instead engrossed in flower gathering here? A keen young man, noticing Su Xiang, cloaked and focused on collecting flowers, inquired that Su Xiang, not lifting his gaze, exaggeratedly declared, I came specifically upon hearing that the Flower King adored flowers. Just imagine how beautiful it would be to bring all these lovely blooms home. To me, they are priceless treasures. You can't be serious. These are merely ordinary flowers and hardly qualify as elixirs. You traveled all this way to Chenghua Mountain just to gather a few blossoms? The young man was evidently taken aback by Su Xiang's words, surprised by such a peculiar individual. Superficial. You people only know how to fight and kill, completely oblivious to appreciating the exquisite wonders of the world. Su Xiang replied, lowering his head, secretly amused by his own performance, fearing that raising his gaze would cause him to burst into laughter at his own words. This was a strategy passed down by his ancestors, to feign ignorance while hiding his true strength. This was indeed the correct approach to discreetly amass wealth. After all, with his cultivation level, he felt rather overwhelmed amidst over 100 competitors in this palace. Who would have thought there truly exists someone so enamored with flowers? I shall take my leave to seek treasures, the young man chuckled as he departed. Before long, news of a flower-obsessed individual diligently gathering blossoms within the underground palace began to spread quietly. Prominently displayed at the exit of the Grand Hall was a map depicting the entire layout of the underground palace, with the central hall standing tall, surrounded by 10 similar floral pavilions. The pathways were designed with simplicity, even described as exceptionally intuitive. By following the map's guidance, anyone could easily reach any pavilion or even the central hall, encountering no barriers or obstacles along the way. While continuing to play the role of a flower enthusiast, Su Xiang weaved through various pavilions, collecting blooms, unfazed by the fierce battles occurring elsewhere for elixirs, treasures, and spiritual herbs. Under Su Chen's thoughtful guidance, he even intentionally ravaged a patch of flowers, leaving not a single one behind, as his ancestor had informed him that Zhang Zhujue was also gathering flowers. Upon reaching the 6th pavilion, Su Xiang unexpectedly encountered Zhang Zhujue and Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin donned a crown woven from colorful blossoms, joyfully leaping amidst the flower beds like a merry woodland sprite. Upon seeing the large bouquet of flowers in Su Xiang's hands, she curiously asked, Dear friend, why are you not seeking the legacy of the Flower King, but instead gathering so many flowers? Zhang Zhujue also cast a puzzled glance. A flicker of menace flashed in Su Xiang's eyes as he tightened his grip on the flower stems, nearly bending them. However, do not act impulsively. Zhang Zhujue may possess hidden strength, and it is unwise to provoke him now, Su Chen cautioned him from within. Taking a deep breath, the floral fragrance within the hall subtly quelled his anger. He responded in a tone markedly softer than before. I have a deep affection for flowers. I heard that the Flower King cherished them dearly, thus I came to appreciate them. You mean to say you came solely to admire flowers, not to seize treasures? Jiang Zhuzhue swallowed hard, astonished that such a peculiar individual existed in the world. You two are gathering flowers and have not engaged in the fray, Jiang Lin remarked, feeling an inexplicable warmth towards Su Xiang upon learning he was a flower lover. It appears we are both enthusiasts of flora, unwilling to partake in that fierce competition. Right, brother Jiang Zhuzhue? Jiang Zhuzhue, slightly embarrassed, offered a nod of agreement. Su Xiang observed the growing camaraderie between the two. And if not for the uncertainty of Jiang Zhuzhue's current abilities, he would have been inclined to act against the pair immediately. For now, he could only feign delight and respond, indeed, it seems we are kindred spirits. This individual exhibits suspicious behavior, a voice echoed in Jiang Zhuzhue's mind, aged and wary. There's something amiss? Jiang Zhuzhue quietly inquired of the medicine sage. This youth, of an age similar to yours, possesses the cultivation of a master. Indicating an exceptional talent, he does not seem to be merely an infatuated flower enthusiast, as he claims, the medicine sage analyzed calmly. Moreover, those who have a deep passion for flowers typically exude grace and charm. Yet this individual, cloaked and with a rugged appearance, starkly contrasts the image of a refined scion. His evasive demeanor and vague speech indicate that there is more than meets the eye, this seasoned old fox, having experienced the trials of life, would not allow young ones like Jiang Zhuzhue to easily discern the truth. As a former top alchemist of the cold heaven continent, his soul's power was unfathomable. Were it not for the aid of a divine-level disguise technique, he would have likely seen through the youth's true identity at first glance. He seems to possess some secret. I suspect the key to the Flower King's legacy is intricately tied to flowers. You must find a way to glean information, but be cautious. He harbored a glimmer of murderous intent towards you moments ago. The medicine sage continued to guide, revealing that Jiang Zhuzhue's excursion with Jiang Lin to admire flowers was not merely a pursuit of beauty, but a quest for clues as per the medicine sage's counsel. Jiang Lin largely served to divert others' attention. Friend, I am Jiang Zhuzhue. May I ask how you are addressed? As fellow aficionados of flora, we are akin to old friends. Why not remove your cloak and let us befriend one another? Jiang Zhuzhue proposed, smiling amiably at Su Xiang. Su Xiang felt a tightening in his chest. Had he been discovered or suspected? It seemed the elder in his ring had sensed the anomaly. No need for alarm. We are but passing acquaintances, let us not fret. Su Qian swiftly sensed the medicine sage's influence and reassured Su Xiang. Indeed, in passing encounters, there is no need for such caution. I have yet to gather all the flowers in this hall. Please, feel free. Su Xiang endeavored to maintain a calm tone while discreetly glancing at the gray ring on Jiang Zhuzhue's left hand. Why so guarded? When out and about, safety is paramount. Are you concealing your visage out of fear of enemies lurking within the tomb? Jiang Zhuzhue was utterly relentless, pressing forward step by step. It was not merely a matter of personal enmity. It was a life-and-death rivalry, fueled by the hatred of a stolen spouse and the anguish of a shattered family, embodied in the person before him. You have misunderstood. Su Xiang shook his head, beginning to gather flowers on his own. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Jiang Lin quickly intervened. All right, we are all friends who appreciate flowers. Let us each enjoy them in our own way. Just as Jiang Zhuzhue was about to continue his inquiries, he was interrupted by 6 or 7 disciples from the Sword Spirit sect who suddenly barged in. Where is that flower-obsessed fool? One disciple pointed towards Su Xiang among the blossoms. His name was Zhuang Fan, a peak practitioner among the newly initiated disciples of this cohort, distinguished for his prowess. Indeed, that is he, always obscuring his face. His actions are suspicious. He must have ulterior motives, another disciple added. Oh? Lin brother and Chu Jr. sister are here as well? Do you know him? Zhuang Fan inquired of the others. Jiang Lin was about to respond when Jiang Zhuzhue preemptively declared, I do not know him. Zhuang Fan, hailing from a humble family in Xiannan City, had successfully entered the sect by virtue of his cunning and intelligence, early on aligning himself with Yi Tian. The most accomplished of this new group, Yi Tian, also from Xiannan City, held a status within the sect comparable to that of Su Xiang at his peak, but with even greater talent. Having ascended to the second-tier practitioner realm at a young age, he commanded immense respect among the newly initiated disciples, regarded as a master brother of sorts, with a solid foundation that likely lay between the earth and heaven ranks. Jiang Zhuzhue, possessing an independent disposition, chose not to align himself with Yi Tian. Thus, the disciples under Yi Tian bore him no goodwill, harboring jealousy, particularly towards the talented and beautiful Zhang Lin. Very well. Zhuang Fan nodded slightly, leading the few disciples, who were roughly at the 8th or 9th tier practitioner stage, to encircle Su Xiang. What business do you wish to discuss? Su Xiang inquired calmly. Why brother wishes to meet with you. Please accompany us, Zhuang Fan replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Chapter 10. The so-called battle for friendship. Su Xiang hesitated briefly, feigning difficulty. I have yet to gather all the flowers. May I complete this task before paying my respects? Impudent, to be summoned by ye brother is your honor, and you dare to make excuses? One disciple admonished sharply, drawing his sword as a show of intimidation. Your words are overly harsh. I am unacquainted with your sect's ye brother. Could you inform me of the reason for his summons? Su Xiang stepped back, adopting a posture ready for combat. Although he was reluctant to engage lightly, the few adversaries before him did not pose a significant threat. However, considering Zhang Zhuju's presence, he had to remain vigilant. Why so much idle chatter? If you are told to go, then go. What reason is there to hesitate? Zhuang Fan appeared exceedingly impatient, ordering the disciples to close in again, and they advanced towards Su Xiang, clearly intent on forcibly taking him away. Friend, kindly remove that tattered hat. You look suspicious, clearly not a person of good standing. Zhuang Fan and the others pressed forward, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Gentlemen, hold on. As the esteemed sword spirit sect, how can we bully a solitary flower admirer? Perhaps we should first engage in a proper exchange. Zhang Lin interjected, feeling pity for Su Xiang as he found himself in a predicament. Chu Junior sister, you are not acquainted with him. It is best not to interfere in this matter. You know well that ye brother has taken special care of you. I hope you can discern right from wrong, Zhuang Fan said with a gentle tone, yet his gaze betrayed a hint of disdain towards Zhang Zhuju. This remark ignited Zhang Zhuju's fury. What do you mean by that? Zhang Zhuju held a certain admiration for Zhang Lin, a talented and beautiful woman. Since entering the sect, Yi Tian had shown a keen interest in her, constantly approaching her. Fortunately, Zhang Lin was more inclined towards him and did not align herself with the so-called master song. Yet now these individuals dared to openly attempt to woo her away. Zhang Zhuju, ye brother far surpasses you in both strength and family background. In life, it is paramount to know oneself. Zhuang Fan was somewhat aware of Zhang Zhuju's situation, knowing that he had reached the peak practitioner stage during the disciple recruitment event, but he was unperturbed, confident in his backing from the second-tier practitioner Yi Tian. Su Xiang observed coldly from the sidelines, secretly hoping that they would engage in a conflict with Zhang Zhuju, ideally with Zhang Zhuju teaching them a lesson. However, he also understood that Zhang Zhuju's strength was sufficient to handle the provocations of these individuals. Out of respect for our sect, if you were to apologize to ye brother now, perhaps you could still earn his forgiveness and enjoy future benefits alongside him. Otherwise, Zhuang Fan cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Zhuju before turning back to Su Xiang. Kid, let us go. Su Xiang frowned. How dare this group be so arrogant? What kind of person was this ye brother to instill such audacity in them? At that moment, his rebellious spirit surged. He thought, since birth, I have never endured such indignity. If not for Zhang Zhuju's presence, these ignorant fools would have likely lost their lives in Tiannan City long ago. Given that Zhuang Fan has so foolishly offended Zhang Zhuju, I doubt Zhang Zhuju will come to his aid. Thus, he coldly replied, what if I say I will not go? Then we shall have to insist that you accompany us, they declared in unison. Rushing towards Su Xiang, weapons aimed at his vital points, clearly intent on killing him, Su Xiang scoffed inwardly. Too slow. A flash of azure light beneath his feet, and the disciples of the sword spirit sect found their vision blurring. When they refocused, Su Xiang had already appeared outside their encirclement. He leisurely plucked another flower, his demeanor remarkably calm. The martial art he practiced was the unparalleled whirlwind falling leaves, imparted by Su Chen. Coupled with his innate wind attribute physique, in terms of speed, none could rival him at the same level, save those practicing divine-level techniques of the space attribute. The principles of space could typically only be grasped by those who had reached the martial sovereign realm, while practitioners with an innate space attribute were exceedingly rare, appearing only once in several centuries. It could be said that Su Xiang's speed was unrivaled among his peers. So fast, Zhang Zhuju's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Such velocity was beyond his reach even at full strength, and judging by Su Xiang's relaxed demeanor, he seemed not to have exerted himself fully. The younger generation is indeed nimble, but this hall is of limited size. Let us see where you can escape. The disciples, realizing the situation, each blocked a passageway and again lunged towards Su Xiang. Su Xiang leaped lightly, his form almost transforming into a fleeting shadow, instantly appearing at the opposite end of the hall. All while effortlessly gathering another flower. Brother Zhuang, this kid runs too swiftly, one disciple exclaimed, frustrated after failing to catch him. Look at the azure light beneath his feet. He possesses a wind attribute physique, clearly utilizing his true energy. He must be at the practitioner level, a sharp-eyed disciple cried out, having spotted the azure glow. Zhuang Fan's expression changed slightly. He had not anticipated that this masked youth was of practitioner level. While they might manage to contend with a novice practitioner when working together, facing someone so young with such capabilities suggested he possessed some hidden secrets. Contemplating for a moment, he spoke in a measured tone. Your strength is remarkable. Having one more friend is certainly better than having one more enemy. I believe ye brother would also be eager to befriend someone as promising as you. You certainly did not say that before. Su Xiang retorted, unreservedly mocking him. Do not think that just because you are a practitioner, you can act tyrannically before ye brother. You are but a trifling opponent. If we kindly advise you and you refuse to comply, we shall have no choice but to forcibly apprehend you. At that point, it will not merely be a matter of friendship. Zhuang Fan, seeing Su Xiang's dismissive attitude, renewed his threats. Come on, if you can catch me, I will let you taste my prowess. Su Xiang scoffed, continuing to leisurely gather flowers. Pursue him. This time, they altered their strategy. Since Su Xiang was as swift as lightning, they decided to join forces, wielding their swords to form a net, aiming to create an impenetrable barrier to leave him no escape. However, Su Xiang's speed was astonishing. As he effortlessly gathered flowers, he managed to find gaps to escape just as their sword net was about to close in. His movements were fluid and natural, his garments billowing, as though he danced gracefully through a sea of blossoms, untouched by any hindrance, truly flitting through a floral sea, with nary a petal clinging to him. They pursued relentlessly, the sword energy they unleashed ravaging the floral expanse like a bulldozer, petals swirling in the air as the once beautiful flower garden was rendered unrecognizable. This individual is a practitioner, and his speed is extraordinarily rapid. Why does he not counterattack? Zhang Lin asked, puzzled that in truth, Su Xiang did not refrain from countering. Rather, he had yet to cultivate any other martial skills. Should he employ the techniques he was familiar with, he risked being recognized by Jiang Zhuju. Alas, this garden of blossoms! Zhang Lin turned to see the flower sea wantonly trampled and destroyed by the group, her heart filled with sorrow. He is indeed practicing divine-level martial arts. The apothecary saint exclaimed in astonishment within Jiang Zhuju's mind. He too cultivates divine-level martial arts? On par with my own blazing flame true art? Jiang Zhuju was equally astonished. It was known that in the entirety of the Divine Enlightenment continent, divine-level martial arts were exceedingly rare, and his own fortunate acquisition was solely due to the benefaction of his master, the apothecary saint. To think that this mysterious, masked figure before him could possess such skills as well. Zhuang Fan and the others soon realized that Su Xiang's speed was elusive, rendering their efforts to encircle him utterly ineffective. Chapter 11. The battle with Jiang Zhuju, who was speaking. No longer shall we pursue. Since he revels in plucking flowers, let us remain at the grand hall's entrance, allowing him to keep company with this ravaged sea of blossoms. We shall wait patiently like a hunter at the tree stump. Observing how he intends to escape, Shao Hai, go summon Brother Yi to deal with him. With a swift turn of his gaze, Zhuang Fan decisively halted, panting as he issued orders. The others, heeding Zhuang Fan's command, swiftly reformed their ranks, firmly securing the only exit of the grand hall, while one individual hurried off to fetch reinforcements. Witnessing Zhuang Fan and his companion's staunch defense, Su Xiang found himself in a precarious situation. The entrance of the grand hall was constricted, and with their blockade, any chance of breaking free was nearly extinguished. If they could not mount an offensive, breaching their encirclement would prove exceedingly difficult. Ancestor, what should we do now? Su Xiang silently implored Su Chun for assistance. Wait a moment. Help shall arrive shortly, Su Chun replied with calm assurance. Help? Could there be others concealed within this grand hall? As the number of individuals entering the flower-plucking king's tomb dwindled, this hall had seen no newcomers during this time. Where could assistance possibly come from? Could it be Jiang Zhuju? As a character who intricately weaves through Su Chen's narrative, Jiang Zhuju significantly influences the protagonist, and Su Chen was well aware of the medicine saint's temperament. When the medicine saint became aware that Su Xiang might be in peril, he would surely not remain idle. Just as Su Xiang was ruminating on a way to escape, the medicine saint commanded Jiang Zhuju, "Lend him a hand." "Help whom?" Jiang Zhuju was taken aback, perplexed by his master's words. "Assist that young man in black to extricate himself from his predicament. It appears he lacks any offensive capabilities," the medicine saint elucidated. "Why must we do this? I am also a disciple of the Sword Spirit sect. Aiding him would only sow discord among our ranks." Although Jiang Zhuju's relationship with them was already tenuous, he remained bewildered. Yet, upon reflecting on his master's assertion regarding the other's lack of offensive means, he could not help but feel a flicker of satisfaction at the formidable power of his blazing true technique. Once unleashed, the searing flames would be capable of incinerating all. "Chu Shimi, I have dispatched someone to summon Brother Yi. That fellow will have nowhere to flee. If he manages to escape before Brother Yi arrives, I cannot bear the consequences. Please do not put me in a difficult position." Zhuang Fan spoke to Zhang Lin with a modicum of courtesy, understanding well that should this girl ever change her mind and become his sister-in-law, the reckoning would be beyond his capacity to withstand. "I care not for your concerns. I am equally a disciple of the Sword Spirit sect." "By what right do you restrict my actions?" Zhang Lin retorted indignantly. "If you prevent me from leaving, you can forget about me ever speaking to Yi Tian again." Zhuang Fan felt a headache coming on. Inwardly lamenting how troublesome this girl was, he cast his gaze towards Su Xiang, who was poised with flowers in hand, ready to break through, and turned to Jiang Zhuju, saying, "As long as you guarantee his distance from here, I shall allow you to depart." Jiang Zhuju shot a glance at the silent Su Xiang, steeling himself as he exclaimed, "My actions require no dictation from you. Step aside, Jiang Zhuju, do not be ungrateful. If you do not drive him away, what will happen if he escapes?" Zhuang Fan countered forcefully. "Whether he escapes or not is your responsibility. I ask only once, will you step aside or not?" Jiang Zhuju remained unyielding. "Jiang Zhuju, for Chu Shimi's sake, I am speaking to you civilly. Should you persist in your obstinacy, when Brother Yi arrives, you may find it difficult to endure his wrath." Zhuang Fan warned coldly, "Do not use Yi Tian to intimidate me. He is not worthy of such," Jiang Zhuju retorted, dismissing Zhuang Fan's threats as if they were mere trifles. Inwardly, Jiang Zhuju resolved, "Those who do not infringe upon me shall not face my ire. Yet should they provoke me, I would not shy away from confrontation, even with Yi Tian." Bearing the weight of a mysterious, divine martial art, he was not necessarily bound to lose. In an instant, he raised his hand, unleashing a palm strike enveloped in searing true energy, scorching hot as it surged toward Zhuang Fan. Zhuang Fan instinctively raised his sword to defend, only to be sent flying, colliding with two fellow disciples behind him. Coughing, Zhuang Fan struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood, which evaporated into vapor upon touching the ground. That was the domineering true energy that Jiang Zhuju had infused within him. Looking at the sword that had been struck by Jiang Zhuju's palm, it had become contorted and deformed, as if subjected to extreme heat. "Brother Zhuang, are you all right?" The others rushed forward to assist him. Amidst the chaos, a shadow darted past, and Su Xiang had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a grateful remark, "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Fan felt his blood surge, spewing forth another mouthful. "True energy has manifested. So you have already reached the Master Cultivator realm. And so what?" Jiang Zhuju replied with a frigid gaze. "Jiang Zhuju, what boldness! You have hidden yourself so deeply, yet, with only your nascent Master Cultivator prowess, you dare challenge Brother Yi? Now that the man has escaped, should Brother Yi seek retribution, the humiliation I suffered from this palm strike will surely be repaid in kind." Zhuang Fan's heart brimmed with resentment. Originally, intercepting Su Xiang would have earned him great merit and provided Yi Tian an opportunity to demonstrate his prowess before Zhang Lin. Now, however, he had been disrupted by Jiang Zhuju, revealing his Master Cultivator's strength ostentatiously and leaving him humiliated, while also garnering Zhang Lin's newfound respect. "Were I in your position, I would not be so presumptuous without understanding my opponent. If a dog is struck, it is only right to summon its master for justice. Jiang Zhuju scoffed derisively. Wait for it. Brother Yi will be here shortly. If you were to plead for mercy now, perhaps I could speak a few good words for you before Brother Yi. Allowing him to merely reprimand you lightly, Zhuang Fan hissed through clenched teeth. At that moment, a figure rushed from a distance, calling out loudly, Brother Zhuang. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Fan's spirits soared as if his injuries had healed in an instant. Declaring triumphantly, Brother Yi has arrived. You are done for this time. However, as the figure drew near, Zhuang Fan's expression shifted dramatically. Where is Brother Yi? Brother Zhuang. Brother Yi is currently in a standoff with the royal family and cannot break away. He has ordered you to return immediately, the newcomer replied. Zhuang Fan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of fury and spewed forth another mouthful of blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. The subsequent events were unknown to Su Xiang. Since his whereabouts had been discovered, he hastened to gather flowers to complete his task. He then blended into the main hall, attempting to take advantage of the turmoil. As Su Xiang stepped into the main hall, the scene before him left him utterly astounded. A chaotic melee involving over 200 individuals was unfolding, with shouts and cries of anguish intermingling incessantly. He focused intently at the entrance, where the magnificent main hall spanned approximately an acre. Supported by nearly 100 robust stone pillars, intricate floral patterns adorned the stone pillars, vividly lifelike. What astonished Su Xiang most was that, despite the intense fighting, the stone pillars remained unscathed. Not a drop of blood had marred their surfaces. Inside the hall, dozens of stone tables were arranged, each adorned with a small stone box, some already opened while others remained protected by a crimson light barrier, yet to be unsealed. These were the secret treasures left behind by the flower-plucking king. Su Chun quietly explained. Ancestor, many barriers have been breached, and the contenders are numerous, Su Xiang lamented. With over 200 individuals in the hall, it would take an average of 5 people to share a single treasure. And there were even powerful contenders seeking to claim more for themselves. Thus, such fierce competition was hardly surprising. The center of the hall, upon a magnificent throne woven entirely of flowers, sat the lifeless body of a handsome middle-aged man. Remarkably, despite the passage of time, the floral throne remained vibrant and full of life. The body was likely that of the flower-plucking king himself, having endured the ages without decay, appearing as if he were still alive. Have you just arrived here? Just as Su Xiang pondered, a voice inquired beside him. Who are you? Su Xiang turned to see a youth, seemingly around 18, standing nearby, with thick brows and bright eyes radiating a sense of righteousness. I hail from the Qingyun sect, and my name is Yu Zhang. May I ask which sect you belong to? He inquired politely, cupping his hands in greeting. I am a solitary wanderer, without any sect. Su Xiang replied, scrutinizing him closely. Ha ha, as a lone wanderer, you have ventured into such a tumultuous place, demonstrating remarkable confidence in your abilities, Yu Zhang remarked with a friendly smile. Not having received specific information, Yu Zhang did not display displeasure, maintaining his amiable demeanor. Su Xiang pressed further. The competition within the hall is fierce. Since everyone is here for treasure, why does Brother Lin not join in? With a slight smile and a hint of self-deprecation, Yu Zhang explained, our Qingyun sect is rather small, and we know well that we cannot compete with other experts for such opportunities, hence we refrain from seeking out unnecessary troubles. Then why venture into this place if you do not seek to compete? Su Xiang inquired further. With a proud smile, Yu Zhang elaborated, our Qingyun sect specializes in intelligence gathering. There is a saying in the martial world that you may not have heard. When Qingyun arises, matters will be revealed. We do not partake in conflicts but rather sustain ourselves through collecting and selling information. Given the grand event of the flower-plucking king's tomb, naturally, intriguing information will arise. I merely need to ascertain the state of affairs here and how various heroes fare to complete my task. Look over there, at the stone table near the throne, where 2 individuals are engaged in combat. Yu Zhang gestured. Following his indication, Su Xiang turned to see 2 figures, one clad in green and the other in white, entangled in fierce struggle. Clad in a cerulean robe stood a dashing young nobleman, his fists aglow with a resplendent yellow light, indicative of his mastery at the level of a cultivator. In stark contrast, the white figure was a woman, slender and graceful, adorned in a flowing white gown. Her face veiled, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. Her strikes were cold and resolute, a blue light radiating from her palm, showcasing her prowess at the same cultivator level. This young man in azure, known as Etion of the Yi family from the southern frontier, was a second-tier cultivator with profound foundations, straddling the divide between the earth and heaven ranks, distinguished as one of the elite among the new disciples of the Sword Spirit sect. Yu Zhang, with a smile, introduced him. He had garnered the attention of the elders of the Sword Spirit sect during the disciple recruitment assembly and was accepted as a direct disciple at an early stage. Due to his physique favoring the earth attribute, he was bestowed with the earth-level technique, the true art of the earth, advancing swiftly in his cultivation, currently ranking 67th on the Huangxian list. It was clear that Yi Tian possessed considerable strength, his talent rivaling and perhaps even surpassing that of his own. The white-clad woman was of remarkable lineage, the 9th princess of the Central Plains royal family. Han Yener, at merely 16 years of age, she had already entered the realm of cultivators, reputed to possess earth-level spiritual roots and practicing the royal family's secret technique, the true scripture of ice. She currently stood at the 81st position on the Huangxian list. It became evident that a confrontation loomed between the Yi family and the royal family. Yet, observing the current circumstances, the royal family's strength appeared insufficient to contend with the Sword Spirit sect. As Princess Han Yener gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, Su Xiang watched the fierce duel unfold, deep in contemplation. By the way, what exactly is this Huangxian list you mentioned? He inquired of Yu Zhang. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhang feigned solemnity, clearing his throat to explain. The Huangxian list is a ranking established by our Qingyun sect for outstanding youths under the age of 20 in the Divine Enlightenment Kingdom. In addition, there are also the Dijia list and the Tianjia list, among others. The Dijia list targets geniuses under the age of 30. It is noteworthy that both Yi Tian and the 9th princess have made their mark on the young heroes list at such a tender age, illustrating their extraordinary gifts. Typically, those who make the list have undergone extensive cultivation in various sects and possess remarkable prowess. Is Jiang Zhuju from the southern frontier also on the list? Su Xiang could not help but ask, eager to ascertain Jiang Zhuju's standing among the younger generation of the Divine Enlightenment. Jiang Zhuju. It is said that she possesses a rare earth-level spiritual root, with a fire attribute physique. She broke through the cultivator realm within a year during her childhood, but for reasons unknown, her cultivation stagnated for nearly a decade, only to recently surge forth, advancing several ranks within 3 months. She currently resides at the pinnacle of the cultivator realm, though the specifics of her cultivation technique remain unclear. Her most recent public display of strength was during the rookie selection in Southern Frontier City, where she surpassed a figure at the pseudo-cultivator level, known as Su. Due to her limited yet fluctuating achievements, she is temporarily placed at the 99th position on the Young Heroes list. 99th? What about Su Xiang? Su Xiang could not restrain himself from inquiring about his own name. My friend. Our Qingyun sect specializes in gathering and trading information. The details I have provided thus far are complimentary, should you wish to delve deeper. Yu Zhang adopted a troubled expression, rubbing his fingers together, implying a fee was required. Is there really a charge? Su Xiang mused silently, vexed, yet driven by curiosity about his own standing. He retrieved a silver ingot from his pocket and tossed it to Yu Zhang. Yu Zhang gleefully accepted it, biting it to verify its authenticity before beaming. Thank you for your patronage. It is rumored that Su Xiang overdosed on medicinal pills and suffered a severe setback in his duel against Zhang Duxiu, leading to significant damage to his meridians. Recent whispers suggest he has unfortunately passed away. He had achieved the rank of pseudo-cultivator in his lifetime, only to be defeated by Zhang Duxiu, who currently ranks 99th. The Young Heroes list only records the top 100, hence Su Xiang is notably absent from it. Su Xiang was on the brink of despair, wishing to strangle the man before him. 5 taels of silver for news of someone not even on the list, and worse still, news of his own humiliating defeat. Had they forgotten how invincible he was when in Southern Frontier City? Noticing the venomous glare from Su Xiang, Yu Zhang felt a shiver run down his spine and nervously chuckled. Could it be that you have some sort of connection with that Su? Connection? I am him. Did you not know? There is no connection. Su Xiang retorted angrily, realizing that since the world believed him to be deceased, revealing his identity would only invite unnecessary troubles. Enough nonsense. You must lend a hand to that girl. Su Qin urged, observing Han Yin'er gradually succumbing to the pressure in battle. The ninth princess, Han Yin'er, was renowned for her beauty and talent, standing out amongst the younger generation of the royal family. In the narrative crafted by Su Chun, Zhang Zhuzhu had once stolen a barrier-breaking pill from the Nianhua royal tomb, and it was precisely this pill that Han Yin'er and Yi Tian were vying for. A detail that remained vivid in her memory. Subsequently, during the grand competition among the four sects, Zhang Zhuzhu had once again bested her, leading to a complex emotional response towards him, for women often held a natural admiration for the strong. According to Su Qin's scheme, Su Xiang needed to ally with the royal family, making it essential to offer assistance to the ninth princess at this juncture, thus securing a powerful ally for his future endeavors in the Central Plains. Upon hearing this, Su Xiang shifted his gaze towards Han Yin'er, noticing that she indeed found herself at a disadvantage. Well-versed in water attribute techniques, her attacks were numerous yet lacked sufficient force. Her opponent, Yi Tian, was a tier above her in cultivation and practiced a robust earth attribute technique, making it challenging for Han Yin'er to breach his defenses. After prolonged combat, Han Yin'er, drained of stamina, found herself relentlessly pursued by Yi Tian. Retreating step by step, though Su Xiang was not a dim-witted individual, he typically preferred not to engage in deep contemplation. However, with his ancestor Su Chun providing guidance, he was more than willing to follow without hesitation, trusting that his ancestor's direction was infallible. Thus, he resolved to heed the advice, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Zheng before departing. I shall intervene in this conflict. You continue your watch over the rankings. Yu Zheng called out from behind, brother, a friendly warning. Yi Tian and Han Yin'er are not foes you can easily provoke. Also, what is your name? Perhaps I could assist you in securing a ranking. Lo Xiang. This was the alias Su Xiang had prepared for himself. One must have a name while traversing the realm. He activated the Gale Leaf technique, azure light converging beneath his feet, his speed surging instantly. Within the fierce melee of the Grand Hall, he maneuvered effortlessly, heading straight for the battleground where Yi Tian and Han Yin'er clashed. True Qi manifestation? Another cultivator level? How astonishingly swift! Yu Zheng watched in astonishment, pondering where this individual had emerged from, having never heard of him before. Oh dear, didn't I tell you not to approach those two? How could you still go? Yu Zheng fretted, seeing Su Xiang boldly enter the fray between Yi Tian and Han Yin'er. Su Xiang navigated the chaos with ease, the chaotic and dense attacks seeming incapable of touching him in the slightest. Chapter 13. A heroic rescue. Are you fond of men? Did you just catch a glimpse of a figure darting by? A disciple of the Sword Spirit sect abruptly interrupted a Central Plains disciple who was poised to strike him with a sword. The Central Plains disciple instinctively paused, glancing around in confusion. I didn't see anything. The Sword Spirit disciple, equally puzzled, frowned in response. If you didn't see it, then forget it. Perhaps I was seeing things. Continue the match. Prepare yourself. Che, what a coward. If you hadn't called for a pause, my sword would have struck you already. That was your own slow reaction. Princess, in the tales of the realm, whosoever unveils your veil shall become your ideal consort. Yi Tian pressed forward relentlessly, cornering Han Yin'er into a dire situation. Chuckling as he spoke, though Han Yin'er was currently veiled, one could deduce from her enchanting figure that she was undoubtedly a beauty of unparalleled grace. Young noblemen often shared a common inclination towards lustful desires. How dare you presume to be worthy of me? Han Yin'er bit her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury as she rebuked him. You are worn out and fatigued. This barrier-breaking pill, if you allow me to unveil your veil, I shall grant it to you. Do not forget, I am the senior disciple of the newly admitted disciples of the Sword Spirit sect, a status that would not tarnish your honor. Yi Tian sneered, his gaze upon Han Yin'er as if she were already his possession. Impudent rogue. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the princess? Nearby, two royal guards, engaged in fierce battle, overheard Yi Tian's derogatory words aimed at Han Yin'er and immediately rushed towards him, shouting indignantly while momentarily dismissing their own opponents. Yi Tian sneered. You overestimate yourselves. In his eyes, these two young men, having reached the pinnacle of martial arts, posed no threat whatsoever. With a swift motion, he enveloped his hands in yellow light, effortlessly catching the dual swords thrusting at him. The sword tips met his palms without inflicting harm. With a surge of internal energy, he struck both young men in the chest with his curved palms. The two Central Plains disciples, at the peak of their cultivation, instantly spat blood and were sent flying, their fates hanging in the balance. "Princess, allow me to behold your unparalleled beauty," Etion grinned sinisterly. Advancing closer to Han Yin'er, "Begone. Even if you unveil my veil, I will never marry you. I shall find a way to kill you, then take my own life. Thus, I would not betray my vow." Han Yin'er seethed with rage, wishing to rend the lecher before her into 1,000 pieces. However, having previously suffered a misstep and sustained a blow, she now found herself too weak to escape. "Take one step closer and I shall perish before you," Han Yin'er warned, raising her hand to strike at her own crown. To marry a disciple of the Sword Spirit sect would be to bring shame upon the royal family. She would rather die than allow this villain to succeed. Yi Tian could not allow Han Yin'er to fulfill her wish. He swiftly stepped forward to thwart her attempt at self-destruction. "Ninth Princess, you have yet to experience the affections of your husband. How can you depart thus?" A wicked grin adorned his face as he reached out, intending to unveil the defenseless Han Yin'er. "Not a chance. My royal family will never let you go." Han Yin'er was struck again, her wrist reddening and swelling, her strength waning, leaving her to struggle in vain. "Your royal family has long since declined. Do you still dare to oppose my Sword Spirit sect? You would do better to submit to me. In the future, you might find a place within the Sword Spirit sect." Etion remained unfazed, his hands continuing their relentless advance. As thoughts of her family's gradual decline coursed through her mind. The realization that she would be humiliated by this despicable wretch brought tears to Han Yin'er's beautiful eyes, and she despairingly closed them in the distance. The royal guards, witnessing Han Yin'er in peril, rushed forward without regard for their safety, but the distance was too great, and they could only shout from afar, "Halt! How dare you!" Just as despair enveloped Han Yin'er, a radiant light brushed past her, and a warm hand securely wrapped around her fragile waist. Etion, seeing this, was filled with rage. How dare a figure clad in black with a hat cover his face intervene right before his eyes? He temporarily abandoned the thought of unveiling Han Yin'er and struck directly at the man behind her. To his astonishment, the black-clad figure not only did not retreat, but advanced to meet the challenge, his palm glowing with a verdant light as it clashed head-on with Etion's assault. "Master." Etion was initially taken aback, but then he felt a surge of sharp, formidable energy emanate from the man's hand. After their palms connected, both were sent flying back. The black-clad man floated back gracefully, landing 7 to 8 meters away, while Etion stumbled back, taking several steps before regaining his balance, his inner energy in turmoil. He gazed at the black-clad figure with suspicion. "Who exactly are you?" The man was Su Xiang, his cold gaze locked onto Etion, feeling a twinge of pain in his palm, though Etion acted with brash arrogance. His strength was indeed formidable. Su Xiang had clearly felt the iron-hard nature of Etion's palm during their encounter, the force behind it incredibly overwhelming. Even with his profound mastery of divine-level techniques, Su Xiang found himself at a disadvantage in their exchange. "What is your background?" Etion, both astonished and enraged, gritted his teeth. He was so close to unveiling the 9th princess's veil and witnessing the unparalleled beauty that even the gods admired. This unexpected newcomer had managed to endure his furious strike while cradling a woman, retreating less than he had. Zhuozheng, who had been observing Su Xiang closely, was utterly dumbfounded at the entrance to the hall. Could he be a prodigy cultivated by some hidden family, to stand against Etion and seemingly gain the upper hand? "Luoxiang, it seems you shall indeed have your place on the Huangxian list." Su Xiang smiled nonchalantly, responding easily, "As for me, I am merely someone who enjoys stepping in at the right moment." "Stepping in at the right moment? What kind of hero hides in the shadows?" Etion scoffed. "Disciples of the Sword Spirit sect surround him." In an instant, numerous disciples gathered around Etion, forming a menacing encirclement. "If you have the courage, remove your hat and let us see your true face." Observing this, Etion felt a sense of reassurance, believing victory to be in his grasp. Meanwhile, nearly 100 members of the royal family quickly assembled behind Han Yin'er, and once again, a tense standoff ensued. "I once vowed that whoever saw my face would become my wife. You wish to marry me? Apologies, but I have no interest in men." Su Xiang feigned embarrassment, shaking his head. Laughter erupted from the crowd. But upon noticing Yi Tian's nearly fiery expression, the laughter abruptly ceased. This scion of privilege, who had lived a life of excess for many years, was even more adept at insults than Yi Tian, surpassing even Su Chun, the ancestor in the art of derision. Yet his careless words inadvertently struck a painful chord within Han Yener. What do you mean by that? Do you still dare to mock me without discerning friend from foe? Are you not aware that it was this vow that almost made me her nominal husband? Han Yener was filled with indignation. She shot a fierce glare at Su Xiang and weakly said, "How long do you intend to hold me?" Realizing he still had his arm around Han Yener's slender waist, Su Xiang felt a delicate, smooth sensation through her clothing. The proximity brought forth a hint of the youthful fragrance emanating from her. Leaving him feeling quite awkward, he quickly withdrew his hand, murmuring an apology, though it lacked genuine reverence. "I apologize. It was a lapse in etiquette due to urgency." Humph! Han Yener glared at him again, retrieving a pill from her bosom and swallowing it, gradually alleviating her weakness. Hearing Su Xiang's taunt, Yi Tian's fury surged, and just as he was about to erupt, someone nearby shouted, "Yi Shixiang. This man is the notorious flirt who wreaks havoc everywhere. He and Jiang Zhuzhue conspired to harm me and even insulted you, claiming you are insignificant." The speaker was Zhua Fan, who had previously attempted to intercept everyone but had been injured by Jiang Zhuzhue. Now, he unleashed his pent-up fury on the cloaked Su Xiang. All eyes turned toward Su Xiang, who donned black clothing and a mask, with a large bouquet of flowers tied to his belt, perfectly aligning with the rumors of a flirt. Han Yener also noticed the flowers on Su Xiang's back, exclaiming in surprise, "So you are the flirt." Su Xiang was indeed the very man she had summoned multiple times, but had failed to appear. The one who had conspired with Jiang Zhuzhue to injure her subordinates, earning him the title of flirt. Old grievances and new animosities intertwined, causing Yi Tian to grit his teeth in rage as he fixed his gaze on Han Yener, stating emphatically, "Ninth Princess, this man has deeply insulted me. Today, we shall set this matter aside, and I shall relinquish that barrier-breaking pill to you. Just promise me that you will not interfere in my dealings with him." Should Han Yener nod in agreement, Yi Tian would immediately lead the disciples of the Sword Spirit sect in capturing Su Xiang. Han Yener looked to Su Xiang, only to find him unmoved, seemingly indifferent to whether she would betray him. Unbeknownst to her, Su Chun had already informed Su Xiang of Han Yener's loyal and righteous character, knowing she would never repay kindness with malice. Indeed, Han Yener did not disappoint Su Chun, responding coldly, "Even if you have insulted me, how shall I reckon this debt? The one who saved me just now is a friend of my royal family. We of the Han clan have no habit of betraying friends. Very well, to have saved the ninth princess is to be our friend." The royal faction present echoed in fervent agreement, their sentiments ignited. At the entrance of the hall, Jiang Zhuzhue and Jiang Linson arrived late, having searched fruitlessly through the 10 flower halls, only to find one flower field destroyed, compelling them to reluctantly approach the main hall. The scene before them left them bewildered. "Have you just arrived?" Upon seeing Jiang Zhuzhue and Jiang Linson, Yuzhong promptly approached them with enthusiasm. "Greetings, I am Jiang Zhuzhue of the Sword Spirit sect. May I inquire what has transpired within the hall?" Jiang Zhuzhue cupped his hands in greeting, seeking details. "Well," Yuzhong hesitated for a moment, instinctively gesturing for silence. Jiang Lin tossed a silver ingot worth about 20 taels toward Yuzhong, impatiently stating, "Speak quickly." Yuzhong awkwardly smiled, accepting the silver. Just making a living. As long as you wish to know, I shall tell you everything without reservation. What exactly happened in the hall?" Jiang Zhuzhue pressed, frowning. "If I were to elaborate, it would take quite a while, so let me summarize." "Then please do so succinctly." "All right, I shall begin with the conflict between Yi Tian, the senior brother of the Sword Spirit sect, and the ninth princess, Han Yener, over the barrier-breaking pill." Yuzhong swiftly recounted the tale of Yi Tian and Han Yener battling over the pill, her unfortunate defeat leading to her capture, just as her veil was about to be unveiled when Su Xiang dramatically intervened to rescue her, inadvertently revealing the alias he used. "So he is Luo Xiang. Remarkable. To confront Yi Tian directly without falling behind." Jiang Zhuzhue murmured to himself, incredulous. He had not anticipated that in the future, he would emulate Su Xiang. Traveling the world under a clumsy pseudonym, Zhu Lin Gu. "Do you know that Luo Xiang?" I just heard Zhuo Fan from your sword spirit sect say that you collaborated with Luo Xiang to injure him. Yu Zheng suddenly recalled Zhuo Fan's earlier words and connected them to Jiang Zhujue's name. Zhuo Fan, do I need to team up with someone else to deal with him? Jiang Zhujue scoffed. Dismissing the notion, Jiang Lin, let us go and witness the commotion. Since we are here, we cannot leave empty-handed. That first inner sect disciple spot belongs to me. With that, Jiang Zhujue led Jiang Lin into the hall. Yi Tian followed the direction of Zhuang Fan's finger and beheld Jiang Zhuojue accompanied by Jiang Lin, leisurely making their entrance. The pair's gaze predominantly fixated on the masked figure of Su Xiang, seemingly indifferent to his presence alongside Zhuang Fan. Upon observing Jiang Lin, adorned with a floral crown and exuding an air of serene elegance, Yi Tian's ire flared even more intensely. Why did these stunning beauties remain so aloof towards him? Each time he found someone to admire, another would invariably intrude. What task does senior brother Yi have for me? Jiang Zhuojue offered a perfunctory bow, clearly dismissing Yi Tian's inquiry. Zhuang Fan accused, you conspire with outsiders, harming your own sect. Is this true? Yi Tian's gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through Jiang Zhuojue. The figure before him bore royal protection and matched his strength, making the situation quite precarious. In contrast, Jiang Zhuojue was undoubtedly the most suitable target for his frustration. Senior brother Yi has misunderstood. There are indeed those who obstruct our departure and have deliberately slandered you. Jiang Zhuojue shall not tolerate such treachery among our own, which tarnishes your reputation. Jiang Zhuojue, eloquent in speech, deftly shifted the blame back to Zhuang Fan. Moreover, do I truly need to ally with others to deal with someone of Zhuang Fan's caliber? Jiang Zhuojue scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Why? Yi Tian's expression hardened. Jiang Zhuojue's articulate rebuttal left him momentarily speechless. Although he usually exuded arrogance, as the nominal leader of the Jinling sect, he had to consider the sect's dignity. Jiang Zhuojue's words rendered further inquiry impractical, for it would only serve to amuse the royal family. Why? Yi Tian shot a glare at Zhuang Fan, muttering, incompetent at achieving results, yet adept at causing failure. He turned to Jiang Zhuojue, his tone grave. Jiang Zhuojue, since you have returned, assist me in obtaining the breaking barrier pill. You shall restrain that masked man while I confront the 9th princess. Upon success, I shall certainly commend you within the sect. Internally, Jiang Zhuojue cursed, you take the easy task. I shall handle the difficult one. What kind of a senior brother is this? Yet he feigned a troubled countenance, responding, Brother Luoxiang's strength is formidable. I witnessed him rescue someone from your grasp. Senior brother Yi. I fear I may struggle to contend with him. Jiang Zhuojue was reluctant. Who among the brothers would dare to take on such a challenge? Yi Tian, displeased by Jiang Zhuojue's evasion, inquired of the Jinling sect's members. Although there were several disciples at the cultivation level who could confidently claim victory against Su Xiang, who could match Yi Tian, many shook their heads. After such a prolonged battle, our stamina is severely depleted. Jiang Zhuojue had just arrived, brimming with energy, making him ideally suited to meet the foe. Jiang Zhuojue, the consensus is upon you. This task is yours alone. Why? Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction, secretly pleased. He had no intention of selecting another from the Jinling sect, for most disciples were beholden to him. Naturally, Jiang Zhuojue would bear the brunt of this perilous endeavor. Why all the commotion? We are not devoid of options. Why should your Jinling sect be so selective? At that moment, a figure emerged from the royal camp, issuing a stern rebuke. This individual was lean yet athletic, with prominent brows and eyes, youthful yet sporting a full beard. His high nose bore resemblance to those from the western regions. He was Li Yu, son of the commander of the royal guards, and another figure of martial prowess within the royal entourage. Aside from the 9th princess, Song, you previously spoke disrespectfully to the 9th princess. I shall see to it that you pay the price. Li Yu pointed his sword menacingly at Song Yang. Coming from a military lineage, he had been tempered in the army from a young age, and his fiery temperament had been ignited upon hearing the Jinling sect regard them as mere pawns to be chosen at will. The princess had narrowly escaped capture, her virtue imperiled. How could he remain silent? With your skill, you dare challenge senior brother Yi. Senior brother, I shall apprehend this fellow and seek your pardon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhuojue's heart leaped with joy. He was eager for an opportunity to strike back and immediately adopted an expression of rage. Charging towards Li Yu, as the two clashed, others were too preoccupied to notice. plunging the scene into chaos once more. At this moment, only Su Xiang remained to guard Han Yin'er, establishing a standoff with Yi Tian. How is your recovery progressing? I will deal with Yi Tian. You take the chance to seize the breaking barrier pill. Yu Xiang cast a glance at the pill resting on the stone table, speaking softly to Han Yin'er. The precious pill lay quietly on the stone surface, its seal broken, having gone untouched amidst the fierce contention between the ninth princess and Yi Tian. Why are you helping me? Han Yin'er began, but before she could finish, a shadow darted past, and Su Xiang charged towards Yi Tian with astounding speed. Su Chun had informed him earlier that among the treasures in the chamber, the breaking barrier pill was the most coveted. Only when the pill was taken would the true hidden treasures of the Nianhua King reveal themselves. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Yi Tian's expression darkened as he observed the chaos between the Jinling sect and the royal faction spiraling out of control, confronting the oncoming Su Xiang. He braced himself for battle, seething with resentment. Su Xiang's feet glowed with azure light, his speed astonishing, and he swiftly closed the distance to Yi Tian. A kick struck Yi Tian's side, causing him to stumble. Remarkably, Su Xiang had employed no martial techniques, relying solely on the formidable defensive power of the Earth True Art. While Yi Tian suffered no substantial harm, it was evident how swift Su Xiang was. In truth, Su Xiang refrained from utilizing martial skills, not wishing to reveal his true identity. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhuojue's opponent, though of the same cultivation level, appeared utterly outmatched before Zhang Zhuojue, who handled the confrontation with ease while simultaneously keeping an eye on Su Xiang's situation. It is a pity I couldn't learn new offensive techniques in time. Otherwise, Yi Tian would have faced a severe setback after that kick. Han Yin'er watched from the sidelines, lamenting, wishing Zhang Zhuojue had unleashed his formidable skills to severely injure Yi Tian. Having suffered the first strike, Yi Tian was consumed by rage, turning around with a punch enveloped in yellow light, a heavy pressure aimed directly at Su Xiang. This punch represented his most powerful attack. For an ordinary person, a single blow would mean either death or grievous injury. A faint smile curled at the corners of Su Xiang's mouth as he thought, though the punch is powerful, it is regrettably too slow. How could it possibly reach me? He swiftly evaded Yi Tian's fierce strike, instantly reappearing behind him, and with a flick of his hand, playfully tapped Yi Tian's forehead. Zhang Zhuojue was entangled with Li Yu. Appearing evenly matched, yet in truth, he was only exerting a third of his strength. He was scrutinizing Su Xiang's true capabilities, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with him. As a genius capable of contending with Yi Tian. He surely possessed martial skills. His reluctance to reveal them hinted at hidden depths. Yi Tian, provoked by Su Xiang's mocking tactics, grew increasingly agitated. The Earth True Art was renowned for its stability and resilience. Yet speed was not its forte. In contrast, Su Xiang wielded the divine technique, whirlwind falling leaves, excelling in agility. Although Yi Tian's offensive was fierce, he could never lay a finger upon Su Xiang, driving him to the brink of fury. Onlookers, especially Yu Zheng at the palace gate, were utterly astonished at Yi Tian, a prodigy who ranked 67th on the Huangxian list at merely 16, now found himself unable to graze the hem of Su Xiang's garment. Su Xiang, employing no martial techniques, resorted to childlike antics, kicking, flicking foreheads, slapping cheeks, and tugging hair, seemingly harmless yet ruthlessly humiliating Yi Tian, treating him as if he were a mere child. This Luoxiang's strength must surely place him within the top 50 of the Huangxian list, and his cultivation technique appears to be extraordinary. Why have I never heard of it before? Yu Zheng mused, suddenly exclaiming, if you're going to fight, why are you pulling down his trousers? Yi Tian, rendered helpless by Su Xiang's antics, now saw Han Yin'er gracefully approaching the breaking barrier pill, his heart sinking. He could not allow her to succeed. Zhang Zhuojue, witnessing the scene, revealed a smirk, feeling an unexpected sense of gratitude towards Yi Tian. Su Xiang steeled himself, resolving, since I have such a mischievous ancestor, I shall embrace it. In a flash, he appeared behind Yi Tian, yanking his trousers down to his knees. Just as Yi Tian, brimming with confidence, swung his fist to strike Han Yin'er, he suddenly felt a chilling breeze at his lower half. His legs were ensnared by the fallen trousers, and with a sudden exertion of force, he lost his balance and tumbled to the ground with a loud thud. A powerful fist struck the floor with ferocity, leaving behind a deep crater. All eyes turned toward him, momentarily halting the fierce battle. The first thing that caught their gaze was a pair of snow-white, long legs. How astonishing! Brother Yi's upkeep is remarkably impressive. His skin smooth and delicate, thought a disciple of the Sword Spirit sect, unable to suppress a chuckle. Looking up, one could see a pair of pink boxer shorts. Yi Tian's fall was so peculiar it resembled a distorted version of the dog-eating dung pose. The physique of a martial artist was robust and well-proportioned, with firm and powerful glutes, which, combined with the pink shorts, presented an unexpectedly striking visual effect. Two shy yet indignant screams erupted almost simultaneously as the noble ladies Han Yin'er and Jiang Lin witnessed such an embarrassing scene for the first time, their faces instantly flushing crimson as they hurriedly covered their eyes with their hands. However, their fingers were slightly parted, as if they were sneakily peeking through the gaps. Ahem! Who would have thought that Master Yi had such a playful side? No, it should be said that he possesses a unique quality, mused Su Xiang, feeling somewhat awkward yet playful in the face of the scene. The onlookers could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into raucous guffaws. Who could have anticipated that this usually imposing senior brother would be caught wearing pink underwear in private? Jiang Zhuojue swallowed hard, a mix of astonishment and trepidation flashing across his face as he glanced at Su Xiang. This fellow, in order to conceal his true strength, resorted to such underhanded tactics. It seemed that Luo Xiang indeed harbored some unspeakable secrets. At the entrance of the hall, Yu Zheng was practically in stitches. What of the secret record of the flower picking? What of the Huang Xian ranking? Nothing could rival the explosive news value of the Sword Spirit sect's newly appointed senior brother being publicly disrobed to reveal pink underwear. Even the upheaval in the Tianjia ranking would pale in comparison to this sensational revelation. He was already envisioning how his impending report for the Qingyun sect would fly off the shelves. The title had already formed in his mind. Exclusive scoop: the private life of the Sword Spirit sect's new senior brother Yi Tian exposed. Chapter 17. The Flower King appears. Chosen by the flower lovers, Yi Tian sprang up, swiftly rising from the ground, but the pant legs around his knees had been reduced to tattered rags due to the violent collision, making it impossible to cover himself properly in a flurry. He tugged at the edge of his robe, pressing his hands tightly against his backside, barely avoiding an embarrassing situation. This scene brought a chuckle from Su Chun, who mused that Yi Tian's current appearance bore a striking resemblance to the globally famed Chi Pao from his past life. It remained uncertain whether such attire existed in this realm. Luo Xiang, I shall not rest until you are vanquished. Yi Tian clenched the hem of his robe, roaring like thunder, his eyes blazing as if they could shoot arrows. While Su Xiang would have met his demise several times over. Angry, are you? Then come and strike me. Su Xiang laughed heartily, embodying the quintessential scion of a wealthy family, his acceptance of novelty evidently surpassing that of ordinary folk. Only allowed to use your feet? How about a fierce spinning kick? Ha! I guarantee I'll fly several meters away. Absolutely compliant. With that, Su Xiang exaggeratedly tilted his head and dramatically leaned to the side, vividly simulating the scene of himself being kicked away. You? Yi Tian, incensed, stepped forth to engage in battle, but in the midst of his movement, he felt a chilling draft. He had forgotten that his lower half was without covering. Su Xiang's antics were clearly intended to provoke him into further embarrassment. Zhuang Fan, quickly fetch me some trousers, Yi Tian bellowed in anger. Zhuang Fan, upon hearing, hurriedly rushed to Yi Tian's side, awkwardly shedding his outer garment. His face flushed with embarrassment. Brother Yi, we have no spare clothing. How about this? Turn the robe inside out, stick your legs into the sleeves, and tie a knot at the waist to serve as makeshift trousers. Yi Tian's expression fell, bordering on despair as he commanded, hurry and encircle me. The disciples of the Sword Spirit sect immediately complied, forming a circle to shield Yi Tian while he changed. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly bring the barrier-breaking pill and stop covering your eyes. Seeing that the Sword Spirit sect could not intervene, Su Xiang urged Han Yin'er, who was peeking curiously through her fingers. Han Yin'er, upon hearing this, promptly turned to retrieve the barrier-breaking pill. Jiang Zhuojue, feeling quite reluctant, took a step forward, only to notice Su Xiang's gaze fixated intently on his belt. This fellow doesn't have any peculiar quirks. Does he? Though the precious item was of utmost importance, one's own reputation should not be disregarded. In the face of Luo Xiang's elusive movements, Jiang Zhuojue felt he could not cope. reluctantly watching Han Yin'er procure the barrier-breaking pill. Luo Xiang, I will see you dead. After Han Yin'er succeeded, the disciples of the Sword Spirit sect dispersed their encirclement, and a heart-wrenching roar echoed through the hall. Ye Tian, clad in his hastily adapted new trousers, charged forth in a blaze of fury, vowing to engage Su Xiang in a battle to the death. What of the barrier-breaking pill? What of the secret record of the flower picking? Go to the devil with them. Royal family members instinctively positioned themselves to protect Su Xiang and the ninth princess. Enough noise. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a resonant voice rang out from the center of the hall. Clear and sonorous, imbued with authority. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, all eyes turned to the high platform within the hall, where the body of the Flower King was now radiating a resplendent glow. The woven flowers upon the throne appearing even more vibrant, painting a magnificent scene. Could it be that the Flower King has manifested? You intruders share a profound connection with me. The treasures within this hall are yours to utilize. The brilliance emanating from the Flower King's body flickered erratically. However, my successor shall be but one. It turned out that the residual will of the Flower King was indeed choosing a successor even after his demise. The crowd felt a shiver run through them, knowing that the chosen heir of the Flower King would inherit the most precious secrets of this tomb, the secret record of the flower picking. Flower King, choose me. I possess extraordinary talents. A young man waved his arms excitedly. An eighth-tier cultivator dares to call himself a genius. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, clearly from previous competitors, within the grand hall. Thoughts swirled among the guests. Ye Tian was entirely confident in his spiritual root and strength. His spiritual root, straddling the line between heaven and earth, was undoubtedly unmatched among those present, aside from the detestable Luo Xiang, who was difficult to contend with. Once he obtained the secret record of the flower picking, mastering it would undoubtedly allow him to reduce Luo Xiang to ashes. Zhang Zhuojue, equally determined, believed that as a holder of a heavenly spiritual root, he would be the first choice of the Flower King's selection, certain that he would stand out from the rest. I am the Flower King, and I have a profound love for flowers. My successor must be someone with a deep passion for flowers. A solemn voice resonated from the Flower King's body, a mysterious and authoritative force sweeping over the crowd. Upon hearing this declaration, all eyes immediately converged upon Su Xiang, the recently famous trickster who had toyed with Yi Tian and had previously roamed the flower palace in search of blossoms. Was he not the epitome of a flower lover? Zhang Zhuojue felt the mysterious force scrutinizing him, recalling his master's advice, and thus took the bouquet of 99 flowers from Jiang Lin. He was convinced that the Flower King's trial must be intricately linked to flowers. This force lingered upon me for quite a while. Could it be me? Suddenly, the mysterious force quivered abruptly, then vanished without a trace. What just happened? Zhang Zhuojue was left utterly perplexed. Flower gatherer, you are not the only one. The voice of the medicine saint echoed within Zhang Zhuojue's mind. Following the gaze of the crowd, Zhang Zhuojue turned to Su Xiang. Where are your flowers? Show us if they are intact. Su Qian inquired. Sensing the opportune moment, Su Xiang retrieved the carefully preserved flowers from behind him, meticulously inspecting them. The 100 blossoms of various hues remained unscathed due to their proper preservation. The Flower King's body emitted a surprised murmur as its ethereal arm lifted. A soft pink light emanating from its hand, enveloping the bouquet in Su Xiang's grasp. Under the radiance of the Flower King, the bouquet gradually ascended into the air, the petals separating one by one, each floating freely. Excellent, precisely 100, just to my liking. The satisfaction in the Flower King's voice was palpable as the ethereal figure gently waved its sleeve. In an instant, the 100 flowers flew toward the surrounding stone pillars. Merging into each one, observant individuals noted that the patterns carved upon each pillar corresponded exactly to the flower species. Following this, the stone pillars burst forth with dazzling light, increasing in luminosity as if they could no longer contain the explosive energy within. 100 stone pillars simultaneously emitted a beam of white light. The light, initially thick, gradually refined as it ascended, ultimately converging into a single point, shooting directly towards Su Xiang's brow. Su Xiang felt an esoteric message inundate his mind. It was the contents of the secret record of the flower picking. The ancestor's prophecy has come to fruition. Collecting 100 types of flowers was indeed the key step to obtaining the secret record of the flower picking. Chapter 18. Becoming the successor. The entire assembly was left in shock. At this moment, if anyone still failed to comprehend that the Flower King had chosen Su Xiang as his successor, they would undoubtedly be exceedingly dull-witted. Thus, the true secret lay hidden here. The existence of the 10 flower palaces was not merely as burial offerings for the Flower King, but rather as tokens of acknowledgement for obtaining his favor. How could Luo Xiang be so fortunate? A disciple of the Sword Spirit sect was filled with resentment. Nearby, another individual sneered, "Save your breath. Luo Xiang can contend with Brother Yi. His talent is extraordinary. Do you think merely picking a few flowers qualifies you to be the Flower King's successor? If you cannot speak wisely, then keep your mouth shut." Zhuang Fan, witnessing the increasingly grim expression on Yi Tian's face, was left utterly speechless by the immaturity of this young subordinate, delivering a sharp slap to his head. Han Yin'er gazed intently at Su Xiang, who was undergoing a baptism of white light, murmuring softly to herself, "So the reason you were willing to bestow the barrier-breaking pill upon me is that you are aware of an even greater treasure that belongs to you." Earlier, when Su Xiang had instructed her to fetch the barrier-breaking pill, she had felt a twinge of surprise. After all, the barrier-breaking pill was a 5th-tier elixir, significantly enhancing the success rate of ascending from a revered status to a kingly one. Truly a rare gem. How could he bear to gift it to her? At this moment, she understood. He was completely indifferent to it. Jiang Zhujue's countenance darkened. He knew that Luo Xiang must have gathered 100 types of flowers to earn the recognition of the flower-picking king. He felt a surge of indignation, not because he had failed to collect 100 varieties, but because one of the flower fields had been sabotaged. Now he realized that the instigator was none other than Luo Xiang. He must know something. No, he had long since uncovered the secret of the flower-picking king's tomb. Those 100 flowers, remembering their initial encounter, when Su Xiang had revealed a murderous intent towards him and Jiang Lin's flower-picking endeavor. He finally found a reasonable explanation for it. Even if I cannot possess it, I shall not allow this vile creature, Luo Xiang, to lay a finger on it. The fact that the flower-picking king had chosen Su Xiang was now a foregone conclusion. And how could Yi Tian, who had been repeatedly humiliated by Su Xiang, simply let it go? With a furious roar, he swung his fist directly at Su Xiang's face. "Why, Yi Tian, despicable wretch, taking advantage of another's misfortune." Liu stepped forward to intercept. He was a man of integrity. Whether or not Luo Xiang had once saved the 9th princess, the mere fact that he had earned the recognition of the flower-picking king constituted his opportunity. At this moment, Su Xiang was at a crucial juncture of inheritance, unable to move, and Yi Tian was not only outmatched but was also stirring up trouble at such a critical time. Truly shameless and utterly reckless. Yi Tian let out a cold snort, casually kicking Liu aside. Liu stumbled back several steps, finally stabilizing himself against his long spear. "First, I shall deal with this man. Then I shall take care of you." Yi Tian's assault did not wane, his iron fist hurtling straight towards Su Xiang's head. "No." Han Yin'er gasped in alarm. Luo Xiang had not only safeguarded her reputation but had also aided her in obtaining the barrier-breaking pill. A debt of gratitude she felt was immeasurable. Fully aware of Yi Tian's formidable punch, she knew that even if Luo Xiang possessed extraordinary power, enduring this blow could still result in a shattered skull. Jiang Zhujue stood by, observing the unfolding drama without intervention or support, a flicker of secret delight hidden in his heart. If Yi Tian were truly able to eliminate Luo Xiang, perhaps as the second person to have gathered 99 flowers, he might have a chance at inheriting the flower-picking king's legacy. However, contrary to his expectations, although Su Xiang was immobile, he was wholly engrossed in comprehending the secrets of the flower-picking record. Yet, none dared to provoke the flower-picking king. Just as Yi Tian's fist was about to strike Luo Xiang's hat-covered head, a moment of crisis descended. "You ignorant child, how dare you harm the heir chosen by this king?" The flower-picking king's voice erupted in a soul-shaking roar. A powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated from the remains of the flower-picking king, causing Yi Tian to grunt as his fist, poised to strike, came to an abrupt halt mere inches from Su Xiang's cheek. Jiang Zhujue's heart jolted. Was this the power of spatial control possessed by a king-level cultivator? It was well known that cultivators at the revered level had begun to grasp the laws of space. allowing them to soar through the AI. In contrast, the king-level cultivators, having a deeper understanding of these laws, could almost manipulate local space, rendering any encroaching existence as insignificant as ants, subject to their whims. At this moment, the flower-picking king's restraint on Yi Tian was a clear demonstration of such spatial prowess. Given that this is your first offense, I shall spare your life. The gift you covet is no longer within your reach. Begone! With a flourish of his sleeve, the flower-picking king exerted an invisible force, sending Yi Tian soaring away in an instant. In midair, Yi Tian was tossed about like a violently shaken sheet. His body subjected to a fierce impact, causing over 20 items to spill from his robes. These treasures hovered in the air, including elixirs, martial techniques, cultivation methods, and various precious materials, all originally gathered by the disciples of the Sword Spirit sect, yet seized by Yi Tian under the pretense of unified allocation. Now, these treasures were completely stripped from him by the flower-picking king. Shortly thereafter, Yi Tian's figure was hurled out of the great hall, disappearing without a trace. Throughout the entire ordeal, he uttered not a single sound, his eyes filled with silent anguish and resentment. As Yi Tian departed, the crowd gradually regained their composure, their gazes fixated with fervor on the 20 or so treasures. Although their value paled in comparison to the flower-picking record, they were nonetheless exceptional items for enhancing one's strength at this juncture, especially for those disciples of the Sword Spirit sect who had been compelled to hand over their spoils to Yi Tian. Their anticipation grew exponentially. Those treasures, buoyed by the flower-picking king's power, gently floated upwards and ultimately settled before Jiang Zhuzhue under the watchful eyes of the eager crowd. The clear and resolute voice of the flower-picking king resonated once more. Aside from my chosen heir, you are also a lover of flowers. Seeing you with nothing to your name thus far, I feel a sense of guilt. Therefore, I bestow these treasures upon you to solidify our connection. A stir of astonishment swept through the entire assembly. The sight and sound left everyone speechless, their emotions surging. Not only were the items not redistributed, but they were entirely gifted to Jiang Zhuzhue, an act of incomprehensible generosity from the flower-picking king. Though many felt a pang of discontent, faced with the radiant bouquet in Jiang Zhuzhue's hands, they could only harbor secret regrets and marvel at the peculiar temperament of the flower-picking king. Noticing Jiang Zhuzhue standing in stunned silence, the flower-picking king leisurely remarked, "What? Aren't you going to express your gratitude?" It was only then that Jiang Zhuzhue regained his senses and respectfully accepted. "Thank you for your generous bestowal, esteemed elder. You, young man, are indeed fortunate. Your future accomplishments shall undoubtedly be remarkable. These trifling items will soon be beneath your notice," the flower-picking king said with a knowing smile. Jiang Zhuzhue detected the acknowledgement of his talent in those words and humbly replied, "I am unworthy of such praise. Jiang Zhuzhue, although these treasures do not rival the flower-picking record, they will certainly be of great benefit to you. This journey has not been in vain." The voice of the medicine sage echoed in Jiang Zhuzhue's mind. Among this collection of treasures, while some profound techniques held little allure for him, certain spiritual herbs and materials were precisely what he urgently required. Regrettably, he could not obtain the flower-picking record. Otherwise, with it, he could have significantly accelerated his cultivation process. A hint of wistfulness flickered in Jiang Zhuzhue's heart. Luo Xiang was also a person of considerable fortune. Having long since plotted his course, this individual will undoubtedly become a formidable rival for you in the future, the medicine sage concluded after careful consideration. In his view, Luo Xiang was likely much more complex than he appeared, with his revealed abilities merely a fraction of his true strength. As the brilliance flowed, strands of profound cultivation insights silently merged into Su Xiang's consciousness. Blossoming Fingers, a mid-tier martial technique at the earth level, involved delicate fingertip movements that, although seemingly harmless, unleashed a devastating inner force. A highly subtle form of finger technique, Falling Petals Palm, another mid-tier martial technique at the earth level, boasted immense palm strength, particularly adept at repelling foes. For Su Xiang, this was akin to a timely blessing, as the highest-level martial technique he had previously practiced from his family's secret vault was merely of the initial profound tier, which paled in comparison to these two techniques. The voice of the flower-picking king suddenly resonated in his mind. "Is it you, Senior Flower-Picking King?" Su Xiang cautiously inquired, secretly pondering whether the ancestral spirits would similarly communicate with him. Having inherited my legacy, you must also bear my burdens in life. I had a sworn enemy named Miao, whose tomb is rumored to lie to the north of Zhengzhou Mountain. I require you to go there and obliterate his grave, ensuring that he finds no peace even in death. The words of the flower-picking king dripped with a deep-seated vendetta. Why Miao Wang and the flower-picking king? Just hearing their titles implies a bitter enmity. Su Xiang mused inwardly. I am indeed headed to Zhengzhou. If he is the flower-picking king's nemesis, his strength must be formidable, and his tomb might contain countless treasures. This journey could serve as an opportunity for exploration. Senior, is there any danger within the Yi Miaowang's tomb? Su Xiang could not help but ask. Danger? That place is fraught with peril. The flower-picking king scoffed. That scoundrel Yi Mia is my polar opposite. I have always cherished flowers and never resorted to indiscriminate killing. Yet he has spent his life opposing me, leaving rivers of blood in his wake. His tomb will surely not be adorned with flowers as is mine. Senior, my strength is meager. I fear I cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. Might I? Su Xiang was acutely aware of the gravity of life and death, his heart wavering. You need not go, as long as you can endure not cultivating the flower-picking record. The flower-picking king's tone shifted. This record is but a fragment. The key lies in the hands of that scoundrel Yi Mia. If you practice this incomplete version, though powerful, it will bring endless calamities. What kind of after effects? Su Xiang pressed for clarification. For example, severed tendons, or the catastrophic rupture of your dantian. The flower-picking king replied with a faint smile, though his words carried a chilling gravity. Agree to it. Su Chen's voice cut in unexpectedly. Su Xiang's heart raced, and he hurriedly checked whether the flower-picking king had sensed anything amiss, relieved when it seemed he had not. Ancestral spirit. Do you have knowledge of the Yi Miaowang's tomb? Su Xiang whispered, inquiring if there was a way to mitigate the risks associated with the flower-picking record. Unknown. Only by personally visiting the Yi Miaowang's tomb can the truth be unveiled. Su Chen shook his head. This is a trap deliberately laid by the flower-picking king, one that even he could not resolve, thus leading to his premature demise. It turned out that these two were characters he had created, locked in opposition, both disciples of the same master, cultivating the flower-picking record and the Yi Mia Heart Sutra, essentially two halves of a heavenly tier martial technique known as fleeting flowers and vanishing leaves. In his original conception, Zhang Zhujue was to attain both texts, successfully merging them into the heavenly tier martial technique fleeting flowers and vanishing leaves, enabling him to repeatedly challenge opponents of higher ranks and triumph over formidable foes. Thus, with regard to the tomb of the king of leaf extinction, Su Chen possessed an intimate understanding. Even without the request of the flower-picking king, he intended to guide Su Xiang to explore it during their future journey to Zhengzhou. However, at this moment, he felt a twinge of regret, for as the author, he was only aware of the name of the cultivation method, lacking any knowledge of its intricacies. Upon arriving in this realm, aside from the god-tier technique bestowed by the system, the whirlwind leaf fall technique, he had no other teachings to impart to Su Xiang. In this regard, he found himself inferior even to the elder of the medicine sage within Jiang Zhuju's ring, who, as a top local alchemist, possessed martial techniques of the mysterious tier or higher, earning the admiration of many. Observing the numerous treasures gifted by the flower-picking king to Jiang Zhuju, Su Chen could only sigh deeply. Such was the protagonist's fortune. Having just seized a modicum of his opportunities, the flower-picking king was eager to compensate. During this expedition to the tomb, Jiang Zhuju not only returned with a bounty but was, apart from Su Xiang, the greatest beneficiary. Very well, I shall comply. Seeing the ancestor's confidence, Su Xiang felt relieved, and then turned to the flower-picking king with utmost seriousness. Senior, I shall exert every effort to locate the tomb of the king of leaf extinction. Once discovered, I will do everything in my power to destroy it, to alleviate the resentment in your heart. Good. I shall not press you, as long as you do not practice the flower-picking secret record. It is of no concern if you do not seek the king of leaf extinction. The flower-picking king's tone was nonchalant, as if he were not surprised by Su Xiang's promise. Senior jest, who would easily forsake the study of such a powerful flower-picking secret record? Su Xiang replied with a wry smile. The time has come. This king's lingering regrets are hard to sustain. Those who possess treasures are easily envied. I suspect that once you hold the flower-picking secret record, Many will covet it. Yes, I take my leave. I shall assist you one last time. The voice of the flower-picking king gradually grew faint and distant. Suddenly, the great hall was illuminated with a blinding radiance, and Su Xiang's figure became akin to a blazing orb of light, causing everyone to shield their eyes in fear of direct sight. Moments later, the brilliance dissipated, and Su Xiang's form was nowhere to be seen. Where has he gone? He vanished in the blink of an eye. The crowd rubbed their eyes in disbelief, confirming that indeed, Su Xiang had completely disappeared from their sight. He must have been sent away by the flower-picking king. Jiang Zhuju warned sternly. Luo Xiang has already taken the lead. You must not slacken your efforts, for he will undoubtedly be your most formidable rival. That is only natural. I anticipate a worthy adversary, not a superficial being like Su Xiang. Jiang Zhuju's expression hardened, and within, he silently vowed. No matter where you are, I sense that we shall meet again. Next time, I will not allow you to seize the initiative. My legacy has been determined. It is time for me to truly rest. Everyone, please withdraw. At this moment, the flower-picking king's voice was no longer clear, but instead carried an undeniable weariness. The crowd turned their gaze toward the throne, where the once blooming flowers had wilted, and the previously vibrant figure now slumped lifelessly upon the throne, devoid of its prior brilliance and majesty. A generation of kings had thus formally taken their bow. Those disciples from various sects, intent on emerging from the tomb to force Luo Xiang to surrender the flower-picking secret record, could only lament. The flower-picking king indeed cared deeply for his heir. Having sent Luo Xiang away early, after their emergence, in the vast sea of people, how could they possibly locate Luo Xiang? Han Yener softly called out Su Xiang's alias, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Though this fleeting charm was obscured by her veil, leaving no one fortunate enough to witness it. Let us depart. Han Yener commanded, and the royal entourage subsequently exited the tomb of the flower-picking king. Thanks to Luo Xiang's assistance, coupled with the help of the barrier-breaking pill, the royal family had reaped a bountiful harvest, rivaling even the entirety of the spoils held by Jiang Zhuju from the Sword Spirit sect. Allowing the royal family, often seen as the underdog before the four major sects, to hold their heads high. Brother Jiang Zhuju, let us take our leave as well. Jiang Lin cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Zhuju, who remained entranced by the spot where Su Xiang had vanished. The woman's intuition told her that Jiang Zhuju and Luo Xiang would soon become each other's significant rivals in the times to come. Chapter 20. The ancestor's pretense in front of others. Su Xiang once again experienced a sensation of weightlessness. After a brief moment of dizziness, he found himself amidst a forest of trees. Shaking his head to dispel the disorientation, he looked up to see a sprawling array of tents on the other side of the mountain, a sight that felt remarkably familiar, as it was the entrance to the tomb of the flower-picking king. It turned out that the flower-picking king had sent him out of the tomb, thus sparing him the trouble of being pursued by those with ulterior motives. Let us set forth to Zhengzhou. The martial examination festival is about to commence, and preparations should be made early. Su Xiang mused aloud. ASU command, ancestor. The host successfully completed the side quest of the flower-picking secret record. Reward, current life skill. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the current life skill. Restoration of previous existence's cultivation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the flower-picking secret record, hindering Jiang Zhuju's rise to power. Achievement of reversal destiny. Reward of 100 reversal points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained reversal points, unlocking the reversal destiny achievement section, which can be reviewed by the host. Currently, the host possesses 100 reversal points, activating the achievement aura that increases the cultivation speed of the Su family members by 10%. A series of system notifications surged into Su Chen's mind like a tidal wave, momentarily leaving him in a daze. The concept of current life skills was not foreign to him. The medicine sage had once possessed it, allowing him to temporarily inhabit Jiang Zhuju's body, dramatically enhancing his power, akin to activating a powerful cheat. Upon closer observation, Su Chen noted significant changes in the system interface. In addition to the original categories of item tier and task, 2 new modules were added: character attributes and achievements. Character, Su Chen, soul form, affiliated force. Tianyuan City Su family cultivation level, first stage cultivating emperor skills, Tathagata finger, earth tier low level. Unmoving step, earth tier high level, current life skill, god tier. The character attributes displayed that his previous cultivation level as a cultivating emperor had been fully restored. However, as a sole entity, the system indicated that he could only exert a minuscule amount of power, necessitating the finding of a suitable physical body to showcase his full capabilities. The martial techniques he had mastered had also been lost to the annals of Su family history over the centuries. He meticulously reviewed the effects of the current life skill. With Su Xiang's current first-stage cultivator's body, if he were to inhabit it, he could at most unleash the power of a martial sovereign. But at a great cost, it could only be maintained for 5 minutes before plunging him into extreme weakness. Should he force excessive use, it would not only inflict severe damage on Su Xiang's body, but also harm Su Qin's soul itself. Such stringent conditions, Su Chen scoffed, but at least it means Su Xiang has a temporary safeguard at the martial sovereign level, akin to becoming a slightly sturdier grasshopper. Next, he turned his attention to the achievement section. A lengthy progress bar came into view, with a faint golden light at the beginning symbolizing accumulated reversal points, while 4 enormous question marks at the end represented an unknown limit for reversal points. The system explained that by depriving the original protagonist, Jiang Zhuju, of opportunities and seizing the fortune of a chosen one, reversal points were obtained. The progress bar's front noted, initial aura, Su family members' cultivation speed increased by 10%. Su Chen sighed softly. His novel remained unfinished, and Jiang Zhuju's journey of cultivation continued. The unknown upper limit of reversal points was likely due to this ongoing narrative, a protagonist embodying the fortune of the continent. The opportunities on the path to ascendance were incredibly abundant. Merely seizing the tomb of the flower-picking king had yielded 100 reversal points, which was no small feat, especially considering that Jiang Zhuju had also received compensation. What vexed Su Chen was that the term defying destiny essentially meant subverting the originally established trajectory of development, thus disrupting the main storyline of his novel. As the creator of this work, he was akin to that very heaven. To defy heaven, was it not to defy himself? Damn system. You want me to go against myself? Are you pleased now? Su Chen inwardly scoffed. Nevertheless, one thing did bring him a slight sense of relief. The item tier section prominently displayed the flower-picking secret record. This signified that the treasures guiding Su Xiang's acquisition would also be made available to him. Upon clicking to use it, the flower-blooming finger and the flower-falling palm seamlessly merged within his mind. As if innately understood, achieving an unparalleled level of mastery. 3 days later, at the southern border of Zhengzhou, within a valley teeming with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a strikingly handsome youth of 16 or 17 danced amidst a rain of blossoms. Fingers flowing, palm winds howling. At times, his fingertips lightly tapped, piercing through countless petals as if they were mere paper, while at other times, he unleashed palm force, carving out vacuums in the air. Not far away, a figure clad in a flowing white robe, with silver hair resembling snow, hovered effortlessly in midair, hands clasped behind his back, watching the scene unfold. None other than Su Chen, alongside his grandson. What nonsense are you practicing with that wooden head of yours? I tell you, the flower-blooming finger emphasizes breaking within without damaging the outside. When you jab down like that, it only inflicts superficial wounds. You must use your inner strength, Su Chen admonished from his aerial vantage point without reservation. And the flower-falling palm. Look at your actions. Do you wish to turn someone into a pile of fragments? The flower-falling palm requires a balance of offense and defense. When faced with a stronger opponent, can you still shatter them? You must learn to repel and push back, to secure your own survival. Your control over your strength is simply abysmal. Alas, how could I have such a dim-witted descendant? Su Chen shook his head repeatedly, utterly disregarding Su Xiang's aggrieved expression. Su Xiang paused, a look of grievance on his face. Ancestor, it is easy for you to say. This is an earth tier technique. It took me nearly half a month to practice the mysterious tier martial arts, and this is only my 3rd day. And what of it? If it were Jiang Zhuju, he would have likely grasped it by now. You haven't even managed to produce a semblance of it. Su Chen glared, ignoring Su Xiang's protests. Jiang Zhuju, I do not believe he could master it in 3 days. You only know how to praise how formidable Jiang Zhuju is. But in the flower-picking secret realm, he did not best me at all, Su Xiang retorted defiantly, harboring lingering resentment towards Jiang Zhuju. Su Chen sighed in exasperation, shaking his head. This foolish boy had no idea that Jiang Zhuju was the continent's greatest prodigy, destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse, mastering any martial technique with ease. After all, he was the protagonist. How could he not excel? This wretched technique is something I can master at a glance, not to mention the unparalleled Jiangzhu with her heavenly grade spiritual root. If you think you're capable, then step up. Anyone can boast. Su Xiang, in a fit of frustration, decided to abandon all pretense. After all, the ancestor is merely a soul entity, free to boast as he pleases. Very well, allow me to demonstrate for you. Relax your mind and resist not. Su Chan smiled faintly, then seamlessly merged into Su Xiang's being. Immediately, Su Xiang felt his limbs and bones overwhelmed by a powerful force. Just as he was about to resist, Su Chen's voice halted him. Do not resist, relax, and observe closely. Hearing it was the ancestor, Su Xiang maintained absolute trust, letting that force push his consciousness aside. Suddenly, Su Xiang's body trembled violently, and a formidable aura erupted forth. He leapt into a shower of blossoms, beginning to practice the flower-blooming finger. As he pointed, dozens of petals soared forth, striking the distant stone wall and leaving deep imprints several inches deep. Flower-falling palm, with a sweeping motion, all the petals ahead were cleared away, as a fierce wind carried them, embedding them into the stone wall. That will suffice. You may examine it for yourself. This possession technique consumes too much energy. In less than a minute, Su Chen's voice, tinged with fatigue, reached him. Su Xiang regained control of his body, the sensation of having lost immense power washing over him, along with an enveloping weariness. He hurried toward the stone wall, using his true energy to retrieve the petals struck by the flower-blooming finger and plucking the petals embedded in the wall from the flower-falling palm. The sight before him left him utterly astonished. The petals propelled by the flower-falling palm appeared intact, yet were deeply embedded 3 inches into the wall. Those struck by the flower-blooming finger seemed unscathed, yet their internal veins had turned to dust, with power penetrating through the petals into the wall. Su Xiang inhaled sharply, realizing that this had nearly reached the pinnacle of mastery for these two techniques. He distinctly remembered the ancestor had merely heard him recite it once. Reflecting deeply, he couldn't help but admire the ancestor's miraculous skills profoundly. Do you understand now? Continue practicing. You are still quite inexperienced. I shall take a brief rest. Chapter 21. The renowned young master in the capital of the Divine Enlightenment Empire. The name of the young master had long echoed like thunder. Recently, the capital has been abuzz, not only due to the resumption of the triennial imperial examination, but also because of the recent victory in the battle at the Chonghua Mountain, where local young talents defeated the arrogant sword spirit sect. Igniting a wave of jubilation throughout the city, as Luo Xiang stepped through the city gates, he was greeted by the joyful faces of the populace. Even the guards at the gates were lenient in their checks, creating a welcoming atmosphere. This scene unfolded as the current royal family's influence waned, struggling to issue commands from the center, with laws proving ineffective at the borders, resulting in a severe drain of talent amidst the pressure from the 4 great families. Now, the court's thirst for talented individuals from outside has reached a critical point. Any youth claiming to participate in the imperial examination would earn the respect of soldiers and be spared from cumbersome scrutiny. Within the capital, the Empress's imposing presence was evident. Despite the throngs of people, order remained intact. Su Chun had devised the Divine Enlightenment Imperial Examination, which was divided into civil and military sections, each selecting outstanding talents. The top candidates from both sections would have the opportunity to meet the Empress and be awarded titles as the top scholar and military champion. This was due to the necessity of martial artists to expand territories, while governance still required the wisdom of scholars. Furthermore, martial prodigies often possessed remarkable literary talents, leading many well-rounded individuals to choose to participate in both sections in hopes of standing out. However, despite a millennium of the imperial examination system, no one had yet managed to achieve the top rank in both civil and military categories simultaneously. The closest to this feat was Fu Ziyuan, who a century ago won the title of military champion and placed second in the civil examination. He is revered as the first prodigy in the history of divine enlightenment and currently serves as the vice president of the Grand Academy, his cultivation unfathomable, rumored to have reached the level of emperor. The Grand Academy is a state-run educational institution under the direct control of the court, divided into civil and military departments, each operating independently yet governed by the same vice president. Luo Xiang's journey to the capital was to participate in the military examination. hoping to gain the favor of the royal family. The registration for the examination took place at the southern official residence, and the court did not impose strict requirements regarding personal information, only verifying names and ages. Anyone under 20 years of age was eligible to participate in the examination. Only those with outstanding results selected to enter the Grand Academy as monitored students would undergo a detailed background check by the court. Name? Inside the official residence, a stern-faced registrar dressed in emerald robes inquired. Nearby, a skilled artist was preparing to sketch portraits of the candidates. Luo Xiang had no choice but to remove his hat, revealing his true appearance. The entry requirements for the Divine Enlightenment Imperial Examination were exceedingly low, hence applicants came in droves, necessitating the recording of numerous names each day. The registrar, tasked with documentation, could scarcely remember the appearance of each candidate. So to prevent impersonation, a portrait of each candidate would be recorded for verification during the examination. Any discrepancies would result in disqualification. Luo Xiang. Upon hearing this name, the registrar's eyes widened, scrutinizing Su Xiang with astonishment. Are you not the Luo Xiang from the Qianghua Mountain? His voice rose slightly, drawing the attention of many within the official residence. Dio, you all recognize me. Su Xiang was somewhat taken aback. The registrar beamed. Today marks our first meeting, yet your reputation has long echoed throughout the capital and even the Divine Enlightenment Empire. Since your remarkable display at the Qianghua Mountain, where you played with the new talent of the Sword Spirit sect, the latest Huangxian rankings have placed you at the 49th position. The registrar's words were laced with flattery, not to mention your assistance to the 9th princess in obtaining the barrier-breaking pill. Her praises for you are frequently on her lips. This individual is indeed a prodigy of our time, surpassing Yi Tian and inheriting the legacy of the flower-blooming king. Venturing into the martial examination is undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention. It was merely a simple task. Su Xiang nodded in response, understanding that this matter was likely disseminated by disciples of the Qingyun sect from before the palace gates. However, with growing fame comes increased scrutiny from the forces of Zhongzhou. After acknowledging his identity, a wave of hushed whispers arose throughout the room. He is Luo Xiang, the one who once toyed with Yi Tian and ultimately acquired the teachings of the flower-blooming king. Rumor has it he possesses a graceful demeanor, akin to Panin, yet at this moment, his complexion is dark, resembling a country lad. Which holds greater importance, strength, or appearance? How is it that someone of his talent does not lead the new generation in various sects, but instead participates in the imperial examination? Silence. This is the capital. One must speak cautiously. Thank you for the reminder, but with this, the position of military champion should be within my grasp, shouldn't it? Indeed, being ranked 49th on the Huangxian list. The previous champion sat at over 70. Those who came to the imperial examination from various regions are either lacking the opportunity for deeper training in sects or have entered the 4 great sects but possess mediocre talents, making it difficult to stand out. Thus, they look to the imperial examination in Zhongzhou, hoping to garner the favor of the royal family. The court's treatment of national champions is not inferior to that of the 4 great sects. Once selected, they are likely to become key nurtured talents, clearly more lucrative than remaining anonymous within a sect. However, Luo Xiang's unexpected emergence undoubtedly places immense pressure on everyone. Faced with the gazes and discussions of the crowd, Su Xiang, having been a roguish youth for many years, had long since grown accustomed to it. Yet, whereas he was once the subject of derision, today he was met with accolades, bringing him a sense of ease. How delightful it is to be considered a genius. Just as Su Xiang was lost in this pleasant reverie, a voice laced with hostility broke through his thoughts. You are Luo Xiang? The speaker was a finely dressed young noble, his sharp gaze scrutinizing him intently. Chapter 22. A rival for the princess's affection indeed. That is Ida. May I inquire what guidance you seek? Although unsure of the other's identity, Su Xiang remained cautious, cupping his hands in greeting. I am Mi Lai, son of the Minister of War. I have long heard of your exploits at the Qianghua Mountain, and now that we meet, it is indeed true that seeing is believing. Mi Lai offered a perfunctory return salute, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Mi Lai. This individual is a talented figure in the capital, renowned alongside the 9th princess, and he too will participate in the imperial examination, reportedly having reached the first tier of master level, ranking 87th on the Huangxian list. A bystander quietly added. A splendid drama unfolds, as 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. compounded by unresolved grievances from the past. What past grievances? An uninformed individual inquired. Young Master Me has been infatuated with the ninth princess for some time, having sought her hand in marriage multiple times through his father's influence, all of which were gently refused by the emperor due to the princess's youth. However, young Master Me remained steadfast. Recently, upon the ninth princess's return to the capital from the southern region, he once again expressed his feelings. To his surprise, the princess stated that her future husband must be as outstanding as Luo Xiang to be worthy of her. Upon hearing this, young Master Me was enraged and smashed numerous items in his home that very night. Such gossip spread rapidly. How does it feel to be regarded as a benchmark for others for the first time? Young man. Su Chen's teasing voice echoed in Su Xiang's mind. Su Xiang could only smile wryly and shake his head, fully aware that a mere acquaintance was insufficient for the illustrious ninth princess to develop feelings for him. Previously, he had been the shield that women avoided. Now, he had become a rival in the eyes of others. Ancestor, please refrain from mocking. This sudden arrow has flown straight to my heart. Su Chen laughed lightly. So what if it is flown in? One can simply retaliate, based on my years of experience. A significant shield often wins the heart of a fair maiden. For instance, Jiang Zhu is indeed a beauty beyond compare. Even surpassing Jiang Lin, Su Chen continued to incite. Su Xiang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Young Master Me. A pleasure to meet you. Mi Lai adopted a serious demeanor. Young Master Luo, I have heard your cultivation is extraordinary, even capable of easily playing with Yi Tian, which is truly admirable. Might I request a few pointers from you amidst your busy schedule? As expected, the newcomer bore ill intent, and Su Xiang silently cursed. He suppressed his anger and replied coolly, Young Master Me, I am here to register for the military examination. It would be inappropriate to engage in conflict within the residence. He harbored no intention of conflict. This journey to the Central Plains was solely to seek assistance, not to establish adversaries. Yet, Mi Lai let out a cold snort. It matters not. Why not inquire among the officials and candidates present if they mind? The officials responsible for registration naturally recognized the illustrious young Master Me from the capital, and given that his father, Minister Li, wielded considerable power, these minor clerks dared not provoke him. They hastily waved their hands, exclaiming, It is of no concern, truly, we are pleased to witness the spirited exchanges of youth. What do the candidates think? Mi Lai directed his gaze toward the crowd awaiting registration. The onlookers, intimidated by Mi Lai's aura, quickly expressed, Young Master Me, please proceed. A duel between the two masters presents a rare opportunity for us to learn. Seeing no one object, Mi Lai provocatively remarked, Since there are no dissenters, young Master Luo, why not bestow upon us a few lessons? With that, he assumed an aggressive posture, and the surrounding crowd instinctively parted, clearing a space for them. Su Xiang continued to shake his head, patiently explaining, Young Master Me, we are both competitors. Should the opportunity arise, we shall meet on the arena, so why rush? Are you perhaps afraid to engage? Mi Lai taunted, pressing relentlessly. He had already devised a plan. Should he manage to defeat Su Xiang before the martial examination, it would not only humiliate his opponent, but also strip him of dignity upon entering the Imperial Academy, especially considering that Han Yin'er would also be attending. If the two were to interact frequently, it would pose a significant obstacle to his pursuit of her affections. Su Chen jested inwardly to Su Xiang. Tired of it? Why not teach this fellow a lesson first, then deal with that girl Han Yin'er? Wouldn't that be delightful? Su Xiang sighed in resignation, acknowledging that his ancestor acted on a whim, yet he found this trait somewhat endearing. He envisioned the gentle touch of Han Yin'er at his waist. Growing increasingly curious about the visage concealed behind the veil, was she truly more beautiful than Jiang Lin? As for Jiang Lin, after casting himself into the embrace of the Jiang family, Su Xiang regarded her with disdain. Should he find a more suitable candidate, he would not hesitate to accept. Is it truly a duel you seek? Su Xiang's gaze grew cold. He was no pushover. In the past, it had been said that among the 4 plagues of the South, Su Xiang was prominently listed, standing alongside the 3 great evils of gambling, drugs, and debauchery, highlighting his formidable reputation. Humph! Let me see what skills you possess that could make Yin'er regard you differently. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Mi Lai's eyes. In truth, his prowess extended far beyond what was visible. Had he not feigned weakness to win Han Yin'er's favor, he would have been among the elite youths of the capital. Luo Xiang had gained considerable fame by challenging Yi Tian, yet rumors suggested he had not inflicted any substantial harm upon Yi Tian. Technically speaking, he had not truly defeated him. In contrast, he had long since possessed the capability to surpass a second-tier cultivator. If that is the case, let it be as you wish, Su Xiang responded with a cold smirk. The flower-blooming finger and flower-falling palm he had practiced in the valley had yet to be tested in combat, and Mi Lai would serve as a suitable opponent to try them out. Just as the two stood on the precipice of confrontation, a melodious voice rang out from afar. The figure clad in a white gown and veiled in a thin gauze gracefully descended, gliding over the shoulders of the onlookers like a celestial being, coming to rest between the two. Chapter 23. Before the beauty, a man must not show weakness. Greetings, Your Highness the Ninth Princess. The crowd bowed in unison. The newcomer was none other than the Ninth Princess, Han Yin'er, who had rushed over upon hearing of Luo Xiang's registration for the martial examination. There is no need for such formalities. Han Yin'er gently waved her hand, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity as she scrutinized Su Xiang's dark visage. You are Luo Xiang? She inquired. Indeed, Su Xiang replied, meeting her crystalline, inquisitive gaze with a slight nod. Your voice in the royal palace is not as such. The palace is crowded. I alter my tone to avoid unnecessary complications, Su Xiang explained with a courteous bow. Why have you come to my divine enlightenment to participate in the imperial examination? With your cultivation, there is no place you cannot go, Han Yin'er observed, her tone somewhat scrutinizing. She was not concerned about someone impersonating him. After all, his strength was evident, and given the enmity with Yi Tian, anyone with such power would not dare to masquerade as Luo Xiang. Su Xiang smiled nonchalantly. Your Highness speaks truly. Is there anywhere I cannot tread within the Central Plains? Might I infer Your Highness has some dissatisfaction with my presence? In recent days, Su Chun had continually instilled in Su Xiang the importance of self-respect, and combined with the various romantic strategies he had gleaned online, Su Xiang's demeanor toward women had undergone a notable transformation. Han Yin'er gazed deeply into his dark face, unable to suppress a sigh. Perhaps she found him lacking the grace and gallantry that the rumors had suggested. Noticing that Han Yin'er was entirely absorbed in Luo Xiang upon her arrival, ignoring her ardent childhood companion, Mi Lai's resentment intensified. As their conversation grew increasingly intimate, Mi Lai's fury boiled over. Yin'er, I was just about to spar with young Master Luo. If you wish to reminisce, kindly step aside. Mi Lai struggled to maintain the decorum expected of a noble scion, suppressing the jealousy that threatened to erupt. Only then did Han Yin'er shift her gaze to Mi Lai. Her tone icy. Young Master Mi, we share no intimate relationship. Please refrain from such familiarities. Mi Lai's expression shifted, awkwardly smiling. Indeed, Your Highness. Those around them stifled their laughter, realizing that Mi Lai's unrequited affection was merely one-sided. This encounter had been a series of slaps to his face, with some unable to contain their mirth, prompting Mi Lai to glare at them fiercely. Enduring such humiliation, all of Mi Lai's ire was directed at Su Xiang. This is all you're doing. Are you going to fight or not? Mi Lai ground his teeth, glaring fiercely at Su Xiang. Young Master Mi, Luo Xiang has come to my Central Plains to partake in the martial examination. He is a guest, a distinguished youth from the capital. Is this how you treat guests? Han Yin'er interjected. She understood that the current conflict arose from her presence. Had it not been for Mi Lai's incessant pursuit, she would not have casually brought Luo Xiang along as a shield. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Xiang had indeed crossed paths with Mi Lai. It matters not. I also hold admiration for the talented youths of the capital. Young Master Mi's hospitality is such that I could hardly refuse, Su Xiang replied resolutely, his words conveying unwavering determination. Before a beauty, a man must never show weakness, especially in the presence of an enchanting woman. Well said. After I have sparred with young Master Kuang, should you still possess the energy to fight, I would gladly share a drink with you. Mi Lai clapped his hands in approval, though his words were laced with veiled threats, as if he had already secured victory. Han Yin'er furrowed her brows slightly, leaning closer to Su Xiang and whispering, Mi Lai is exceptionally strong. It is said he can defeat second-tier cultivators. He usually concedes to me. She was well aware that Mi Lai's repeated losses to her were not due to a lack of true strength, but rather a deliberate attempt to please her, a tactic that only served to irk her further. Su Xiang's lips curled into a confident smile. Your Highness need not worry. My prowess you have witnessed firsthand, have you not?" His words caused Han Yinner's cheeks to flush, grateful for the veil that concealed her face. Otherwise, the public teasing from this fellow would leave her mortified. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, pondering. Have you truly witnessed his strength? How ambiguous that sounds. Could there be undisclosed entanglements between them? Especially Mi Lai, who nearly had his eyes pop out, seething with hatred for Luo Xiong, wishing nothing more than to see him torn to shreds. Xu Xiong, however, paid no mind, his thick skin having become accustomed to such jests from his youth. Han Yinner shot Xu Xiong a fierce glare, coldly remarking, "You may fight as you wish, but any damages incurred will be compensated." Upon hearing this, Mi Lai felt somewhat reassured, thinking to himself that Luo Xiong was merely a smooth-talking scoundrel. The ninth princess hailed from royal lineage, raised with strict discipline. She despised such frivolous individuals. It seemed Luo Xiong was not to be feared. He merely needed to show restraint in their impending encounter. Mi Lai smiled elegantly, promising, "Should any damage occur, I shall bear all costs." Han Yinner paid him no heed, casting one last glare at Xu Xiong before turning to leave. "Young Master Kuang, are we ready to begin?" Mi Lai turned to Xu Xiong, exuding an air of assured victory. The two assumed their stances, standing opposite each other in the central hall of the government office, the sudden conflict about to unfold. This was not merely a contest for the title of martial champion. It was also a showdown among the many suitors vying for the ninth princess's affection. I, Mi Lai, entered the realm of cultivators at the age of 7, ascended to the rank of cultivator at 16, and now stand at the pinnacle of first-tier cultivators. I humbly request your guidance, Mi Lai proclaimed with pride. Truly a genius, at the pinnacle of first-tier cultivation, merely a step away from second-tier. I wonder if Luo Xiong can hold his own. Someone gasped in a WE.in the realm of spiritual energy. The stage of cultivation is paramount, akin to the foundation of a towering edifice. Only when talent permits, does a cultivator's foundational strength determine the likelihood of ascending to higher tiers in the future. Therefore, practitioners often dedicate a decade or more to solidifying their foundational stage. However, once this threshold is crossed, subsequent advancements tend to occur at an accelerated pace. Yet, a supporter of Luo Xiong retorted, "Luo Xiong can easily handle second-tier cultivators. What does the pinnacle of first-tier truly signify? That cannot be said. My master can equally triumph over second-tier cultivators, and though Luo Xiong may toy with his opponents, he ultimately failed to inflict harm on Yi Tian. My master, however, has definitively defeated a second-tier cultivator." Mi Lai's retainer shot back defiantly. The crowd erupted in astonishment, realizing that Mi Lai had indeed achieved a solid victory over a second-tier cultivator, making it seem that Luo Xiong would likely struggle to compete. It appears young Master Mi's ranking on the Huang Xian list has been severely underestimated, spectators murmured among themselves. Chapter 24. Accepting the challenge, displaying divine might. Regarding the self-aggrandizing antics of Malay, who boasts and orchestrates his subordinates' applause, Su Deshao had long grown weary of such theatrics. He scoffed dismissively, "Enough of your prattle. My time is precious." Malay's previously proud smile began to wane, and with a cold snort, he retorted, "We shall see if you can maintain that bravado later." With a swift motion, he drew a gleaming soft sword from his waist, its blade shimmering with a verdant hue, akin to a serpent poised to strike, swirling through the air at an uncanny angle, aimed directly at Xu Xiong's chest. Though both wielded wind attributes, the speed was unremarkable, and the attack route was singular. Xu Xiong narrowed his eyes, observing the erratic movements of the soft sword. Concurrently, Han Yinner, who was spectating, felt a surge of anxiety for Xu Xiong. Despite Malay not being her favored individual, his prowess was not to be underestimated. As a practitioner of wind attributes, he had chosen to forego some speed advantages, compensating with his unique and peculiar soft sword techniques. If one were not well versed in soft sword combat, even a practitioner of higher cultivation might find themselves at a disadvantage, in her recollection. Xu Xiong seldom exhibited offensive capabilities. During his encounter with Yi Tian, he relied solely on speed and inferior techniques to gain the upper hand against the sluggish Yi Tian. Though Malay remained at the peak of the first tier, he, too, possessed wind attributes and matched Xu Xiong in speed, making him a more formidable opponent than Yi Tian in the blink of an eye. The soft sword lunged towards Xu Xiong's chest. Malay did not aim for the heart. Intentionally deviating slightly, knowing that even if injured, a period of recuperation would suffice for recovery, thus avoiding fatality. He understood that should he slay Luo Xiang, the divine awakening would undoubtedly experience significant upheaval, and Zhongzhou would bear the ignoble reputation of resenting the talented. Who would dare to pledge allegiance to the royal family henceforth? I have shown restraint. Should you find yourself in peril, it is only your own folly to provoke someone beyond your means. Malay chuckled coldly within, envisioning Su Xiang writhing in agony amidst a pool of his own blood, while Han Yin'er stood in awe of his exceptional skill. However, just as the soft sword was about to graze Su Xiang's garment, he vanished abruptly in a flash. He had traversed the azure light to appear behind Malay. A resounding thud echoed, akin to a firecracker exploding above Malay's head. He cried out in pain, his offensive halted. Clutching his head in disarray, looking utterly disheveled, Han Yin'er, witnessing Malay's comical predicament, could not suppress a laugh. Su Xiang's speed remained razor-sharp, and his methods, as always, were utterly nauseating. The onlookers were left speechless. They were aware of Su Xiang's extraordinary speed but had not anticipated it would reach such a level. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce his chest, he had evaded in an instant, countering with a devastating blow to Malay's head. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, his tactics were despicable. "Are you seeking death?" Malay bellowed, his internal humiliation far greater than the external pain. "I spared your life out of kindness, yet you dare to mock me. Do you truly believe I am as inept as Tian? You have consistently forced my hand. Had I wielded a dagger just now, you would have already met your end." Su Xiang feigned innocence as he regarded him. The crowd gasped, acknowledging that Su Xiang had indeed been capable of reaching Malay's head effortlessly. Had he harbored murderous intent, a dagger would have sufficed to claim his life. Malay, filled with shame and indignation, retorted, "What of your dagger? Such theatrics. You lack any genuine offensive capabilities. If you have the courage, face me head-on." He was not dim-witted. He understood that if Su Xiang truly employed a dagger, even without the aid of true energy, he could easily pierce through his skull. Yet, he was unwilling to admit it. Harboring ulterior motives, Luo Xiang indeed lacked offensive means, and his recent blunder only solidified that belief. Even with the Nianhua Classic in his possession, it was unlikely he could master any formidable techniques in just a few days. If he could provoke Su Xiang into a direct confrontation, he was certain he would prevail. Han Yin'er, rising in discontent, interjected, "Luo Xiang's agility is already exceptional. Why abandon that advantage to engage in a brute contest with you? Luo Xiang, do not acquiesce to him. Indeed, Luo Xiang specializes in speed. A head-on clash may not favor young Master Malay." Others in the crowd echoed in support of Su Xiang. Yet, contrary to popular sentiment, Su Xiang did not shy away from Malay's provocation. Instead, he readily replied, "Very well, let us engage in a direct confrontation." The crowd was taken aback by Luo Xiang's audacity to accept the challenge. Attacking his opponent's strength with his own weakness, an egregious blunder in military strategy. This individual was excessively arrogant, seemingly disregarding the consequences of his burgeoning talent. Malay's offensive prowess was regarded as exemplary among the younger generation in the capital. Even opponents a tier above him would hesitate to engage directly. Luo Xiang was bound to pay dearly for his hubris, as murmurs of concern rippled through the crowd. "Not necessarily," countered a supporter of Luo Xiang. "He has inherited the legacy of the Nianhua King. The Nianhua secret record is at least an Earth-tier martial technique. Though it is an Earth-tier technique, Luo Xiang has only been practicing it for a few days. How could he possibly master it in such a short time?" Others questioned skeptically. In my view, Luo Xiang's arrogance will surely lead to his downfall." The crowd buzzed with speculation. Upon hearing Luo Xiang's acceptance, Malay's smile widened, though inwardly he derided his foolishness. "This is my family's Earth-tier martial technique, a sword across worlds. I have recently grasped a semblance of its essence. I invite you to enlighten me." "Brother Luo." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he surged forward, the soft sword standing firm as if forged from steel, its edge far more formidable than before. "A sword across worlds," exclaimed the onlookers. Recognizing it as a renowned technique of Minister Li, a mid-level Earth-tier martial skill. It was said that Minister Li had once cleaved through a third-tier Wong with this very technique, while wielding the strength of a first-tier practitioner. Who would have thought young Master Malay had mastered such a move? Those familiar with the Li family gasped in astonishment. A sword across worlds was a lethal attack capable of crossing tiers. It seemed unlikely that Luo Xiang would escape this peril. The crowd's anxiety escalated. "Malay, how dare you resort to lethal force?" Han Yin'er exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, wishing to intervene, yet it was too late. "You bring this upon yourself. My intention was merely to teach you a lesson," Malay sneered, his sword aimed directly at Luo Xiang. Luo Xiang fixed his gaze upon the menacing sword light slicing towards him. His expression momentarily subdued. "Today, we shall see whether your sword across worlds prevails, or whether my falling blossom's palm proves superior." He stood resolute, allowing the sword's edge to approach, gathering strength within his palm, and boldly struck out. To dare to take on a sword across worlds directly was a gamble with uncertain outcomes. He risked losing an arm. Such talent would be a great loss, the crowd lamented. Yet, to their astonishment, Luo Xiang's palm surged with energy, his true essence erupting like a tidal wave, instantly sending Malay reeling. As the crowd gasped in shock, they witnessed Malay cough and splutter, his long sword slipping from his grasp. Soaring out of the hall like a kite severed from its string, crashing down several meters away. Moments later, a resounding crash reverberated as Malay's body collided with the courtyard wall, leaving an indented silhouette matching his form. Malay, employing his family's secret technique, had been repelled by Luo Xiang's single palm strike. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Malay's attendants rushed to the wall, frantically pulling him from the crevice. At that moment, Malay was covered in dust. His hair disheveled, his once elegant demeanor now utterly ruined. "Young master, are you all right?" an attendant urgently inquired, wiping his face and pinching his acupoint. Malay slowly opened his eyes. "I am unscathed, in truth," while the falling blossom's palm lacked outwardly visible attack power. It excelled at repelling foes. Though Malay appeared wretched, he had only sustained superficial injuries. Had it not been for the collision with the wall, which rendered him unconscious, he would have been propelled even farther. Suffering no significant harm, is this the falling blossom's palm? Han Yin'er gasped, her beautiful eyes widening as she maintained a protective stance, struggling to ask. Luo Xiang nodded slightly, just a glimpse of its principles. "How unfair is the heavens?" Both Han Yin'er and the entire assembly felt a pang of sympathy. Since Luo Xiang had acquired the Nianhua secret record from the tomb of the Nianhua king, he had devoted less than 5 days to studying it, excluding travel time. Chapter 25. Is there a high-ranking individual within the house that could lead to an alternative escape? It was simply unfathomable that he had grasped the basics and, with a single palm, repelled Malay, who was of higher cultivation and wielding the same earth-tier martial skill. Han Yin'er, priding herself on her exceptional aptitude and having spent an entire month refining the royal family's earth-tier martial skill. Ice and snow, to merely scratch the surface, remained oblivious to the fact that Luo Xiang had endured rigorous training under Su Qin's merciless tutelage to master the falling blossom's palm and the blooming flower's finger. In the future, should any visitor step into Luo Xiang's training grounds, they would discover a sea of flowers bereft of intact petals, with only a few scattered remnants on the ground, while most petals had long been imprinted upon the mountainside. Perhaps in the eyes of future observers, this would be considered a unique landscape. This act may well forge an unbreakable enmity between the Li family and yourself. Han Yin'er, shaken from her astonishment, gazed at the disheveled Malay and the composed Luo Xiang, whispering, "Isn't it all due to you?" Luo Xiang retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Had it not been for this girl dragging him in as a human shield, he would not have found himself embroiled in such turmoil. Han Yin'er felt her cheeks flush. Upon reflection, it was indeed her instigation that precipitated these events. Overwhelmed by shame, she still attempted to argue. "But you needn't have inflicted such severe damage on him. I have shown restraint. He merely has superficial wounds. Besides, his previous sword strike was clearly aimed at taking my life." Luo Xiang shrugged. Superficial wounds? Such injuries might lead Malay to prefer the pain of a severed limb. Young Master Malay, who was usually graceful and genteel, now finds his dignity in tatters. Someone in the crowd remarked, "You are ruthless." "We shall settle this on the arena." Malay, witnessing Luo Xiang's intimate exchange with Han Yin'er, grew increasingly incensed. However, with his defeat evident, he could only hurl a few spiteful words before departing in frustration. Luo Xiang called out, Young Master Malay, you just stated that all losses would be borne by you. I, a mere pauper, cannot afford such reparations. Malay halted, nearly stumbling again, his face turning ashen as he coldly retorted. I will make amends. Thank you for your generosity, young Master Malay. Luo Xiang replied sincerely, bowing in gratitude. There's no need. Just as Malay was about to step out of the hall, Luo Xiang called out once more. Young Master Malay, please wait a moment. Malay, suppressing his fury, turned back. What else do you want? I have already promised to compensate. Not at all. You previously promised that should our sparring conclude with me still standing, you would treat me to a drink. Look, I am still standing, and I could even skip a few steps. Luo Xiang's laughter was effervescent, even exaggeratedly bouncing a few times, causing those around him to stifle their amusement. Yet they dared not burst into loud laughter. This individual was not only formidable in strength, but also possessed a sharp tongue, capable of not only slaying foes but also striking at the heart. Han Yin'er was left speechless, as Luo Xiang's eloquence seemed to be in stark contrast to his formidable cultivation. When it came to the art of repartee, he was undoubtedly a paragon at the level of a martial deity. Mi Lai could hardly contain his desire to rush back and engage Luo Xiang in another bout, panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at Luo Xiang for a long moment before finally declaring, As long as you dare to come to my banquet, feel free to drink to your heart's content, to visit your residence for a drink. One might wonder if I would return unscathed. Perhaps it's best to avoid it altogether, Luo Xiang mused, shaking his head and disregarding the admiring gazes of those around him. He turned to the dazed attendant beside him and instructed, Proceed. The attendant, as if awakening from a dream, hastily nodded, Yes, young Master Luo, I will attend to it immediately. The registration process was straightforward, requiring only the submission of personal information and a quick sketch by an artist to complete the application. However, the next hurdle was crucial, age verification. The martial examination aimed to select young prodigies, restricted to those under 18 years of age. Yet, there were always those who harbored a sense of opportunism, attempting to falsify their age for a chance at fame. Consequently, many were eliminated due to age discrepancies. Even more audacious were those who, barely 15, were eager to seize the opportunity, fearing they would miss the registration deadline 3 years hence. Alas, fate can be cruel, and those born early could only lament the injustice of destiny. The attendant led Luo Xiang into a side hall, where Luo Xiang had previously noticed many candidates who had completed their information records being directed to this location, presumably for age verification. Upon entering the side hall, he observed a considerable queue of individuals waiting. The testing corridor was divided into 2 lines, men on the left and women on the right, to distinguish between the sexes. Just as Su Xiang was about to join the queue, a young servant hurriedly approached, whispering a few words into the attendant's ear. The attendant's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly donned a smile. Bowing deeply to Su Xiang, Young Master Luo, the crowd here is quite dense. Allow me to escort you through an alternative passage, so you need not wait in line. Su Xiang, wary, inquired, Is there a back door to be taken? He had always detested waiting in line, having grown accustomed to having others handle such matters for him, making it rare for him to queue personally. The attendant explained, Young Master Luo holds a distinguished status and naturally deserves special treatment. Observe how the 9th princess and young Master Mi also need not register in person. After a moment's reflection, Luo Xiang accepted this with understanding. The privileged often enjoyed such distinctions, and he had experienced similar treatment in Tianyuan City. Having just decisively defeated Mi Lai, it was evident that his talents had garnered significant attention, and it was only logical for the Divine Enlightenment Court to extend certain privileges. Then let us proceed. Luo Xiang acquiesced. The attendant guided him around the side hall and into the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard was modest in size, typically serving as a resting place for the officials of the estate. Enclosed by a few buildings surrounding a small courtyard, at that moment, the courtyard was devoid of any presence, save for a half-open door, through which dim light seeped, making it difficult to discern the interior. The attendant cast a fearful glance at the ajar door and respectfully addressed Luo Xiang. Young Master Luo, I shall leave you here. You need only enter that room for your assessment. With that, the attendant hurriedly departed, disappearing from sight before Luo Xiang could utter a word to retain him. Now that he had arrived, Luo Xiang could only remain calm, slowly approaching the enigmatic room. The silence here seemed to completely isolate him from the clamor outside. the air thick with an unusual tension. Unbeknownst to him, an inexplicable pressure began to rise from within his heart. There is indeed a master within? Su Chen reminded him, sensing that aside from the partially open door, there was no one else in the courtyard, yet a formidable aura lay concealed within the room. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiang halted. Ancestor. What is the cultivation level of this master? It is likely above the king level, possibly a high-ranking monarch. Though Su Chen could not exert physical strength, his perception remained intact. The aura emanating from within the room was at least at the 5th tier of royal cultivation. Should I proceed inside? Luo Xiang asked, a twinge of anxiety gripping him. Confronted by a powerful royal, a sovereign being, the might of such an individual could easily obliterate his meager cultivation. At that moment, the room lay still and dark, devoid of even a whisper of breath. In Luo Xiang's mind, it felt as if a primal beast lay in wait within, ready to devour him at any moment. Instilling a sense of trepidation, enter. He harbors no ill intent, Su Chen softly reassured him. Zhongzhou was a realm firmly under the control of the Divine Enlightenment Empire, with the capital serving as the political nucleus of the empire. Where the nobility were all exceptionally powerful, Su Chen had not elaborated on the myriad masters within the Divine Enlightenment Empire. He had only briefly mentioned their fates after the nation's fall, either dead or surrendered. The few truly notable figures he had vividly portrayed were but a handful. The individual who had led Luo Xiang here today might very well be one of them. And Su Chen was equally curious about this person's identity. Chapter 26. The First Encounter with the Dean, Preparations of the Sword Spirit Sect. Upon hearing his ancestor's words, Luo Xiang's doubts dissipated, and he steadied himself, taking measured steps to the door, respectfully knocking. Junior Luo Xiang pays his respects to the esteemed elder. After a brief moment, a voice as soothing as spring water emerged from within. Since we have yet to meet, why not enter and converse? This voice, like a gentle spring breeze, significantly alleviated Luo Xiang's tension and fear. Bathed in the sunlight streaming through the door, he discerned a man of fair complexion, devoid of a beard, with delicate skin and hair graying at the temples, indicating he was no stranger to the passage of time. Despite his plain, coarse robe and a teapot on the table emitting wisps of fragrant steam, he exuded an air of a reclusive sage. His outward simplicity belied an ageless wisdom, and his eyes, having weathered the storms of life, sparkled like distant stars, as though they could penetrate Luo Xiang's very thoughts. Once again, Luo Xiang respectfully bowed. Junior Luo Xiang pays his respects to the esteemed elder. The elder smiled warmly, gesturing for him to rise. There is no need for excessive formality. I am Deng Wang, the current dean of the Martial Institute of the National Academy. Given your qualifications, it is only natural that you join my institute, and you shall be my disciple from this day forth. Luo Xiang was taken aback. Is it truly him? Deng Wang, the dean of the Martial Institute, had reached the 8th tier of royal cultivation and was a prominent figure in the examination rankings. Having excelled in both the martial and literary tests in the battle for the Divine Enlightenment Empire, he had perished alongside Kai Qing. During that examination, aside from Deng Wang, there was also Hua Gu, the current dean of the Literary Institute, who had triumphed in the literary test and placed 3rd in the martial examination. The three of them had claimed the top 3 spots, earning the title of the Divine Enlightenment Triumvirate, representative of the golden generation of the Divine Enlightenment Empire. At that time, the dawn of the empire's resurgence had seemed near, yet due to various unforeseen circumstances, the empire had failed to revive and had instead continued to decline. Deng Wang was precisely the sanctuary Su Chen intended for Luo Xiang. Once he entered the Martial Institute, he would naturally become the dean's disciple, and should he become a direct disciple, there would be few in the entire Divine Enlightenment Empire who would dare provoke the Luo family. Come, sit down. The freshly brewed tea is still warm, Deng Wang said, lowering his gaze slightly and indicating the seat opposite him. Luo Xiang hesitated slightly. Young man, why such restraint? Sit down. I am hardly a ferocious beast who would devour you. Deng Wang chuckled, observing Luo Xiang's lingering unease. Then I shall obey. Luo Xiang cautiously took a seat at the edge of the chair, occupying only half a space, ready to rise and flee at any moment. You are quite young, yet possess such timidity. In my youth, I once brawled before His Majesty with old Fu and the others, Deng Wang remarked, giving Luo Xiang a stern look. Dean Deng, are we not here to verify ages? Luo Xiang swiftly redirected the conversation to the main point. From the moment you entered, I could discern your background. There is no need for further verification, Deng Guang replied with a slight smirk, pouring a cup of hot tea for Luo Xiang. Now, enjoy your tea. Luo Xiang quickly accepted the cup, carefully tasting a sip, cautious not to speak too much. What are you afraid of? Do you think I covet the divine techniques you possess? Deng Guang casually stirred the tea leaves floating in his cup, speaking slowly. Startled, Luo Xiang stood up, gazing incredulously at Deng Guang. How do you know I possess such techniques? Deng Guang did not lift his gaze, maintaining an expression of calm. Young man, I have lived long enough to understand more than you might think. Sit down. If I truly wish to seize your techniques, do you think you could escape from my grasp? Luo Xiang's gaze bore into Deng Guang, his heart racing as he sought counsel from Su Qian on how to respond. What is there to fret about? Even if I were to possess his body, I would still be no match for him. Since resistance is futile, why not attempt to accept it with composure? Su Qian quietly encouraged him. Regarding Deng Guang's potential interest in the whirlwind leaf falling technique, Su Qian felt no concern. Deng Guang was known to be upright and steadfast, having served as a moral exemplar for many years. His character was well established. He was a character crafted by Su Qian, whose personality had already been firmly set, leaving Su Qian reassured. Thus, Luo Xiang relaxed, boldly reclining in the chair, raising the cup for a hearty drink, and then leaning back against the chair, exhaling deeply a hymn, if you have any guidance. Please feel free to share, Luo Xiang said, shedding his pretense, spitting out fragments of tea leaves, inquiring. Deng Guang, surprised by Luo Xiang's sudden nonchalance, initially raised an eyebrow, then broke into a broad smile. Ah, now this is your true nature. In comparison, I find your earlier demeanor more agreeable. Luo Xiang shrugged, indifferent. Isn't it you, Dean, who suggested I should not be so tense? Deng Guang chuckled and shook his head. It appears I have made an unreasonable request. Do you know why I called for you? I do not, Luo Xiang replied. This martial examination has attracted over 1,000 registrants, and the National Academy plans to select 100 outstanding candidates from both the literary and martial tests. I am aware of this. I will only participate in the martial examination and will not engage in the literary one, as I have never pursued formal education. Su Xiang candidly admitted that. As a young scion, he has always maintained a respectful distance from scholarly pursuits, not due to an inability to learn. Once I finished speaking, I received news that the Sword Spirit sect has secretly dispatched a significant number of disciples to compete, intending to humiliate us in the martial examinations and tarnish our reputation. Oh? What does that have to do with me? I merely need to ensure I place within the top 100. I am confident in that regard. Su Xiang, however, remained unfazed. While it indeed does not concern you greatly, the Sword Spirit sect's actions this time are more ambitious than ever. The reason for this is rooted in the fact that you once aided that girl, Yenner, in defeating them at the Nianhua royal tomb. Now they come seeking revenge against you. Deng Guang pointed at Su Xiang, his tone calm yet resolute. Because of me? Su Xiang's heart trembled. Could the Sword Spirit sect truly harbor such a grudge? Although he had indeed caused them embarrassment at the Nianhua royal tomb, it seemed excessive for them to seek vengeance at the imperial court. Deng Guang's statement did not surprise Su Qian. Following the original plot's trajectory, the Sword Spirit sect had indeed sent numerous disciples to participate in the examinations in Zhengzhou, not only seizing the top spot, but also refusing to join the Guozijian, instead aligning with the Sword Spirit sect, thereby further diminishing the royal influence. The victor among them was none other than Jiang Zhuke. This time, the Sword Spirit sect is making a formidable return. Do you wish for me to confront them? Su Xiang was not dull. He quickly grasped Deng Guang's intentions. Deng Guang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, you must have heard that Zhengzhou has seen a decline in talent in recent years. And the new generation's strength pales in comparison to the four great sections originally. We could have utilized the rules to send slightly older contestants to compete against them, but that would ultimately be a loss of face. Chapter 27. If you do not abandon me, Xiang is willing to. You possess exceptional strength and meet the criteria. I believe you are the ideal candidate. Su Qian was also aware of this. Zhengzhou had long ago devised plans to create a powerful group of contestants by altering ages and having youths consume pills to enhance their cultivation. Among them, there were over a dozen who reached the second and third stages of cultivation. And in the finals, there was even a fourth stage cultivator who faced Jiang Zhuke. Despite Zhengzhou's meticulous schemes to manipulate the competition rules, They ultimately fell to the hands of the protagonist Jiang Zhuke, who gained fame from that battle, rising to prominence. Do not agree too readily. Remember to seek benefits, Su Chun cautioned. His purpose in bringing Su Xiang here was to seize the title of martial champion. Since both parties share the same goal, why not take the opportunity to request some benefits? Su Xiang understood the implication, pondered for a moment, and feigned hesitation. Director Deng, I am willing to assist in countering the Sword Spirit sect, but their disciples are all exceptionally powerful and my cultivation is rather low. I fear I may not be up to the task. Deng Guang, being a shrewd strategist and one of the representatives of the golden generation of martial and literary prowess, immediately recognized Su Xiang's intentions to negotiate for benefits upon hearing his words. Speak plainly. What do you desire? Deng Guang inquired directly. Ancestor, what should we ask for? Su Xiang covertly inquired. Consider what reward would be most advantageous for you. Su Chen retorted. Su Xiang's mind stirred, and he proposed, Ancestor, could we request some high-level techniques or martial skills? Is your current technique not sufficient for refinement? Su Chen shook his head in denial. Well, how about some divine weapons or high-grade pills? I currently lack a suitable weapon. Su Xiang suggested again. Fool. Why not have him take you as his direct disciple? He is the head of the martial academy. Once he takes you as a disciple, what techniques, martial skills, divine weapons, or pills would be beyond your grasp? You would gain a powerful ally. Su Chen rolled his eyes, finding the lad rather simple-minded. Indeed, techniques, martial skills, divine weapons, pills, I want them all. Su Xiang's eyes sparkled, and he promptly knelt on one knee, respectfully stating, as a junior who has self-studied since childhood, I have long yearned for a renowned master's guidance. If the director is willing to accept me as a direct disciple, I shall exert all efforts to live up to the expectations of my esteemed teacher. A hint of surprise flickered across Deng Guang's face. This lad was quite adept at leveraging the situation to his advantage. Nevertheless, he was exceedingly pleased with Luo Xiang's talent. Upon receiving news of Luo Xiang's registration for the martial examination, he had hurried over to witness firsthand how he effortlessly defeated Mi Lai, further deepening his admiration and nurturing the intention of taking him as a disciple. However, Deng Guang still needed to maintain a facade of modesty. You possess outstanding talent. Self-study can indeed yield success. The Guozijian is not lacking in esteemed teachers, and I have never officially taken a disciple. I fear I may hinder your progress. This condition is unsuitable. Let us consider another. Techniques, pills, divine weapons. Surely the royal family would grant them generously, Deng Guang remarked. Su Xiang discerned that Deng Guang had not entirely refused, and his heart brimmed with joy. Following Su Chen's suggestion, he quickly responded, Director, my admiration for you is as boundless as the great river. Principal Fu's disciple is hailed as Zhongzhou's #1 talent. I am sure he has boasted before you. Rest assured, if you are willing to accept me as a disciple, I will make you proud at any time and place. This statement struck a chord within Deng Guang's heart. He was not indifferent to the notion of passing down his legacy. He simply had yet to find a suitable disciple. In previous years, the last martial champion, Chen Kong, had been a candidate he greatly favored, yet misfortune had it that Kai Qing got to him first. Though the three elders of the Guozijian appeared to be at odds, they shared a profound camaraderie behind the scenes. The competition among the older generation naturally extended to the younger. Chen Kong's extraordinary talent allowed him to break through realms repeatedly within a short span, surpassing even the disciples that Hua Gu had meticulously nurtured for years. He was hailed as Zhongzhou's foremost prodigy, his ranking on the earthly talents list exceedingly prominent. Principal Fu was known for his lack of restraint and often boasted of his disciples' excellence, frequently mentioning how Chen Kong had originally hoped to join Deng Guang's tutelage, but had chosen to align with Kai Qing instead, flaunting it before Deng Guang. Deng Guang pondered this. A fire ignited within him, and his gaze fixed intensely on Su Xiang. The 16-year-old, possessing a divine-level technique, first-stage cultivator prowess, earthly spirit root, and exceptional comprehension, could master earthly-level martial skills in a short time and challenge beyond his level. Such a promising disciple, with careful cultivation, would surely rival Chen Kong. Do you genuinely wish to be my disciple? Deng Guang's gaze was piercing, his pressure akin to a mountain enveloping Su Xiang. Rather than feeling intimidated, Su Xiang felt a surge of joy. He understood this was not a punitive measure from Deng Guang but a test before their master-disciple bond could form. He straightened his back, his gaze resolute. As the hatred deep within, the hope for his family's resurgence, and the belief in becoming a powerful figure coalesced into a force that sustained him. The disciple sincerely wishes to join the director's tutelage. Su Xiang gritted his teeth, enduring the mountainous pressure, each word resonating with conviction. Think it over, Deng Guang said with a smile. The pressure suddenly intensifying. Su Xiang let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. Yet, he stubbornly straightened his back, his eyes determined as he confronted Deng Guang. As time passed, sweat cascaded down like a waterfall, his teeth nearly biting into his own flesh, yet he refused to yield. Deng Guang nodded slightly and turned his back on Su Xiang. Suddenly, Su Xiang felt the pressure lessen drastically, allowing him to catch his breath. His flushed face revealed a tenacious determination as he gasped and stood up. Do you agree? Let us speak of this after you have secured the title of martial champion. Deng Guang waved his hand gently, and Su Xiang was instantly propelled into the air, landing heavily on the ground in a tangle of limbs. Master, await good news. Su Xiang understood he had passed the test, casting a glance at the tightly closed door, his heart brimming with joy as he hastened to leave. Inside, Deng Guang's lips curled into a smile as he murmured, Fu's disciple is the martial champion. How could mine lag behind? Young man, do not let me down. As Su Xiang emerged, though disheveled, he could not conceal the joy on his face. The waiting Han Yin'er immediately approached him. Why did it take so long? Han Yin'er inquired. Su Xiang casually adjusted his slightly disheveled hair, feeling rather pleased as he replied. I just encountered an old man who insisted I was even more handsome than he and insisted on taking me as his disciple. An old man? Which old man? Han Yin'er asked, puzzled, since those responsible for verifying ages were typically court offerings, whose strength generally resided at the grandmaster level. Su Xiang feigned ignorance and casually remarked, just an old fellow? Quite dashing, he claimed to be the head of the martial academy, named Deng Guang. Hearing this, Han Yin'er rolled her eyes, inwardly thinking, Luo Xiang, do you still have any shame? What kind of person is Director Deng? That he would so eagerly take you as his disciple. And he praised you for being more handsome than he, Director Deng, while charming, you, with your rural appearance, would hardly be considered handsome at all. Could you not exaggerate so much? Han Yin'er reproached. Su Xiang smiled nonchalantly. I am not deceiving you. That old man clearly stated that if I could achieve the title of martial champion, he would accept me as his direct disciple. Upon hearing this, Han Yin'er shot him a sidelong glance. So, it seems there's some truth to it. Luo Xiang is already exceptionally talented. If he can secure the title of martial champion, perhaps Director Deng might indeed consider taking him on as a disciple. However, given Luo Xiang's current strength, winning the championship would not be an easy feat. The martial examination is limited to those under 18. And Luo Xiang, being only 16, faces competitors nearing 18. Though their innate talent may be slightly inferior, their strength is undeniably greater, with many having already reached the third and fourth stages of cultivation. Moreover, the sword spirit sect's interference in this examination adds to the unprecedented difficulty. Considering this, Han Yin'er said, This isn't the place to discuss. Please follow me to my residence, where I have matters to discuss in detail. What secrets could not be spoken of here? Women certainly have many affairs to manage. At this moment, Su Xiang was radiating with the warmth of spring, his rebellious nature fully revealed as he exaggeratedly grinned and chuckled. His voice was far from quiet, and many around him were taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 28. Teasing the Ninth Princess, the Encounter of Young Talents. This young man dared to flirt with the exalted Ninth Princess in plain view of all? Han Yin'er's delicate face was instantly suffused with an alluring blush, her gaze like a dagger as she glared at Su Xiang, internally lamenting, Truly, I am at a loss for words. Were it not for his pivotal assistance at the Nianhua royal tomb and the discerning favor of Dean Deng, coupled with the necessity of relying on his prowess for the upcoming imperial examination, Han Yin'er would have long since ordered that audacious scoundrel's mouth be sewn shut. Cease your ramblings. Come with this princess immediately. There are urgent matters we must discuss. Enraged, Han Yin'er bit her silver teeth, her heart racing, wishing she could vanish into the earth to escape the embarrassment. Without hesitation, she gracefully tugged at Su Xiang, hastily leading him away. Inside the government hall, a stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Their shock palpable, as if their very bones had dislocated in an instant, whose foolhardy youth had consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. Pick up your jaw from the floor. Good heavens, the ninth princess has actually taken the initiative to hold a man's hand? Han Yin'er, the dream goddess of countless talents in Zhongzhou, with her ethereal beauty and icy demeanor, had inspired countless admirers. Who had ever dared to speak to her so frivolously? More astonishing still, this affront not only failed to ignite her fury, but instead rendered her blushing and flustered as she hurriedly fled with that bold youth. Could it be that our approaches as suitors have been misguided? Or perhaps Su Xiang's talent has reached a level that compels the ninth princess to willingly embrace him? I told you so. Don T assumed to be something special. Listen closely to the envious whispers of that group within the hall. Their longing is particularly grating. The mocking words of Su Qian pierced through the clamor, awakening Su Xiang from his reverie. Lost in the warmth of Han Yin'er's delicate hand, he suddenly realized they had already traversed a fair portion of the bustling street. The soft, exquisite sensation stirred his spirit, and he couldn't help but deeply regret his past obsequiousness towards Jiang Lin. Bowing and scraping to her whims, he vowed to himself, "My ancestors do not deceive me. In the end, licking boots yields nothing. From this moment forth, I, Su Xiang, shall never again be that servile sycophant." As an unmarried princess, Han Yin'er resided deep within the palace. Su Xiang, being a man, could not venture into the inner palace. Thus, she led him to a manor granted to her by the royal family, the Yinyu Villa, for temporary residence. Upon stepping into the hall of Yinyu Villa, several young talents awaited, among them Li Yu, the very individual with whom he had a fleeting encounter at the Nianhua royal tomb. Upon the arrival of the ninth princess, "We have failed to extend a proper welcome," Li Yu said, bowing respectfully as Han Yin'er gracefully entered, eliciting courteous bows from the others. Apart from Li Yu, there were two other strikingly handsome youths and a lady clad in red, all around 17 or 18 years of age. Though their attire was simple, the quality was exceptional, revealing their noble lineage from the capital. "I apologize for keeping you all waiting," Han Yin'er replied with a gentle smile, then gestured towards Su Xiang, introducing him. "This is the recently renowned Luo Xiang, who is also a participant in this martial examination. Master Luo's name is indeed thunderous. To meet you today is truly a stroke of fortune." The red-clad lady spoke first, her eyes sparkling with interest as she scrutinized Su Xiang. "I presume you are disappointed," Han Yin'er teased with a smile, then turned to introduce. "This is Miss Gu Kaiyu, who holds you in high esteem, often imagining your graceful figure and noble demeanor before her eyes." "Yin Yin, what nonsense are you spouting?" Gu Kaiyu blushed, playfully rebuking her. "What girl has not harbored exquisite dreams? A genius like Luo Xiang, emerging so strikingly, undoubtedly embodies the ideal husband in their hearts." Even Han Yin'er could not help but privately ponder that Luo Xiang might be a paragon of grace, excelling in both the arts and martial prowess. Yet upon this encounter, she inevitably felt a tinge of disappointment. It seems that truly perfect individuals are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. "Enough with the jesting. Let us proceed," Han Yin'er said, her expression sobering as she continued the introductions. "This is Li Yu. You should recall having met him at the Nianhua royal tomb, yes, Master Luo?" Li Yu greeted with a respectful fist salute, to which Su Xiang nodded in acknowledgement, recalling him as a shield for Jiang Zhu's arrows. Lastly, Han Yin'er pointed to a youth clad in black. "This is Zhang Cheng, a direct disciple of Principal Fu, and the younger brother of last year's martial champion, Zhang Yu. His talent is not in the least inferior to that of his elder brother, having already reached the second-tier cultivation realm at the tender age of 16 or 17. "Pleasure to meet you," Luo Xiang said with a smile, bowing politely. Zhang Cheng, unfazed by the mention of his brother, was primarily concerned that once Zhang Yu became a disciple of Zheng Guang, he would not only be a comrade but also one of his most formidable rivals. Zhang Cheng nodded expressionlessly. "I have heard you possess exceptional strength. However, the position of martial champion belongs solely to me. I wish you luck." Su Xiang did not dispute, knowing that all contests would be revealed upon the arena. Seeing that everyone had introduced themselves, Han Yin'er spoke again. "I trust Dean Deng has mentioned that the Sword Spirit sect intends to stir trouble. We were just discussing strategies to counter their interference when we learned of your participation in the martial examination, and we hope you will join our ranks." "Dean Deng sought you out?" Li Yu exclaimed, while Gu Kaiyu and Zhang Cheng exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting surprise. Indeed, Dean Deng promised that should I secure the title of martial champion, he would take me as his direct disciple. Su Xiang confirmed this revelation. The others did not express shock, but rather exchanged peculiar glances between Su Xiang and Zheng Cheng. There's something amiss? Su Xiang queried, puzzled. Zhang Guang's desire to take him as a disciple hardly seemed extraordinary. With his qualifications, he was already in high demand among numerous sects. Why the fuss? Zheng Cheng clicked his tongue. Scrutinizing Su Xiang once more, Dean Deng mentioned you as well? Not only me? Su Xiang felt a touch of embarrassment. Well, that truly is a coincidence. Not to worry, there can only be one martial champion. If you secure second place, I can plead with my master to accept you as well, Zheng Cheng replied calmly. He possessed exceptional talent, with roots nearly at the heavenly level, his abilities rivaling those of his brother Zheng Yu. Yet, as Zheng Yu was last year's champion and a direct disciple of Principal Fu, his famed sword, and people often referred to him as Zheng Yu's younger brother, inadvertently dimming his own brilliance, which caused him some dissatisfaction. Although his brother was already under Principal Fu's tutelage, and the principal had expressed a willingness to accept him as well, he had declined, determined to study under Dean Deng and compete with his brother for the title of the capital's greatest talent. Thus, when Dean Deng presented the requirement for the martial champion, he had already considered the title his for the taking. Su Xiang chuckled inwardly. This fellow is even more arrogant than I, maintaining an outward calm. He simply replied, Then I shall preemptively thank Brother Chun for your kind intentions. Han Yener, well aware of Luo Xiang's character, understood that his words, though courteous, were laced with sarcasm. Was Luo Xiang one to easily relent? Fortunately, Zhang Qing's nature was straightforward, and he did not overthink it. Otherwise, their debate might have escalated into conflict. She smiled and intervened. For now, let us not dwell on the title of martial champion, but instead strategize on how to confront the impending Sword Spirit sect. According to reliable intelligence, the Sword Spirit sect was sending their elite, and new disciples could participate in the battle. They had even dispatched an inner sect disciple. Han Yener arranged for everyone to take a seat. Her brow furrowed as she spoke to an inner sect disciple. Wasn't it stated that only those over 18 may participate in the martial examination? Su Xiang queried. Surely, the inner sect disciples must have surpassed that age limit? You are unaware, Brother Quang. Liu explained in the Sword Spirit sect, new disciples must indeed undergo rigorous trials to ascend to the inner sect. However, you overlook the fact that some geniuses hail from prominent sect families. Such individuals may be the children of sect leaders, elders, or deacons, born as inner sect disciples, enjoying the finest resources. Though they may be young, their strength is not to be underestimated, at least on par with Yi Tian. Su Xiang nodded in understanding. It seems that disparities in family background exist everywhere. Chapter 29. Pre-battle oaths, conspiracies within the tavern. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall fight to the last drop of blood to uphold the dignity of the divine enlightenment. Li Yu, the foremost loyal servant of the ninth princess, unequivocally declared his lofty ambitions. Ji Kaiyu narrowed her eyes slightly, her tone nonchalant. I too aspire to rank among the best and showcase my brilliance. Zhang Cheng, remarkably composed, asserted with conviction. The title of martial champion is mine alone. All eyes turned to Su Xiang, who helplessly shrugged. Can I say no? Of course not, the others chimed in unison. Han Yener then explained. In truth, the task is not as daunting as it seems. Higher authorities have arranged for other experts to assist us in thwarting our opponents. Liu scoffed slightly. Who else in this capital could possibly rival us? Han Yener smiled mysteriously, leaning in to whisper. I am referring not just to this year's candidates, but also to those who, due to age restrictions, could not register. Altered ages? The group gasped in astonishment. Indeed, if the Sword Spirit sect dares to play dirty, we shall return the favor in kind. This is the capital. The rules of the imperial examinations are dictated by our court. Han Yener's gaze was sharp and resolute. Her tone unwavering. Ji Kaiyu echoed her sentiment, asserting, as long as we strategize effectively, we can ensure their elimination in the first round. Zhang Qing's expression shifted slightly. There was a pivotal stage in martial arts cultivation. Even a year's difference in age could result in a significant disparity in strength. Merely 16 years old. If he were to confront those formidable opponents aged 18 or 19, even with exceptional talent, victory would be far from guaranteed. Perceptive to his unease, Han Yener reassured him, do not worry. The higher-ups will not allow us to engage them directly in the early stages. Our primary target is the disciples of the Sword Spirit sect. Once they are out of the competition, the others will surely retreat upon seeing us. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng's demeanor softened, confidence returning as he declared, "Against those under 18, I fear no rival." As night descended, the group settled into the Misty Rain Villa, awaiting the commencement of the martial arts examination the following day. Su Xiang, delayed by unforeseen circumstances, barely managed to catch the last opportunity to register. In a room resonating with ancient charm, Su Xiang sat cross-legged on the bed, gazing into the void where phantoms materialized. I surmise that this martial arts examination will take the form of arena battles, selecting the top 100 to join the Imperial Martial Academy. According to the plans of the Divine Enlightenment Empire, UCED candidates should not encounter formidable foes in the early rounds. Su Chen mused, hands clasped behind his back. Yet, do not let your guard down. Regardless of how meticulously the Divine Enlightenment Empire prepares, Zhang Zhuojue remains your foremost rival. Su Chen shifted the conversation with a grave reminder. Zhang Zhuojue is also competing, Su Xiang exclaimed, springing up from his bed in shock. Indeed, he will certainly be present. He has likely already reached the second tier, Su Chen confirmed with a nod. Originally, Zhang Zhuojue was determined to seize the title of this year's martial champion. A heavy sense of dread enveloped Su Xiang as he contemplated. Zhang Zhuojue, you have already attained the second tier? Such genius is astounding. Ancestor, tonight I shall attempt to break through to the second tier. Su Xiang's eyes shone with determination. Having recently approached the bottleneck of the second tier, he felt this was the perfect opportunity for a breakthrough. Su Chen smiled faintly. The timing is indeed auspicious. But you must remember, his innate spiritual root surpasses yours, and with the aid of elixirs, it is not surprising that his cultivation speed is slightly superior. Once the martial arts examination concludes, I shall accompany you to seek items to enhance your spiritual root. Otherwise, surpassing him may prove arduous, so long as I can wash away the shame and avenge the wrongs. I am willing to heed all of your commands, even at the cost of my life. Su Xiang's tone was resolute, his eyes ablaze with a fury that seemed capable of igniting the entire room. What nonsense about life and death! After all the effort I expended to rescue you. Would it not be a waste of my life-saving talisman if you were to perish? Su Chen reproached him with exasperation. Yes. However, Ancestor, I have recently noticed a significant acceleration in my cultivation progress. Could it be the miraculous effect of the divine level technique? Su Xiang awkwardly nodded, then posed another question. Indeed, his cultivation speed has experienced a remarkable leap. Initially, switching to the windfall leaf technique, such a divine level secret, had already propelled his speed beyond the past. I never expected that after returning from the flower-picking royal tomb, his progress would further accelerate. Su Chen understood that this was due to the first stage achievement halo, which granted the Su family disciples a 10% increase in cultivation speed. However, he did not elaborate directly, merely responding, your innate talent is already commendable, and this windfall leaf technique is highly compatible with you. It is not surprising that your cultivation speed has increased as you become more adept. Now I see. Su Xiang appeared enlightened, and then declared, I shall attempt to break through first, and I hope Ancestor will protect me. Within the southern part of the capital city, the entirety of the Kyoto Tavern had been reserved. In the most spacious room, 7 or 8 young men encircled a middle-aged man. Lin Steward, in my opinion. Dealing with these inept fools in Kyoto requires no strategy. I alone can handle them all. A strikingly handsome yet sullen young man voiced his impatience. His name was Lu Xian, the son of a certain elder from the Sword Spirit sect, who had reached the pinnacle of the third tier at the tender age of 17. Having grown up within the Sword Spirit sect, he had access to abundant resources and was the only inner disciple sent by the sect this time. Beside him sat Zhang Zhuojue, Zhang Lin, Yi Tian, and Zhuang Fan among others. Lu Xianzi, please remain calmed. A 100-legged insect does not die easily. The Divine Enlightenment royal family is not to be trifled with. They must have already learned of our movements and are undoubtedly prepared. Lin Steward advised patiently, his demeanor amiable. Lu Xian scoffed dismissively. Prepare? What could they possibly prepare? Those royal imbeciles cannot contend with me. It is said that Luo Xiang, who recently gained fame at the flower-picking royal tomb, has registered for this martial arts examination. Lin Steward, as a senior, refrained from directly admonishing Lu Xian. instead steering the conversation while casting a meaningful glance at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, the leading figure among the new disciples of the Sword Spirit sect, was in the limelight. He considered himself the eldest senior brother but had brought shame to the sect during the flower-picking royal tomb, becoming a mere plaything for Luo Xiang. The Sword Spirit sect's grand display this time was to reclaim the lost honor from the flower-picking royal tomb and restore dignity from the divine enlightenment royal family. If he dares to come, I am eager to settle old scores with him. If I do not tear him apart, I shall not be human. Yi Tian seethed, his eyes brimming with deep-seated hatred. Such lofty words. Just ensure you can even find a shadow of him when the time comes. Lu Xian mocked. How about this? You give me that beautiful maid, and when we encounter Luo Xiang, I shall avenge you. You? Yi Tian's finger trembled in indignation, pointing at Lu Xian yet hesitating to unleash his wrath. Lu Xian was not only an inner disciple but also possessed greater strength than Yi Tian, making him a figure Yi Tian dared not provoke. Yi Tian was the eldest son of the Yi family in Xiannan City, wealthy beyond measure, and when he entered the Sword Spirit sect for cultivation, he had even gone to great lengths to bring a beautiful maid along to serve him, a fact that had long made Lu Xian covetous. Enough of this quarrel. This endeavor for the championship is of utmost importance and must not be allowed to falter. Lin Stewart interjected, waving his hand to dismiss the bickering. Chapter 30. The current Divine Enlightenment martial arts examination officially commences. A glint of cunning flickered in Jiang Zhuojue's eyes as he cleverly suggested. Lin Stewart, since we have all registered under aliases, why not conceal our strength during the competition, catching our opponents off guard? What do you think of this plan? Lin Stewart focused intently on Jiang Zhuojue. This gifted youth was rumored to have broken through 8 tiers in just 3 months. Had he not been slightly capricious in nature, he would have already ranked among the inner circle's elite. Gently stroking his silver-white beard, Lin Stewart nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Tomorrow, be sure to keep a low profile. There is no need to exude overwhelming might as soon as you step onto the stage. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's lips curled into a proud, disdainful smile, and he nonchalantly replied, What of it if I shine brightly? What can they do to me? In his words, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Zhuojue. His eyes filled with contempt. This plan is merely overkill. Jiang Zhuojue's gaze was piercing, unyielding as he faced Lu Xian head-on. Aware of Lu Xian's volatile temperament, Lin Stewart, seeking to prevent further discord, waved his hand to disperse the gathering. Enough! It is late. You all should retire for the night. As dawn broke, the morning birds chirped joyfully, heralding the arrival of a new day. Xu Xiang awakened from his late-night cultivation. Swinging his legs over the bed, the sound of his bones cracking pleasantly resonating in the stillness, he took a deep breath, exhaling a stream of pure true qi that gracefully swept towards the wooden table before him, leaving a perfectly straight and even cut upon its surface. Thank you, ancestor, for your protection. Xu Xiang bowed respectfully towards the figure of Su Chun suspended in mid-air. Su Chun nodded slightly, satisfied. You have reached the second tier. Not bad. Go ahead. As his words faded, his figure dissipated into wisps of smoke, returning to the ring on Su Xiang's finger. The martial arts examination of the Divine Enlightenment Empire traditionally took place at the Imperial Martial Academy. The academy was divided into 2 branches, the literary and martial. The literary branch occupied the eastern half of the capital, where the civil examinations were conducted, while the martial branch was located outside the city amidst the majestic Fulong mountain range, sprawling over a vast area, surrounded by dense forests teeming with numerous magical beasts and various spiritual herbs, making it a veritable paradise for cultivation. The martial academy adhered to the law of the jungle, encouraging competition with no restrictions on private duels among students. Thus, arenas were scattered throughout the academy, allowing students to challenge one another at any time. The literary examinations were shrouded in secrecy, while the martial arts examination created a stir throughout the city. This grand celebration, steeped in 1,000 years of history, occurred every 3 years, attracting throngs of people and prompting well-prepared betting pools on the outcomes. The academy only opened its doors to outsiders at this moment. At this juncture, above the academy, a figure clad in white, Deng Guang, traversed the air as if ascending a staircase of clouds, evoking gasps of awe from onlookers. That is the esteemed Director Deng of the Martial Academy. Floating in mid-air, he must have reached the realm of the King of Cultivation. Director Deng is truly magnificent. We salute Director Deng. As a prominent figure of the golden generation, Deng Guang's mere appearance incited fervent cheers from the crowd. Su Xiang secretly derided him for his age, yet deep within, he was filled with an insatiable yearning for the awe-inspiring presence of a king of cultivation. Deng Guang raised his hand, and the uproarious crowd fell silent in an instant. This is Director Deng, once again serving as the chief examiner for this martial arts examination. 100 instructors from the Martial Academy will act as judges. Today's preliminary trials will take place on 100 arenas, battling from dawn until dusk to select 100 champions, who will be granted admission to the Martial Academy. These 100 champions will then draw lots to determine the 16 finalists, who will participate in the final Imperial examination. During the Imperial examination, the 16 heroes would vie for the titles of champion, runner-up, and third place, under the watchful eyes of the Divine Enlightenment Empress, the foremost powerhouse of our empire. The top 3 would gain direct admission to the Inner Academy. Though Deng Guang's voice is light, each word resonates through the crowd, clear and distinct. I wish all candidates to strive valiantly and achieve outstanding results. At this moment, I declare the commencement of this year's Shinchi martial arts competition. As his words fell, the audience erupted into a fervent uproar, and this captivating martial arts gala officially commenced under Deng Guang's solemn declaration. No sooner had Deng Guang's words faded than a young man clad in resplendent attire leaped onto the stage, sword in hand, boldly proclaiming, "Lu Xian from Nanzhou is here. Who dares to face me?" Witnessing this scene, Lin Zhisher could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye, inwardly lamenting. This Lu Xian neither disguises himself nor conceals his brilliance, only knowing how to flaunt it, truly a headache. Could it be that growing up in the inner circle has led him to become so unconventional? He turned to Jiang Zhujue and the others, earnestly advising, "Do not emulate his reckless ascent to the stage. Be sure to conserve your strength and avoid becoming entangled in a war of attrition." Despite Lu Xian's flamboyant personality and bizarre demeanor, his prowess is indeed formidable. Like a lone blossom, within a mere moment, several challengers had already fallen before him with ease, while he remained poised and arrogant upon the stage. Han Yenner gazed towards the arena, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she murmured, "A third-tier practitioner? This must be the inner disciple of the Sword Spirit sect." Yu Kaiyu, upon hearing this, could not help but exclaim, "How impressive! It appears that the inner disciples of the Sword Spirit sect are leagues ahead of us." Despite being of similar youth, there exists a full 2 tiers of difference. As Lu Xian grew increasingly arrogant, effortlessly defeating yet another challenger, he mocked, "You nameless nobodies from the capital lack even the qualification to warm up for me." Zhang Cheng, witnessing this, felt a surge of blood rush to his head, ready to rush onto the stage to challenge, but was halted by Su Xiang. "Hold your horses, someone will surely teach him a lesson." Before he could finish, a robust young man wielding a massive iron hammer leapt onto the stage, exuding a fierce aura. "Do not be so arrogant. Yin Xiao is here. I shall experience your esteemed skills." This man, towering and muscular, was a second-tier practitioner, and the iron hammer he wielded weighed several hundred pounds, evidently a powerhouse of strength. However, Lu Xian showed no sign of fear, merely sneering and mockingly referring to him as big-headed oaf. The insulted behemoth, enraged, swung his hammer fiercely at Lu Xian. The hammer, infused with the power of a practitioner, struck with the force of 1,000 Jun. Lu Xian, agile as a cat, effortlessly sidestepped this thunderous blow. The hammer crashed into the ground, creating a gaping pit in the arena. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xian stepped onto the iron hammer, resting his elbow on his knee, looking down at the hulking man with feigned terror. Such immense strength. "I am utterly terrified." The giant, now inflamed with rage, attempted to swing the hammer again, only to find it seemingly anchored beneath Lu Xian's foot. No matter how he struggled, he could not budge it an inch. Gritting his teeth, he steadied his stance, veins bulging in his arms, exerting all his might to wrench the hammer free. Yet to no avail. Lu Xian, with a face full of mockery, exaggeratedly proclaimed, "You wish to reclaim your hammer? Why not say so sooner? Here you go." As he loosened his foot, the giant finally managed to pull the hammer, but in his overexertion, he lost his balance and stumbled backward, ultimately tumbling out of the arena along with the hammer, raising a cloud of dust. The audience was taken aback, initially believing this mighty man would teach Lu Xian a lesson, only to find him humiliated as if he were a mere child. Lu Xian stood proudly on the stage, coldly taunting. I have long heard that the capital is home to many talents. Is this truly what you call a prodigy? Faced with Lu Xian's overwhelming strength against a second-tier practitioner, no one dared to step forward to challenge him, leaving them in silence, inwardly hoping that the capital's geniuses would rise to defeat this arrogant individual. High above, Deng Guang sipped his tea, quietly observing the unfolding situation. A middle-aged man beside him whispered, "Dean, this person must be the inner disciple of the Sword Spirit sect, correct?" Deng Guang leisurely waved his hand. "No matter. The shot that hits the bird that sticks its neck out. Let them revel for a while. We shall use this opportunity to investigate whether there are any other infiltrators from the Sword Spirit sect. The arena matches are inconsequential. The true reckoning will be during the top 100 elimination round." Chapter 31. A resounding slap to Jiang Lin's face as time flowed gently. The fierce battles across various arenas raged with fervor. Lu Xian continued to provoke on the stage, yet none dared to face his wrath. "You should each find a stage to occupy." Lin Jisher, feeling slightly relieved as the worries he had anticipated did not materialize, watched as Zhang Zhuzhue and the others departed to seek out their own platforms. Eager to showcase their talents, Yi Tian boldly leapt onto a stage, sending the original champion flying with a single punch. He surveyed the surroundings, his voice hoarse with fervor. "I am Qian Song from Nanzhou. Where is Luo Xiang? Come forth and meet your doom." His voice carried a madness and hatred that soared to the heavens. In the past, Luo Xiang had humiliated him at the Nianhua King's tomb. How could he not seek revenge? While Lu Xian displayed his prowess, Yi Tian had been secretly observing the various stages, yet he had yet to catch sight of Luo Xiang. Had Lin Jisher not restrained him, he would have already instigated a confrontation to force Luo Xiang into the fray. Recently, he had implored his master for medicinal pills, his cultivation soaring to the peak of a second-tier practitioner. Just a step away from the third tier, upon hearing that Luo Xiang was participating in the examination, Yi Tian was overjoyed, vowing to repay the humiliation of the Nianhua King's tomb 1,000-fold. Yi Tian's fierce call on the stage piqued Gu Kaiyu's interest, who turned to Su Xiang. "It seems that Luo Gongzi is seeking revenge against you." Han Yinner's eyes glinted with cold light as she recognized Yi Tian as the villain who had nearly tarnished her reputation. However, Su Xiang remained indifferent, viewing Yi Tian as a mere clown, his gaze fixed on another person. Zhang Zhuzhue. Su Chan had warned him that his true rival was Zhang Zhuzhue. "Are you not going to take the stage?" Liu grasped at the nearly charging ninth princess, perplexed as to why Su Xiang did not step up when his opponent was openly challenging him. Would it not be a loss of face for the little princess to take action herself? Su Xiang calmly shook his head. "He is not worth my effort." Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, focusing on a slender figure standing on a far-off stage, with rough skin and a scar across his cheek. This did not hinder Su Xiang from recognizing him at a glance. Zhang Zhuzhue, the unique aura, the familiar form, etched in his heart forever. He watched as Zhang Zhuzhue moved with grace, flashes of red light shimmering as his strikes were fierce and relentless. "Indeed, he is a second-tier practitioner." Yu Xiang's expression grew serious, his fighting spirit surging as Yu Chen timely reminded him. "In the elimination rounds, you will have your chance to confront him. Zhang Zhuzhue would have royal family members to face him first." Su Xiang pondered for a moment before nodding. "If he truly possesses such abilities, we shall surely meet in the elimination rounds. For now, we must ensure our place among the top 100. Having said that, he turned and made his way toward another stage. Han Yinner gradually calmed her emotions, leading the others to select their own challenges. The stage Su Xiang chose was not for the faint of heart. The reigning champion was Jiang Lin, who had stepped into the realm of practitioners. She was graceful and enchanting, her bright eyes and pearly teeth captivating the audience even before the match began. Drawing many spectators to gaze in awe, for many, the prospect of battling such a beauty stirred excitement. Yet Jiang Lin seemed oblivious to her admirers below, wielding her slender sword with striking precision. After each victory over her opponents, she would cast a longing glance towards where Zhang Zhuzhue stood, the two sharing a smile that spoke volumes, igniting envy among the onlookers. Such a stunning beauty. How could she be smitten with that scarred fellow? Su Xiang's gaze fixated on the figure that had once haunted his dreams, his heart seething with rage. "Adulterous couple, I shall ensure your end is nothing short of brutal." He leaped onto the stage, his eyes icy, taunting Jiang Lin. "Stop staring. You might just twist your neck." It's his words. Jiang Lin's cheeks flushed slightly, inwardly scolding Su Xiang for his lack of decorum. "And who might you be?" Disdain filled her heart for this dark-skinned man who dared to disrupt the romantic exchange she shared with Jiang Zhuzhue. Before Su Xiang could respond, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "It's Su Xiang, the 49th on the Huang Xin list, the one who repelled Milu with a single palm." The audience erupted in astonishment. Su Xiang had appeared. Was he here for this maiden? Did he intend to subdue her with force? Su Xiang? Jiang Lin's heart trembled. Why would Su Xiang seek her out? Was he not already accompanied by the 9th princess? Why then would he pursue other women? Murmurs of discontent arose in the crowd. He possesses extraordinary strength. What can you do? I refuse to accept this. Why do today's beauties have such poor taste? The 9th princess is enamored with that dark fellow, while Lin Yin is drawn to that scar-faced man. Here I stand, dashing and alone. It is utterly unfair. Hearing this, Su Xiang's anger flared, a cold smile curling at his lips. "Lin Yin? What a delightful alias." Jiang Lin, blushing, replied softly. "What does it have to do with you? I do not understand what you are saying." Seeing her flustered demeanor ignited a fire within Su Xiang. This was a side of her he had never witnessed. "What does it have to do with you?" "It is my concern that this pair of adulterous lovers will not meet a good end," Su Xiang coldly stated. "Let us begin." "Wait, why do you wish to fight me?" Song that Qian Song openly challenged you. "Will you not take the stage?" Jiang Lin hastily urged. Yetion had been defeating opponents left and right on the stage, each time provoking Su Xiang to battle. Jiang Zhuzhue had mentioned several times that Su Xiang would be his fiercest rival. To have Su Xiang and Yetion clash, would that not be a win-win? "Do you wish for me to engage in a battle that leaves us both wounded?" Su Xiang was no longer the obedient fool of the past. He immediately discerned Jiang Lin's intentions. "I detest public displays of affection," he roared, azure light flashing as he instantly appeared beside Jiang Lin, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap, declaring, "I shall not let you throw yourself at him." Jiang Lin was momentarily blinded, and then a sharp pain shot through her cheek as she staggered backward from the blow. How could Su Xiang be so ruthless, to strike such a delicate girl? How could he possibly bear to do that? "Su Xiang, you scoundrel, do not harm my goddess." Was he not pursuing her affections? Could this truly be his unique method? Perhaps it was all for the 9th princess. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Su Xiang, with a flicker of motion, delivered another slap to the other side of Jiang Lin's face. "This is for your fickleness," Jiang Lin cried out in agony. Collapsing to the ground as she struggled to rise, she was horrified to realize she had endured 2 resounding slaps. Having been raised in a world of adoration and applause, she had never faced such humiliation. With wide eyes fixed on Su Xiang, she exclaimed, "You actually struck me." Her hands caressed her swollen cheeks, the once vibrant apple-like contours now grotesquely inflated, with 2 stark handprints glaringly visible at that moment. Jiang Zhuzhue, alerted by the commotion, swiftly concluded his battle and turned his gaze toward the scene. He beheld Jiang Lin, tears streaming down her face, her cheeks bruised and swollen, the unmistakable marks of violence igniting his fury. Su Xiang seemed to sense Jiang Zhuzhue's glare and met it with a fearless stare, revealing a cruel smile. His heart swelled with pleasure. This pair of despicable lovers would soon face retribution. "I strike you for your betrayal," Su Xiang sneered, delivering yet another slap, causing Jiang Lin to fall once more, her face flushed and blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. More strikes. Is Su Xiang a sadist? The onlookers gasped in shock at his excessive brutality. "Your Highness, the 9th princess, could it be that Su Xiang was once spurned by Jiang Lin?" Liu watched in disbelief, taken aback by Su Xiang's actions. Chapter 32. Identity Exposed. Jiang Lin was evidently an extraordinarily beautiful young woman. How could he treat her so cruelly? Han Yin'er was utterly astonished by Su Xiang's brutality. If he could be so merciless to a man, how could he be so unforgiving to a woman? Was he still worthy of being called a man? Did he harbor a disdain for women? No wonder he was always cold towards me. The first beauty of the divine enlightenment. Could it be that he has a preference for men? Han Yin'er pondered privately in the distance. Yetion also witnessed the scene, harboring affection for Jiang Lin. He could not help but erupt in fury. "Luo Xiang, You coward! Preying on women, come face me for a duel. Su Xiang remained unfazed, delivering slap after slap. This is for your pretentiousness. This is for your lack of discernment. This is for those you have deceived. The final blow, perhaps driven by past resentments or a loss for words, was indistinguishable. At last, Su Xiang ceased his violent assault, leaving Jiang Lin in disarray, her former beauty utterly obliterated. Even the mentors and judges on the stage averted their eyes in pity. Jiang Zhuju was already seething with rage. Disregarding the need for restraint, he sent every challenger flying, leaving them either dead or wounded. Luo Xiang, I will take your life. Jiang Zhuju roared to the heavens, yearning to leap down and confront Su Xiang. The judge hurriedly reminded him, this contestant will be deemed forfeit if he leaves the stage. Losing his chance to advance, Jiang Zhuju was forced to halt, his eyes bloodshot, breathing deeply to suppress his fury. He could not forfeit. Otherwise, he would miss a golden opportunity for glory. Jiang Lin, concede. Please concede. Jiang Zhuju shouted. Jiang Lin struggled to part her swollen lips, her voice strained. I concede. Yet, before she could complete her statement, Su Xiang delivered another slap. Judge, she has conceded. Why do you still strike? Jiang Zhuju exclaimed, desperate to tear Su Xiang apart. The judge, caught in an awkward position, heard Su Xiang's cold voice. She has not fully uttered the words I concede. The duel is not over. Luo Xiang, I have no deep-seated grudge against you. Why treat her with such cruelty? Jiang Zhuju roared, his scarred face twisting in rage. I have no need for reasons. If you have the ability, come and fight. Su Xiang retorted, equally fierce. No grudge. Is the grudge of life and death not a grudge? Is the grudge of love not a grudge? I once nearly betrothed myself to Jiang Lin. Even if I cannot win her heart, I will possess her. All because of you. My fiancé has turned to dust. My talents wasted, and I nearly lost my life. You dare say there is no grudge? In the distance, Deng Guang observed the unfolding drama, his brow furrowed. Director, should we intervene? A middle-aged man beside him inquired. This action seems rather against the rules. Deng Guang hesitated. He could not comprehend why Luo Xiang would treat the fragile Jiang Lin with such cruelty. In his memory, while Luo Xiang was cunning, he had never been so ruthless. This method is far too brutal. It is not the behavior of a gentleman, the middle-aged man remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Deng Guang replied, let us observe for a while longer. If he does not cease, you shall intervene. Understood, the middle-aged man nodded, disappearing from sight. Jiang Zhuju's furious screams roared like a tempest, yet Su Xiang transformed them into a refreshing rain, his eyes bloodshot. A wicked smile curling at his lips, resembling a bloodthirsty wolf, he advanced towards Jiang Lin with reckless abandon, defiantly provoking, I will strike you. What can you do about it? Su Xiang appeared almost deranged. Not utilizing a shred of true energy, relying solely on his iron fists to unleash a barrage of slaps, striking her mercilessly. Jiang Zhuju watched helplessly from afar, his teeth clenched, hatred surging. Luo Xiang, I swear to kill you. I swear to kill you. In his fury, his nails dug deep into his palm. Pointing towards the crowd below, he bellowed, you all, come at me. I have no time to waste on you. Blood splattered from his fingertips. The overwhelming ferocity instilled fear in the onlookers. None dared to respond. Ha ha ha. Come on, you bunch of worthless fools. If you do not kill me, just watch me publicly humiliate her. Su Xiang laughed maniacally, his dark visage revealing gleaming white teeth like a demonic apparition. Just as the storm threatened to erupt, a chilling command sliced through the air like a winter's frost. Instantly extinguishing his fiery rage, he froze, as if a statue plunged into icy waters, trembling as his madness dissipated. Brat, as a man, seeking revenge on a woman is not out of line, but to torment her thus, are you even a man? Su Chen chastised sternly, disappointment etched across his face. He had believed Su Xiang was merely impulsive, never anticipating he would lose control, nearly descending into madness. Jiang Lin, once a pivotal character in his narrative, now faced such calamity, stirring a pang of sorrow within Su Chen. Yet what pained him more was the reality that Su Xiang, once a pure-hearted youth, had allowed hatred to warp his spirit. Had he not intervened in time, Su Xiang might have truly wandered down a dark path, Su Xiang stared at his bloodied hands, a chill creeping from his core. What am I doing? Have I become a devil? Quickly, take her down, Su Chun commanded coldly, recognizing that Su Xiang's character still required refinement. He was far too susceptible to external influences, in dire need of tempering. Awakening from his stupor, Su Xiang hoarsely addressed the judge. Please, take her down. The judge, witnessing Jiang Lin's tragic state, could only shake his head and sigh, even knowing her identity as a disciple of the Sword Spirit sect. He could not help but feel pity. Su Xiang's frenzied actions had rendered his arena nearly deserted, while challengers on the stages where Jiang Zhuju and Yi Tian fought were also few and far between. They, too, were inflamed with anger, unleashing their wrath upon any opponent, showing no mercy. As night fell, the Yin Yu Villa once again convened. With Su Xiang and Han Yin'er seated across from one another, the gazes of those present were complex, as if they were observing an unknown beast. After much hesitation, Han Yin'er finally asked the question that had been plaguing her heart. Luo Xiang, what deep-seated grudge do you have with Lin Yin? Su Xiang's eyes sharpened abruptly, like a sword drawn from its sheath, causing Han Yin'er to instinctively retreat. After a moment, his tone turned grave. She is not Lin Yin. She is Jiang Lin, a disciple of the Sword Spirit sect. And what of it? Your methods were far too harsh. Gu Kaiyu could not help but voice his complaint. In truth, Su Xiang had not exerted excessive force. It was merely that Jiang Lin's injuries were particularly sensitive, and her once enchanting visage had been ravaged beyond recognition by the relentless slaps. The other beauties present watched in trepidation, secretly relieved not to have suffered such a fate. Chapter 33. The Alchemist and Zhu Ju's Speculations. Is she not the one who stood out in the Nianhua royal tomb, adorned with a floral crown? Liu murmured, vividly recalling the striking figure within the tomb. Indeed, Su Xiang replied briefly. Han Yin'er furrowed her brow, tentatively inquiring, do you have a history with her? In her recollection, the only person within the Sword Spirit sect who had a grievance with Luo Xiang was Yi Tian, followed by Zhuang Fan, whom Luo Xiang had provoked. As for Jiang Zhuju, who had benefited from the situation, he should theoretically have no ties to Luo Xiang. Exhausted, Su Xiang waved his hand. I am somewhat weary. The rest of you may fight tomorrow. I shall take my leave. With that, he departed, leaving the four of them exchanging glances, bewildered, as night deepened. Su Xiang sat alone in his chamber, feeling dejected. He mockingly questioned the void. Ancestor. Have I become a beast driven by rage? Su Qin's figure emerged languidly from the ring, exhaling a sigh. You are still young. Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. I support your quest for revenge against Jiang Zhuju. But to provoke him through the torment of a woman is not the act of a true man. Su Xiang was suddenly engulfed in a fit of rage, his eyes burning crimson as his emotions surged. I despise her. Were it not for her, I could have led a peaceful existence with Jiang Zhuju. Were it not for her, I would not have faced utter defeat in the disciple competition, my reputation in tatters. Were it not for her, how could I have been forced to leave my homeland, concealing my identity and languishing in Zhongzhou? Su Qin hovered in midair, silently observing him, without uttering a word. Jiang Lin was indeed the catalyst for a turning point in Su Xiang's life. However, at its core, was this not a narrative woven by the very hands of the author himself? Anyone caught in such a web would find it nearly impossible to let go of such profound enmity. In the original storyline, Jiang Zhuju was the victor. Now, Su Xiang's fate had been rewritten due to Su Qin's intervention, granting him an opportunity to ascend and claim the throne. I empathize with your turmoil. Yet you must understand that if you cannot rid yourself of this inner demon soon, allowing hatred to govern you, your path ahead will undoubtedly be constrained. Su Qin admonished gravely. Su Xiang, in anguish, tugged at his hair, oblivious to the strands he had already pulled out in his distress. His breath came in quick gasps as images from the arena intertwined in his mind. The fury of Jiang Zhuju, the helplessness of Jiang Lin, and his own madness and exhilaration at that time. The thrill of revenge was indeed intoxicating, yet afterwards came an unsettling chill. At this moment, his heart overflowed with regret. Yet there lingered a peculiar sensation. The advantages bestowed upon him by the Su family had rendered him a scion of privilege, rather than a wretch. His essence was not inherently malevolent. Following Su Qin's guidance, he found himself engulfed in continuous introspection, persisting until the conclusion of the tournament, with cold sweat still trickling down his back. Fortunately, his nearly deranged outburst had intimidated the other challengers below, and coupled with his renowned status as Luo Xiong, none dared to approach him again. Otherwise, in his dazed and disoriented state, he might have been unable to face even an ordinary first-tier cultivator. Remember, cultivators vie for fortune, not act impulsively. The heavenly path is one of righteousness. Attempting to seize another's fortune through despicable means is destined to be futile. Zhang Juju is the pride of this era. If you wish to contend for fortune against him, you must defeat him honorably. Su Qin's words were stern, his expression solemn. Grandson understands his mistakes. Su Xiong was profoundly moved by Su Qin's thunderous admonition, trembling as he knelt before him, choking back tears. Side quest initiated. Seize the title of martial champion. Su Xiong successfully entered the top 100 of the martial examination, triggering the side quest to claim the title of martial champion. Quest details. Assist the host, Su Xiong, in defeating the original protagonist, Zhang Juju, and seize the position of champion in this martial examination of the Divine Enlightenment Empire. Quest rewards. The host will obtain clues for revival. Achievement reward, 500 points of reverse fate value. Confronted with the sudden barrage of prompts from the system, Su Chun was jolted. Clues for revival? It seemed the title of martial champion was imperative. In a room filled with medicinal aromas at an inn in the capital, a woman with her face covered in gauze lay silently weeping on the bed. Zhang Juju sat beside her, tightly grasping Zhang Lin's slender hand. Zhang Lin, do not worry. I will ensure that the rogue Luo Xiong is torn to shreds. Avenging your humiliation, Zhang Juju gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Brother Zhang Juju, will I become very ugly? Zhang Lin's eyes brimmed with tears, dampening the gauze at the corners. Absolutely not. I have concocted a special ointment for you. It will surely restore you to your former self. Zhang Juju hastily reassured her, do not cry. Tears will dilute the medicinal effects. All right, I won't cry. I won't cry, Zhang Lin promised, yet her tears continued to fall uncontrollably. At this moment, the voice of the medicine sage echoed in Zhang Juju's heart with immense astonishment. Zhang Juju. I have realized. I know who Luo Xiong is. Who is he? Regardless of his identity, I will take his life. Zhang Juju roared inwardly. Zhang Juju, think carefully. Luo Xiong is exceptionally powerful, possessing extraordinary talent. With his abilities, defeating Zhang Lin would require little effort. Why then would he go to such lengths to humiliate her? The medicine sage pressed, I am uncertain. Zhang Lin is kind-hearted and has never harbored enmity against anyone. Perhaps that rogue Luo Xiong seeks to disturb my state of mind by humiliating Zhang Lin, Zhang Juju pondered. Since he bears you no deep-seated grudge, why then would he expend such effort to disrupt your thoughts? The medicine sage questioned. Indeed, it is peculiar. I generally conduct myself discreetly and have not made enemies to this extent, Zhang Juju admitted. Perplexed, I harbor a bold hypothesis. Luo Xiong is likely someone we did not anticipate. The medicine sage paused, his tone laden with unspeakable complexity. He possesses a wind attribute physique, is of similar age to you, and shares old grievances with both you and Zhang Lin. Grievances that are deeply rooted and difficult to resolve. Reflect carefully. Is there anyone who fits this description? The medicine sage further prompted. A wind attribute physique, similar age, and old grievances with both Zhang Lin and myself. Zhang Juju mulled over in his mind. Recall what alias he used during the martial examination? The medicine sage suggested again. Alias? He called himself Luo Xiong. Wait. Zhang Juju seemed to grasp a thread of insight. My name is Zhang Juju, and my alias is Juju. Thus, it seems highly probable that Luo Xiong is utilizing an alias closely resembling the name, and also shares the character Xiong. Su Xiong. Chapter 34. The tournament begins. Su Xiong. Zhang Juju's complexion shifted dramatically, his expression one of disbelief. Brother Juju, what is the matter? Zhang Lin noticed his unusual demeanor, her brows knitting in concern. Zhang Juju took a deep breath, striving to suppress the shock within, and gently reassured Zhang Lin, it is nothing. Just recalling some old matters. You focus on your recovery. I shall step outside. He softly closed the door, leaving Zhang Lin to silently pray for him within the room. Outside, Lin Jisher and the disciples had been waiting anxiously, yet due to the propriety between men and women, None had dared to enter and inquire. Upon seeing Jiang Zhuju emerge, Lin Jisher hurriedly approached him, asking, "Jiang Zhuju, how is Jiang Lin faring? She has sustained some minor injuries. I have prepared medicinal ointments, and she will recover in a few days." Jiang Zhuju replied calmly, "That is excellent news. Luo Xiang has repeatedly provoked our sword spirit sect. Should an opportunity arise, I shall ensure he pays the price," Lin Jisher declared, clenching his fists, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. "Jiang Zhuju, as a man, how can you bear to see Luo Xiang so humiliate Jiang Lin without taking action?" Yi Tian rebuked harshly, his eyes blazing with anger. Jiang Zhuju shot him a cold glance. "What would you have me do? Withdraw from the arena and invade his battlefield? To forfeit is one thing, but to disrupt the rules would only provide others with a handle to seize upon, allowing the Zhengzhou forces to suppress our sword spirit sect." His words were laced with an icy chill. Yi Tian was momentarily speechless, unable to refute him in his fury. Jiang Zhuju's reasoning was not without merit. The bigger picture must be considered, and vengeance could wait for another time. Lin Jisher waved his hand to halt the argument, reflecting inwardly. This man claims to care for Jiang Lin, yet in critical moments, he hesitates, truly a disgrace to the sword spirit sect. "I shall return to my cultivation." Jiang Zhuju offered a curt bow and departed with a flick of his sleeve. He hurried back to his quarters, and before the door was even fully closed, he eagerly inquired, "Master, is he truly Su Xiang? Did he not perish long ago?" He vividly recalled receiving intelligence that after Su Xiang's match against him, he had succumbed to his injuries, and the Su family had been in mourning. This news had spread throughout the sect. "Perished? Did you witness his corpse with your own eyes, or did someone else confirm it?" The medicine sage responded, emerging with a ghostly presence, calmly questioning. Even if it were him, how could Su Xiang, having once fallen into the depths of addiction and suffered shattered meridians, experience such a meteoric rise in strength in such a short time to rival us? Jiang Zhuju ground his teeth, recalling Su Xiang's tragic state that day, doubts swirling in his mind. The medicine sage's expression grew grave. Perhaps he has a powerful figure assisting him, someone capable of restoring his meridians. The only elixir in existence that could achieve such effects is the 8th-tier divine pill, Yijing Dan. If this is indeed the case, then he is certainly backed by at least an 8th-tier alchemist. As these words fell, the atmosphere in the room thickened with tension, and Jiang Zhuju's heart surged with tumultuous emotions that were difficult to quell. The identity of an 8th-tier alchemist was perilously close to the 9th-tier pinnacle he had once attained in life. At that time, he had been unable to grasp that rare and unparalleled state of divine mastery. Now, he was but a wisp of a soul adrift, his alchemical abilities drastically diminished. 8th tier. He also possesses divine-level techniques. Jiang Zhuju suddenly recalled that Luo Xiang had exhibited signs of divine-level techniques within the Blossoming Flower Royal Tomb. Moreover, he had obtained the Blossoming Flower secret record from the Royal Tomb. Jiang Zhuju, this adversary is indeed formidable. The medicine sage could not help but sigh. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "He seems to be aware of my existence. Could it be that the individual behind him is also well acquainted with me?" Upon hearing the medicine sage's words, Jiang Zhuju was struck with alarm. "Master, what is the true background of the one who harmed you back then?" Fear, rage, and bitterness flickered in the medicine sage's eyes as he took a long moment to respond heavily. "You need not know this yet. Their power is vast, and their cunning is treacherous. Though I am a first-tier sage, unmatched in alchemical arts and have befriended countless strong allies, I still could not withstand their schemes, easily falling into their disastrous trap." Jiang Zhuju clenched his fists, burdened with self-reproach, feeling powerless against his foes, unable to assist his master, and even less capable of protecting his beloved. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely looked up at the medicine sage. His gaze filled with unwavering determination. "Master, I wish to advance into the second stage of the hell cultivation method ahead of time." "Absolutely not. While the hell cultivation method yields swift results, the suffering it entails is beyond what ordinary people can endure. Your current cultivation level may be insufficient to bear it. Should you recklessly enter the second stage, even the slightest misstep could lead to your annihilation. And at that point, I would be powerless to save you." The sage of medicine resolutely opposes the hellish cultivation method, a training regimen specifically crafted for Jiang Zhuju, designed to unfold in multiple stages, aiming to maximize the potential within him. While the effects of this method are remarkable, the process is excruciatingly painful. Jiang Zhuju has already pushed his limits repeatedly in the first stage. Forcing his way into the second stage would be akin to courting death. His eyes shimmered with anticipation as he implored, "Master, I beseech you to grant me this. I cannot delay any longer." If he is indeed Su Xiong, a battle between us is inevitable. At present, I lack the certainty of victory against him. I must enhance my strength. I cannot afford to lose. Moreover, he is likely being manipulated by them. If I cannot even conquer him, how can I seek vengeance for you? I must grow stronger and swiftly. For myself, for Jiang Lin, and for you. I have triumphed over him once, and I can do so again. The last words were nearly ground out between clenched teeth. Jiang Zhuju, the days ahead are long. You possess a heavenly-level spiritual root, and your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass his. Why the haste? The sage of medicine interjected. My enemy is formidable to the point of being unassailable. Unless you reach the divine level, you will find yourself powerless. Jiang Zhuju, you are aware of my circumstances. Yet you must understand, once a life is extinguished, all is lost. After a moment of silence, he suddenly raised his gaze to meet the sage's, determination radiating from his eyes. Master, I have resolved to enter the second stage of the devil's cultivation ahead of schedule. Absolutely not. While the devil's cultivation indeed yields remarkable results, its agony is often unbearable for the average person. Given your current cultivation level, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to endure. If you forcefully break into the second stage, any misstep could lead to your utter annihilation, and at that point, I would be powerless to save you. The sage of medicine shook his head emphatically. The devil's cultivation was meticulously tailored for Jiang Zhuju, partitioned into various stages to unlock his innate potential to the fullest. Despite its impressive efficacy, the suffering it entails is far beyond what most can withstand. Jiang Zhuju has already tested his limits multiple times in the first stage. Rushing into the second stage would be tantamount to inviting death. His eyes gleamed with fervent hope. Master, I earnestly plead for your support. I can wait no longer. If he truly is Su Xiong, then our encounter must be a life-or-death struggle. Presently, I lack the assurance to defeat him. I must enhance my strength. I cannot afford to lose. Furthermore, he is likely under their control. If I cannot conquer him, how can I avenge you? I must grow stronger, and I must do so quickly. For myself, for Jiang Lin, and for you. I have defeated him once, and I can do so again. The last sentence was nearly spat out in frustration. Jiang Zhuju, the days ahead are plentiful, and you are endowed with a heavenly-level spiritual root. Your future accomplishments are destined to eclipse his. Why rush? The sage of medicine cautioned, my adversary is powerful to an almost insurmountable degree. Unless you reach the divine level, there remains little recourse. Jiang Zhuju, you are cognizant of my situation, yet you must grasp that once life is extinguished, all becomes void. The sage spoke earnestly, attempting to dissuade Jiang Zhuju. Master, I have risen from the ashes of mediocrity to this day, fueled solely by unyielding determination. If I waver now, I shall never have the chance to overcome him, not to mention that elusive divine level. Jiang Zhuju spoke resolutely. Master, please grant me your consent. He knelt, bowing deeply. The aged visage of the sage of medicine revealed a flicker of emotion. This child was undeniably relentless. Did he not also value this indomitable spirit? This refusal to yield? Very well, let us contend. Should we prevail, we shall stand tall among the masses. Should we fail, we shall journey together into the void. The sage of medicine gritted his teeth and eventually acquiesced. Jiang Zhuju bowed once more. Thank you, master, be prepared. The second stage is far more terrifying than you can imagine. The sage warned, I fear nothing. Jiang Zhuju replied without hesitation. The sage's expression turned grave as he raised his hand, and a ball of black flame spiraled into existence, slowly merging with Jiang Zhuju's body. Jiang Zhuju's countenance shifted dramatically, his features contorted in agony as he hastily stuffed a piece of cloth into his mouth. Biting down hard, the sound of grinding teeth echoing painfully, as night fell over the capital. The dawn would soon herald a new round of genius duels, set to unfold in a breathtaking spectacle. The next day, the tournament of the 100 strong commenced as promised. with throngs of people bustling about the martial arts arena, a scene of vibrant excitement. "Everyone, have you all advanced smoothly?" Han Yin-er inquired, surveying her assembled companions. "A breezy passage. My opponent was no match for me," Liu replied with a serene smile, exuding confidence. "What of Luo Xiong? Where is he?" Gu Kaiyu glanced around, noting the absence of Su Xiong. A flicker of concern crossing her face, Han Yin-er shook her head slightly. He concluded his battle first and went to observe the matches of the Sword Spirit Sect's disciples. "And Lucian?" Zheng Cheng raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by Su Xiong's actions. "No. He went directly to Jiang Zhuju's match," Han Yin-er corrected. "Jiang Zhuju? Is he not the lover of Jiang Lin, whom Su Xiong humiliated?" Gu Kaiyu's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Something is afoot. They must have some connection," Liu mused thoughtfully, seemingly grasping some underlying secret. What appeared as humiliation towards Jiang Lin was, in truth, a provocation aimed at Jiang Zhuju. "Come, let us take a look," Gu Kaiyu declared eagerly, taking the lead. "I am focused on Lu Xian. He is my true rival." Zhang Cheng had his own agenda, heading off in another direction. Soon, the three arrived at Jiang Zhuju's arena, where the atmosphere felt extraordinarily sinister. Xu Xiang stood proudly among the crowd below the stage, locking eyes with Jiang Zhuju. And at the point where their gazes met, it was as if invisible flames ignited, a palpable intensity enveloping the arena. Those around them sensed the murderous aura radiating from Su Xiang, causing a wave of trepidation to sweep through the crowd as they instinctively retreated, forming a clear space around him. Following the preliminary rounds, the Central Province had determined that the Sword Spirit Sect had sent 7 disciples to compete. Jiang Lin had been eliminated by Su Xiang, while the remaining 6 had successfully advanced into the top 100. To ensure victory, the Central Province covertly adjusted the matchups, placing the Sword Spirit Sect's disciples against opponents far beyond their capabilities, particularly Lu Xian, who was slated to face a 4th-tier cultivator. In a bid to preserve the royal family's honor, the Central Province did not hesitate to breach regulations, striving for absolute certainty. Han Yin-er's gaze shifted to the stage, where Jiang Zhuju faced a young man wielding twin blades. "Lu Wuying? It is indeed him," Liu gasped. Jiang Zhuju's opponent today was none other than the renowned Lu Wuying of Kyoto, known for his twin blades and lightning-fast strikes, earning him the moniker Shadow Blade. Though he was already 19 years old and at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, he had been prevented from participating in the previous martial arts competition due to his youth. Now, despite surpassing the age limit for the competition, his exceptional talent had garnered the favor of the Martial Academy, allowing him to enter directly for training. However, the Sword Spirit Sect's interference forced the Central Province to modify Lu Wuying's age, enabling him to join this year's martial arts competition and square off against Jiang Zhuju. "What are you staring at? Your opponent is me." Lu Wuying stood coldly before Jiang Zhuju, dual blades in hand, expressing his dissatisfaction with a disdainful huff. Since he had taken the stage, Jiang Zhuju had been locked in a tense standoff with the scar-faced Luo Xiong, and they had been at it for a quarter of an hour. Chapter 36. The duel between the royal prodigy and Jiang Zhuju. He was exceptionally gifted and held himself in high regard, deep down believing that had it not been for age restrictions, he would have undoubtedly claimed the title of martial champion in the previous competition. His confident voice pierced the tense atmosphere between Jiang Zhuju and Su Xiang, instantly drawing all eyes toward him. "Heh, this Jiang Zhuju is so fixated on the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Luo Xiang yesterday that he overlooks his true rival, Lu Wuying. This Lu Wuying is not someone to be trifled with," Liu remarked slyly, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Jiu Kaiyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Wuying is known for his pride and exceptional strength. Jiang Zhuju's flippant behavior is bound to provoke him. I fear that scar on his face may gain a new mark today. Jiang Zhuju's gaze once more fixated on Lu Wuying, and he subtly moved his lips, silently conveying a message to Su Xiang. Su Xiang's heart jolted, instantly comprehending the unspoken words. "Su Xiang, you will pay for this, master. Has he recognized me? Has your divine-level disguise failed?" Su Xiang inquired anxiously within. "It is only natural that he recognizes you. Your ostentatious behavior yesterday made it inevitable. Unless Jiang Zhuju is a complete fool, he will undoubtedly discern your identity." Xu Qin's tone was calm, clearly having anticipated this outcome. "Though the divine-level disguise is remarkably intricate, Your reckless actions yesterday would have made it impossible for Jiang Zhuju to overlook the truth, especially considering his cunning master, the sage of medicine. Even if he is guessed, as long as you exhibit extraordinary talent in this martial arts competition, the Central Province will undoubtedly protect you. Su Qin's words rang with conviction. On stage, Jiang Zhuju coldly regarded Lu Wuying. Are you so impatient? Lu Wuying interpreted Jiang Zhuju's disregard as a challenge to his dignity. A chilling smirk gracing his lips. Regardless of who you are, today marks your misfortune. If you wish to compete with Luo Xiang, it would be wise to concede now and seek another opportunity. Otherwise, you may find yourself incapable of fighting for half a year. Jiang Zhuju chuckled lightly. Since he could not confront Su Xiang directly for the time being, he resolved to use Lu Wuying as a trial. Then allow me to see what you are truly capable of. Han Yin Er and the others quietly approached Su Xiang, lowering their voices to inquire. What deep-seated grudge do you have with him that leads to such an irreconcilable stance? Su Xiang remained silent, shaking his head without offering a response. Very well, if you choose not to speak, then let it be. However, it appears that in the short term, Jiang Zhujue will be unable to trouble you, as you have thoroughly angered Lu Wuying, who intends to teach Jiang Zhujue a proper lesson. Lai Yu shook his head in resignation, his tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Su Xiang's gaze was sharp and unwavering, firmly locking onto the two figures on the stage. As he resolutely declared, Jiang Zhujue shall surely prevail. What did you say? Who will win? Who is Jiang Zhujue? Gu Kaiyu inquired, a look of confusion etched across his face. Jiang Zhujue, are you referring to the one who battled me at the Temple of the Flower King? If it is him, he stands no chance against Lu Wuying. Upon hearing this, Liu also wore a shocked expression. Recalling the encounter at the Temple of the Flower King, he thought that while Jiang Zhujue had the upper hand, it was not by an overwhelming margin. Lu Wuying, as a scion of the aristocracy in the capital, had known him for a long time and was well aware of his formidable cultivation. Having reached the pinnacle of the second tier, his combat capabilities even surpassed those of certain third-tier cultivators. How could such a powerful figure be unable to deal with Jiang Zhujue? He did not fight you with his full strength. Su Xiang regarded Liu with a glimmer of pity in his eyes, saying, that is Jiang Zhujue. If even you cannot defeat him, how could he possibly be worthy of being my lifelong rival? Though Su Xiang harbored deep-seated hatred for Jiang Zhujue, he could not deny the indelible mark left in his heart by Jiang Zhujue's astonishing talent, having broken through to the 8th tier in just 3 months, and the terrifying prowess of a 9th-tier cultivator defeating his false cultivator. His encounter with you was merely a warm dash-up. Su Xiang's words struck Liu like salt in a wound, causing him to bristle with indignation. Even if he did not give it his all, the disparity in strength cannot be that vast. How could he possibly stand against that fellow Lu Wuying? Su Xiang shrugged, a nonchalant expression on his face. Whether there is a significant disparity in strength, you may continue to observe. Internally, however, he mused, Lu Wuying, my friend, I have placed my bets on you. You must deliver and force out his hidden skills. At that moment, the referee, who had long been left to the sidelines and was running out of patience, finally snapped, exclaiming, are you two going to fight or not? Everyone else has finished and gone off to celebrate. Lu Wuying bowed deeply, humbly requesting, Master Wu, please declare the match to commence. Jiang Zhujue's expression was as frigid as ice, and with a slight nod, he replied, let it begin. Those two simple words seemed to have been carved from a millennium of glacial ice. Devoid of warmth, the match begins. The referee's eyes widened as he gestured, as if ushering two sluggish ducks into water. Lu Wuying, responding like an arrow released from its bow, lunged at Jiang Zhujue, wielding his dual blades in a seemingly unadorned manner. Yet their interplay of reality and illusion rendered them nearly impossible to defend against. Jiang Zhujue narrowed his eyes slightly. What a remarkable speed! No wonder it feels as if he is leading a chaotic charge. Sharing the wind element affinity, Lu Wuying's swiftness was akin to a runaway steed. Yet to Jiang Zhujue, it felt like a premeditated delivery, entirely within his control in the past, to overcome Luo Xiang and, upon learning the truth, to eventually take revenge on Su Xiang. Jiang Zhujue had specially trained in a technique specifically designed to counter speed-based opponents. The sage of medicine once said, one force can suppress 10 techniques. When your blazing flame technique reaches the pinnacle of mastery and your realm ascends another level, the sacred fire will blaze fiercely around you, igniting anything it touches. Even if you sprint like a skyward monkey, I will scorch this entire realm. See where you can hide. Good heavens, it is the yin-yang blade. Lu Wuying is serious, unleashing his ultimate move right from the start. Gu Kaiyu exclaimed in astonishment. The yin-yang blade was a treasured ancestral technique of the Lu family, rivaling earth-tier martial arts, requiring the dual blades to dance in a seemingly unpredictable manner, leaving ordinary opponents baffled as if solving advanced calculus. Though Su Xiang remained silent, he silently praised, "This blade technique indeed possesses remarkable depth. But to think that this alone could topple Jiang Zhuzhue, has he mistaken him for a novice from a beginner's village?" His gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. Jiang Zhuzhue's movements were akin to inscribing enigmatic symbols, his body sidestepping just in time to narrowly evade Lu Wuying's determined strike. Lu Wuying felt a chill in his heart, yet his hand's speed did not diminish in the slightest, as the second blade followed swiftly, aiming directly for Jiang Zhuzhue's throat, infused with murderous intent. The continual flow of the yin-yang blade technique, with its intricate interplay of reality and illusion, rendered it inscrutable in the instant that Jiang Zhuzhue's evasion became momentarily rigid. Lu Wuying's second blade struck like lightning, tearing through the night sky with a fierce assault. Impressive. Lu Wuying is even more formidable than the legends suggest. This blade technique is truly extraordinary, making it seem like Jiang Zhuzhue cannot escape. Among the audience, those knowledgeable were left in awe, and even the referee could not help but nod slightly, silently praising Lu Wuying's talent. Alas, it seemed that Jiang Zhuzhue, the rising star of the cultivation world, was destined to fall. Some lamented, but each serves their own master. One can only say that your fate is unfortunate, encountering our champion Lu. Faced with a life-threatening strike, Jiang Zhuzhue remained unperturbed. Instead, he seized the opportunity amidst his evasive maneuver to cast a knowing glance towards Su Xiang. Then, with a peculiar twist of his waist, his body arched gracefully backward, the blade's tip grazing just above his nose, trimming a few strands of hair in the process, narrowly escaping yet again. Though Jiang Zhuzhue had fallen to the ground, he did not abandon his counterattack. He swiftly delivered a kick like a cannonball straight into Lu Wuying's abdomen, causing the latter to experience the sharp pangs of a blooming flower in his belly. The entire audience was left speechless, as what had seemed like an unavoidable fatal blow for Jiang Zhuzhue transformed in an instant into Lu Wuying being sent flying, suffering a grievous injury. Liu gaped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. How did he evade that? I distinctly saw the blade poised to slice Jiang Zhuzhue's throat. Lu Wuying flew backward like a kite severed from its string, the agony radiating from his abdomen searing through his insides, burning like fire. He silently cursed. What a domineering blaze of true energy! In a moment of desperation, he urgently mobilized his inner energy to suppress and dispel it, only to find it counterproductive. The blazing true energy Jiang Zhuzhue had infused into him not only resisted suppression but grew increasingly rampant, threatening to engulf his entire being. Jiang Zhuzhue, agile and lithe, landed gracefully, casting a provocative glance at Su Xiang before declaring coldly to Lu Wuying, "You have lost." Lu Wuying, unwilling to concede, was about to retort when he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crimson mist dissolving into nothingness in midair. The crowd gasped in horror. The blazing flame technique is indeed powerful to this extent. Su Chen's voice echoed in Su Xiang's mind, tinged with a hint of regret. Lu Wuying's defeat is all but certain. This elusive footwork is truly remarkable. It seems that in this endeavor, the choice of competitor has gone awry. Su Xiang, perplexed, questioned, "Is it ending just like this?" Lu Wuying has only taken one hit, and Jiang Zhuzhue clearly hasn't exerted himself fully. How could he inflict such a severe injury on a peak second-tier cultivator? Chapter 37. Defeating Lu Wuying with a single move. Yet, the sight of Lu Wuying spitting blood seemed to mercilessly refute his doubts. Su Chen explained, there exists a principle of mutual restraint among the attributes of techniques. Water extinguishes fire, while wind fuels its might. The blazing true energy Jiang Zhuzhue infused into Lu Wuying's body, if left to burn, would only cause unbearable pain. However, should he mobilize his true energy to resist, it would only exacerbate the flames and intensify the injury. Jiang Zhuzhue's earlier ability to defeat you was, in part, due to this principle of elemental counteraction. It appears he has deliberately honed his advanced footwork, clearly aimed at countering you. You must tread carefully. Su Xiang's heart sank as he pondered, Fire counters wind? Is it possible that I am inherently at a disadvantage against you? He had initially believed that Lu Wuying would force Zhang Zhuzhue to reveal more of his hidden cards, but he never anticipated that the latter could be vanquished with what seemed to be a routine attack. Su Xiang was acutely aware that the whirlwind leaf falling technique, a divine-level technique, had conferred immense benefits upon him, and he firmly believed that the equally divine blazing flame technique was not merely about enhancing cultivation speed and amplifying the explosive power of true energy. At that moment, the referee, a master-level expert, swiftly sensed Lu Wuying's perilous condition and leaped to his side, infusing him with a surging wave of true energy to help resist the blazing true energy. Upon contact, the referee's expression changed drastically, and he decisively declared, "In this round, Zhang Zhuzhue is the victor." Lu Wuying's eyes widened in disbelief as he gritted his teeth. "I have not lost. I can still fight." "Master Wu, please do not announce the result to him. A defeat in this battle would not only tarnish his personal reputation but also betray the trust and expectations of the Martial Institute." He should have easily subdued Zhang Zhuzhue, yet he found himself effortlessly defeated, leaving him with no face to return to the Martial Institute. The referee scoffed coldly, issuing a stern warning, "Be silent. Were it not for my oversight of this match, your life would have already been forfeit." In his words, the referee was acutely aware that his water attribute true energy had a certain degree of restraint against Zhang Zhuzhue's blazing true energy. Yet he still felt the difficulty of suppression. Had it been anyone else, Lu Wuying's internal organs would have already been reduced to ashes. Lu Wuying was defeated by a single kick? Are you jesting with me? Li Yu's face was awash with disbelief, his expression screaming skepticism. Just moments ago, he had confidently asserted that Lu Wuying would undoubtedly win against Zhang Zhuzhue, yet he now found himself spiraling into a cycle of self-doubt, unable to escape. The surrounding crowd paid little heed to Li Yu's astonishment, while Su Xiang's expression darkened as if he had just watched a horror film. Zhang Zhuzhue maintained an impassive demeanor, his inscrutable countenance causing Su Xiang to feel increasingly uneasy. "How can you predict the outcome so accurately yet still appear so grim?" Han Yinyan teased as she observed Su Xiang's furrowed brow. Su Xiang let out a long sigh, turning to leave with a lingering, meaningful remark, "Too easy, far too easy." This action left Gu Kaiyu utterly perplexed, wondering, what is happening? Zhang Zhuzhue's effortless defeat of Lu Wuying left him apprehensive. Fearing that he might not be a match for Zhang Zhuzhue himself, Han Yina watched as Su Xiang departed, quietly reflecting. In my opinion, he laments that Lu Wuying was unable to elicit Zhang Zhuzhue's full potential. After all, from beginning to end, he was certain that Zhang Zhuzhue had the victory secured, in the center of the stage. Zhang Zhuzhue stood bathed in the astonished and adoring gazes of the crowd, gazing pensively at the departing Su Xiang, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. "When our paths cross again, you shall witness my true prowess." At that moment, Zhang Cheng burst onto the scene like a whirlwind, urgently proclaiming, "Lu Xian has been eliminated." This third-tier cultivator had long been a source of concern for Zhang Cheng, as the Central Plains had dispatched a fourth-tier expert, a secret weapon of the Imperial Palace, intending to eliminate Lu Xian under the guise of the tournament, thereby inflicting losses on the Sword Spirit sect. However, Lu Xian's combat prowess was astonishing. He fiercely matched his third-tier strength against his fourth-tier opponent, leading to a chaotic scene. Fortunately, the fourth-tier cultivator, whose background was shrouded in mystery and whose methods were ruthless, resorted to injuring himself to force Lu Xian off the stage. Zhang Cheng witnessed the entire ordeal, cold sweat trickling down his back, relieved that he had not taken on such a hot potato. Now that Lu Xian was eliminated, Zhang Cheng felt a surge of delight, his face involuntarily radiating a schadenfreude. "Where has Luo Xiang gone?" Zhang Cheng scanned the area, noting the varied expressions on everyone's faces. Perplexed, "Lu Xian has been eliminated. Shouldn't you all be rejoicing? Why does it feel like a group watching a tragic play?" Li Yu replied gravely. "Zhang Zhuzhue has won." The words were uttered through clenched teeth, as if he had bitten into a sour lemon. "Zhang Zhuzhue? Oh, that just means he is the one who defeated Lu Wuying. Winning is winning. How much of a storm can a second-tier cultivator stir?" Zhang Cheng scoffed, with an air of arrogance declaring, "Within the second tier, Zhang, can walk unimpeded." Han Yin'er shot him a glare, exasperatedly revealing the truth. He defeated Lu Wuying, who was at the peak of the second tier. And he did it with just a casual move. Lu Wuying. Zheng Cheng was instantly petrified. He was well aware of Lu Wuying's strength, though he could not compare to his brother Zheng Yu. He was far from an ordinary foe, and yet he had been bested by Jiang Zhuju. This script was not right. Chapter 38. Zhang Cheng challenges Jiang Zhuju. Seeking to prove himself, Jiang Zhuju had not even exerted his full strength. If all went as expected, his true combat power should rival that of a third-tier cultivator. Han Yin'er sighed in resignation. I just heard that the fourth-tier expert from the palace had to injure himself to defeat Lu Xian. He probably won't be able to continue in the next round. If there are no other third-tier experts, it seems no one can withstand Jiang Zhuju, truly an unexpected dark horse. Zhang Cheng pondered for a moment but stubbornly retorted, though he is second-tier? So am I. What is there for me to fear? You may all worry, but I do not fear him. I will handle him myself. I am going to find the dean. In the next match, I will challenge Jiang Zhuju, Zhang Cheng declared resolutely. Jiu Kaiyu listened, concern etched on his face, advising, Zhang Cheng, your talent is indeed remarkable, and your strength is formidable, but Jiang Zhuju is not to be underestimated. Even Luo Xiang does not dare to take him lightly, so you must not belittle him. Mentioning Luo Xiang only heightened Zhang Cheng's dissatisfaction, as Luo Xiang was his rival in vying for the position of the dean's direct disciple. He was adamant about not falling behind in this contest. What of Luo Xiang? Am I to be outdone by him? Zhang Cheng exclaimed indignantly, striding toward the high platform. Dean, Zhang Cheng requests an audience. A middle-aged man approached the leisurely tea-sipping Deng Guang to deliver the message. Deng Guang raised an eyebrow, already understanding. Let him in. Zhang Cheng knelt respectfully before Deng Guang. Zhang Cheng pays his respects to master. Deng Guang smiled and waved his hand. You are not yet a disciple. There is no need to rush. A gentle force lifted Zhang Cheng from his kneeling position. Zhang Cheng forced a flattering smile. Master. It is merely a matter of time. Deng Guang casually stirred his teacup while seemingly nonchalantly asking, What brings you to me today? Zhang Cheng clasped his fists, his demeanor earnest as he requested, Dean, I would like to ask you to arrange for me to face Jiang Zhuju in the draw tomorrow. Deng Guang appeared slightly surprised. Jiang Zhuju? I was just contemplating where this fellow emerged from. As he easily defeated Lu Wuying. Initially, Deng Guang had speculated that Zhang Cheng might be seeking an advantageous draw, hoping to face a weaker opponent to conserve strength for the championship. Given his admiration for Zhang Cheng, he would likely have acquiesced. However, with Zhang Cheng coming to challenge the formidable Jiang Zhuju, it took Deng Guang aback. Do you know that Jiang Zhuju defeated Lu Wuying with a single move? Yes, Zhang Cheng replied. Then why do you insist on breaking convention and challenging him? Zhang Cheng replied earnestly, Dean, Jiang Zhuju is likely a new disciple of the Sword Spirit sect, possibly a spy sent to sow discord. His ability to surpass Lu Wuying suggests his strength has reached that of a third-tier cultivator. The ninth princess is worried that the fourth-tier cultivator, having been injured in defeating Lu Xian, may struggle to continue fighting. If the court is unprepared for this, Jiang Zhuju could become a troublesome presence. Moreover, Luo Xiang is deeply wary of him, claiming that Jiang Zhuju cannot be defeated. I am willing to undertake this weighty responsibility. I implore the dean to grant me this opportunity. Deng Guang regarded Zhang Cheng intently. You wish to compete with Luo Xiang, but you must understand. Should you lose to Jiang Zhuju, not only the title of martial champion, but even the second place could slip from your grasp. As a powerful figure in the Imperial Academy, he could not afford to be unprepared. Yesterday on the stage, aside from the unexpectedly formidable Jiang Zhuju, all disciples of the Sword Spirit sect were defeated. Yet he still held a trump card, a third-tier cultivator, ready to respond to any sudden developments. As for the fourth-tier cultivator, who barely managed to win, with careful arrangement, allowing him to rest for a round would enable him to recover his strength, and he could then confront Jiang Zhuju without delay. Zhang Cheng nodded vigorously, determination etched on his face. Master, I have confidence in myself. I will not lose to anyone. If I cannot handle an opponent like Jiang Zhuju, how can I dare aspire to the title of martial champion, and what right do I have to be your disciple? I must prove myself. Regardless of the opponent, I will emerge victorious. You, with your discerning eye, will never misjudge a person. Deng Guang observed the impassioned Zhang Cheng, contemplating for a moment before finally conceding. Very well, follow your heart's desire. The next day, Zhang Cheng indeed got his wish and faced Jiang Zhuju. This news of their matchup rapidly stirred the crowd into a frenzy. The swift collision of these two powerful figures was beyond anyone's expectations. Zheng Cheng, a renowned scion of a prestigious family and the brother of Zheng Yu, was equally celebrated for his exceptional talent and strength, making him a strong contender for this year's martial champion. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhuju, having risen to fame by defeating Lu Wuing with a single move, drew countless spectators to witness the duel between these two titans. Su Xiang and others had quickly concluded their respective battles and arrived to spectate. Liu exclaimed in astonishment. I can't believe he actually went to find Ding Zheng to request a match against Jiang Zhuju. Su Xiang remained calm and assured. Jiang Zhuju will win. What makes you say that? Gu Kaiyu protested, feeling that Luo Xiang's words implied that anyone challenging Jiang Zhuju, except himself, would merely be a supporting role, and that Zheng Cheng's strength was certainly not inferior to his brother Zheng Yu. As expected, Su Xiang responded bluntly. Only I possess the capability to defeat him. Yu Kaiyu shot him a glare. Reproaching, arrogant fool. On stage, Jiang Zhuju and Zheng Cheng stood facing each other. Zheng Cheng crossed his arms, his gaze haughty. I hear Luo Xiang is terrified of you. I have come to measure your worth. Jiang Zhuju glanced at Su Xiang in the audience, a faint smile gracing his lips, unfazed by Zheng Cheng's arrogance. He did not dare to come himself, so he sends you, a mere pawn. To warm me up? Zheng Cheng's expression instantly shifted, fury flashing in his eyes. Stop with the lip service. I am not his pawn and I intend to defeat you before him, so he can witness the vast chasm between us. Jiang Zhuju replied indifferently. Very well, I shall also demonstrate the great disparity between us to him. The audience below surged with excitement, fervently cheering for their favored competitors, the atmosphere electric. Zheng Cheng, you are recognized as the greatest talent in Kyoto. I have wagered 300 taels on you. Jiang Zhuju, I have bet 100 taels on you. How could Jiang Zhuju possibly win against Zheng Cheng? This is a classic case of underdog versus giant. Have you forgotten who the opponent is? Zheng Cheng is the brother of Zheng Yu. So what if he is the brother of Zheng Yu? Zheng Yu is indeed formidable, but whether Zheng Cheng is merely a name without substance remains to be seen. Since Jiang Zhuju was able to defeat Lu Wuing, taking down Zheng Cheng should be a walk in the park. Chapter 39. Is he a monster? Strength determines everything. In this world, the strong are always revered and admired. Jiang Zhuju, do not think that defeating Lu Wuing has elevated you. This is the land of the Central Plains, not the territory of your sword spirit sect. Zheng Cheng gritted his teeth fiercely, his heart laden with despair. Once, he was deemed the undisputed genius of this generation, yet on the eve of the martial arts competition, he was unexpectedly defeated by the rising star, Luo Xiang, in a single move, stealing all the limelight. Once the tournament commenced, Lu Xian, leveraging his third-tier cultivation, acted arrogantly and domineeringly. Just as he was finally eliminated, Jiang Zhuju emerged like a dark horse, instantly becoming the center of attention, igniting a fire of frustration within Zheng Cheng'ai. In the past, he tolerated being overshadowed by his martial champion brother, for he was not yet a champion himself. But now, does anyone dare to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zheng Cheng? Where shall I place my pride? Whether it be Jiang Zhuju or Luo Xiang, I shall trample each of you beneath my feet. The throne of martial champion is rightfully mine. As Zheng Cheng's words echoed, the previously bickering crowd suddenly united in their animosity. Jiang Zhuju? The Jiang Zhuju ranked 99th on the Huangxian list. He is a disciple of the Sword Spirit sect. Apologies, I now support Zheng Cheng. Let him defeat Jiang Zhuju and drive the Sword Spirit sect out of Zhengzhou. I no longer want that 100 taels. Let Jiang Zhuju lose to me. Eliminate the henchmen of the Sword Spirit sect. For Zheng Cheng's victory, I would wager my lifelong singlehood in the heartland of the Jiangwo Shunqi royal family. The loyalty of the populace towards the royal family was unwavering, while their disdain for the Sword Spirit sect, which had repeatedly challenged royal authority, was palpable. As Jiang Zhuju's identity was unveiled, his supporters scattered like birds startled from a tree. Lin Jishur, concealed within the crowd, felt a pang of anxiety. Jiang Zhuju's identity had been exposed. The disciples of the Sword Spirit sect had nearly all been vanquished, leaving only Jiang Zhuju to bear the weight of the battle, a situation profoundly unfavorable for him. Lin Jishur couldn't help but worry. Could this mission only reach the top 50? If so, the consequences upon return would be exceedingly severe. Jiang Zhuju, you must hold on. Jiang Zhuju seemed utterly unfazed by the cacophony surrounding him, squinting his eyes and even calmly cleaning his ears, as if finding the noise bothersome. "How did you know?" Jiang Zhuju inquired. "The court has long been aware of your movements. Do you think such petty tricks could deceive the heavens?" Zheng Cheng scoffed. Jiang Zhuju shrugged. "Who cares? I'll just push through." "Such audacity," Zheng Cheng declared, taking the initiative to strike, his earthy true energy enveloping his palm as it surged towards Jiang Zhuju. That was the mountain splitter palm. Zhang Yu's signature technique, said to have cleaved a false mountain with a single strike. Zheng Cheng could wield it too. "Are you mad? Zheng Cheng is Zhang Yu's brother. How could he not know it?" Someone retorted. "Whether he can use the mountain splitter palm or not is irrelevant. The key is to defeat that guy from the Sword Spirit sect." The crowd's emotions surged further. "Yes, defeating that guy from the Sword Spirit sect is paramount." Zheng Cheng smashed Jiang Zhuju's head, facing Zheng Cheng's fierce strike. Jiang Zhuju's expression shifted slightly, clearly realizing that this Zheng Cheng was not only powerful but equally hot-tempered, a formidable adversary. The fire and earth attributes bore no inherent conflict. Both possessed their own merits. "Then let us clash head-on," Jiang Zhuju murmured to himself, flames swirling around his fists as he met Zheng Cheng's incoming strike. A tremendous explosion resounded, a forceful gust of wind mixed with heat and weight bearing down, stinging the faces of those nearby. After the shockwave, Jiang Zhuju stepped back 3 paces, while Zheng Cheng retreated 5. "What just happened?" Zheng Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Zhuju had not utilized any martial technique, yet had gained the upper hand merely through brute force. Typically, when battling a practitioner of the earth attribute, most would avoid a head-on clash, as earth-based techniques are renowned for their solidity and stability, often granting an advantage in direct confrontations. Yet, Jiang Zhuju, without employing any martial skill, managed to engage Zheng Cheng in a stalemate and emerge superior. This was utterly unfathomable. Could he be a monster? Chapter 40. The target is Su Xiang. Gu Kai Yu finally comprehended why Luo Xiang held Jiang Zhuju in such high regard. This individual was truly an anomaly in the cultivation world, his strength verging on the monstrous, devil's training method. Su Chun suddenly interjected. Indeed, Jiang Zhuju honed his abilities through the devil's training method, a grueling regimen that transcended the limits of ordinary human endurance. Designed to temper both body and will. It was precisely due to this training that Jiang Zhuju's physique could withstand a direct clash with earth attribute practitioners. Su Xiang could not help but inquire. What is the devil's training method? His curiosity about Jiang Zhuju was insatiable. Acquiring more information meant a greater chance of success. The impact of Jiang Zhuju's previous strike resonated deeply within him. Had that blow been aimed at him, could he have withstood it without utilizing any martial technique? The answer was evident. Absolutely not. Su Chen explained. The devil's training method was specifically tailored for Jiang Zhuju by the medicine saint, and the level of suffering it entails is beyond what an ordinary person could endure. However, the results are remarkable, particularly for enhancing physical strength. Elder Ancestor, do you know this devil's training method? I want to try it too. Su Xiang eagerly exclaimed. How could I not know? I was the one who designed this method. Su Chun mused inwardly, though his facade remained impassive. Such an intensity of training, how could an ordinary person withstand it? This method was created to force Jiang Zhuju to transcend himself through extreme suffering. Only the protagonist can endure such trials. Su Xiang's resolve was unwavering. I want to become stronger. I want to learn. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. Don't be reckless. That thing could cost you your life. Jiang Zhuju can endure because he is the chosen one. If you, Su Xiang, were to attempt it, you might not come out alive. Su Xiang's eyes reddened, fists clenched. Elder Ancestor, if he can do it, so can I, and I will even surpass him. Nearby, Han Yinair noticed something amiss with Luo Xiang and asked with concern. Luo Xiang, what's wrong? Su Chen casually replied, let's finish watching first, before finding an excuse to leave. Su Xiang also recognized that this was not the time for such distractions, and with a troubled expression, he replied, it's nothing, let's continue watching. On the stage, Zheng Cheng and Jiang Zhuju were engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows in a heated confrontation where each strike landed squarely upon the other. The onlookers could clearly see that Zheng Cheng was at a disadvantage. Most of his attacks were thwarted by Jiang Zhuju, while Jiang Zhuju's fists repeatedly struck him. Zheng Cheng's garments were singed with numerous holes, and his palms had begun to char. Although Jiang Zhuju's hands bore some blood, it was merely superficial wounds. Zhang Qing's heart seethed with indignation. How could this Jiang Zhuju possess such formidable physical strength? He clearly had not employed any martial technique, and yet he maintained the upper hand in the confrontation with Zhang Qing's earth attribute physique. If this continued, he would lose. He could not afford to lose. He had volunteered to challenge Jiang Zhuju. If he failed, what would Ding Ding think of him? What would that rascal Luo Xiang think of him? He was a genius determined to become the martial champion, destined to surpass his brother's legacy. He was not merely Zhang Yu's brother. He was Zhang Cheng. I must ensure that everyone knows Zhang Yu is merely my brother Zhang Cheng, Zhang Cheng silently roared within. Ah! Zhang Cheng forcefully took a punch from Jiang Zhuju, spitting out blood as he staggered backward several steps. Seizing the momentum, he leaped into the air, his hands resembling iron claws as they descended. Prison suppression hand? Submit to me. Zhang Cheng summoned every ounce of his remaining true energy, pouring it all into executing the prison suppression hand. Prison suppression hand? This kid hasn't even mastered it, yet he dares to attempt a technique meant for masters. Liu exclaimed in shock. Prison suppression hand, a supreme skill of the Liu clan, an intermediate earth-tier martial technique. Only a master can wield it. How dare he? Gu Kaiyu stared agape at Zhang Cheng on the stage. Zhang Cheng, stop! The judge, aghast, shouted to intervene. He knew that if Zhang Cheng forcibly executed this technique, even if he succeeded in defeating Jiang Zhuju, he might cripple his own arm in the process. Zhang Cheng, such a renowned genius from Kyoto, if he were to falter here, it would be a tremendous loss for all of Zhongzhou. The judge's heart raced, and he dashed forward, reaching unprecedented speed in an attempt to prevent Zhang Cheng from executing this perilous technique. However, it was already too late to stop it. Zhang Cheng's prison suppression hand, infused with frenzied true energy and a rising mist of blood, surged violently towards Jiang Zhuju. Jiang Zhuju sensed the overwhelming power, saturated with a strong metallic scent, and knew Zhang Cheng was exerting his utmost effort. If he were to receive this blow head-on, his body might not withstand it. Fire God Fist. Jiang Zhuju's fists ignited in roaring flames, firmly establishing his stance as he gathered his true energy, unleashing it with all his strength. This Fire God Fist was a weapon bestowed upon him by the medicine saint to counter Luo Xiang, who possessed the Nianhua secret record. Jiang Zhuju, blessed with extraordinary talent and divine-level techniques, grasped the essence of the Fire God Fist in just a few days. Once perfected, this technique would be capable of incinerating all things under heaven. With a fierce roar, Jiang Zhuju's fists ablaze, he charged towards Zhang Cheng like a shooting star. The intense heat nearly vaporized the surrounding air, creating a vacuum in an instant, with a deafening bang. It felt as though even the arena trembled. The prison suppression hand collided with the Fire God Fist, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. Jiang Zhuju raised his fists high, resolutely absorbing Zhang Cheng's palm, which was marred by blood. The stone slabs beneath his feet shattered, and his calves sank deep into the earth. The onlookers held their breath, silently contemplating who would ultimately emerge victorious. Jiang Zhuju's Fire God Fist was equally formidable. Clearly a martial art of a high caliber, AS2 advanced martial techniques clashed head-on. The question lingered. Would the prison hand prevail, or would the Fire God Fist prove superior? Jiang Zhuju emerged victorious. Su Qin's calm declaration of this fact resonated like thunder in Su Xiang's heart. Just as Su Qin's words seemed to validate the moment, Zhang Cheng's arm, which had executed the prison hand, trembled violently before erupting into a mist of blood, causing his body to plummet from the air. The referee, realizing the situation, rushed to Zhang Cheng's side, channeling his vital energy to press against multiple acupoints, desperately staunching the flow of blood while urgently shouting, "Call for a physician! Someone, save him!" Jiang Zhuju gradually eased the pressure, retracting his painfully sore fists, and moved his shoulders to alleviate the discomfort. His cold gaze fixated on Su Xiang, reminiscent of the time he had effortlessly defeated him in a previous match, a sense of pride and confidence unwavering. He placed a finger to his lips, and an immediate silence enveloped the arena. The scene of Zhang Cheng paying the ultimate price yet unexpectedly falling was profoundly shocking to everyone present. What would happen if one were not a master and recklessly employed such martial techniques? Witnessing Zhang Cheng's plight, Su Xiang seemed to relive the moment he had once resorted to forbidden drugs to defeat Jiang Zhuju, feeling an echo of that madness and resentment. Han Yin'er turned away from the gruesome sight of Zhang Cheng's mangled body, her voice heavy as she replied, "The consequences can range from crippling injuries, rendering one a mere shell of their former self, to severe ailments that may sever the meridians, endangering one's life." Xu Xiang murmured to himself. A similar fate awaits at this moment. Zhang Zhuzhue had incurred a debt from a young man on his path to ascendance. Ji Kaiyu shared a deep bond with Zhang Cheng and held the utmost faith in his abilities. Little did she expect that Zhang Cheng, despite giving his all, could not defeat Zhang Zhuzhue, even resorting to the reckless use of the prison hand, a technique beyond his realm, resulting in a grievous price of either death or severe injury. Without achieving victory, with tears brimming in her eyes, Gu Kaiyu pushed through the crowd, reaching the edge of the arena, glaring furiously at Zhang Zhuzhue. "Zhang Zhuzhue, you have crippled Zhang Cheng. Brother Zhang, you will never let you off." Zhang Zhuzhue cast a perplexed glance her way. "Are you referring to the previous champion, Zhang Yu?" "Indeed, Brother Zhang Yu is on the verge of ascending to the Master Realm. Prepare for your demise." Gu Kaiyu spat through gritted teeth. Zhang Zhuzhue, however, smiled with composure, his pristine teeth glimmering beneath the bloodied mask. "Very well, I shall await him. However, my true target is not Zhang Yu, but you," as his laughter echoed. He pointed towards Xu Xiang, the smile laced with a hint of cruelty and provocation. Chapter 41. A crisis looms. "My target is you." Zhang Zhuzhue publicly challenged Xu Xiang, causing a stir among all present. After effortlessly nullifying Zhang Cheng's prison hand, Zhang Zhuzhue's prowess was indisputable, plunging the entire capital into a state of panic and confusion. Who among his peers could possibly stand against him? If Zhang Zhuzhue were to capture the title of martial champion and openly reveal his identity as a disciple of the Sword Spirit sect, what face would the Divine Enlightenment dynasty have left? Would future examinations not become a source of ridicule? Yet, Zhang Zhuzhue's challenge evoked another name in the hearts of the people: Luo Xiang, ranked 49th on the Huangxian list. Though Luo Xiang was also a sudden rising star, the citizens of the capital were beyond caring for such details. As long as someone could defeat Zhang Zhuzhue, they were their ally. "Luo Xiang, take him down." Luo Xiang crushed the Sword Spirit sect's lackey. "If you can defeat Zhang Zhuzhue, I shall marry you." The crowd erupted in fervor, their cheers resounding through the air, eagerly anticipating Luo Xiang's immediate ascent to the stage to vanquish Zhang Zhuzhue. Su Qian enthusiastically rallied. "Su Xiang, should you conquer Zhang Zhuzhue, it would be a monumental feat that would alter the course of fate. Your standing among the youth of divine enlightenment would be unparalleled, even surpassing Zhang Yu." A tide of battle spirits surged within Su Xiang. He had never before felt such weighty expectations placed upon him, as if he were transforming into a hero under the spotlight. Bearing the hopes of all to confront the demon that had brought despair, that moment, he yearned for the confrontation with Zhang Zhuzhue. "Please, everyone remain quiet. The match has concluded. Kindly exit in an orderly fashion." A resonant voice cut through the clamor as Deng Guang approached, his demeanor somber. He cast a complex glance at Zhang Zhuzhue, sighing, "Young man, quite impressive." Zhang Cheng had once been his favored candidate for a disciple. Yet now, due to his reckless overreach in employing advanced martial techniques, he had not only failed to win but had also lost an entire arm, causing Deng Guang immense heartache. Zhang Zhuzhue, under Deng Guang's inscrutable gaze, felt as though he were ensnared by a colossal beast lurking in the shadows, a disorienting wave of dizziness sweeping over him, plunging him into momentary oblivion. "Awaken!" The stern call of the medicine sage echoed within Zhang Zhuzhue's soul. Rousing him, Zhang Zhuzhue felt as if he had clawed his way out of an abyss, drenched in cold sweat, and upon touching his slightly warm nose, he discovered blood trickling from it. Fortunately, the medicine sage had intervened in time. Otherwise, Deng Guang's gaze might have left him with lasting scars. "Din Zhang, bullying the weak is unbecoming of a gentleman." Zhang Zhuzhue furiously wiped away the blood from his nose, addressing Deng Guang with piercing eyes. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, unable to believe that Din Zhang had actually attacked Zhang Zhuzhue. How could Zhang Zhuzhue have survived such a soul attack from Din Zhang? That was power at the level of a king of cultivation. Whispers rippled through the spectators. Deng Guang had not anticipated Zhang Zhuzhue's swift recovery, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features, leading him to regard Zhang Zhuzhue with newfound respect. Such an immensely talented individual would only pose a threat to the security of divine enlightenment should he remain within the Sword Spirit sect. He had initially intended to discreetly eliminate Zhang Zhuzhue during this opportunity, but had not foreseen his capacity to withstand his soul attack. With the matter now public, Zhang Zhuzhue had once again brought it to light. Considering the prestige of the Central Plains, Deng Guang could no longer act personally. He gazed deeply at Zhang Zhuzhue and admitted, "I was momentarily carried away and lost my composure." Zhang Zhuzhue cast a sidelong glance at him, responding coolly, "Lost your composure? I believe you intended to eliminate me outright." Deng Guang maintained a calm demeanor. "I am not disappointed. Rather, I find this quite satisfactory." With that, he signaled for the crowd to disperse, assuring them that the competition would continue the following day. "Rest assured, the dignity of the empire shall not be infringed upon. Someone, take Zhang Cheng to Old Fu for treatment." Deng Guang turned to leave, casting a significant glance at Su Xiang as he departed. As the head of the Martial Institute, Deng Guang's words carried great weight. Despite the public's indignation, they believed the court would surely punish the antagonistic forces. Gradually dispersing. "Deng Guang wants you to seek him out," Su Chen whispered to Su Xiang. "Seek him out? He didn't tell me anything," Su Xiang replied, puzzled. Su Chen rolled his eyes. "Dio, I need to knock some sense into your head? Ancestor, please don't keep me guessing." Su Xiang felt a bit exasperated. His ancestor's words were often elusive. Su Chen shook his head. "Fine. You don't understand this illusion. Just now, when Deng Guang looked at you, it was an invitation for you to seek him out. He previously had 2 candidates for disciples. With Zhang Cheng now incapacitated, you are the only one left. He likely wants to discuss how to deal with Zhang Zhuzhue, and may even bring up the incident where you humiliated Zhang Lin on the arena." Upon hearing this, Su Xiang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "Ancestor, how should I respond to him? Be completely honest. Including my true identity." Su Xiang hesitated. "Of course, with Zhang Cheng defeated, you will essentially become Deng Guang's disciple. The more sincere you are with him, the more trust you will earn. Moreover, Zhang Zhuzhue has already uncovered your identity. If you manage to defeat Zhang Zhuzhue in the subsequent matches and thwart the Sword Spirit sect schemes, they will undoubtedly seek revenge. At that point, if Zhang Zhuzhue publicly reveals your identity, the Su family will face utter ruin. You must request Deng Guang to send someone to protect your family and relocate them to the capital. He is your most reliable ally now." Su Xiang shivered at this revelation, realizing how close he had come to disaster. "I will go find Ding Zhang right away." Seeing Luo Xiang's complexion change abruptly, he hurriedly ran out. Han Yin'er curiously inquired, "Luo Xiang, where are you going?" "I am going to see Ding Zhang," Su Xiang replied without looking back. "Luo Xiang is also seeking Ding Zhang?" Han Yin'er pondered. Previously, Zhang Cheng had also gone to find Deng Guang after the match. She speculated whether Luo Xiang intended to confront Zhang Zhuzhue ahead of time. Clearly, Zhang Zhuzhue's strength had indeed placed considerable pressure on Luo Xiang. Since a declaration of war has been made, a true man would not flee. Besides, I have a hunch that there is some old enmity between them, Liu murmured, watching Su Xiang's receding figure. Su Xiang ascended the high platform, where a middle-aged man clad in black robes awaited him. "You have arrived? Come with me. Ding Zhang is waiting for you inside." The middle-aged man scrutinized Su Xiang from head to toe, clearly impressed by the fiery temperament displayed by this young man just days prior. "Very well," Su Xiang replied, following the man along a winding path at the back of the platform. Moments later, they arrived at a secluded courtyard. "Step inside," a middle-aged man pointed at the partly ajar door, while Su Xiang inwardly lamented how old Zhang always feigned mystery. The last time they met, he had been so frightened that his soul nearly fled his body. He politely clasped his hands in thanks before pushing the door open. Sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the figure of Deng Guang, who sat poised, his profound gaze fixed upon him in that fleeting moment. Su Xiang felt as though he had been cast into an abyss, unable to escape, his eyes gradually glazing over, his consciousness becoming hazy. Just then, at a crucial moment, Su Chen's cough rang out like a resounding bell. Pulling Su Xiang back from the brink of chaos, Su Xiang's body trembled violently, his heart pounding like a drum, as he stared at Deng Guang in terror. Was that an attack directed at me? I had no means to resist. Why would he do such a thing? Have I committed some grave error? Chapter 42. The Dean's Trial. War Monarch. A tempest surged within Su Xiang's heart. If Deng Guang truly wished to take his life, he would stand no chance of escape. Deng Guang, observing Su Xiang's swift return to lucidity, revealed a hint of surprise upon his face. Impressive, all within the span of a breath. A breath? Su Xiang, puzzled, tentatively inquired, Dean, are you testing me? Deng Guang's stern visage softened, becoming as amiable as a kindly elder. I merely wish to ascertain whether you possess the strength to contend with Zhang Zhuzhue. I too tested him just now, and he, like you, regained full awareness in an instant. It seems his regard for you as a formidable rival is not without basis. Hearing that Zhang Zhuzhue also returned to clarity in a single breath, Su Xiang was astounded. The implications of Zhang Zhuzhue's earlier words about overpowering the weak were indeed profound. Yet, his survival was solely due to the assistance of his ancestor. Zhang Zhuzhue likely benefited from the protection of the medicine sage as well. After all, no matter how gifted we might be, we cannot withstand the tactics of a king-level expert, Su Xiang mused. Deng Guang beckoned Su Xiang to sit, presenting him with a cup of hot tea. Speaking casually, do not be anxious, come, sit and enjoy some tea, Su Xiang thought to himself. It's easy for you to say not to be anxious. You unleashed such a fierce attack upon our first meeting. Had it not been for my ancestors' timely assistance, I fear I would either have been rendered foolish or left with a psychological scar. Nevertheless, despite lingering trepidation, Su Xiang steadied himself in the chair. Taking a cautious sip of tea, his tension easing slightly, Deng Guang inquired softly, do you have a past grievance with Zhang Zhuzhue? Moreover, did you reveal his true identity to Zhang Cheng? Yes, Su Xiang decided to be forthright. Responding truthfully, then your current name, Luo Xiang, is likely not your true name, is it? Deng Guang continued his questioning. Indeed, Su Xiang nodded again. Deng Guang regarded Su Xiang with a smile, devoid of any threat or malice. Yet it made Su Xiang feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles. He was aware of everything, even my true identity, Su Chen calmly interjected. He is none other than the illustrious golden generation from years past. How could he be easily deceived? He encouraged Su Xiang to be honest, anticipating that Deng Guang had already discerned Su Xiang's true background, and the advantage had been lost. Fortunately, the moment coincided with Zhang Zhuzhue's victory over Zhang Cheng, igniting public outrage, making it prudent to open his heart and seek mutual benefit. Su Xiang gripped the teacup tightly, ignoring its scalding heat, downing it in one gulp, attempting to suppress his fear, then knelt suddenly. I am Su Xiang. The young master of the Su family from Tianyuan City. I suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Zhang Zhuzhue during the Sword Spirit Sect's recruitment competition, losing my reputation and even having my agreement torn apart in public by the Sword Spirit Sect. In desperation, I chose to fake my death and fled to Zhongzhou. I implore the dean to see through my plight. Deng Guang gazed down at this youth, once hailed as the greatest talent of Tianyuan City. He searched the entirety of the divine enlightenment realm for others named Luo Xiang among his peers, but found no match with the individual before him. Had Zhang Zhuzhue's identity not been exposed, and their deep-seated enmity not revealed, perhaps the truth would have remained buried. By tracing the thread of Zhang Zhuzhue, the layers of deceit would inevitably be peeled away, revealing the secret that the once notorious scion, believed dead and stirring a storm in Tianyuan City, Su Xiang, was indeed alive. Deng Guang calmly inquired, given your remarkable talent, even after your defeat by Zhang Zhuzhue, one would expect the Sword Spirit Sect would not easily forsake such a prodigy. Why then did you choose to feign death and escape to Zhongzhou? Su Xiang gritted his teeth. In that battle, my meridians were shattered, rendering me a cripple. How could the Sword Spirit Sect accommodate a useless individual? Moreover, Zhang Zhuzhue swore enmity against me. Had I remained there, I would surely have met my end. Deng Guang smiled slightly. Yet now, not only are you safe and sound, but you have also forged a significant reputation in Zhongzhou, even seemingly surpassing Zhang Zhuzhue in strength. Su Xiang recounted the narrative prepared by Su Chen. In my near-death moment, my father sent me to our ancestral land, where I used the heirloom of the Su family to reconstruct my meridians and regain my cultivation, while also learning the whirlwind leaf-fall technique, thus becoming today's Luo Xiang. Deng Guang raised an eyebrow. The Su family ancestor you mentioned, is it the war monarch Su Chen from 600 years ago? War monarch Su Chen, a renowned superpower of his time, feared no rival in battle and was revered as the war monarch. In his later years, he founded the Su family in Tianyuan City but passed away shortly thereafter. At that time, the Su family was at its zenith, unmatched in the divine enlightenment empire. Regrettably, the descendants failed to maintain its glory, and after merely 3 generations, the Su family fell into decline. now barely surviving in a small southern town. War monarch. That title seems rather casual, devoid of any artistic flair. Su Chen inwardly criticized what he deemed a ridiculous system designation. Unaware of this, Su Xiang proudly affirmed, "Indeed, my ancestor is War Monarch Su Chen." Having grown up listening to the legendary tales of his ancestor, Su Xiang had always been burdened with high expectations from his family, hoping he could become a dazzling prodigy like Su Chen. Who would have thought that fate would play a cruel joke, leading him to be defeated by Jiang Zhuzhue, only to be rescued by his ancestor, guiding him towards rebirth? Deng Guang, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding. "So you are indeed a descendant of the War Monarch. It appears he had foreseen this and left you as a contingency. The Su family may yet reclaim its former glory." At the time of his ascendance, the Su family had fallen to its nadir, and he lamented the War Monarch's illustrious legacy tarnished by such unworthy descendants. Within the Divine Enlightenment Empire, few royal bloodlines had fallen so swiftly. Now, with the heir of the War Monarch before him, Deng Guang eagerly anticipated witnessing the resurgence of the Su family. Su Xiang, sensing Deng Guang's respect for his ancestor, felt a glimmer of hope and earnestly requested, "I implore the dean to extend a helping hand. Assisting my Su family in relocating to the capital, I must thwart the sword spirit sect schemes. My Su family may suffer the repercussions." Deng Guang, intrigued, chuckled. "Are you implying that you are completely confident in your ability to defeat Jiang Zhuzhue?" "Indeed," Su Xiang responded without hesitation, though internally he had no absolute certainty. He needed to exhibit unwavering resolve. Deng Guang, smiling yet slightly teasing, remarked, "Ah, commendable courage. Even if you truly have the confidence to defeat Jiang Zhuzhue, I may not require you to act personally." Chapter 43. The Misunderstood Su Xiang. "Victory is certain, you should understand. I still have a fourth-tier expert yet to make an appearance. If I were to send him against Jiang Zhuzhue in the next round, eliminating him would be a simple task." Upon hearing this, Su Xiang shook his head decisively. "That won't do. Jiang Zhuzhue will never lose." Deng Guang, amused, couldn't help but laugh, laced with a hint of mockery. "Are you saying that even a fourth-tier expert cannot best Jiang Zhuzhue? After all, he is merely a second-tier cultivator. There must be limits to challenging across levels. He absolutely cannot lose. At least before I encountered him, no one had been able to defeat him." Su Xiang's gaze was unwavering, fixed firmly upon Deng Guang, his resolve unyielding. Deng Guang burst into hearty laughter. "So you assert that only you can vanquish Jiang Zhuzhue? No one else stands a chance. Among all the candidates in this martial examination, only I possess the opportunity to triumph over him." Unfazed by Deng Guang's sardonic tone, Su Xiang remained steadfast. Deng Guang's expression shifted to one of disappointment. He deeply scrutinized Su Xiang before gesturing for him to leave. Youthful vigor is commendable, but excessive arrogance and underestimating the world's heroes is a grave error. "Dean, what of my family?" "Arrogant youth," Deng Guang interjected. "Considering your evident talent, I shall send someone to look after your family. In the next round, I will dispatch a fourth-tier expert to face Jiang Zhuzhue. I wish to see whether Jiang Zhuzhue can withstand until he encounters you." Deng Guang's demeanor turned cold. While Su Xiang was indeed a rare talent, his haughty attitude surpassed even Zhang Qing's, leaving Deng Guang profoundly disappointed. Zhang Cheng had already fallen. Even if Su Xiang distinguished himself in this martial examination, his character led Deng Guang to believe he was unworthy of becoming his disciple. "Dean," Su Xiang attempted to voice further objections, but Deng Guang, growing impatient, waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind swept Su Xiang out the door, depositing him heavily upon the ground. The door closed of its own accord, clearly indicating Deng Guang's unwillingness to see him again. Su Xiang's expression darkened. Deng Guang had not consented to relocate the Su family to the capital, which filled him with deep concern. Deng Guang's nonchalant promise to send someone to look after them did little to ease his anxiety. He called out toward the door in frustration, "Dean Zheng, you will come to regret this." The interior was enveloped in a profound silence, as if it were utterly devoid of life. "Well, tomorrow's competition will conclude, and naturally, he shall come seeking you," Su Chen remarked, exuding an air of calmness as he sought to reassure Su Xiang. However, Su Xiang remained troubled, expressing his concerns. But what if Jiang Zhuzhue truly loses to that fourth-tier cultivator? His anxiety stemmed from a lack of first-hand knowledge regarding Jiang Zhuzhue's prowess. He only knew that the ancestor had consistently emphasized that none could rival Jiang Zhuzhue, save for himself. Yet, The opponent was indeed a fourth-tier cultivator, and Su Xiang harbored no absolute confidence. Rest assured, aside from you, no one can truly defeat him. Even you may not necessarily prevail, Su Chun replied with composure. In the original tale, Zhang Zhuju had indeed triumphed over a fourth-tier cultivator through a significant challenge, claiming the title of martial champion. Su Chen firmly believed that this narrative would remain unchanged in this world. This individual, referred to as the Chosen One, would not allow his behind-the-scenes supporter to be disappointed. Embracing an unwavering trust in Su Chun, Su Xiang gradually departed from Deng Guang's courtyard, heading towards the Yinyu Manor. Shortly after Su Xiang's departure, a middle-aged man clad in black robes silently appeared within the room, inquiring of Deng Guang, "Did the negotiations not go well?" Deng Guang's expression turned awkward as he sighed. "The young ones require further tempering. And how is Hua Kuei recovering? Let him take the stage. I am eager to see if Zhang Zhuju can truly defy the odds against a fourth-tier cultivator." Deng Guang's words dripped with a hint of provocation. "Asu command," the middle-aged man responded before withdrawing, only to be called back by Deng Guang. "Wait, send someone to Nanzhou to safeguard the Su family." "Understood," the middle-aged man replied before departing. Upon returning to Yinyu Manor, Su Xiang discovered that both Han Yin Er and Gu Kaiyu were absent, leaving only Li Yu waiting alone in the hall. As soon as Li Yu spotted Su Xiang, he hurried over, urgently inquiring, "What did Director Zheng say? Has he agreed to your duel with Zhang Zhuju tomorrow?" Su Xiang shook his head despondently and sighed. "He mentioned sending a fourth-tier master to deal with Zhang Zhu. Liu's face brightened instantly, and he patted Su Xiang's shoulder, exclaiming, "Ah, this is indeed good news. With a fourth-tier master intervening, defeating Zhang Zhuju should be a certainty. That fellow won't stir up much trouble and will miss the opportunity to meet the Emperor." However, Su Xiang replied with little enthusiasm, "Perhaps." Sensing Su Xiang's gloom, Li Yu attempted to console him. "The director's decision is ultimately for your benefit. Consider that Zhang Cheng has already been defeated. Even if you were to compete, you may not have the upper hand. Allowing a fourth-tier expert to handle Zhang Zhuju means you can smoothly ascend to martial champion. Securing a renowned master for yourself, what a delightful prospect." Su Xiang stubbornly shook his head. "Zhang Zhuju will not lose." Liu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You mean a fourth-tier expert cannot handle Zhang Zhuju? Do you think he is some sort of deity?" He even reached out to touch Su Xiang's forehead, skeptically asking, "Have you been too affected by the defeat? Did Director Zheng reprimand you?" Annoyed, Su Xiang swatted Li Yu's hand away. "I am not jesting. Tomorrow will reveal the truth." He then inquired about Zheng Cheng's condition, and what of Zheng Cheng now? Though he held no fondness for Zheng Cheng, Su Xiang felt a profound resonance with his plight. Both had challenged Zhang Zhuju, both had been compelled to exceed their limits, ultimately facing dismal defeats. Liu sighed upon hearing Zheng Cheng's name. Zheng Cheng has been sent to Principal Fu for treatment. After all, he is Zhang Yu's younger brother. Principal Fu had previously shown interest in taking him as a disciple and holds him in high regard. It is said that the palace's top physicians and alchemists have been summoned. With the 9th princess and Gu Kaiyu accompanying him, Yu Xiang cut to the chase. Will he survive? Li Yu furrowed his brows and shook his head. That remains uncertain. That moment, a clear yet slightly fatigued voice rang from the entrance. His life is preserved, but one of his hands is rendered useless. Though medicinal remedies have addressed the damage to his spiritual roots, the impact is still considerable. Zhang Cheng may no longer be considered a genius. The speakers were none other than Gu Kaiyu and Han Yin Er, who had just returned. Upon hearing this, Su Xiang nodded. "As long as he lives, there is hope. I had sustained severe injuries myself. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the ancestor Su Chun, I might have already perished. As long as Zhang Cheng survives, there will be alternative paths. One arm may be lost, but there will always be ways to recover." Yu Kaiyu interjected coldly. "Humph. Zhang Zhuju should not expect to have it easy. Zhang Yu has already gone to settle accounts with him." The following day, the competition venue where Zhang Zhuju was to face off was teeming with spectators. The clash between the destroyer of the Sword Spirit sect and the fourth-tier master Tianshang was about to unfold. Should Zhang Zhuju emerge victorious, he would advance to the top 16, subsequently entering the palace to meet the emperor and vie for the foremost position. A defeat, however, would bring disgrace upon the Sword Spirit sect, forcing them to retreat in shame. This contest not only represented a battle for the honor of the younger generation, but also marked a confrontation between two formidable powers. Chapter 44. Has Zhang Zhuju arrived? Indeed. Hua Kuei, as a fourth-tier master, is essentially a young expert meticulously nurtured by a clandestine royal institution, wholly devoted to the imperial family. Today, clad in black martial attire and wielding a finely crafted steel spear, he stood resolutely at the center of the arena, exuding an imposing presence. His robust physique and cold gaze suggested that all things in the world appeared as mere lifeless objects to him, including himself. The thick scruff on his chin made it hard to believe he was not yet 20 years old. Previously, he had managed to forcefully drive back Lu Xian, a third-tier cultivator, and eliminate him from the competition through sheer determination. Had Lu Xian not been raised in an environment sheltered from the brutalities of life and death, even with Hua Kuei's advantage, the outcome could have been uncertain. Now, having recovered from his grave injuries through the nourishment of precious elixirs and a round of rest, Hua Kuei had returned to peak form, significantly boosting the confidence of the people of Central State. Has Jiang Zhuju not yet arrived? Hua Kuei mused, waiting for a considerable time. Yet Jiang Zhuju remained conspicuously absent. Could it be that upon hearing he was to face Hua Kuei, he fled back to the Sword Spirit sect in terror? A voice in the crowd mocked, "I heard that Zheng Yu," upon learning of Zheng Cheng's fate, stormed off to confront Jiang Zhuju. Perhaps Jiang Zhuju has already been subdued by Zheng Yu. Another informed voice chimed in. The Sword Spirit sect will surely have something to say about this. They will claim their disciple was not defeated in the arena but rather ambushed outside. This implies that in our generation of Central State, no one can match Jiang Zhuju, thus resorting to underhanded tactics. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Hearing the discussions around her, Han Yin couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Could Zheng Yu have truly killed Jiang Zhuju? That would indeed provide them with a handle to grasp. Liu continued, though Zhang Cheng is Zhang Yu's only brother, and despite Zheng Cheng's recent grievances towards him, their brotherly bond remains strong. Zhang Yu has always cared for Zheng Cheng, unwaveringly, in any circumstance. After Zheng Yu sought out Jiang Zhuju yesterday, there has been no word since it is rumored that the area has been sealed off, and no information has leaked out. Whether Jiang Zhuju is alive or dead, whether they fought, and if Zheng Yu found Jiang Zhuju, all remain shrouded in uncertainty. Jiang Zhuju will undoubtedly come. Zheng Yu would not truly resort to violence, Su Xiang stated, shaking his head. Secretly hoping that Zheng Yu might resolve matters with Jiang Zhuju in one fell swoop, yet he knew the Guozijian would not permit such an event. Altering ages was already a stretch. If they were to send someone to assassinate him outside of the arena, it would not hold up in the eyes of the world. Moreover, even if the Guozijian turned a blind eye, with the protection of the medicine sage, it would be difficult for Zheng Yu to harm Jiang Zhuju. He might even invite trouble upon himself. As if to validate Su Xiang's words, Jiang Zhuju strolled leisurely from a distance, leaping onto the arena with a graceful bound. He surveyed the crowd with a broad smile, clasping his hands in apology. Apologies, I overindulged last night and lost track of time. His radiant complexion and vibrant spirit belied any signs of having faced retribution from Zheng Yu. He appeared as though he had feasted well and enjoyed a restful slumber before arriving unhurriedly. The onlookers were incensed, shouting in outrage, Jiang Zhuju, do not be so arrogant. Do you truly believe no one can subdue you? Jiang Zhuju merely smirked, his lips curling dismissively as he retorted. Who? Who dares to challenge me? You? Or perhaps you? Or even you? At last, his finger pointed at Su Xiang in the crowd, casting a sidelong glance and mockingly inquiring, what is the matter? Afraid to face me in a one-on-one duel? You send a fourth-tier master against me? Do you think you cannot best me? While Su Xiang might have remained composed in the face of others' provocations, every word and gesture from Jiang Zhuju felt like a dagger piercing his heart, igniting his blood and reddening his eyes. Were it not for their prohibitions, you would have long since met your end. Jiang Zhuju, however, wore a look of disdain, scoffing, such bravado for a defeated foe. How dare you act so arrogantly? At this moment, he was in high spirits, as the sole remaining seed contestant of the Sword Spirit sect. He had triumphantly advanced through the ranks, dazzling all with his prowess and earning significant prestige for his sect. Last night, Elder Lin had made a promise. Should he succeed, upon returning to the sect, he would not only be promoted to an inner disciple but would also secure additional rewards for him. The fellow disciples who had been eliminated early could only remain silent. Even the obstinate Lu Xian dared not offend Jiang Zhuju. Jiang Zhuju turned his gaze toward Hua Kuei, sensing a unique aura of lethal intent emanating from the battlefield. He inquired, "Are you Hua Kuei? Have they sent you to deal with me?" Hua Kuei, resembling a cold and emotionless war machine, responded flatly, "My task is to kill you." Zhang Zhuzhue snorted disdainfully, adopting a stance of challenge. "It seems you truly regard me with seriousness. You wish to kill me? Let us see if you possess the capability. Come." With the referee's command, the battle officially commenced. Zhang Zhuzhue was the first to strike. Flames swirling around his fist as he unleashed the Fire God Fist, the technique that had secured his victory the previous day. Upon witnessing this, Hua Kuei's pupils constricted. Although he had not personally witnessed the duel between Zhang Zhuzhue and Zheng Cheng, he had heard of how Zhang Zhuzhue had shattered the Qin clan's suppression hand with the Fire God Fist. Now, seeing it firsthand, he recognized the formidable power of the Fire God Fist. Even though he practiced water-based techniques that countered Zhang Zhuzhue's fire attributes, a direct confrontation would likely result in injury. Without hesitation, Hua Kuei raised his spear, its tip shimmering with blue light as it shot toward Zhang Zhuzhue like a dragon emerging from the sea. Exuding an overwhelming might, Zhang Zhuzhue felt a pang of anxiety. He understood that while water attributes lacked the offensive power of wind attributes, they were particularly effective against his fire attributes. If he were to attack recklessly, he might find himself pierced by Hua Kuei's spear before he even made contact. Thus, Zhang Zhuzhue was compelled to change tactics at the last moment, striking the spear shaft to deflect its tip. Seizing the opportunity, he accelerated, launching another punch directly at Hua Kuei. Yet, Hua Kuei remained unflustered, deftly retrieving his spear and executing a sweeping strike, the spear's shadow multiplying ominously, radiating an icy chill. Zhang Zhuzhue's heart sank. Facing a fourth-tier cultivator 2 ranks above him, every attack from Hua Kuei revealed a wealth of practical experience. Zhang Zhuzhue, barehanded, found himself at a distinct disadvantage against Hua Kuei's spear, which measured over 10 feet in length. A longer weapon naturally possessed greater strength. Anticipating that Hua Kuei would strike him before he could retaliate, Zhang Zhuzhue swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the ferocious assault. Hua Kuei pressed the attack, merging man and spear into one. His movements agile and forceful, the spear tip dancing like blooming flowers, compelling Zhang Zhuzhue to retreat step by step, his defense becoming increasingly arduous. Observing Zhang Zhuzhue in a precarious position, the audience erupted in raucous cheers, chanting slogans of "Long live Shinshi" and "Hua Kuei is invincible." The atmosphere reached a fever-pitched liu, brimming with excitement, boasted to Su Xiong, "Did you see that? I told you Zhang Zhuzhue, no matter how impressive, could never defeat Hua Kuei. My father informed me that Hua Kuei began battling at the age of 13, having fought in dozens, if not hundreds, of skirmishes. The lives he has taken countless." Chapter 45. Hua Kuei's uncertain fate. Hua Kuei, a scion of the imperial family, was well aware of his own strengths, bolstered by his father, Li Wu, the Grand Commander within the palace, who knew his son's capabilities inside and out. This knowledge was the foundation of his unwavering confidence in Hua Kuei. Su Xiong, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding battle. At this moment, it was evident that Zhang Zhuzhue was indeed at a disadvantage. The opponent selected for Zhang Zhuzhue by the National Academy was undoubtedly a formidable rival. Elemental attributes in conflict, a cultivation level that overshadowed his own, and combat skills that were refined to perfection. An ordinary fourth-tier cultivator would appear trivial before him. More alarming was Hua Kuei's refusal to rely solely on his cultivation level. Instead, he adeptly utilized his advantages to apply relentless pressure, forcing Zhang Zhuzhue into a state of passive defense. He maintained a subtle distance from Zhang Zhuzhue, leaving him no opportunity to counterattack. Once the initiative was lost, one could easily fall into a situation of comprehensive suppression. Yet, could it be that Zhang Zhuzhue would truly succumb to defeat? If one were to inquire of Su Chun, he would assert with conviction, absolutely not. Zhang Zhuzhue was the chosen one, a quintessential protagonist. Should he falter on this modest stage, it would be a monumental disgrace. The reality, however, was that Zhang Zhuzhue found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Hua Kuei's spear shadowing him relentlessly, periodically unleashing sharp bursts of spear light that mercilessly lunged towards him. At this moment, Zhang Zhuzhue gritted his teeth, suffering under the onslaught of the spear light imbued with chilling true energy, compounded by the fact that his opponent was 2 tiers above him in cultivation level. and their elemental attributes were perfectly counteractive. He resorted to the rudimentary misty steps, striving to evade Hua Kuei's relentless barrage of spear strikes, his heart filled with mounting anxiety. Zhang Zhuzhue, cease your concealment. Your defeat is inevitable, the medicine sage called out worriedly. The current situation for Zhang Zhuzhue was starkly unfavorable. Hua Kuei's strength far exceeded his expectations. Originally, Zhang Zhuzhue believed that against an ordinary fourth-tier cultivator, he could exploit his high-tier martial skills and divine techniques to find a flaw and secure victory. Little did he know that Hua Kuei not only surpassed him in cultivation, but also possessed unparalleled combat experience. Having been tempered in the crucible of bloodshed since childhood, rendering him a cold and merciless killing machine. The medicine sage understood well that Zhang Zhuzhue's evasion was merely postponing the inevitable defeat. There was no way to reverse the tide. But that move, I saved it for Su Xiong. If I use it now, not only will it deeply exhaust me, but it will also alert him. Zhang Zhuzhue retorted with unwillingness. He still held a hidden card, an extraordinary technique from the divine-level skill, the true flame formula, a method of astonishing power, albeit with tremendous energy consumption. Thus far, he had only scratched the surface. If he were to employ it now, defeating Hua Kuei might be within reach, but the subsequent battle would likely leave him utterly drained. The medicine sage shook his head helplessly, offering consolation. You must understand? If you do not use it now, it is highly likely you will lose this match, and how can you then hope to compete with Su Xiong? Zhang Zhuzhue was torn within, casting a sidelong glance at Su Xiong, who was fixated on him, his gaze seemingly filled with derision at Zhang Zhuzhue's impending downfall. Then it's all or nothing. I cannot afford to lose. Zhang Zhuzhue roared in defiance, a blaze of intense fire erupting from within him, the heat waves forcing Hua Kuei back several paces. Finally, Zhang Zhuzhue broke free from his predicament. Gasping for breath, he wiped away the blood that had seeped from the corner of his mouth, glaring coldly at Su Xiong, revealing a set of glistening white teeth. Do you wish to witness my true strength? Open your eyes and behold. Was this the desperate fight of a cornered beast? The onlookers beheld Zhang Zhuzhue, just freed from peril, his breath ragged, hair disheveled, and he appeared anything but capable of turning the tide. Hua Kuei's relentless pressure had been impeccably executed, exchanging minimal cost for maximum advantage, seemingly securing his victory. However, at that moment, Hua Kuei felt an inexplicable unease stir within him. His instincts, honed from years on the battlefield, warned him that Zhang Zhuzhue was extremely dangerous. Zhang Zhuzhue's hands moved swiftly, conjuring a multitude of intricate hand seals in an instant, his true energy surging violently within him, swelling like a tide. In a heartbeat, the fire elements in the sky gathered as if summoned. The temperature around the arena soaring dramatically, becoming unbearably hot. Gradually, a towering crimson phantom materialized behind Zhang Zhuzhue, its features indistinct, clad in battle armor, mirroring his every movement, resembling an amplified projection of Zhang Zhuzhue, exuding an overwhelming aura, as if it belonged to a realm beyond the mortal coil. From afar, onlookers in the observation area, previously at ease, including Deng Guang, suddenly turned pale, springing up from their reclining positions. He stared, dumbfounded, disbelievingly gazing toward the arena, murmuring, "Heavenly phenomena. Heavenly tier martial skills. How could Zhang Zhuzhue possess heavenly tier martial skills?" Regret surged within him instantly. Heavenly phenomena. Heavenly tier martial skills? No, I cannot allow him to continue. Hua Kuei, witnessing this scene, felt a heavy weight in his heart. He had never anticipated that Zhang Zhuzhue could unleash heavenly tier martial skills, and with such grandeur. If allowed to complete this, the outcome would be uncertain. With no further hesitation, Hua Kuei thrust his spear directly at Zhang Zhuzhue, disregarding any potential injuries, focused solely on delivering a decisive blow. Zhang Zhuzhue's hand seals shifted like lightning, the massive hand of the phantom behind him responding in kind. Facing Hua Kuei's reckless charge, Zhang Zhuzhue's lips curled into a cold smile. Come, the card I intended for Su Xiong, I shall use on you today. He planted his stance firmly, pushing his palms forward with deliberate slowness. Shouting, "Fire! God! Fury!" The phantom behind him echoed his roar, and with a thunderous clap, an overwhelming wave of energy surged forth. What? Heavenly tier martial skills? Han Yinner's eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd was left speechless, stunned by Jiang Zhujue's sudden and shocking display. Who could have predicted that the mere second-tier cultivator Jiang Zhujue could wield heavenly-tier martial skills? Even more astonishing was that Jiang Zhujue possessed such skills. It was known that even the Shunqi royal family, with their profound heritage and millennia of tradition, had but a handful of heavenly-tier martial skills, yet Jiang Zhujue, merely a second-tier cultivator, had managed to acquire and successfully cultivate one. Hua Kuei suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure pinning him down. The terrifying heat almost turning the iron spear in his hand scalding hot, with signs of melting. His palms seared with agonizing pain. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded his spear to the ground, channeling all his true energy around his fists, charging forward to meet the oncoming force. However, Jiang Zhujue's strike was akin to a volcanic eruption, the torrent of lava and ferocity instantaneously dismantling all of Hua Kuei's defenses. In the very first clash, the victor was already revealed. Hua Kuei gazed skyward, spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood, his body hurled violently by a tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground. The onlookers stared in horror at Hua Kuei. Witnessing his fists, once enveloped in frigid air, now charred black, his body marred by numerous burn wounds, teetering on the brink of death. The situation was dire. As the light and shadow dissipated, Jiang Zhujue, though weakened, stood proudly at the center of the arena, his back straight as a pine. His pallid face and unsteady steps revealed the truth. At this moment, a mere whisper of wind could bring him crashing down. Yet, he stood resolutely, embodying a kind of pride, a tenacious declaration. He was not proclaiming victory, but rather calmly stating an established fact. He, Jiang Zhujue, as a second-tier cultivator, had indeed defeated a fourth-tier cultivator. As if this were only natural and just, Su Xiang's gaze burned fiercely as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Zhujue, with attributes countering each other and level suppression. Amidst all these unfavorable conditions, Jiang Zhujue had truly triumphed. Despite his firm belief in Su Qin's prophecy of Jiang Zhujue's inevitable victory, deep down, he yearned for a stalemate where both sides would suffer. Regrettably, although Jiang Zhujue was currently gravely weakened, he bore no visible signs of serious injury. Heavenly tier, heavenly tier. Su Xiang murmured to himself. This was his first encounter with the grandeur of heavenly tier martial skills, a might that seemed capable of shaking the heavens. Unmatched by anyone. Chapter 46. I will defeat Jiang Zhujue, but on one condition. Could one withstand the astonishing wrath of the fire god if they were in his shoes? Observing Su Xiang's sullen expression, Jiang Zhujue chuckled heartily, laughing with unbridled joy. Did you not wish to witness my hidden trump card? Now you have seen it. Do you dare to accept? Jiang Zhujue's heart sneered repeatedly. What of the secret of the blooming flower? Ultimately, it was merely of the earth tier, and in comparison to the heavenly tier, the chasm was unfathomable. In this round, Jiang Zhujue emerged victorious. After a long pause, the referee finally announced the outcome. The audience, once lost in shock, awakened from their stupor. Jiang Zhujue, victorious once more. Not even the fourth-tier cultivator Hua Kuei could impede his progress. It is worth noting that entering the top 16 signifies eligibility to partake in the palace examination. Vying for the title of martial champion, with Jiang Zhujue's current prowess, who could possibly rival him? Luo Xiang. He was but a second-tier cultivator, with a fourth-tier cultivator having fallen. The people grew increasingly pessimistic about Luo Xiang's ability to thwart Jiang Zhujue in the palace examination. Verging on despair, some even lamented, "Our divine enlightenment, must we truly endure such a profound humiliation?" Han Yinner and her companions returned to the Misty Rain Villa in a daze, their minds adrift. Jiang Zhujue's stunning performance had severely shaken their confidence, including that of Su Xiang. Su Xiang, perplexed, inquired of Su Qian, "Ancestor, do you believe I can defeat him? Do you wish to lose again?" Su Qian retorted calmly. The fire goddess Wrath was a top-tier martial skill specifically tailored for him, with its origin at the heavenly tier. As his cultivation advanced, its power would undoubtedly escalate further, becoming a weapon for challenging higher tiers. According to the original plan, he was supposed to master this skill only after ascending to the Master Realm. Yet, unexpectedly, after Su Xiang pilfered the secret of the blooming flower, Jiang Zhujue had managed to master the fire goddess Wrath ahead of schedule. Although it was evident that this endeavor placed considerable strain on his body, its might was indisputable. Given the developments, it was clear that Jiang Zhuju had trained even harder than depicted in the original text. Yet, that was a heavenly-tier martial skill. Su Xiang felt both envy and concern. Why was Jiang Zhuju so fortunate, possessing innate heavenly-tier spiritual roots, along with the careful guidance of the medicine sage, with advanced martial skills and alchemical knowledge within easy reach? In contrast, he too was a favored child of heaven. Yet why did fate treat him so harshly? An overwhelming sense of resentment surged within Su Xiang. Alas, his mentality was still not mature enough. It was no wonder he could only be a character who would not survive beyond 10 chapters. Witnessing Su Xiang's disheartened state, Su Chen sighed inwardly. Su Chen admonished sternly, "If you cower before the battle even begins, you have already lost. This lifetime, you are destined to never surpass him. But, there is no but. If he forcibly employs heavenly-tier martial skills, the toll will be immense, inevitably laying hidden dangers. Come tomorrow's palace examination, whether he can recover to his former self remains uncertain. Even if he does recover, with me here, you may not necessarily be defeated by him," Su Chen continued. Really? Su Xiang remained somewhat hesitant. Are you doubting your ancestor? Upon hearing this, Su Xiang's emotions gradually settled. Su Chen had already revived him from the brink of death, and all past prophecies had come to fruition. How could Su Xiang not believe? A resolute light reignited in his eyes. Indeed, with the ancestor present, what was there to fear? Seeing Su Xiang regain his spirit, Su Chen felt a sense of relief. He could assist Su Xiang in swiftly enhancing his cultivation, but could not temper his mindset for him. Su Xiang had been pampered since childhood, never facing significant setbacks. Naturally, his mentality could not match that of Jiang Zhuju, who had endured hardships, necessitating more guidance from him. Otherwise, achieving great things in the future would be difficult. Do you still wish to experience the devil's training method? After the martial examination, I shall take you to try it. Su Chen spoke gently. Yes, I will not disappoint the ancestor, Su Xiang replied joyfully. Knock, knock, knocked. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside the door. Su Xiang opened the door to find Han Yener, gazing at him with a pair of sorrowful eyes. Luo Xiang, you will surely defeat him, right? Han Yener's tone was no longer lively and proud, but imbued with a hint of expectation. Come in and have a seat. Su Xiang invited Han Yener inside, and they both took their seats. Luo Xiang, you will definitely win against him, correct? Han Yener looked at him with hopeful anticipation, her gaze slightly evasive, fearing a negative response from Su Xiang. Su Chen interjected hastily, We need something. There is a piece of ice-clear heavenly jade in the palace, which has exceptional cultivation effects. I recall you mentioned wanting to use it for a year. The ice-clear heavenly jade is a treasured heirloom of the Divine Enlightenment royal family, known to stabilize the mind and prevent the practitioner from losing control. More importantly, its cold aura significantly slows the flow of true energy, thereby refining it to a purer state, making it a veritable treasure for cultivation. Princess, he understands heavenly-tier martial skills. Upon hearing this, Su Xiang realized his ancestor was seizing the opportunity to extort. He whispered a reminder, I know he possesses heavenly-tier martial skills. Han Yener nodded. But I can see that he regards you as his greatest rival. I believe you must have a way to defeat him, right? The prowess of Jiang Zhuju needed no elaboration. Among the contestants who had advanced to the top 16, aside from Luo Xiang, whom Jiang Zhuju considered a formidable adversary, no one could contend with him. Even the fourth-tier cultivators had fallen. They believed they lacked Jiang Zhuju's ability to defeat Hua Kuei at a higher tier. That fire goddess wrath not only vanquished Hua Kuei but also shattered their conviction. Please help us. The title of martial champion must not be seized by the sword spirit sect. Otherwise, the divine enlightenment will be humiliated, unable to hold its head high ever again. As long as you can prevent this from happening, the divine enlightenment will not treat you poorly. Seeing Su Xiang remain silent, Han Yener's voice brimmed with pleading. She had no other recourse. Lu Wuying had fallen, Zhang Cheng had fallen, and even Hua Kuei had fallen. Now, only this enigmatic Luo Xiang still held a glimmer of hope. Su Xiang feigned a difficult contemplation for a moment before speaking. I want the ice-clear heavenly jade. I want the ice-clear heavenly jade. Su Xiang's words stunned Han Yener. What did you say? Han Yener pressed as Su Xiang cleared his throat and said solemnly, I mean, I can give my all to help you defeat Jiang Zhuju. But the condition is, I want the ice-clear heavenly jade. Impossible. The ice-clear heavenly jade is a treasured possession of my royal family. How could I give it to you? Han Yin'er exclaimed, her eyes widening in determined refusal. Wait, don't rush to reject me. Just for a year, do you hear me? The ice-clear heavenly jade is one of the few items in the cultivation world that enhances training effects. If I can defeat Jiang Zhuju in the martial champion competition, you will allow me to use it for a year. How does that sound? Han Yin'er fell into a brief contemplation upon hearing this. A year? The duration is still acceptable. It can be pondered over. Trading a year's usage of the ice-clear heavenly jade for the divine enlightenment royal family's 1,000-year honor was not an entirely unworthy exchange. Can't you just, for the sake of pride, decisively eliminate him in front of everyone? You too must have enmity. Do you not wish to avenge yourself? Han Yin'er continued to persuade. Yet Su Xiang gently shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. There is no need to risk life and death with him. Moreover, whether I can kill him remains uncertain. In any case, in a fight, what does it matter who wins or loses? But, just like that. If you agree, I will stake my life and fight for you during the winter break. If you do not agree, well, being the second best is not bad either. Su Xiang interrupted her with a cheerful demeanor, displaying an air of indifference. Is this my home or yours? Han Yin'er was taken aback by such disrespect, her finger pointing at Su Xiang as she scolded in a delicate yet furious tone. It is your home. Su Xiang did not even lift his eyelids, leisurely sipping tea, strictly adhering to Su Chen's teachings. One must not indulge women, as the initial signs of anger faded. Han Yin'er's chest heaved violently, and with a cold snort, she stormed out, slamming the door with such force that it reverberated throughout the entire room. What a nuisance! Your esteemed lady now requires your assistance. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences, however. Not long after departing, Han Yin'er returned in a fit of rage, this time kicking the door open with force. What brings you back? Su Xiang asked, taken aback. The ancestral wisdom states that the less one cares for a woman, the more she will care for you. Who would have thought the effect would be so immediate? Han Yin'er's demeanor was as frigid as ice. Just now, Director Deng sent a message for you. Oh, what did he say? Su Xiang's heart stirred at once. Ever since Hua Kuei's defeat, he had been awaiting news from Deng Guang, firmly believing that Deng Guang would grant his request. He understood that, due to Deng Guang's misjudgment, among the 16 strong contenders, there was no one besides himself capable of competing with Jiang Zhuju. Master, please come in, Han Yin'er said with a tone restored to normal, addressing a middle-aged man in a black robe who entered, visibly shocked. This was the man who usually accompanied Deng Guang. He was astonished, for the royal family was known for its strict upbringing, with princes and princesses being courteous and refined. What on earth had Su Xiang done to provoke the 9th princess's ire so? Has Director Deng given any instructions? Su Xiang inquired lazily, remaining seated. The middle-aged man shot Su Xiang a cold glare. The director said, "Do as you wish." Upon hearing this, Su Xiang felt a heavy weight lift from his heart, becoming even more audacious as he cheerfully replied, "I told you, the director will regret this sooner or later, right?" The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched as he suppressed the urge to silence Su Xiang's insolent chatter, stating ominously, "Brat, should you fail, not only will the director be displeased, but I shall also ensure you receive a proper lesson." "You won't have that opportunity," Su Xiang replied calmly, unperturbed. "Let us hope so," the middle-aged man scoffed, then turned to Han Yin'er, cupping his fists in respect. "9th princess, I shall take my leave. Master, please travel safely." Watching the black-robed man depart, Han Yin'er could no longer contain her curiosity. "What were you two discussing? What does Director Deng regret? If I were you, I wouldn't concern myself with such trivial matters, but rather hasten to find a way to deliver Bingqing Tianyu to me," Su Xiang replied nonchalantly. "You?" Han Yin'er was momentarily speechless, but suddenly her eyes sparkled with cunning. "What if I simply refuse to give it to you?" "Oh, do you wish to bring disgrace upon the divine enlightenment empire?" Su Xiang countered, "Don't think I can't see through you. You've already agreed with Director Deng to deal with Jiang Zhuju. You come here for Bingqing Tianyu, clearly attempting to deceive me. Even if I refuse to give it to you, you will find a way to defeat Jiang Zhuju. After all, That master from earlier will not let you off lightly. A triumphant glint flashed in Han Yinner's eyes, and her mood lightened considerably. Very well, then you may leave. Just a friendly reminder, even if I choose not to confront Jiang Zhuju, that master will merely give me a beating, not take my life. But your divine enlightenment's reputation is something I cannot afford to tarnish, even at the cost of my life. Xu Xiang remained unhurried. Leisurely sipping his tea, Han Yinner, infuriated, realized that while Xu Xiang's words were harsh, they were all too reasonable. The divine enlightenment empire was in dire need of talent, and forcing him to challenge Jiang Zhuju, who could easily defeat a fourth-tier cultivator, was a futile hope. Even if he chose to evade the challenge, he would not face much criticism. Conversely, the divine enlightenment empire stood at the precipice. One more step back would lead to a catastrophic loss of reputation. This Xu Xiang truly had a firm grip on the situation. You just wait. Han Yinner clenched her silver teeth, leaving with a fierce remark. Chapter 48. Jiang Zhuju's full recovery within the bustling tavern of Nanjing. Jiang Zhuju's complexion was pale, his grip tightening around a jade box that had just been personally delivered to him by Elder Lin. Inside lay the fourth-tier spirit pill, Yuan Fudan. The Yuan Fudan was a prized item in the martial world, capable of rapidly restoring vitality and instantly reviving one's strength. A master alchemist of the medicinal sage rank could easily produce a plethora of such effective pills. However, the crux of the matter remained. Without the necessary materials, even Elder Lin's prowess could not conjure the elixir. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuju was the last remaining hope in the sword spirit sex plan and had demonstrated an extraordinary ability to challenge those beyond his level. Naturally, Elder Lin would spare no effort to ensure his victory in the palace examination. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Jiang Zhuju opened the jade box, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted into the air. Without hesitation, he swallowed the Yuan Fudan and closed his eyes to recuperate. The examination venue was set in the Royal Palace's military training grounds, presided over personally by the Supreme Empress of the Divine Enlightenment Empire. Such a grand event was a rare opportunity for the common folk of the Divine Enlightenment, occurring only once every 3 years, allowing them to witness the palace's grandeur up close. For today alone, the majestic palace gates would swing wide open to welcome guests from all directions. Xu Xiang and the 16 strong contenders, led by Deng Guang, traversed through the opulent palaces and gardens. Jiang Zhuju, who had recently showcased his heavenly tier martial skills by defeating a fourth-tier cultivator, was among them at that moment. Jiang Zhuju's complexion was rosy, his aura steady. He bore no traces of the weakness from the recent battle. The onlookers felt a tightening in their chests. If Jiang Zhuju was at his peak, he would be even more formidable than Hua Kuei. As the 16 navigated through the layers of majestic structures, they arrived at an expansive training ground. In the center of the arena stood 3 platforms of varying heights, encircled by a massive dais that towered over the highest platform. The dais was already filled with elegantly dressed dignitaries, with a prime spot left vacant at its center, offering a perfect view of the entire proceedings. Surrounding the training ground, countless citizens of the capital flooded in, many donning victory headbands and brandishing banners proclaiming the triumph of the divine enlightenment, cheering for their chosen contestants. Upon sighting Jiang Zhuju's entrance, a chorus of jeers erupted. Jiang Zhuju, you scoundrel, get out of the capital, get out of Zhongzhou. In the face of the citizens' outrage, the officials did not intervene. Rather, they welcomed it. Such unity among the populace was precisely the spectacle the divine enlightenment court desired. At that moment, a melodious and enchanting voice echoed. Her Majesty has arrived. Following this, a beautifully adorned pavilion, draped in flowing silks, gracefully descended from the heavens, settling silently upon the designated space on the dais. Remarkably, the pavilion touched down without stirring a speck of dust. It was intolerable for Jiang Lin to appear in such a disgraceful state before Jiang Zhuju. Thankfully, Jiang Zhuju possessed extraordinary talents, with his alchemical skills bringing forth delightful surprises. Not only had he helped her restore her appearance, but he had also defeated a fourth-tier cultivator, leaving the citizens of the capital with egg on their faces. Today, she was determined to witness her brother, Jiang Zhuju, annihilate the younger generation of the capital, thereby solidifying his status as the foremost genius of the divine enlightenment. As if answering Jiang Lin's fervent anticipation, Jiang Zhuju flickered and gracefully landed on the highest platform, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jiang Zhuju of Nanzhou stands here. Who dares to challenge? Deng Guang cast a complex glance at Jiang Zhuju. Clearing his throat, ahem. There is no contestant by the name of Jiang Zhuju in this martial examination. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhuju secretly chuckled at Zhengzhou's obsession with face-saving, responding with a light-hearted smile. Then I shall be known as Zhu of Nanzhou, and I welcome any challengers. His declaration. The audience's fury ignited instantly, even more fervent than before. The lapdog of the sword spirit sect is so arrogant. Let's take him down, break his legs and throw him out. Luo Xiong, go for it, beat him up. The others exchanged glances, their eyes converging on Su Xiong. Among the 16 strong contenders, Su Xiong was familiar with quite a few. Gu Kaiyu, Han Yener, and Li Yu were all present. Even the son of the Minister of War, Mi Lai, who had been sent flying by Su Xiong's palm, was on the list. Observing the young man's demeanor, it seemed he had already broken through to the second tier. While others looked at Su Xiong with anticipation, Mi Lai's gaze was filled with resentment. He loathed the humiliation inflicted upon him by Su Xiong's palm, resented the closeness between Su Xiong and Han Yener, and despised Luo Xiong, who had become the savior in the eyes of the capital citizens as soon as he appeared. Now that he had broken into the second tier, he felt confident enough to no longer fear Luo Xiong and intended to seize the opportunity to redeem his previous disgrace. But in the face of national calamity, the foremost task was to eliminate Jiang Zhuju. The troublemaker! He shot Su Xiong a venomous glance. I'll deal with him first, then settle the score with you. No sooner had he finished speaking than he leaped into the air, sword in hand, charging directly at Jiang Zhuju. You scoundrel of the sword spirit sect, let me have a taste of your skills. As Mi Lai took the stage, the crowd immediately rallied behind him. This fellow had a decent reputation, and had it not been for Su Xiong's unexpected emergence, which left him humiliated, he might still be regarded as one of the reliable young talents in the capital. Now, merely for his audacity in being the first to challenge Jiang Zhuju, the crowd was eager to offer him enthusiastic applause. If Mi Lai could defeat Jiang Zhuju, it would be nothing short of perfection. The citizens of Zhengzhou would not object to embracing him as their new hero. Facing the aggressive Mi Lai, Jiang Zhuju regarded him with indifference, mockingly looking at Su Xiong. What's the matter? Are you waiting for them all to fall before swooping in to claim the spoils? Su Xiong's gaze was sharp as he coldly locked eyes with Jiang Zhuju. Let you revel for a moment, only to plunge you into despair later. How delightful would that be? You're quite defiant. I hope you don't resort to any prohibited drugs again, Jiang Zhuju retorted with a scoff. The mention of forbidden substances sent shockwaves through the crowd, sparking a flurry of whispers. Did Luo Xiong previously consume prohibited drugs? Is it true that Luo Xiong's strength is solely dependent on the accumulation of drugs? The gazes of the crowd upon Su Xiong suddenly became more scrutinizing and filled with suspicion. Jiang Zhuju's demonstrated prowess far exceeded that of his peers, and now, Luo Xiong had become their last glimmer of hope. If Luo Xiong were merely a figure of empty reputation, then the martial competition of the Divine Enlightenment Empire would be utterly doomed. Seeing the scrutinizing and doubtful eyes around him, Su Xiong trembled with rage, his inner vitality nearly spiraling out of control. During the recruitment competition of the Sword Spirit sect, he had consumed forbidden drugs yet still succumbed to Jiang Zhuju. A humiliation he could never erase. It was the very source of his forced departure from home, of his feigned death and subsequent wandering, and what of the young prodigies he had once suppressed in Tianyuan City? Along with the common folk of Tiannan who revered his genius, their scornful and disdainful gazes remained vividly etched in his memory. Jiang Zhuju had publicly laid bare his deepest wounds. How could this not ignite his fury? He stood firmly on the azure light, poised to charge onto the arena and confront Jiang Zhuju in a desperate clash, only to be halted by Deng Guang's hand. Those wishing to challenge must declare their intent beforehand and must not interfere with others' duels. An invisible force instantaneously anchored Su Xiong in place, rendering him immobile. Han Yener stood beside Su Xiong, her bright eyes fixed on him. Did you truly consume forbidden drugs? Su Xiong's face darkened further. Nearly on the verge of explosion, helpless under Deng Guang's restraint, he could only snort coldly. Do you believe it? Jiang Zhuju's remarks successfully shifted the focus to Su Xiong, leaving Mi Lai, who was supposed to be one of the battle's protagonists, feeling utterly humiliated. I am a participant in this fight. Why should I be sidelined simply because of a verbal spat between Jiang Zhuoju and Luo Xiang? I, Mi Lai, was once a genius revered by the people of the capital. You may disregard me for now, but once I defeat Jiang Zhuoju, vanquish Luo Xiang, and triumph over all, I shall still be the genius worthy of your admiration. And that naive Han Yin air, did she think that just because I usually let her be, she could belittle me? Humph. Chapter 49. A worthy opponent? Not even close. Mi Lai took a bold step forward, swiftly drawing his soft sword from his waist, his gaze icy. Hey, Jiang Zhuoju, am I not your true opponent? Only then did Jiang Zhuoju turn his attention to Mi Lai, a cold smile forming on his lips. You're still far from it. Furious at the insult, Mi Lai unleashed a flurry of strikes with his soft sword, charging angrily towards Jiang Zhuoju. He had trained in wind-based techniques, sacrificing some speed in pursuit of a more elusive style. Yet he was still significantly faster than an ordinary practitioner. His figure darted about, the soft sword resembling a silver serpent striking out, erratic and unpredictable. Amidst the flashing sword light, most spectators could only perceive a blur. Unable to pinpoint his trajectory, however, Jiang Zhuoju remained utterly still, not a trace of fear upon his face. His eyes narrowed slightly, calmly observing Mi Lai's unpredictable and angular thrusts. Wow, Mi Lai has truly grown stronger. Liu marveled at the dazzling display of swordplay. Although he usually held little affection for Mi Lai, being part of the same faction now, he naturally hoped for the enhancement of their collective strength. Mi Lai's swordplay was exceptionally deceptive, especially when executed with a soft sword, making it all the more formidable. If one could not accurately discern the true angle of his attack, they would inevitably be struck. Yet for Jiang Zhuoju, who had endured the trials of devilish training methods, this style presented no significant challenge. Though Mi Lai's sword techniques were indeed peculiar, their essence lay in the subtle movements of the wrist and the inherent flexibility of the soft sword. In simple terms, by restraining his wrist, one could dismantle this technique. Just as the soft sword was about to graze Jiang Zhuoju, he executed a shadowy step, swiftly dodging the strike while deftly evading Mi Lai's thrusting arm. In an instant, Jiang Zhuoju sprang upward, forcefully ramming his shoulder against Mi Lai. Bang! Mi Lai's arm was abruptly thrust upward, nearly losing control of the soft sword. Seizing the moment before Mi Lai could regain his balance, Jiang Zhuoju lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow. Whoosh! Mi Lai's slender frame was sent flying several feet away, akin to a kite severed from its string. It should be noted that Jiang Zhuoju was a fierce contender, capable of holding his ground against Zheng Cheng, who practiced earth-based techniques. Reflecting on his battle with Zheng Cheng, it was abundantly clear how extraordinary Jiang Zhuoju's physical prowess was. Mi Lai struggled to rise, coughing violently. The force of Jiang Zhuoju's blow had struck him squarely in the chest, leaving him momentarily breathless. He gazed in astonishment at Jiang Zhuoju, whose silver serpent strikes had always been unstoppable. Aside from those fast enough to evade, all others had to guess where his sword would land. Yet Jiang Zhuoju was clearly not among them. He had seen through the flaws in Mi Lai's swordplay and instantly discovered a countermeasure. At that moment, the onlookers with profound cultivation levels shifted their gazes towards Jiang Zhuoju with newfound respect. His innate talent for cultivation was already well known, breaking through to the 8th level in just 3 months. Possessing a heavenly grade spirit root, Jiang Zhuoju's background had been thoroughly investigated. However, no one had anticipated that this young man would possess such astonishing martial talent, effortlessly dismantling the Li family's ancestral soft sword techniques with a mere glance. It was worth noting that Mi Lai was no mere amateur. He had immersed himself in this discipline for over a decade. I told you so. You are not my opponent, Jiang Zhuoju chuckled. Shaking his head, dealing with someone like Mi Lai was even easier than confronting Zheng Cheng. In the mystique of the shadowy steps, no matter how bizarre the attack, it found little purchase. Mi Lai understood that to defeat Jiang Zhuoju, he must engage him head-on, but therein lay the dilemma. Clashing with Jiang Zhuoju in direct combat was akin to inviting suffering. Only Su Xiang, who had seemingly returned from the dead, could possibly stand against Jiang Zhuoju. Mi Lai's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, his meticulously prepared trump cards so easily dismissed, rendering his earlier passionate declarations into mere jest. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his vitality into the sword. The once pliable blade instantly hardened, akin to an iron rod. With the sword held firmly before him, his hands clasped tightly around the hilt. Mi Lai declared defiantly, "Don't rejoice too soon. Experience the might of one sword." 1,000 autumns. He brandished the sword, now encased in azure energy, charging towards Jiang Zhuoju like an arrow released from its bow. From below, Su Xiang observed clearly. Mi Lai's swordsmanship was far superior to what it had been a few days prior during their skirmish. Truly astonishing, little did he know. After his defeat at Su Xiang's hands, Mi Lai had requested a qi-condensing pill from his father, which had propelled him to the second tier of practitioners that very night. The qi-condensing pill was a rare treasure among second-tier pills, renowned for its challenging concoction. Its purpose was to solidify the vital energy of practitioners, significantly aiding their cultivation. Generally, anyone who was not newly initiated into their current tier would advance one level after consuming it. Even those just beginning could greatly reinforce their foundations. The only drawback was that while the first pill yielded remarkable effects, subsequent doses were largely ineffective. Yet, Mi Lai was undeniably a prominent figure among the younger generation in the capital. Bolstered by the qi-condensing pill and intense training in his family's sword techniques over the past few days, his strength had surged dramatically. One sword, 1,000 autumns. This was unequivocally the Li family's ultimate technique, a superlative skill capable of challenging levels beyond one's own. As the audience beheld the might of Mi Lai's sword, many instantly recognized it as the Li family's unique martial art, one sword. 1,000 autumns. This technique was a family heirloom. Over a decade ago, Mi Lai's father, then the Minister of War, had used it to defeat a third-tier practitioner, attaining legendary status. Since then, one sword, 1,000 autumns had become synonymous with extraordinary challenges in the hearts of the people of Zhongzhou. The mention of Mi Lai's one sword, 1,000 autumns, could very well mean that even a fourth-tier practitioner might struggle to withstand it. Jiang Zhuoju's situation appeared dire. The crowd erupted in excited predictions. Jiang Zhuoju had become a thorn in the side of the people of the capital. They ardently wished for his defeat, even if the odds appeared slim. Jiang Zhuoju had previously triumphed over fourth-tier practitioners and possessed heavenly-tier martial techniques. "I doubt one sword, 1,000 autumns, will be enough to best Jiang Zhuoju." Some spectators voiced their concerns, acknowledging Jiang Zhuoju's formidable abilities. Nonsense. Young Master Mi Lai's one sword, 1,000 autumns, is certainly no inferior technique compared to whatever Jiang Zhuoju has. A staunch supporter of Mi Lai quickly retorted. Chapter 50. Death. On the high platform, an elderly man clad in official robes laughed heartily at the middle-aged man beside him, who was similarly dressed. "Minister Li, your son's swordplay truly reflects your former splendor. If he has indeed inherited your true teachings, even a fourth-tier practitioner may find themselves outmatched." This middle-aged man was none other than Li Zhang, the Minister of War of the Divine Enlightenment Empire. He gently stroked his meticulously groomed beard, humbly waving his hand. "You flatter me. My son still has a long way to go. Just a few days ago, he suffered a significant setback during the martial report. Since returning home, he has been diligently practicing his swordsmanship, making only slight progress. I have heard whispers of that incident. It seems a lad named Luo Xiang clashed with your son and appeared to have the upper hand." The elder was the current Prime Minister, Tian, who squinted slightly, gesturing subtly towards Su Xiang. "Children bickering and testing their mettle is entirely normal. They are the future pillars of our divine enlightenment. Without a bit of tenacity, how can they carve their own path?" Li Zhang did not turn to look at Su Xiang. His focus remained firmly on the arena, where Mi Lai had already charged before Jiang Zhuoju. "Ha! Let us wait and see who among your son and Luo Xiang prevails against this young contender from the Sword Spirit sect." Tian agreed, his gaze shifting to the two combatants who were now fully engaged in battle. With lightning speed, Mi Lai's treasured sword surged forth, the tip enveloped in azure light, sharp and unparalleled. Under the sunlight, the blade gleamed ominously as it targeted Jiang Zhuoju's throat. Jiang Zhuoju's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting instantly. This sword strike took him utterly by surprise. Previously, he had assumed that Malay was merely a superficial dandy from the capital, relying solely on medicinal concoctions to bolster his cultivation. However, judging from this sword strike, it was evident that his opponent was not merely a name without substance. He truly possessed formidable skill. Jiang Zhuoju dared not show the slightest negligence. The speed and precision of this strike clearly indicated an intent to take his head. The legendary one sword, 1,000 autumns, indeed lived up to its reputation. As the sword's energy drew near, he suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, causing the ground to shatter, and his fists ignited with blazing flames. Fire God Fist. Zhang Zhuzhue advanced rather than retreating, his flaming fists meeting the fierce sword energy head-on. Malay chuckled inwardly. Your physique is indeed quite formidable, able to withstand a direct confrontation with Zheng Cheng without faltering. I must acknowledge that, but do you really think such a body can withstand my one sword, 1,000 autumns? Too naive. Malay was exhilarated. It seemed that Zhang Zhuzhue's recent victories had made him overly confident, daring to meet his strike with bare hands. It appeared that the honor of defeating a disciple of the Sword Spirit sect would belong solely to him. He channeled all his true energy into the sword. The azure glow on the blade becoming ever more resplendent, and its cutting speed skyrocketed. In that moment, Malay could almost envision Zhang Zhuzhue's iron fists, which had previously defeated Zheng Cheng, being effortlessly cleaved in two by his astonishing sword strike. Clang! To Malay's astonishment, the sound that reached his ears was not the anticipated hiss of metal-piercing flesh, but rather the resounding clash of metal against metal. Immediately thereafter, a surge of searing energy surged along the sword. Rushing toward his arm, the brilliant white sword, upon making contact with Zhang Zhuzhue's iron fists, turned bright red in an instant due to the intense heat. After a brief stalemate, the true energy Malay had infused into the blade was entirely consumed by the flames. The once iron-hard soft sword, filled with true energy, not only failed to regain its former nimbleness, but instead became as limp and powerless as a melting iron rod. The scorching heat nearly cooked Malay's palm, and the sharp pain forced him to relinquish his grip, allowing the sword, now as pliable as noodles, to fall. A satisfied smile crept upon Zhang Zhuzhue's lips. This sword is indeed impressive. With a swift motion, he closed the distance to Malay, unleashing the remaining force of his fists with a ferocious impact against Malay's chest. Malay let out a muffled groan, akin to a kite severed from its string. Being sent flying and crashing heavily to the ground on the high platform, Li Zheng reacted swiftly, rushing out to catch his fallen son, anxiously checking his breath. Malay's aura was weak, hanging by a thread. Li Zheng observed that his son's body was as red and hot as a boiled shrimp. Even the breath Malay exhaled was scorching, evidently indicating that his internal organs had suffered severe damage from the fiery true energy. Li Zheng could distinctly sense that the violent force continued to wreak havoc within Malay's body. Malay did not spit blood, not due to a lack of serious injury, but rather because nearly half of the blood within him had evaporated in that brief moment due to the blazing true energy. Healer! Quickly summon a healer! Li Zheng shouted in despair and fury, pressing his fingers against several acupoints on Malay's body, unleashing his royal-level cultivation to instantaneously seal off a space around Malay that ordinary people could not perceive. As a powerful cultivator, he had a unique understanding of space, and sealing off an area was a technique exclusive to them. In that instant, Malay seemed to be enclosed within a confined space. His bodily functions entirely halted, including the rampaging fiery true energy that Zhang Zhuzhue had infused within him, which was temporarily suppressed. This way, it would both slow the process of Malay's life slipping away and prevent the fire attribute true energy from continuing to damage his body. Subsequently, Li Zheng gently patted Malay's back, causing Malay's seemingly lifeless body to involuntarily expel a burst of flame. Indeed, it was a genuine flame. Li Zheng grasped the flame spewing from Malay's mouth and crushed it fiercely. The intense heat caused him discomfort. He fixed his cold gaze on Zhang Zhuzhue. Such pure and violent true energy. Tianxiang, please take care of my son. With a wave of his hand, Li Zheng tossed Malay's body toward Tian, who was filled with concern on the high platform. Once he confirmed that Tian had caught Malay, Li Zheng immediately leaped onto the stage, appearing before Zhang Zhuzhue in an instant. You vile brat! Your means are treacherous. Today, you shall be eliminated. With that, he aimed a massive palm strike directly at Zhang Zhuzhue's neck, consumed by rage, vowing to personally crush the culprit who left Malay's fate hanging in the balance. Seeking vengeance for his son, the overwhelming aura of a royal-level cultivator was incomprehensible to a junior like Zhang Zhuzhue. He could only watch helplessly as Li Zheng approached, his offensive like a tidal wave. Yet he was utterly powerless. Li Zheng, you are audacious. From the crowd, the hidden Lin Zhishi's eyes turned blood red. ready to rush forward to intervene. He knew full well that he was merely a grandmaster, and against a royal-level opponent, he was little more than an ant shaking a tree. Yet the talent Jiang Zhuzhue displayed was undoubtedly the most exceptional among the new disciples of the Sword Spirit sect this generation. And even in the past several generations, at this moment, he was the last hope of the Sword Spirit sect amidst this turmoil. If he were to fall here, the consequences upon returning to the sect were all too clear. Tears streamed down Jiang Lin's face as she wished to rush through the crowd to save Jiang Zhuzhue, yet it felt as though invisible forces had bound her, rendering her unable to move an inch. "Master, save me!" Jiang Zhuzhue's heart cried out in despair. "Enough, enough! You and I, as ancestors and descendants, let us wager our lives today." The medicine sage sighed softly. It's he this moment. Only the embodiment of the medicine sage could provide a glimmer of hope. However, Su Chun, hidden within Su Xiang's ring, understood that although the medicine sage had reached the realm of a sage in life, the power of his soul, now attached to Jiang Zhuzhue, would find it exceedingly difficult to counter a royal-level cultivator like Li Zheng under such disadvantageous circumstances. Moreover, this act would likely expose their identities. Even if they were not discovered by their enemies, the Divine Enlightenment Empire would undoubtedly pursue them without relent. A super genius, once the continent's foremost alchemist, posed an irresistible temptation for the waning Divine Enlightenment Empire. Here, several royal-level cultivators surrounded them, while within the veiled curtains sat an emperor-level figure. Even the medicine sage, despite his immense powers, would find it nearly impossible to escape. However, as the author, Su Chun understood that Jiang Zhuzhue would never fall so easily. Even if his appearance altered the trajectory of the plot slightly, the reality remained as he had anticipated. Just as the medicine sage was about to embody himself, and Li Zheng's palm was about to sever Jiang Zhuzhue's throat, Deng Guang abruptly appeared, his long and powerful hand, showing no signs of aging, firmly grasping Li Zheng's wrist. The entire audience seemed to awaken from a dream. Breaking free from the series of shocks that had begun with Malay's defeat, followed by Li Zheng's furious assault, culminating in Deng Guang's celestial intervention. They gasped in astonishment. "Deng Guang, release him!" Li Zheng's expression hardened as he realized that it was indeed Deng Guang preventing him. He violently shook his wrist, attempting to strike again, but found himself unable to break free, his eyes widening in fury as he let out a roar. Deng Guang held his wrist firmly, not loosening his grip, and spoke in a grave tone. "In the arena, life and death are left to fate. Outsiders must not interfere." He then lowered his voice, speaking earnestly. "Li Shangshu, the eyes of the crowd are upon us. If you take advantage of your power to bully others, would you not tarnish the rules of our divine enlightenment?" Li Zheng was ablaze with fury, unwilling to heed any counsel, and retorted angrily, "That brat nearly cost my son his life. How can I swallow this anger without eliminating him?" As soon as he finished speaking, his unrestrained hand transformed into a claw-like shape, striking out like lightning. The two were evenly matched in cultivation, with Deng Guang holding a slight upper hand. However, he never expected that after being restrained, Li Zheng would still refuse to listen and insist on attacking. Deng Guang was momentarily caught off guard. Inwardly cursing the situation, the audience gasped repeatedly, astonished by the intensity of Li Zheng's murderous intent. Even while being restrained by Deng Guang, he remained unwilling to relent. And the most unfortunate of all was Jiang Zhuzhue, who had already resigned himself to death, hoping to utilize the power of the medicine sage for one last desperate struggle. Yet at that crucial moment, Deng Guang intervened to save him. However, before Jiang Zhuzhue could regain his composure from the brink of death, Li Zheng was preparing to strike again. "Master!" Jiang Zhuzhue called out desperately within. Yet the fate of the protagonist always finds a glimmer of hope in the direst moments, a benefactor arriving at just the right time. A beam of sword light pierced through the sky, moving with incredible speed, carrying a blinding sword energy that precisely grazed Jiang Zhuzhue's hair and cheek, striking heavily against Li Zheng's incoming claw. This strike was unimaginably swift, exquisitely crafted, and its power was incomparable. Not only was the enraged Li Zheng sent flying several dozen feet by this blow, but even Deng Guang was affected, letting out a muffled groan and retreating several steps. "Is this the rule of your divine enlightenment empire? When a junior is harmed, the elder personally intervenes?" An elderly yet resonant voice echoed from afar. The crowd turned toward the sound, revealing an elder clad in gray. Floating in midair with hands clasped behind his back, a gentle breeze caressing him. His white beard and robes fluttered gracefully, and his silver hair shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, exuding an otherworldly aura of a celestial being. Li Zheng's face turned pale as he tightly clutched his injured hand, crimson blood gushing forth. Upon closer inspection, his hand had been severed in two by the sharp sword energy. He gripped it not to staunch the bleeding, but to prevent his hand from falling away. Sword Emperor, you dare to personally appear. Li Zheng's expression turned bitter, his words dripping with resentment, anger, and an unmistakable fear. Sword Emperor. The crowd gasped in astonishment. In this world, those worthy of being addressed as Emperor are none other than superlative beings of the highest order. Much like Su Chen, the Battle Emperor, the Sword Emperor is equally a title bestowed upon a formidable cultivator, specifically Lu Liying, one of the dual emperors of the Sword Spirit sect. The other, renowned alongside Lu Liying, is the sect leader Yuan Huang. The formidable figures of the Divine Enlightenment Empire are no strangers to Lu Liying. Upon his arrival, they stand as if facing a formidable foe, rising in unison. Your Excellency, the Sword Emperor, how dare you unjustly harm a high-ranking official of our divine enlightenment? Does the Sword Spirit sect harbor rebellious intentions? Deng Guang's expression darkens, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Unjustly? Lu Liying sneers. Standing resolute in the is it not true that Li Zheng has unlawfully captured a disciple of my Sword Spirit sect? Are you unwilling to accept defeat? You, Jiang Zhuzhue, nearly took my son's life. Li Zheng's eyes blaze with fury, his aura surging, yet under the oppressive presence of the royal-level cultivator, he can only suppress his wrath. Were it not for the title of the Imperial Academy, you, Deng Guang, would not even be worthy of conversing with me. Who do you think you are? Lu Liying unexpectedly waves his hand, and Li Zheng appears to be struck by an invisible slap. His head snapping to the side, a vivid red handprint blossoming on his cheek. Your Excellency, this is the capital, Deng Guang exclaims, witnessing Lu Liying's brazen humiliation of Li Zheng, his voice cold and accusatory. Lu Liying stands with arms crossed, responding proudly, and what of the capital? The world knows that Qin can go wherever he pleases. That does not grant your Sword Spirit sect's disciples the right to disrupt our imperial examinations. Deng Guang retorts. Lu Liying bursts into laughter. Ha, 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 Director Zheng. Are not the disciples of the Sword Spirit sect citizens of the Divine Enlightenment? Do they not have the right to participate in the imperial examinations? Or, in your eyes, has the Sword Spirit sect already severed its ties with the Divine Enlightenment Empire? Deng Guang is momentarily speechless, for the Sword Spirit sect indeed operates beyond the constraints of the Divine Enlightenment Court. Though outwardly, they must maintain a faade of peace to preserve the dignity of the Empire's territory. Seeing Deng Guang at a loss for words, Lu Liying becomes even more triumphant, since they are citizens of the Divine Enlightenment. The disciples of the Sword Spirit sect should naturally receive equal treatment in the examinations. If anyone, relying on their elder's influence, cannot bear the outcome of the competition, as their elder, I must stand up for them. His words resonate through the arena, and though those present who favor the Divine Enlightenment seethe with indignation, they can only endure. After all, while his rhetoric is sharp, it is also logically sound. Furthermore, words spoken by a royal-level cultivator can easily twist the narrative to their favor. My subordinate, Lin Qianshou, welcomes the Deputy Sect Master, Lin, the steward, bows deeply, paying his respects. Since Jiang Zhujue's remarkable victory over Hua Kuei yesterday, he has understood that Jiang Zhuzhue is destined for greatness, poised to become a pillar of the Sword Spirit sect. Chapter 52. Is the royal-level cultivator suppressed? Thus, without hesitation, he swiftly informed the sect, vowing to ensure Jiang Zhujue's safety at all costs. The Sword Spirit sect reacted strongly to this matter, even dispatching Deputy Sect Master Lu Liying personally to provide protection. In a moment of peril, Lu Liying not only saves Jiang Zhuzhue but also rescues Lin Qianshou from certain doom. Had Jiang Zhuzhue fallen here, Lin Qianshou's future within the sect would have been irrevocably shattered. Amidst the crowd, Jiang Lin's eyes brim with tears, grateful that the Deputy Sect Master acted in time to safeguard her brother Jiang Zhuzhue. Thank heavens! Jiang Zhuzhue's heart swells with emotion. At the brink of life and death, hidden secrets are on the verge of revelation, and thanks to the Deputy Sect Master, he finds solace. Sword Emperor, Jiang Zhuzhue has a remarkable destiny. Su Xiang, witnessing Zhang Zhujue's precarious situation yet saved by the royal-level cultivator, grits his teeth in frustration. The sword spirit sect is not so easily dealt with, Su Chun murmurs to Su Xiang. He had anticipated Lu Liying's timely intervention. In the narrative he crafted, Zhang Zhujue triumphs over Mi Lai in their climactic battle, leading to Li Jing's furious retaliation, which is quelled by the Sword Emperor Lu Liying's decisive intervention. However, Lu Liying subsequently finds himself at odds with the Empress, who exerts her formidable authority. Zhang Zhujue seizes the chaos to escape, embarking on a long journey of evasion. The current developments align with Su Qin's expectations. Lu Liying arrives as scheduled, commanding respect from all. Next, it is time for his beloved Empress to showcase her might. As the Sword Emperor Lu Liying's presence weighs heavily on everyone, a voice emerges from behind the gauzy curtain on the high platform. As citizens of divine enlightenment, why do you not kneel before me? The chilling words act as a tonic, restoring confidence to the crowd. Indeed, what power does the Sword Emperor possess? This is the capital, where the formidable Empress reigns supreme. How dare the Sword Emperor act with impunity before her? Lu Liying trembles internally. That cold voice strikes his heart like a hammer, instilling fear. Your Majesty, according to divine enlightenment's laws, royal-level cultivators may don swords to attend court, paying homage without the necessity of grand formalities. Lu Liying responds with abow.it is true that the divine enlightenment empire has such regulations, demonstrating respect for royal-level cultivators, allowing them to converse with the monarch on equal terms without elaborate ceremonies. Lu Liying cites the laws to justify his stance, presenting a reasoned argument. However, an invisible force suddenly descends, and Lu Liying, who just moments ago appeared ethereal and transcendent, is firmly pressed to the ground. Stirring a cloud of dust as the dust settles, the crowd is astonished to find the once proud Lu Liying now prostrate on the ground. The veins on his neck bulge, fists clenched, signifying his fierce struggle against the overwhelming force. Yet, all his efforts are in vain. Being of equal standing does not grant you the liberty to converse above me. In divine enlightenment, my word is law, the Empress states coldly, devoid of any emotion. The Empress has made her move, without any gesture or revealing her countenance. The once mighty Sword Emperor Lu Liying finds himself effortlessly subdued. Your Majesty, this scoundrel has defied the law, brazenly assaulting a humble minister, allowing his disciples to disrupt the examinations and harm our empire's talented youth. I implore your Majesty to execute this villain to restore our divine enlightenment's dignity. Li Zhang, disregarding his injuries, rolls onto the ground, pleading fervently, please, your Majesty, deliver severe punishment. The citizens, previously paralyzed with fear by Lu Liying's intimidation, now kneel, united in their calls for justice. Faced with the threat of the royal-level cultivator, they dare not provoke him. And now with the Empress's backing, they seize the opportunity to rectify the situation with Lu Liying. The Empress does not respond to their pleas, but instead turns to Lu Liying. They request that I kill you. Do you believe their sentiments are justified? Lu Liying's struggling body goes rigid, his formerly rosy complexion draining to a ghostly pallor. He perceives the latent threat concealed within the Empress's words. The Sword Spirit sect has acted tyrannically for years, while the divine enlightenment royal family has been caught in a cycle of generational transition, often yielding. He nearly forgets that the true strongest being in divine enlightenment, the sole existence of imperial realm, is this seldom seen Empress before him. How audacious of him to behave so recklessly in her presence. Should she truly decide to end his life, the Sword Spirit sect would likely find itself powerless to intervene. An imperial realm cultivator, such a figure is nearly invincible in the contemporary world. Unless those ancient monsters from hidden sanctuaries emerge, none can rival them. A wise man knows how to navigate the tides of fortune. Lu Liying decisively bows his head. Lu Liying of the Sword Spirit sect pays his respects to your Majesty. Witnessing the once arrogant Sword Emperor capitulate, the people of divine enlightenment are invigorated, chanting, Your Majesty is mighty. Long live divine enlightenment. The chorus of cheers threatens to upheave the entire palace. Su Qian observes this scene, his heart awash with myriad emotions. Although the divine enlightenment empire is waning, the loyalty of its people within the central region remains steadfast. Faced with the impending war for survival, the populace stands united, willing to fight to the last breath. On the day of the nation's demise, the streets of the capital were strewn with corpses, with no one surrendering. Were it not for the lack of generational strength within the divine enlightenment, relying solely on the Empress's solitary struggle, such solidarity would make the reclamation of the four states merely a matter of time. What chance do the four sects stand against the dominion of the court? The Empress's frigid voice pierces through the veil. The disciples of the Sword Spirit sect are permitted to participate in the martial examinations. Engaging with the exceptional talents of the Central region, I take great pleasure in this. The Sword Emperor's presence is also highly welcomed. Continue. Bring forth a seat for the Sword Emperor. Attendants swiftly arrange a seat for Lu Liying, allowing him to rise from the ground, now freed from his restraints. His once neat beard is now soiled, and his elegant gray robe is in tatters, completely devoid of the ethereal aura he once exuded. Filled with indignation and fear, he casts a furtive glance at the elusive veil, trembling as dust falls from his body, instantly rejuvenating him. With a bow, he expresses his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the seat. He strides toward the designated position, settling down before casting a solemn gaze at Zhang Zhuzhue, instructing Zhang Zhuzhue, perform well and do not let the people of the Central region underestimate the disciples of my Sword Spirit sect. Yes, Zhang Zhuzhue responds eagerly, filled with gratitude. Though Lu Liying's strength pales in comparison to the Empress's, as the representative of the Sword Spirit sect, his support is sufficient to grant Zhang Zhuzhue peace of mind. Even in the face of the divine enlightenment's fury, they would not rashly sever ties. Next, the climactic appearance belongs to the resurrected rival, Su Xiang. The Empress's authority has long been established, and now that she has decreed the continuation of the martial examinations, neither the prideful Lu Liying nor the infuriated Li Zheng dare utter another word. Deng Guang, seeing the situation stabilize, seizes the opportunity to announce, in this round, Zhang Zhuzhue is the victor. Please welcome the next challenger to the stage. All eyes swiftly converge on the eager Su Xiang. Su Xiang stands as the last bastion of hope for this cohort of candidates, and the sole rival in Zhang Zhuzhue's eyes. With the anticipated Zhang Cheng, Hua Kuei, and Mi Lai having fallen one after the other, Su Xiang remains their final glimmer of hope. Su Xiang, with a complex expression, gazes intently at Zhang Zhuzhue, silently pondering. At last, it is time for my vengeful battle. At this moment, his heart was a tumultuous blend of excitement, exhilaration, and a tinge of fear. The lingering shadow of past defeat and a profound realization of mortality. Han Yener and Gu Kaiyu had already claimed the second and third positions. Their fervent gazes fixed upon Su Xiang, silently conveying, after all, we are no match for Zhang Zhuzhue. You two may as well compete for the title of martial champion. Ancestor, should I go or not? Su Xiang pondered inwardly, initially believing he could wear down Zhang Zhuzhue through other competitors. Yet, as fate would have it, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, he found himself unable to retreat, compelled to face the challenge head-on. However, the memory of Zhang Zhuzhue's recent victory over Hua Kuei, the wrath of the fire god, weighed heavily on Su Xiang's mind, instilling a sense of unease. Go for it. This battle cannot be avoided. Isn't this precisely the scene you have yearned for day and night? Su Qin's voice echoed in his ears. Indeed, this confrontation was the very scenario Su Xiang had dreamt of for the past month. He sought to cleanse his shame, to ensure Zhang Zhuzhue paid the price, to make Zhang Lin regret her choices, to compel the Sword Spirit sect to acknowledge their misjudgment of him. He was not merely gilded jade. To prove before the world that he, Su Xiang, was stronger than Zhang Zhuzhue. Zhang Zhuzhue stood atop the platform, casting a cold glance at Su Xiang. Are you afraid? Su Xiang scoffed, afraid of you? Then come, prepare to meet your inevitable defeat. Let us see if you survive this time. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was there a grudge between them? Judging by this tone, it seemed Su Xiang and Zhang Zhuzhue had clashed before, with Zhang Zhuzhue emerging victorious, nearly leaving Su Xiang for dead. The spectators' spirits plummeted. If that were the case, did it not imply that Su Xiang was also no match for Zhang Zhuzhue? Who then could contend with Zhang Zhuzhue in this martial examination? Chapter 53. A chance to avenge past humiliations. Su Xiang's countenance hardened like ice, and in an instant, he leapt to the center of the arena like a phantom. Today, I shall avenge my past humiliation. As his words echoed, a palpable determination spread throughout the venue. The courtiers in attendance were instantly captivated, their eyes widening in astonishment. Such lightning-fast speed was beyond the reach of even the most ordinary masters. Luo Xiang, a second-tier cultivator, possessed such extraordinary agility. In the realm of martial arts, he could virtually claim an invincible throne. Lu Liying's expression shifted dramatically, his shock evident at Luo Xiang's incredible speed. He had thought Zhang Zhujiu, with his unmatched talent, was the unrivaled champion among the four great sect's young disciples. Little did he know that Luo Xiang had emerged out of nowhere, aligning himself with the Central Plains faction. Vowing to oppose Zhang Zhujiu. Who exactly was this Luo Xiang? Lu Liying pondered. Zhang Zhujiu's 16 years of life had been thoroughly understood by the Sword Spirit sect, as he had never strayed a step from Tunyuan City. Could it be an old grudge from the Nianhua royal tomb? Or perhaps hidden enmities within the city? Yet, all the talented youths of Tianyuan City had already joined the Sword Spirit sect. Where did this young hero come from? Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed in Lu Liying's mind. Su Xiang. Yes, he was the one who had been destined to be taken in by the Sword Spirit sect, only to clash with Zhang Zhujiu out of a moment of anger and ultimately suffer a crushing defeat, leaving him gravely injured, his meridians shattered, and even rumored dead. Lu Liying's thoughts went unnoticed as all eyes turned to the arena. Anticipating the climactic battle between the Sword Spirit sect's new prodigy, Zhang Zhujiu, and the last hope of the candidates, Luo Xiang. This day had finally arrived as Su Xiang fixed his icy gaze on Zhang Zhujiu. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his nails digging into his palms. Zhang Zhujiu, brother, give it your all, defeat him. Zhang Lin's voice rang out, fervently cheering for Zhang Zhujiu, convinced that he would avenge the humiliation inflicted by Luo Xiang. Little did she know, Zhang Zhujiu's heart was boiling with murderous intent, his gaze sharp as a blade. He intended to defeat Luo Xiang and then reveal his true identity, making Zhang Lin understand that Su Xiang would never be able to rival him. On one side of the platform, Han Yin'er was filled with anxiety. Zhang Zhujiu's words had shaken her confidence in Luo Xiang. However, at this juncture, only Luo Xiang could confront Zhang Zhujiu and defend the dignity of the empire. Taking a deep breath, she sought to inspire herself and transmit her belief to Su Xiang, shouting loudly, Luo Xiang, I believe in you. I believe in you. The three words from Han Yin'er pierced the hearts of all the men present like arrows. They wondered if this was an affirmation of their bond or something else entirely. Could it be that, on the eve of battle, the ninth princess had pledged her love to encourage Luo Xiang? Only Su Xiang understood the true meaning of those words. A smile crept onto his lips amidst his tension, as the pressure within him quietly dissipated. Ice clear, sky jade, it's settled. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhujiu sneered. I suppose you wooed her through coercion or some form of benefit, right? Young Master Su. Su Xiang's notorious past of bullying and intimidation made Zhang Zhujiu look upon him with disdain. At this moment, witnessing the most beautiful woman in the realm openly express her affection for Su Xiang stirred an inexplicable bitterness within Zhang Zhujiu. What I like is none of your business. Su Xiang retorted coldly. Zhang Zhujiu's fury ignited as he vowed silently. Once I beat you like a dead dog, even if someone still likes you, it will only be for a pile of dust. He launched the first strike, unleashing a torrent of true energy from within. The mentor and disciple had already devised a plan, fully aware that Su Xiang's speed was phenomenal. Should he seize the initiative, they would have no means to counterattack. Thus, they formulated the optimal strategy against Su Xiang: to take the offensive and trap him in a confined space, forcing a head-on clash, leveraging their strengths against his weaknesses. The advantage of the arena lay in its restricted space. Even if Zhang Zhujiu possessed the power to eliminate Su Xiang in an instant, it would be difficult to land a blow in an open field. Both practiced divine-level techniques with comparable cultivation levels, and the whirlwind leaf fall technique endowed Su Xiang with lightning-like speed, allowing him to traverse the arena's expanse in an instant. Zhang Zhujiu remained unfazed. Fully aware that forcing Su Xiang into a corner required more than mere strikes, he executed the mysterious steps, darting around with astonishing speed, his fists engulfed in roaring flames, delivering a flurry of punches at an incredible frequency. He did not expect to hit Su Xiang directly, but aimed to compress his evasion space. This was precisely the fire god fist that had nearly eliminated Mi Lai in a single blow. The audience gasped in astonishment. Such a domineering fire god fist would undoubtedly demand immense energy. Yet Zhang Zhujiu unleashed a barrage of dozens of punches, showcasing his astonishingly rich and pure true energy. Although Su Xiang was constrained by the arena, so too was Zhang Juju limited in his attacking range. Masters could project their true energy for long-range attacks, while cultivators were restricted to close combat within a radius of merely 10 feet. Despite Zhang Juju's ferocious display, he could not hope to reach even a single hair on Su Xiang's body. As long as Su Xiang found even the slightest gap, he could vanish without a trace in an instant. While Zhang Juju's relentless barrage made it difficult for Su Xiang to approach and retaliate, those with discerning eyes could see that Zhang Juju's energy expenditure far exceeded Su Xiang's. Indeed, Luo Xiang. Keep playing him like this. The knowledgeable audience erupted in cheers. With such ghostly speed, Luo Xiang could secure an invincible throne. At this pace, Zhang Juju would suffer a devastating defeat, a certainty. The officials present gradually relaxed, smiles emerging on their faces. Your Excellency, the Sword Emperor, this disciple of your sect is employing quite an unwise strategy. Lu Liying's expression darkened at these words. He had initially believed that Zhang Juju would sweep through this martial examination effortlessly, dispatching Luo Xiang with ease, but to his surprise, Luo Xiang's speed was astonishing, leaving Zhang Juju utterly helpless, forced to flail about like a clown on stage, utterly humiliated. Su Xiang felt at ease, managing to elegantly evade every time Zhang Juju was about to reach him. This strategy of leading the opponent on was truly inspired. Zhang Juju, the foolish boy, was being toyed with, a perfect jester. Su Xiang was filled with elation. Zhang Juju and the medicine sage had meticulously plotted against him. But Su Xiang and Su Chun had also conspired to devise a means of retribution against Zhang Juju. At this moment, Su Xiang and Zhang Juju were evenly matched in cultivation and techniques. But in terms of martial prowess, Zhang Juju undoubtedly held the upper hand. The only advantage Su Xiang had was his speed. If that were the case, he would win through speed. Zhang Juju, eager to seize the initiative, would surely strike first, as Su Chun believed that the revolutionary guerrilla tactics passed down by their ancestors would effectively counter Zhang Juju's preemptive strategy. Enemy advances, I retreat. Enemy retreats, I disrupt. Enemy tires, I strike. The 12-character mantra was sufficient to deal with Zhang Juju's aggressive approach. The situation seemed to be under control, yet Su Chun still felt a twinge of unease. Zhang Juju had yet to reveal his trump card, the Fire God's Fury, but Su Xiang's speed was remarkable, and his elusive movements made it difficult to land a blow with the Fire God's Fury. Nevertheless, Su Chun sensed something was amiss and hastily cautioned, "Do not let your guard down. Zhang Juju is not so easily dealt with. Remember my words. Wait until he tires before making your move, understood?" Chapter 54. A calculated move. After a lengthy chase and a raucous exchange, Zhang Juju finally found himself gasping for breath, indignantly exclaiming, "What kind of pathetic strategy is this? I'll tell you, this is called the dog-walking strategy. Sounds quite fitting, doesn't it?" Su Xiang stood leisurely at a distance, observing Zhang Juju's panting form with a mischievous grin. This was his first time gaining the upper hand over Zhang Juju. How could he not revel in it? As these words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in cheers for his clever tactics, mocking Zhang Juju. As a wind attribute practitioner, why would you insist on clashing head-on with a fire attribute? Isn't that just asking for punishment? Lu Wuying, Mi Lai, you should learn from this. The dog-walking strategy is the true essence of us wind attribute practitioners. Zhang Juju's face darkened instantly, resembling the bottom of a pot. Are you calling me a dog? So what if I am? If you have the guts, come over and bite me. Oh, be careful, or I might tickle you. Su Xiang exaggeratedly made a provocative gesture, taking delight in seeing Zhang Juju's anger. Intentionally provoking Zhang Juju, on one hand, was to prevent him from realizing that his stamina was being gradually depleted, thereby ceasing his pursuit. On the other hand, a direct confrontation would be futile, and should he choose not to chase, the contest would culminate in a stalemate, which was utterly unacceptable. His ambition was to vanquish Zhang Juju. How could he allow him to regain his composure? Indeed, Zhang Juju was thoroughly incensed. Roaring as he charged once more, Su Xiang effortlessly employed his strategic maneuvering, while Zhang Juju flailed about like a headless chicken, reminiscent of a child being playfully teased by an adult, a sight both amusing and absurd. The citizens of Shenqi, initially anxious, now exhaled in relief, keenly observing the spectacle of this farcical chase. Luo Xiang, Ever the mischievous instigator, delighted in teasing others, and the onlookers reveled in the entertainment. This was precisely the kind of spectacle they adored. High above, Sword Emperor Lu Liying's countenance darkened further. Was Jiang Zhuzhue truly oblivious or merely feigning ignorance? Being led around by Luo Xiang was a disgrace. Should he genuinely fall to him, the Sword Spirit sect would suffer tremendous humiliation. Their previously pristine reputation could disintegrate in an instant. Meanwhile, the officials were basking in the moment, toasting one another, completely forgetting that they had recently petitioned the Empress to execute this vice master of the Sword Spirit sect. Ah, Sword Emperor, look at the fervor of this contest. The youth certainly possesses tenacity, they exclaimed. Sword Emperor, Jiang Zhujue's attacks are overwhelmingly ferocious. Even I, at the martial sovereign level, would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Such flattery ignited a fire within Lu Liying. Had the Empress not reappeared to maintain order, he might have drawn his sword and dispatched this gaggle of sycophantic officials. Equally vexed was Su Chun. By his calculations, Jiang Zhuzhue should have recognized. At the first instance he hesitated, that Su Xiang was depleting his stamina. Even if Su Xiang provoked him verbally, Jiang Zhuzhue, being young and impetuous, should not have overlooked the strategies of the apothecary within his ring. Su Chun had anticipated Jiang Zhujue's cessation of hostilities would allow Su Xiang to seize the opportunity to harass him. Yet, this fool continued his relentless assault, displaying none of the composure expected of a protagonist. Instead, it was his own grandson, Su Xiang, who reveled in such folly. Could it be that Jiang Zhuzhue had some hidden stratagem? Unthinkable. According to the established narrative, Jiang Zhuzhue had only mastered a few techniques during the martial competition: flower blooming finger, flower falling palm, fire god fist, and misty steps. The first two had been seized by Su Xiang, and the remaining techniques had been showcased, including the unexpectedly acquired fire goddess fury. This was precisely why Su Chun had devised an almost flawless strategy for Su Xiang. Yet now, he felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Su Xiang, be cautious, do not grow complacent. Su Chun could not help but reiterate. Seeing Jiang Zhuzhue at his wit's end, Su Xiang felt elated, convinced that as long as he continued to exhaust him, victory was assured. Regarding his ancestors' reminders, he dismissed them as mere overcaution, of no consequence. After several frenzied yet fruitless attacks, Jiang Zhuzhue paused once more, panting heavily, beads of sweat cascading down his brow, clearly suffering from significant fatigue. Su Xiang, I see through your ploy. You are deliberately wearing me down, Jiang Zhuzhue bellowed. You've finally caught on? Fool, that is precisely my intent. Su Xiang laughed heartily, reveling in mockery. Look at you, lips pale, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Do you still have the strength to continue this fight? His words were infuriating enough to provoke a desire to strike him, even among those who supported him, like Luo Xiang of the Xinchi faction, who wished he would simply fall silent. Han Yin'er, too, was incensed, covering her eyes in disgust at his smug demeanor, the fleeting fondness she had felt for him evaporating in an instant. This man was truly insufferable. The officials on the platform, seasoned and thick-skinned, remained unfazed by Su Xiang's taunts, continuing to pour drinks as though they were celebrating Lu Liying's imminent victory. Jiang Zhuzhue surveyed the surroundings, observing the blend of sympathy, derision, and disdain directed at him, alongside Jiang Lin's worry, Lu Liying's wrath, and Su Xiang's mockery. Jiang Zhuzhue chuckled heartily before regaining his composure, coldly stating, Su Xiang, I knew you would resort to such tactics. Ha! Knew it all along? Then why allow me to toy with you like a dog on a leash without a counterattack? Su Xiang replied, incredulous, while the audience echoed his sentiments. Indeed. Why not? You think I lacked means to retaliate? Jiang Zhujue's words electrified the crowd. He truly had a counter-strategy? Su Xiang, had you been in my position, you wouldn't underestimate your opponent as you do. Flame Ascension Formation, arise. As his words fell, pillars of fire erupted around the arena, engulfing a significant portion of the stage and trapping Su Xiang within a formation. Gasps erupted from the crowd, including Su Chun, who had been concealed within Su Xiang's ring. Jiang Zhuzhue could manipulate formations. This was beyond even his wildest expectations. It turned out that Jiang Zhuzhue had feigned his previous anger to strategically place formation nodes throughout the arena. Now that the formation was complete, Su Xiang's mobility was severely restricted, forcing him into a direct confrontation with Jiang Zhuzhue. Su Xiang was astounded. The identity of a formation master had indeed been bestowed upon Jiang Zhuzhue, and his future achievements in this domain promised to be remarkable. Yet that was a matter for another time. According to the original narrative, Jiang Zhuzhue had not learned about formations at this stage. Had the storyline diverged from its intended path? Or had Jiang Zhuzhue, after losing the Flower King inheritance, been compensated with myriad formations by the apothecary, and moreover, had he comprehended them himself? Su Chen felt dizzy. What was happening? He took something away, replaced it with something even stronger. This was not merely a hellish difficulty. It was akin to a nightmare from the abyss. In an instant, the tide turned. Within the Flame Ascension formation, Su Xiang found his maneuverability drastically curtailed, compelled to engage Jiang Zhuzhue head-on. Luo Xiang, who had been so confident of victory, suddenly found himself at a disadvantage. The faces of the Xinqi populace fell in unison. He can manipulate formations? This was utterly unfathomable. Just moments ago, he had flailed about like a headless chicken, but it turned out he had been secretly laying a trap. Luo Xiang was now in a predicament. The audience's earlier buoyancy evaporated. Jiang Zhuzhue, leveraging the Flame Ascension formation, had effectively turned the tables. Those officials, who had just been fervently toasting Lu Liying, now stood frozen in embarrassment. However, Lu Liying suddenly became animated, seizing a wine cup and dragging an elderly gentleman over. Grinning broadly, Minister of Rights, Minister Lu, I assent it? Come, witness the fireworks our sword spirit sect disciples have unleashed. What are you dawdling for? Don't you wish to honor my presence? If you desire to pay your respects, then how about composing a poem to accompany these splendid fireworks? Struggling to compose? How did you manage to earn your scholarly accolades? Lu Liying teased, pulling at Minister Lu's collar, a broad smile plastered across his face. Reveling in the moment, internally, he was elated. Jiang Zhuzhue, you've done well. Let these rascals who had just forced drinks upon me now taste the bitterness of their own folly. May they not find solace. Lu Liying chuckled coldly. I've heard that scholars often find inspiration in drink. Come, Minister Lu, I toast to you. If you fail to produce a verse after one cup, then we shall continue until you do. Don't hold back. There's plenty of wine. The officials were on the verge of tears, regretting ever provoking this old butcher. What sins had they committed in their past lives? Chapter 55. On the brink of collapse? Luo Xiang had believed himself to be on the path to assured victory. How had he so swiftly fallen into a trap of another design? Han Yin'er and her companions were now a picture of anxious urgency. Their eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the unfolding drama. Oh dear, Su Xiang had genuinely stepped into a pitfall. The plot twist was utterly bewildering. Look at Jiang Zhuzhue, as though invigorated by some elixir, unleashing a torrential storm of attacks upon Su Xiang. This time, Su Xiang could not maintain his previous nonchalance. The dreaded Flame Ascension formation surrounded him from all directions. Wherever he turned, he was met with flames. No matter how swift his movements, he was forced to evade and dodge the fiery traps, significantly hampering his speed. In stark contrast, Jiang Zhuzhue, as the formation master, need not worry about such concerns. He charged forward unimpeded. The flames to him were as inconsequential as air. This led to Su Xiang's predicament worsening, as he was relentlessly chased around the arena by Jiang Zhuzhue, utterly beleaguered. Ancestor, ancestor, what shall I do? Su Xiang mentally screamed. Finally pulling Su Chen back to reality, Su Chen scrutinized Su Xiang's dire situation, his mind racing to devise a solution. Where was the focal point of the Flame Ascension formation? Who could tell? He had only heard the name. Attempting to craft a formation himself was out of the question. Could he confront Jiang Zhuzhue directly? Was that even feasible? How could he possibly win? You need to evade for a while. Let me think this through, Su Chen sighed, searching his mind for a way to break the deadlock. Returning to the matter at hand, what weaknesses did Jiang Zhuzhue possess? Speed. With the formation's enhancement, that flaw had been mitigated. Strength? After undergoing that grueling training regimen, he was as solid as an Earth-type cultivator. Offensive power. Fire-type cultivators were inherently aggressive, unless a genetic mutation occurred who could withstand his onslaught. The protagonist I crafted was excessively perfect. How could I contend with this? Su Chun was plagued by a headache brought on by his own creation. On stage, Su Xiang desperately dodged, while the temperature soared in tandem with the formation's relentless combustion. Sustaining multiple burns, his face charred and his clothes singed, a foul odor of charred fabric permeated the air. Luo Xiang, step it up. Luo Xiang, why don't you retaliate with a punch? Luo Xiang, if you lose, you shall bring disgrace upon the Shinchi Empire. The crowd was in a frenzy, each person anxiously urging him on, their hearts in their throats. Just moments ago, Luo Xiang had been so self-assured. Now, as he faced impending defeat, he could only rely on his extraordinary speed to barely survive, utterly powerless against Jiang Zhuju's relentless assault. Han Yinar's expression was complex, her heart a tumult of emotions. Luo Xiang? That rascal has already employed every trick in the book, launching a formidable display against Jiang Zhuju right from the outset, seizing the upper hand. How infuriating Jiang Zhuju is. He seems to possess extraordinary abilities, and on top of that, he moonlights as a formation master. He feigns ignorance and appears to be deceived, all the while subtly deploying his sinister formations on the arena. Truly remarkable. If you were to discover that he is also proficient in alchemy, your jaws would surely drop to the ground. The judge, Deng Guang, stood by, shaking his head in dismay, his eyes brimming with sympathy for Su Xiang. This child, Luo Xiang, is clever and capable, yet he has unfortunately encountered an even more monstrous opponent in Jiang Zhuju. Alas, what a cruel twist of fate. Glancing at the high platform, Lu Liying is laughing like a blooming flower, while those around him wear expressions greener than bitter melons. He revels in his joy, while Deng Guang's heart swells with melancholy, lamenting the rampant mischief of the petty. Su Xiang, stop right there. At this critical juncture, Su Chen's voice resonated like a celestial melody. Yes, indeed. Right here, assume the stance to confront Jiang Zhuju with all your might. Gather your strength. Upon hearing the command, Su Xiang halted, azure light flickering around him as he began to accumulate energy. Jiang Zhuju, noticing this, also came to a stop, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips, finally unable to hold back. Are you planning to go all in? Su Xiang clenched his teeth, his skin, previously darkened by special effects makeup, now scorched black by flames, with cracks appearing in places, revealing the fair complexion concealed beneath. Jiang Zhuju scoffed, just a futile struggle before your demise. Last time, I allowed you to escape with your life. This time, I will show no mercy. With that, he swiftly formed seals with his hands. Channeling his inner power as his true energy surged violently die in an instant, the fire elements in the arena became agitated, and a colossal fiery deity's phantom materialized behind Jiang Zhuju, fire goddess Wrath. Jiang Zhuju was about to unleash a mighty attack. The crowd was instantly awestruck. Good heavens, this fire goddess Wrath is a heavenly grade martial technique, which left a profound impression when it made its debut yesterday. Still lingering in their minds, if Luo Xiang were to delay any longer, he could at least endure for a bit. But now, to stand firm against the fire goddess Wrath would be to challenge even a fourth-tier master like Hua Kuei. Within the throng, some expressed their regrets. Is hiding of any use? At this point, dodging merely delays the inevitable defeat, wasting energy and true energy. It would be better to throw caution to the wind and fight for a desperate chance. Almost immediately, a rebuttal arose, with the factions advocating for a head-on clash and those favoring avoidance embroiled in heated debate, yet they all reached a consensus. Su Xiang's defeat was assured, the only question being whether it would be a devastating loss or a somewhat dignified one. Su Xiang glanced at the imminent manifestation of Jiang Zhuju's fire goddess Wrath, his legs trembling slightly. Good heavens, that's a heavenly grade martial technique. How can I possibly contend with it? Charge in and strike him. Dante, let him unleash it, shouted Li Yu, who was spectating nearby. Yes, I will interrupt him, ancestor. How about I disrupt his casting? Su Xiang sought Su Chen's counsel. Although the power of fire goddess Wrath is indeed formidable, it is a heavenly grade technique that requires immense energy, and Jiang Zhuju's cultivation is limited, so he must be gathering strength to force it out, and oh need. Let him unleash fire goddess Wrath. Su Chen insisted. What? Let him release it. Su Xiang was bewildered. This technique could incapacitate even fourth-tier cultivators. How could I withstand it? Precisely, use falling flower palm. Unleash everything you've got. The outcome hinges on this, Su Qian declared resolutely. Su Xiang was utterly perplexed. While falling flower palm is indeed powerful, it is merely an earthly grade technique, fundamentally incomparable to the heavenly grade fire goddess Wrath. As Jiang Zhuju prepared to strike, Su Qian grew anxious. Your intellect is too high. I cannot explain it clearly. Just follow my instructions quickly, or it will truly be too late. With no other option, Su Xiang complied, for the ancestor had spoken. He could not disregard such an order. He steadied his stance, azure light surging into his palms. This time, he resolved to go all out, pouring his true energy into his hands. Fire goddess Wrath. Jiang Zhuju bellowed, his fists launching like cannonballs towards Su Xiang. The phantom of the fire god following closely behind, creating a terrifying spectacle. Su Xiang gritted his teeth, bracing himself to meet the oncoming force, disregarding the surrounding columns of flame, only wishing to amplify his charge. As the crowd witnessed Su Xiang recklessly charging forward, their hearts sank. It's over. It was evident to any discerning eye that Su Xiang lacked the awe-inspiring phenomenon behind him. He was not wielding a heavenly grade technique. Under equal cultivation levels, the grade of martial techniques and the mastery over them directly dictate the outcome. Alas, it could be considered a valiant sacrifice. Everyone knew that even the fourth-tier Huakue had been left battered by fire goddess Wrath under contrasting attributes. And here was Su Xiang, merely at second-tier cultivation, with physical abilities far inferior to a fourth-tier master. To withstand fire goddess Wrath was tantamount to suicide. The spectators averted their gaze, unable to bear the sight of Su Xiang's gallant demise. Alas, a once-in-a-generation talent, destined to fall? Luo Xiang? No. Han Yin Air screamed in terror. Chapter 56. A near miss. Judge Deng Guang harbored one last glimmer of hope, prepared for immediate rescue. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Jiang Lin's eyes widened. Refusing to shut them, she wished to witness her brother Jiang Zhuju vanquishing his foe, to behold him ascend to glory in the divine initiation martial competition. She longed to see that Luo Xiang, who had humiliated her, reduced to ashes at the hands of her brother Jiang Zhuju. In Jiang Lin's heart, Jiang Zhuju was invincible. On the stage, the two figures rapidly converged, and Su Xiang had resolved to go all out. Death? I have already died once. What does it matter if I lose again? I will make sure Jiang Zhuju suffers as well. With a roar to the heavens, Su Xiang unleashed his full defenses, vowing to fight Jiang Zhuju to the bitter end. As their fists collided, Jiang Zhuju's lips curled into a cold smile. You overestimate yourself. He could clearly sense that the power of Su Xiang's falling flower palm was exceedingly limited. A mere trifle compared to his fire goddess Wrath, heavenly grade technique. I possess it, while you do not. Su Xiang, you will never win against me. At the moment of impact, there was no thunderous roar. No shockwave of energy. Everything seemed feeble before the violent force of fire goddess Wrath. Su Xiang was almost instantly propelled away by the sheer ferocity, soaring several dozen feet before spitting out a mouthful of blood and crashing heavily to the ground. However, at that very moment, Jiang Zhuju felt an irresistible force pushing him back unexpectedly. What the hell? Jiang Zhuju exclaimed, finding himself also pushed away by this force. It must be noted that during the previous chase, his energy expenditure had far exceeded that of Su Xiang now. Forcefully unleashing fire goddess Wrath had drained all his true energy, leaving him powerless against this sudden thrust. He could only surrender to the force sweeping over him, being sent flying backward. Fortunately, although the force was fierce, the damage was minimal, and Jiang Zhuju did not sustain serious injury. He landed steadily, poised to declare victory, yet was rendered speechless by the scene before him. He found himself standing at the base of the high platform's wall. Looking around, he realized he had fallen off the arena, now on the ground below. Su Xiang, you have won. Su Qian's excited voice rang out. His strategy had succeeded. Su Qian's words acted like a stimulant, reviving the near-unconscious Su Xiang. I won? How did I win? Wasn't I just effortlessly defeated by Jiang Zhuju? Su Xiang was filled with confusion. Yet, the allure of victory spurred him to maintain consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he stood up and surveyed his surroundings. The flames of the ascending formation, now devoid of Jiang Zhuju's control, had quietly extinguished, leaving the arena empty. Where was Jiang Zhuju? Su Xiang's gaze locked onto the distance, where he saw Jiang Zhuju standing in a daze at the edge of the arena. Jiang Zhuju fell off. According to the competition rules, falling off the platform counts as a loss. I won. Su Xiang, utterly exhausted, took painstaking steps towards the edge of the arena. His face, darkened and marred with half-burnt skin, revealed tender flesh beneath, creating a rather unsettling appearance. He licked his cracked lips, revealing blood-stained teeth, and managed to squeeze out a relieved smile. I won. Only then did Deng Guang snap back to reality from his state of shock. He had witnessed Su Xiang being effortlessly blasted away by Jiang Zhuju. Fully aware that Falling Flower Palm and Fire Goddess Wrath were not on the same level. Yet, who would have thought that Falling Flower Palm possessed such astonishing repelling power? Luo Xiang. This fellow was indeed ruthless, opting to forego defense, trading injury for strength, and cleverly leveraging the arena's rules to force Jiang Zhuju off the stage. Now, Su Xiang lay battered and weak, as though a mere gust of wind could topple him. Ironically, Jiang Zhuju, in a less dire state, found himself below the platform, while the more severely injured Su Xiang remained steadfast atop it. This kid is truly clever. Deng Guang couldn't help but admire him. To find a glimmer of hope in dire straits, skillfully utilizing all advantageous conditions to turn the tables and secure victory. Remarkable. Upon reflection, Su Xiang's choice of position to stand firm was indeed strategic. He had been precisely positioned at the center of the arena, while Jiang Zhuju was nearer to the edge, which allowed for the possibility of being sent off by Falling Flower Palm. Witnessing this scene, Deng Guang's heart brimmed with joy. The dignity of the divine initiation empire had been preserved. He stepped forward, channeling his inner strength, and proclaimed loudly, "The victor is Luo Xiang." Deng Guang's voice resonated throughout the arena like a mighty bell. Those who had already succumbed to despair, closing their eyes, could hardly believe what they heard as they opened their eyes in disbelief. Luo Xiang, teetering on the brink of collapse, stood feebly at the edge of the arena. Below, Jiang Zhuju wore a bewildered expression, and although he appeared somewhat better off, the fact remained that he was, indeed, beneath the platform. The collective joy of the onlookers surged like a tidal wave. The reversal from hell to heaven was almost dizzying. Moments ago, they had prepared themselves mentally for the relentless sacrifice of Luo Xiang, braced for Jiang Zhuju's arrogance to tower over the masses, and even steeled themselves for the humiliation that would befall the Shanshi Empire. Yet now, to their astonishment, Jiang Zhuju had unexpectedly suffered defeat. Impossible. How could this be? How could I possibly lose? I was destined to triumph over you. You deceived me. Jiang Zhuju's eyes were hollow, his face a canvas of shock. He trembled as he pointed at Su Xiang. He is injured more severely than I am. I can still fight. A mere breath from me would send him tumbling. I have not lost. Su Xiang, do you dare to face me again in a fair duel? You cannot defeat me. You resort only to these underhanded tactics. If you have the gall, then come and challenge me openly. Su Xiang regarded the nearly deranged Jiang Zhuju with inner satisfaction. Though his victory was achieved through cunning, a win is still a win. The burden that Jiang Zhuju had long imposed upon him had finally been lifted. Chapter 57. Victory. Su Xiang gazed weakly at Jiang Zhuju, his voice soft yet resolute. Tactics are also a part of battle. You should be grateful this is merely a contest. In the martial world, when lives are at stake, who would engage in a fair duel? Ha ha, Jiang Zhuju, have you lost your wits? To skillfully utilize the rules to secure ultimate victory, that is the hallmark of a true victor. No matter how formidable you are, if you cannot claim the final laugh, you are destined to be the loser. In the arena, the rules dictated that falling meant defeat. You have lost. Each word struck Jiang Zhuju's heart like a hammer. Indeed, when it comes to raw power, Jiang Zhuju, who had trained in celestial-level martial arts, undoubtedly overwhelmed Su Xiang. Yet Su Xiang's advantage lay in speed. In an open field, Jiang Zhuju would never catch up to him. If he could not win, could Su Xiang not simply flee? However, within the confines of the arena, Jiang Zhuju managed to trap Su Xiang with the Rising Flames formation, cornering him into a desperate situation. But who could have foreseen that the very constraints meant to hinder Su Xiang would be cleverly turned against Jiang Zhuju, resulting in his defeat? In the arena, falling meant defeat. Su Xiang could not escape the confines of the arena. Nor could Jiang Zhuju. Su Xiang merely needed to force Jiang Zhuju out of the arena to claim victory. I refuse to accept this, Su Xiang. I demand another battle. Zhang Zhuojue cried out frantically. A surge of hot blood erupting from his chest. By the rules, each challenger is allowed but one attempt. If you wish to challenge further, you may do so at the runner-up stage. I believe the 9th princess would be more than willing to relinquish her position to you, Su Xiang said with a grin, raising an eyebrow towards Han Yener. Han Yener understood immediately, chiming in sweetly. Indeed, young Master Zhang Zhuojue possesses extraordinary strength. You are most deserving of the runner-up title. I would gladly step aside for your sake. With their synchronized banter, Su Xiang and Han Yener deliberately emphasized the phrase runner-up, implying, you need not aspire to the champion. The runner-up position is yours for the taking. However, do not presume that allowing Zhang Zhuojue to claim the runner-up title would elevate the Jinling sect's standing in this martial competition. In truth, the runner-up often bears the brunt of the greatest shame. Once the results of the martial competition are made public and spread across the land, it will be known far and wide. The disciples of the Jinling sect came with great fervor, full of confidence, only to be reduced to the runner-up position. Not only that, this remarkable feat of overcoming the odds and turning the tide will resonate through the ages of the Shenshi Empire. With Su Xiang's name becoming a legendary tale of heroism, Zhang Zhuojue is destined to become a mere footnote in this legendary battle, forever remembered in infamy. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, cheers erupting in waves. Luo Xiang is mighty. Long live the Shenshi Empire. Many were brought to tears of joy, yet within the throng, one figure stood out, overwhelmed by despair. Jiang Lin, who had unwavering faith in Zhang Zhuojue. Convinced he was destined for victory, at this moment, Jiang Lin felt as though her world had collapsed, her mind a blank slate. It was not only the dramatic loss of Zhang Zhuojue that struck her, but also the name Su Xiang that echoed in her ears. It dawned on her that the ultimate victor on that stage was none other than Su Xiang, the very person who had once flattered her and fulfilled her every request. He had not perished. After being defeated by Zhang Zhuojue, he had only grown stronger. He did not succumb to despair but instead dedicated himself to training, reinventing himself, ultimately triumphing over Zhang Zhuojue in the arena. Though his victory was not devoid of cunning, history remembers only the victors, indifferent to the means by which they achieved success. Jiang Lin suddenly understood why, during the preliminary rounds, that genius Luo Xiang, who bore her no ill will, had so humiliated her. It turned out he was Su Xiang. Jiang Lin had been raised with strict morals and treated others kindly. If she were to claim a lifelong rival, it would be Su Xiang, who had died because of her. She had never imagined that the shield she had hastily chosen to fend off rumors would be a peerless genius like Zhang Zhuojue. The result was that the Su family faced public disgrace, internal strife, and the patriarch mourning the loss of his son, leading to their subsequent decline. She gazed at the weakened yet radiant Su Xiang on the stage. A twinge of regret stirring within her. It was not regret over having chosen Zhang Zhuojue as a shield, but rather for failing to warn her father to eliminate the threat during the turmoil within the Su family. On the high platform, the Sword Emperor Lu Liying wore a grim expression, his earlier triumphant smile frozen on his face, rendering the situation exceedingly awkward. The officials he had summoned to drink with him seemed to revive in an instant. Especially the Minister of Rites, who had been compelled to recite poetry, now regarded Su Xiang with profound gratitude. He raised his cup, beaming as he approached Lu Liying, exclaiming, "Sword Emperor, you were right. Good poetry deserves fine wine to enhance its charm. After a few drinks, inspiration struck me. The fireworks display by your esteemed Zhang Zhuojue was truly breathtaking. Sword Emperor, allow me to compose a poem in his honor." Lu Liying felt as though a bomb had gone off within him. Erupting in fury, "Get lost! All of you, get out!" The powerful gust sent the surrounding people sprawling. This was no sudden inspiration for poetry. It was akin to slapping him in the face with his own beard. Lu Liying, filled with both shame and rage, waved his sleeve, conjuring a whirlwind that swept away the dazed Zhang Zhuojue, the stupefied Lin Zhisher, and the tearful Jiang Lin, leaving them in utter disarray. "Sword Emperor, you are always welcome to offer your guidance." Watching Lu Liying lead Zhang Zhuojue away in humiliation, Su Xiang finally felt the tension in his heart dissipate. Victory, he exhaled softly, as if all his strength had been expended. Collapsing weakly onto the ground, when he awoke again, he found himself in the exclusive chamber of the Misty Rain Manor. Upon careful inspection, he realized his injuries had been completely healed, though he still felt a hint of discomfort. It appeared that the Shenshur Empire indeed valued him highly, employing top-tier healing methods. Surrounding him were a group of attendants, all jubilant upon seeing Su Xiang awake. After all, he was the newly minted hero of the Shenshur Empire. The latest martial champion, destined to become a favorite of the emperor in the future. How could they not hold him in deep admiration? Soon, Han Yin'er hurriedly arrived, and the attendants informed her at once. You reawake? Han Yin'er, still veiled, gazed quietly at Su Xiang's face, her eyes brimming with complex emotions. Su Xiang felt slightly uncomfortable under her scrutiny. Was there something amiss with my face? He raised a hand to touch his cheek. Finding his skin smooth and unblemished, devoid of any charred traces from the flames. How should I address you? Luo Xiang? Or perhaps Su Xiang? Han Yin'er inquired softly, her tone laced with unspoken feelings. It turned out that during the torment from Jiang Zhuojue's rising flames formation, the part of Su Xiang's face disguised by divine-level makeup had been scorched and cracked. After losing consciousness and being rushed back for treatment, his old skin gradually shed during the metabolic process, revealing his true visage. Chapter 58. The Shattering of Han Yin'er's Illusion. Han Yin'er was deeply moved. The wangling of the Flower King. Su Xiang had protected her purity, and she had already developed feelings for him. However, when Su Xiang arrived in the capital to participate in the martial competition and made his first appearance, her fantasies were dashed. She had envisioned Luo Xiang as a refined gentleman, a dashing youth of extraordinary talent who could fulfill all her youthful dreams. Yet, Luo Xiang turned out to be an ordinary lad with a dark complexion. Everyone loves beauty. Appearance undeniably holds a significant place in matters of the heart. In ancient times, it was often said that when a woman was rescued by a handsome man, she would proclaim, "The hero saved my life, and I am at a loss for how to repay him. I shall offer myself to him, to accompany him henceforth." Conversely, if the man were unattractive, she might say, "The hero saved my life, and I can only repay you in the next life by serving you like a beast of burden." Upon first seeing the dark-skinned Luo Xiang, Han Yin'er instinctively leaned toward the latter sentiment. However, as Su Xiang turned the tide, outwitting Jiang Zhuojue and defending the honor of the Shenshur Empire, he emerged like a hero from the heavens. Safeguarding the faith within Han Yin'er's heart, she began to feel that even if he was not conventionally handsome, he possessed a unique charm. Just as she wrestled with her conflicting feelings, Su Xiang's old disguise peeled away, revealing his true countenance. She could not deny that, despite his average abilities, Su Xiang was quite striking in appearance. Rogue heirs often possess good looks. If they were unattractive, they might not even dare to venture outside to commit misdeeds. After all, to be a rogue, one must come from a respectable family. How could a person with an irregular visage be allowed to tarnish their family name? At this moment, Han Yin'er nearly found herself smitten, as Su Xiang perfectly matched her ideal image of a beloved. Yet, the emergence of a piece of information instantaneously cooled her fluttering heart. Jiang Zhuojue had revealed Su Xiang's identity, and his past was meticulously uncovered. Su Xiang, male, 16 years old, the eldest son of the Su family from Tianyuan City, possessed a ground-level wind attribute spiritual root, hailed as the greatest talent in Tianyuan City. Due to his illustrious family background and exceptional gifts, he had been pampered since childhood, arrogant and domineering, bullying both men and women, committing all manner of misdeeds. Recently, he had been persistently pursuing Jiang Lin from the Chu family in Tianyuan City, causing her great distress, prompting her to seek the assistance of Jiang Zhuoju. Su Xiang and Jiang Zhu engaged in a duel at the arena, resorting to the use of forbidden substances to forcibly enhance their cultivation, ultimately leading to his defeat and a near-fatal outcome. The myriad of Su Xiang's misdeeds lay starkly before Han Yin'er, documented in black and white, with scarcely a positive remark to be found. How could that national hero, who once defied the odds, that dapper young gentleman with a countenance like jade, that extraordinary genius who triumphed over adversity, possibly be nothing more than a complete scoundrel? Han Yin'er found it hard to believe, yet felt utterly powerless against the indisputable evidence presented to her. The youthful heart often yearns for beauty, but this revelation mercilessly shattered her dreams. Su Xiang scratched his nose. Feeling quite embarrassed, "Just call me Su Xiang. I truly did not intend to conceal anything. I have my reasons." "Reasons?" Han Yin'er scoffed coldly, sending the documents detailing Su Xiang's life hurtling towards him. "Is this your justification for concealing your identity?" Is this the motive behind your challenge to the Sword Spirit sect? Is this your excuse for humiliating Jiang Lin? Her face flushed with anger. Her emotions threatening to spill over to it. Turned out that his actions at the Nianhua royal tomb were not for his own benefit, but solely for the purpose of avenging the Sword Spirit sect's abandonment of him in the past. A heavy sense of disappointment settled in Han Yin'er's heart, especially concerning Jiang Lin. Her deep-seated hatred was perhaps a testament to her profound love. Was Su Xiang's humiliation of her not a reflection of his lingering thoughts about her? With this thought, an inexplicable flame of anger ignited within Han Yin'er, the first genius of Tianyuan City. I have long admired you, young Master Su. With a cold snort, she turned on her heel and departed. Su Xiang stood there, utterly bewildered, like a monk unable to comprehend. What have I done to offend you? I clearly assisted you in repelling formidable foes and preserving your dignity. Is such treatment really necessary? He opened the materials Han Yin'er had tossed at him, his mouth twitching in disbelief. This is far too detailed. You mean to say that you could uncover my secret act of peeping at my aunt bathing when I was 8? That was a personal endeavor. Just as Su Xiang simmered with indignation, Su Qin's infuriating voice drifted in. Kid, you are blissfully unaware of your fortune. The more a girl cares for you, the more likely she is to unleash her wrath upon you. Old ancestor, what have I done to offend her? Why is she angry with me? Su Xiang asked, his expression one of innocence. Just imagine. If you discovered that the object of your affections was actually a scoundrel, who could remain happy? Su Chun mercilessly mocked. Oh, and I must remind you, during your period of unconsciousness, you were initially placed in that girl's chamber, where she personally tended to you. It was only after she obtained your illustrious deeds that you were moved to this bed. Su Chun continued to divulge. Upon hearing this, for the first time in his life, Su Xiang felt deep regret for his past. Simultaneously, he was in awe of Su Qin's wisdom. This was the first beauty acknowledged by the divine enlightenment, the goddess in the hearts of countless young men. He had been so cold and unkind while simultaneously extorting her feelings, looking at Jiang Lin, whom he could scarcely please despite showering her with gold and jewels. Su Xiang felt he had been blind to his own shortcomings. How could he have once boasted of being the #1 wastrel of Tiannan, thereby tarnishing such a resounding title? Brother Xiang Su, how is your recovery progressing? At that moment, Liu suddenly burst into the room. Not bad. I'm basically fine, Su Xiang replied as he dressed himself. You really are impressive, coming up with such a winning strategy. How is your mind so sharp? Liu exclaimed excitedly, stepping closer to gently punch Su Xiang's shoulder. Su Xiang awkwardly chuckled. Ahem, that was just a spontaneous idea. Ha, while secretly grumbling. This idea was suggested by the old ancestor. Had it been me, I would have lost no matter what, Brother Su. Since you're recovered, hurry and prepare for tonight's celebration banquet. You are the martial champion. Your presence is essential, Liu said with a beaming smile. Tomorrow there will be a royal procession, and you will be the lead. Oh dear, who knows how many embroidered balls await you then? He shook his head, filled with envy. Originally, Luo Xiang was exceptionally gifted. Able to turn the tide, Liu's heart held only a sliver of comfort. At least he was average in appearance. Now that Luo Xiang's true visage was revealed, even that tiny bit of confidence was mercilessly crushed. Wait, what celebration banquet? What procession? And what are these embroidered balls? Su Xiang was utterly bewildered by Liu's sudden barrage of information. Liu cheerfully explained. You're from the southern state, so it's normal for you not to know. After pausing, he continued. Every time the imperial examination concludes, the court hosts a celebration banquet to honor the successful candidates. The next day, the top 3 in both the literary and martial examinations receive commendation and royal steeds for a grand procession. This is the most festive time during the examination period, where top talents seize the opportunity to establish their names. And the unmarried young ladies will prepare embroidered balls, aiming at their desired candidates. If you also fancy her, you may directly propose, Liu patiently elaborated, leaving Su Xiang, the son of a local magnate, utterly astounded. Wow, so this is how the city folks have fun, Su Xiang exclaimed in shock. Seeing his reaction, Liu chuckled. Isn't it fascinating? Let me tell you, my father was once struck by my mother's embroidered ball when he returned home. And your future master, Director Zheng. Wait a moment. Director Zheng's cohort only had 3 people. With so many young ladies, how could they all compete for attention? Su Xiang's imagination ran wild, suddenly posing a question. And so what? The more elite the talent, the less likely they are to be swayed by emotions. Just look at Principal Fu's cohort, known as the Golden Generation. To this day, only Director Zhang is married, and he has no children. They are all exceptional individuals leading the trends, rarely entangled by romantic affairs. I see. Su Xiang nodded thoughtfully, only to throw out another question. But in our cohort, aside from me, the martial champion, the second and third places are all women. Shouldn't the men prepare embroidered balls to throw to them? Liu paused for a moment, shaking his head. I truly do not know, as few women have historically reached the top 3, yet in his heart, he was filled with anticipation for the royal procession of the 9th princess and Gu Kaiyu. Certain it would be an entertaining spectacle. What are you two whispering about? Gu Kaiyu entered the room, glancing at Su Xiang and Liu, her expression slightly disdainful. Having witnessed the unveiling of Su Xiang's true visage, she could not help but feel a ripple of emotion. However, Han Yin'er's feelings for Su Xiang were quite evident. She had already brought him to her quarters, making it somewhat inappropriate for her to compete. Upon learning of Su Xiang's past indiscretions, Gu Kaiyu's straightforward nature caused her admiration for him to swiftly transform into contempt, extinguishing any flutter of youthful affection. No, nothing's wrong. Liu hastily waved his hand, sheepishly smiling. They were merely teasing her, but if she overheard, who knew what chaos would ensue? Humph, keep your distance from him. Don't let him lead you astray. Jiu Kaiyu's voice was icy. Previously, she might have thought Liu could corrupt Su Xiang. But now, in comparison to Tianyuan City's infamous wastrel, Liu seemed utterly innocent. Huh. What do you mean? Liu was left bewildered by Gu Kaiyu's words. Am I being led astray by Su Xiang? What nonsense, Su Xiang, understanding the reality of his dark past being exposed, swiftly changed the subject. Indeed. I just saw the 9th princess leave her room. Liu eagerly inquired. She went ahead. Follow me. Jiu Kaiyu shot Su Xiang a glare, clearly noting the emotional turbulence as the 9th princess exited, presumably stirred by Su Xiang once more. All right. The three of them composed themselves and entered a restaurant named Jusher Lu, which was renowned as the finest in the capital, arguably the tallest structure in the city after the royal palace. Jusher Lu was adjacent to a picturesque lake, Jusher Lake. Each time the imperial examinations occurred, the lake would bloom with lotus flowers, creating a breathtaking scene. The high building offered a view of the surrounding mountains, capturing their smallness. Thus, for years, the court had chosen this very location to host celebration banquets. Jusher Lu and Jusher Lake were aptly named for this reason. Today, Jusher Lu once again welcomed the grand celebration banquet held every 3 years. The brilliantly lit restaurant spanned multiple floors, teeming with guests, as hundreds of martial and literary examinees gathered under one roof. In previous years, martial artists often showcased their swordsmanship, while scholars recited poetry, leaving behind numerous memorable verses and stunning sword dances. This year, however, due to the presence of its central focus, it garnered attention rivaling that of the Golden Generation's Kai Qing and others from a century ago. As Su Xiang followed Liu and Gu Kaiyu into Jusher Lu, numerous newly crowned scholars awaited them. The top 16 candidates from the palace examination were arranged to gather on the top floor, while the remaining seats were allocated according to rank. Whether martial or literary, this rule was universally upheld, meaning the top floor was exclusively reserved for the top 16 martial examinees and the top 16 literary scholars. Is that Gu Kaiyu? The martial examination's 3rd place. She's truly beautiful. Beautiful as she may be, a rose has thorns. If you dare to take her home, she might just end your life. I asked that tall fellow Liu. Who's the one standing between them? I haven't heard of him before. You don't know him? That's Su Xiang. You've certainly heard of Luo Xiang, right? The martial champion who outsmarted the sword spirit sect's Jiangzhu. Defending the honor of the empire, our role model. Oh, so he is Luo Xiang. I've heard that Su Xiang is his real name, while Luo Xiang is an alias. Yes, it is said that Su Xiang hails from the southern state. Having been abandoned by the sword spirit sect during the disciple selection, he changed his name and came to the central state, defeating the sect's most outstanding disciple in one fell swoop. I am eager to know the current expressions of those from the sword spirit sect. Ha ha, I feel the same. Chapter 60. Officially taking disciples as Su Xiang and his companions stepped into the scholar's tower. They instantly became the focal point of attention, whispers cascading around them like a tidal wave. After all, Su Xiang had shed his disguise, revealing a countenance so transformed that not only unfamiliar passers-by, but even those who had spent countless days and nights with him, such as Han Yener, found it nearly impossible to discern any resemblance to his former self. "Listen, they are discussing you," Liu remarked, leading Su Xiang up the stairs, a hint of teasing in his tone. "For now, they still admire you. But once they learn the truth, I wonder if they will still believe that their hero is such a person," Gu Kaiyu retorted with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Liu pondered, recalling Gu Kaiyu's prior courtesy towards Su Xiang. It was perplexing how suddenly his demeanor had shifted. "Kaiyu, what is Su Xiang truly like?" he inquired, puzzled. Li's father had no authority to access the court's confidential reports, and naturally, Han Yener and Deng Guang would not reveal Su Xiang's shadowy past to him. Therefore, Liu's understanding of Su Xiang remained tethered to the image of Luo Xiang, occasionally harboring a twinge of jealousy. "You are already so formidable, and your mind still functions well. If only you were a bit less handsome, I could feel more balanced." Su Xiang, his patience wearing thin, chose to remain silent, his focus solely on the path ahead as they were greeted by voices calling out, "Su Xiong, Su Gongzi." Upon reaching the top floor, the layout of the upper level starkly contrasted with that below, featuring merely 2 round tables positioned on either side of the hall. Each table accommodated 16 seats for the 16 champions of the civil and martial examinations. Above, 2 imposing tables were set aside for the deans of the National Academy's civil and martial divisions. Only those who ranked among the top 16 had the privilege to drink with the 2 deans. The deans would also serve as mentors to this cohort of candidates, allowing them to proudly claim the titles of disciples of these esteemed figures. Su Xiang glanced around, noting that most had taken their seats. The civil examination's 16 champions gathered around the left round table, where an invigorated youth with dark hair and a scholarly robe sat, exuding the air of a charming scholar who had stepped straight out of a novel. Surprisingly, he did not adopt the formal kneeling posture. Instead, he lounged lazily in a chair, as if devoid of bones. Sensing Su Xiang's astonishment, Liu leaned closer and whispered, "Don't stare too long. That's Dean Rong of the Civil Academy. Though he appears to be a lad of 17 or 18, his age is comparable to Dean Zheng's." Su Xiang never imagined that this seemingly frivolous youth was the dean of the National Academy's Civil College, one of the representatives of the golden generation of Divine Awakening, the top scorer in the civil examination and a notable figure in the martial examination. Dean Rong was approachable and cared about his image. His current demeanor mirrored his appearance during his own examinations. Liu continued in hushed tones, "Let me tell you, Dean Rong is quite easygoing in private, disliking formal occasions. He prefers being called Brother Hua as it makes him feel younger. Moreover, he has a particular admiration for eloquent young talents. If you can impress him with poetry, he will bestow upon you a gift, regardless of whether it pertains to civil or martial matters. Dean Rong is also a king-level powerhouse." Upon hearing this, Gu Kaiyu immediately scoffed, "Come on, expecting our Su Dasha to compose poetry. It would be far more entertaining to have him duel Zhang Zhujue instead. What do you think, Su Xiao?" Su Xiang rolled his eyes. You are absolutely right." Gu Kaiyu was not mistaken. Having been willful and mischievous since childhood, Su Xiang had driven away numerous teachers. Asking him to compose poetry was indeed a tall order. Shifting his gaze to the martial examination side, he noted 5 empty seats remaining at the round table, with 2 particularly conspicuous spots facing the dean's table. The prime position was reserved for the martial champion, Su Xiang himself. Tio is right, the 9th Princess Han Yener was already surrounded by a throng of admirers. Though she endeavored to suppress her urge to glance at Su Xiang, her eyes involuntarily drifted in his direction. To his left, the seat for the martial examination's 2nd place awaited Gu Kaiyu. The remaining 3 empty seats were designated for Liu, the gravely injured Mi Lai, and Zhang Zhujue, who had been taken away by the Sword Emperor Lu Liying. It was evident that Zhang Zhujue would be absent from tonight's celebration. Before the dean's table, Dean Deng Guang of the Martial Academy sat composedly. Surprisingly, despite his status, he donned a strict martial attire. Silver strands intermingled with black hair, neatly groomed, and knelt with decorum, a fine jade pendant hanging from his waist, exuding an air of solemnity. This stood in stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor of Dean Rong from the Civil Academy. At this moment, Deng Guang's gaze was fixed upon Su Xiang, unmistakable admiration gleaming in his eyes. Su Xiang, feeling a surge of determination, swiftly crossed the passage between the 2 round tables, kneeling before Deng Guang. and respectfully bowed. Disciple Su Xiang pays respects to master. Upon entering the hall, Su Xiang had already captured almost everyone's attention, and his formal greeting rendered the entire hall silent, only to erupt into waves of murmurs. This person is Su Xiang. Luo Xiang? How does he look so different from the arena? Su Xiang is a disciple of Dinzhong. No wonder he is so strong. Is he really a disciple of Dinzhong? I heard Dinzhong had never taken a disciple before. Are you all fools? How could such a genius not stir Dinzhong's interest? He had initially intended to accept Zhang Yu as a disciple, only to be preempted by Principal Fu. This one is certainly no less impressive than Zhang Yu. That may be true, but have you noticed? Dinzhong has yet to make a statement. He has always been cautious and polite. This Su Xiang, who is so secretive, probably isn't the type Dinzhong would favor. Chapter 61. The apprenticeship ceremony. The celebration banquet begins as the new scholars speculated. Deng Guang's expression revealed a hint of surprise as he intently regarded the kneeling Su Xiang. He had not anticipated that Su Xiang, either out of impatience or premeditation, would openly seek his mentorship in such a public setting. Deng Guang was quite pleased with Su Xiang. Intelligent, gifted, and possessing the strength to either turn the tide of divine awakening or claim the title of martial champion. Such qualities were more than sufficient for him to become a disciple. Moreover, he had previously vowed that if Su Xiang were to become the martial champion, he would accept him as a personal disciple. With Zhang Cheng, the other individual he had promised, having been incapacitated by Jiang Zhujue, Deng Guang naturally felt a protective inclination towards such a talented individual like Su Xiang. Despite Su Xiang's cunning and purposeful demeanor, he was a promising seedling. As for his character, Deng Guang believed there was ample room for growth in the youth. Confident that he could guide Su Xiang onto the righteous path and prevent him from straying into darkness. With this thought, Deng Guang felt a wave of clarity wash over him, lightly tapping the table with his palm. A teacup on the table began to rise gradually, hovering before Su Xiang. Seeing this, Su Xiang was overjoyed. Since ancient times, offering tea in a mentorship ceremony had been an indispensable custom. Deng Guang placed the teacup before himself. His intentions clear, Su Xiang quickly stepped forward, kneeling again, hands cradling the tea, and earnestly proclaimed, "Master, please enjoy the tea." Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Deng Guang smiled as he accepted the teacup and took a small sip. "Today, as you enter my tutelage, you must adhere to the rites, dedicate yourself to the nation and its people, and steadfastly pursue the righteous path in your cultivation. Otherwise, I shall not be lenient," Deng Guang asserted with authority. Su Xiang hurriedly nodded. "I shall diligently heed the master's teachings." The crowd had not anticipated that the festive celebration banquet would commence with such a dramatic display of apprenticeship. It turned out that Su Xiang had just formally acknowledged Deng Guang as his master. This scene evoked both envy and admiration among the martial examination candidates. The dean of the National Academy's martial division, Deng Guang was, strictly speaking, the master of all students enrolled in the martial academy. However, in practice, most of the teaching was conducted by various instructors, with Deng Guang rarely making an appearance. Moreover, could there be any comparison between a personal disciple and a nominal one? While Deng Guang hailed from a prominent lineage, he had no children of his own. Thus, Su Xiang, as his sole personal disciple, would undoubtedly receive the nurturing attention akin to that of a cherished son. With Deng Guang, a figure of immense influence in the divine awakening empire, backing him, Su Xiang could be said to traverse the land without hindrance. To the side, Dean Rong leaned slightly, raising his cup to toast Deng Guang from a distance. "Brother Tao, congratulations. You have gained a remarkable disciple." Dean Rong had already heard about Deng Guang's decision to accept Su Xiang as a disciple. He had also come to understand Su Xiang in depth. His talent and combat wisdom were exceptional, even making Dean Rong himself a little tempted. However, from Su Xiang's history, he noted that Su Xiang had been notorious for bullying both boys and girls since childhood, exhibiting a haughty demeanor and a penchant for mischief. Su Xiang's conflict with Jiang Zhujue stemmed from a woman who happened to participate in this imperial examination and was publicly humiliated by Su Xiang. This was enough to illustrate Su Xiang's narrow-mindedness and propensity for vengeance. On these matters, Dean Rong was not overly concerned, as he was not one to strictly adhere to conventions. What truly displeased him was that Su Xiang had driven away over 20 teachers in his youth. Apart from literacy, he had little knowledge of literature. While Dean Rong himself was free-spirited, he was the top scorer in the civil examination, possessing profound knowledge. and thus found it challenging to muster interest in competing with his old friend Deng Guang for a disciple like Su Xiang, who displayed such blatant disrespect for the teachings of the sages. Despite his own disciples often being overshadowed by Zhang Yu, he never imagined that Deng Guang, a man of strict principles, would truly accept this wayward and notorious troublemaker as a disciple. Deng Guang was well aware of Dean Rong's sentiments, but had his own plans. He responded nonchalantly, "No need for thanks," and then turned to Su Xiang, inquiring, "How is your injury recovering?" "Master, the disciple has fully recovered." Su Xiang replied respectfully, "That's good. Please return to your seat. Today, it is you little ones who are the stars of the show." Deng Guang waved his hand, signaling Su Xiang to take his place among the champions of martial arts. To his left sat Gu Kaiyu, and to his right, Han Yener, creating a most delightful ambience. "Congratulations! You have finally achieved your heart's desire," Li Yu chimed in cheerfully from a distance. "Congratulations for what?" It was merely an opportunity seized to coerce Zhang Yuan into acquiescence. Gu Kaiyu rolled her eyes, unable to shake the notion that Su Xiang's actions were less than noble and high spirits. After having just become a disciple of a prestigious master, Su Xiang was disinclined to engage Gu Kaiyu in a dispute. Merely shaking his head and asserting, "My master promised before the competition that if I could secure the top position, he would take me as his disciple. Now that I have met the conditions, it is only fitting that I pay my respects at that time." He was unaware of your true nature. Han Yener interjected softly before Gu Kaiyu could respond. In her eyes, Su Xiang held a special place. With his acceptance into Deng Guang's tutelage, his identity as an outsider from the south would soon be erased, allowing him to fully integrate into the political sphere of the capital. She was also aware that Deng Guang had sent for members of the Su family, who would soon arrive in the capital. At that time, with the status of a martial arts champion and as a disciple of Zhang Yuan, Su Xiang's standing in the capital would undoubtedly soar, rendering him a more suitable match for her. However, contemplating Su Xiang's past misdeeds stirred a sense of indignation within her. Su Xiang caught a glimpse of Han Yener's distant gaze and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She remained veiled, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Were it not for his laurels as the top scholar, the attention of the crowd would hardly waver from her. At that moment, Deng Guang's voice resonated softly across the hall, clear enough to reach every corner. "First, I welcome you all to the Guozijian. Secondly, let us celebrate your hard work and dedication, which has finally borne fruit." With that, he raised his wine cup and surveyed the gathering. "Let the celebration commence." The students rose in unison, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." Gradually, the atmosphere became increasingly lively, especially on Su Xiang's side. His triumph over adversity and the maintenance of the honor of Shunqi became the subject of admiration among the martial arts candidates present. Coupled with his recent apprenticeship under Deng Guang, he found himself the center of attention, with new students from the martial academy eager to toast and ingratiate themselves with him. Even some students from the literary examination made a point to approach and flatter this rising star. Su Xiang felt a surge of pride. Just as he basked in his glory, a young scholar clad in scholarly robes approached him without uttering a word, gesturing instead. "Young Master Su, young Master Wang requests your presence for a toast." Su Xiang furrowed his brow, confusion evident in his expression. "Which young Master Wang?" His inquiry remained unspoken, communicated instead through his eyes and demeanor. The scholar immediately understood, bowing respectfully towards the north to show reverence for Prime Minister Wang Tunan, while gesturing towards the direction of the Literary Academy's seating, as if to say, "That is him, the literary champion, the grandson of the current Prime Minister, Wang Yu." Following the direction indicated, Su Xiang beheld a striking young man seated prominently within the Literary Academy. This individual was tall and handsome, with rosy lips and white teeth, donned in a luxurious long robe adorned with an exquisite fragrance pouch at his waist, exuding an air of nobility. However, he was surrounded by only a few companions, starkly contrasting with the throng encircling Su Xiang. This disparity caused Wang Yu's expression to darken, his dissatisfaction palpable. Wang Yu mused to himself, "Though Su Xiang is the champion, I, Wang Yu, am also a champion. Even if he has recently become a disciple under Deng Guang, can he possibly outshine me, the grandson of the Prime Minister Wang Tiantian?" He derided those who abandoned him to curry favor with Su Xiang, dismissing them as a shallow lot lacking discernment. Feeling overshadowed by Su Xiang's brilliance, Wang Yu seethed with jealousy, and promptly dispatched someone to invite Su Xiang to join him for a drink. His plan was cunning. Should Su Xiang decline the invitation, he would be perceived as naive and lacking in decorum, damaging his reputation. Conversely, if Su Xiang accepted, others would interpret it as him bowing to Wang Yu's superior status, as if to suggest that Wang Yu was esteemed above him. Wang Yu reveled in his scheming. Humph, the hero you all idolize will soon come to toast me. In this way, he intended to reclaim the glory he felt he had lost. Faced with Wang Yu's intentions, Su Xiang was momentarily oblivious, but Li Yu, sharp-eyed and astute, leaned in closer to whisper the truth to him. Wang Yu is the direct grandson of the Prime Minister, the literary champion of this examination. He lowered his voice, laced with mockery. Others may not know, but we, the scions of the capital's elite, are well aware that Wang Yu's winning piece was nothing more than an overblown tribute to his grandfather. Filled with superficial praise and devoid of depth, Liu continued to divulge, as if fearful of being overheard, his lips barely moving. Outsiders may be unaware, but we know that this masterpiece of Wang Yu's is essentially a blatant declaration of identity, blatantly showcasing his grandfather's achievements, all while lacking any literary merit. Yet, it was deemed worthy of the top prize, under the guise of honoring virtue and filial piety. Upon hearing this revelation, Su Xiang's eyes brightened instantly. Wang Yu's demeanor, the nature of his writing, and his opportunistic rise to prominence were akin to his own, a kindred spirit. In Su Xiang's eyes, Wang Yu's invitation to toast was not an affront, but rather an opportunity to befriend a prominent scion of the capital. Filled with exuberance, Su Xiang determined that Wang Yu was indeed a worthy ally. With that thought, he raised his wine cup and strode confidently through the crowd, a spring in his step, heading towards Wang Yu. Observers shook their heads in dismay. Ah, it appears this martial champion is also one to seek higher connections. Logically, given Su Xiang's accomplishments, it would not be out of the ordinary for Wang Yu to pay him the respect of a toast. It was patently clear that Wang Yu sought to undermine Su Xiang to restore his own prestige. Yet, who could have imagined that Su Xiang would so eagerly approach Wang Yu to ingratiate himself? You are a disciple of the Martial Academy's head, a hero of Shenqi. Your status is hardly inferior. As Su Xiang approached, beaming with joy, Wang Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. Ah, this young man is quite astute. I must remember to look out for him in the future. He surveyed the complex expressions of the newly appointed scholars around him, silently mocking them. Go ahead and curry favor with him. The one you seek to flatter is now coming to pay homage to me. A group of blind fools, indeed. Wang Yu lounged comfortably in his seat, a smug smile adorning his face, awaiting Su Xiang's approach to pledge his allegiance. However, when Su Xiang finally spoke, it nearly sent Wang Yu into a rage. With a sincere smile plastered across his face and his wine cup held high, he exclaimed, "Brother Wang, I am Su Xiang, and I must say, your acclaimed literary work has left me utterly astounded, filled with admiration, and unable to sleep at night. I have come specifically to pay my respects." The room fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Wang Yu's cup, just lifted, froze in midair, his smile instantly fading. What does this mean? A public slap in the face. Am I not aware of the quality of my own work? If I possessed such literary prowess, would I have penned that piece? Yet, as the examination papers were not made public, many were unaware of Wang Yu's actual content, believing him to hail from a scholarly family and having received excellent tutelage from the Prime Minister. Upon hearing Su Xiang's words, the uninitiated candidates quickly turned their allegiances, joining Su Xiang in lavishing praise upon Wang Yu. Young Master Wang, your literary talent is extraordinary. I have had the honor of reading your celebrated work. It is truly a masterpiece, a classic of our time. It was evident that this was mere flattery. Indeed, indeed. I even had my family pull strings to acquire a copy to hang in my study, where I pay homage to it daily. Meanwhile, those in the know were turning crimson with embarrassment, silently mourning for Wang Yu. These individuals were not merely switching sides for the sake of flattery. They were clearly taking pleasure in Su Xiang's sharp rebuttal, eager to deliver a final blow. Especially Han Yener, who knew Su Xiang's sharp tongue all too well, could not suppress her laughter. Wang Yu's face darkened. As if he could squeeze water from it, Su Xiang had just exposed his most deeply buried shame for all to see. Who in the capital's elite circles was unaware of how this top scholar had come to be? It was one thing to deceive outsiders, but how could he boast in front of acquaintances without courting humiliation? Now, if everyone learned the truth, how could Wang Yu continue to navigate the capital? He would never get past his grandfather. Wang Yu's expression turned ashen, glaring at Su Xiang with malice. Su Xiang, are you intentionally seeking trouble? Su Xiang feigned innocence, immediately adopting a heartfelt demeanor. Brother Wang, I genuinely wish to befriend you. Look, I have come to toast you. After all, please extend me the courtesy of friendship. Yet, in Wang Yu's eyes, Su Xiang's sincerity seemed nothing more than a relentless grip on his most sensitive vulnerabilities. Is this how one makes friends? Wang Yu seethed with resentment, cautiously scanning the crowd before hissing a warning. Su Xiang, be quiet. If you truly wish to befriend me, then leave now, and I shall come to toast you later. He faltered, fearing that Su Xiang would suddenly recite his article, which would undoubtedly lead to tomorrow's front-page headline in the capital chronicling the rise of this literary champion. On the stage, the two distinguished figures, Deng Guang and Rong Chao, sat alone, listening intently to the various discussions below, as well as the exchange between Su Xiang and Wang Yu. Deng Guang's brow furrowed, and he discreetly questioned Rong Chao. Are you truly indifferent, allowing them to act recklessly? His temperament was meticulous, and he harbored a profound disdain for such brazen cheating and the practice of elevating some while undermining others. Meanwhile, Rong Chao continued to sip his wine leisurely, casually wiping the wine stains from his lips with his sleeve, and replied nonchalantly, I am aware. This is merely a favor owed to old Wang. Upon hearing this, Deng Guang's anger intensified. You repay a favor in this manner? This is a ladder to ascend for the literary elite. You two have traversed this path to achieve your status. Does old Fu know? Of course, he does. Yet you, the head of the Martial Academy, dare to meddle in my literary domain? Rong Chao remained unfazed. Deng Guang, nearly beside himself with rage, retorted, this is blatant cheating, corrupting the atmosphere. The reputation of the Imperial Academy is being tarnished by your actions. Old Fu is equally culpable for indulging you, knowing full well the implications. No, I must inform His Majesty and have this champion's title revoked. As Deng Guang rose to leave, Rong Chao swiftly positioned himself in front of him, grinning playfully as he urged, calm down, my brother. Allow me to explain. Deng Guang scoffed, you had best provide me with a reasonable justification. To speak candidly, some years ago, I borrowed a painting from old Wang. During a drinking session, I accidentally spilled wine on it, ruining the piece. You are aware of this, are you not? Rong Chao's expression turned awkward, and he lowered his voice. Deng Guang shot him a glare. You know that drinking can lead to mishaps? Yet you carry on in such a manner. Rong Chao chuckled. Ah, you see, old Wang is quite cunning. When he lent me the painting, he downplayed its significance, claiming it was merely a trinket, so I thought nothing of it. The moment I ruined it, however, he changed his tune, declaring it a treasured heirloom passed down for 18 generations, which frightened me considerably, leaving me in his debt. Of course, understand that one must take responsibility for their mistakes. And I inquired how I might compensate him. But this old fellow dragged his feet, saying he would think of something to tell me later. This delay has stretched on for several years with no resolution. Rong Chao shook his head. I reasoned that if I allowed this debt to linger, it would only grow heavier, becoming increasingly difficult to repay. Thus, Deng Guang, upon hearing this, was left speechless. So you conspired with your subordinates to engage in fraud, granting his grandson the title of champion as a means of settling your debt. Rong Chao nodded. Precisely, that is the crux of the matter. Should he attempt to leverage this favor against me again, I shall simply reveal his grandson's masterpieces. If he possesses any sense, I have prepared tales of his family's illustrious legacy through 3 generations. Seeing Deng Guang on the verge of erupting again, Rong Chao quickly urged him to sit down, his face plastered with a sheepish smile as he poured more wine. Brother, we have known each other for centuries. Please do not act impulsively. Deng Guang pursed his lips, his tone softened yet still tinged with irritation. If I remain silent, my apprentice may inadvertently reveal this. How could he know it was your favor, Director Rong? Rong Chao's gaze shifted toward the side, where Su Xiang held a wine cup and Wang Yu, along with several others, wore stern expressions, the atmosphere thick with tension as if a brawl might erupt at any moment. Su Xiang, do not overstep your bounds. Be wise and promptly return to Wang Shao. a youth beside Wang Yu shouted at Su Xiang. In the realm of the extravagant, what is of utmost importance? Face. Su Xiang, now genuinely displeased, thought to himself. You summoned me to toast, and here I am, honoring you as a brother of the extravagant circle, acknowledging you as a master of examination fraud. Yet, I have raised my hand in salute for so long, and you not only refuse to rise and clink cups, but also speak insolently. When has the esteemed young Master Su of Tianyuan City ever endured such indignity? Wang Xiao, do you truly intend to ignore my goodwill after having raised my hand for so long? Su Xiang squinted, his tone laced with menace. Who dares to be impertinent? Furthermore, in our realm, none would dare bark in my presence without my consent. Su Xiang's words only served to stoke the flames further. Wang Yu felt his rage boiling over. You seek face. Do I not desire it as well? In your remote corner of the world, you may reign unchecked, but when you come before me, you are merely provoking trouble. Others may be oblivious, but my grandfather is the current prime minister. Uncovering your secrets would be a trivial matter. Wang Yu privately scoffed at Su Xiang's kind, holding him in contempt. For despite his lack of extraordinary talent, he hailed from a scholarly lineage, adept with pen and paper. In contrast, Su Xiang had driven countless teachers to despair with his antics. Su Xiang, what is your intention? Wang Yu inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the fury brewing within him. Alas, one must acknowledge that he had certain vulnerabilities in the hands of others. Observing Wang Yu caught in a dilemma, Rong Chao's eyes twinkled with mischief, and a peculiar smile crept across his lips. Old Zheng, would you care to witness a splendid performance? What scheme are you concocting now? Deng Guang's instincts kicked in. This old comrade possessed exceptional martial prowess, literary talent, charm, and physique, yet his unpredictable nature only grew more erratic with age. Rong Chao offered a slight smile, his lips moving subtly, evidently employing a secretive communication technique. Not far away, Wang Yu's expression shifted dramatically, followed by a confident grin. Wang Yu raised his wine cup, exclaiming, I have heard that young Master Su is the foremost son of Tianyuan City, undoubtedly possessing extraordinary literary talent. Today, I am fortunate to encounter you, and I dare to request your guidance in this regard. As soon as Wang Yu uttered these words, not only was Su Xiang taken aback, but the surrounding crowd also paused in surprise. Just moments ago, tensions had been palpable, on the verge of violence, yet now they were suddenly engaging in a literary contest. It was well known that the Wang family possessed a rich literary heritage and a martial lineage, with Wang Yu himself having achieved a high level in martial arts. Even in the Divine Enlightenment Empire, most candidates participating in literary examinations had some martial training, in this spirit of a continent that revered martial prowess. Literary skill was often a last resort for those lacking innate talent. Su Xiang was momentarily at a loss. Wang Xiao, you are aware of my limited knowledge. You, the literary champion, challenging me to a contest of eloquence? Surely, that is an undue burden. Wang Yu chuckled inwardly. A burden? Were you not just making things difficult for me moments ago? Wang Yu maintained a cheerful facade. Young Master Su, do not be overly modest. Your Su family was once renowned in divine enlightenment, and your familial heritage likely surpasses that of our Wang family. The crowd murmured, sensing that Wang Yu's words were somewhat excessive. Su Xiang was a martial champion, and his literary prowess had never been noted as particularly remarkable. Why would a literary champion engage in a contest of eloquence with a martial champion? Would it not be akin to rolling up one's sleeves for a physical contest? Li Yu was the first to step forward in defense of Su Xiang. Wang Yu, are you being too excessive? Brother Su is a martial artist. Indeed, Su Xiang is wholly dedicated to martial pursuits. Poetry and verse are not his forte. Others echoed in agreement. In an instant, the inherent conflict between the literary and martial factions became a rallying cry against their common adversary. Conversely, the literary examinees suddenly united, regardless of their understanding of Wang Yu's true capabilities. If the martial champions were to gang up on their literary champion, they could not afford to remain silent without risking ridicule. Such statements are misguided. While we have not heard of young Master Su's literary talent, that does not imply he lacks the ability to compose poetry. Young Master Su stands as a guardian of our divine enlightenment's glory. Possessing both literary and martial prowess is a given. The scholars, armed with sharp tongues, quickly adorned him with accolades. Wang Yu, grinning widely, appreciated the support from the crowd and waved his hand dismissively. That may be true, but it would not be fitting for those of us who focus solely on literary examinations to debate poetry with young Master Su. He strolled to the window, gently pushing it open. How about this? Just outside is the Scholar's Lake, where the lotus blossoms are in full bloom, a notable spectacle of the capital. During annual celebrations, poems celebrating the lotus often circulate. Today, let us compose verses inspired by the lotus. What say you? Marvelous! The literary examinees exclaimed in unison, eagerly pushing open the windows, swaying their heads as if already entranced by the moonlit lotus pond. Xu Xiang stood there, bewildered. What is happening? Have they just decided the contest? I have not even agreed yet, Wang Xiao. I truly cannot do this. Xu Xiang's expression darkened, his frustration mounting. The martial champions, sensing the impending disaster, hurriedly sought assistance from Dean Dengguang. Dean Zheng, what do you think? Dengguang, equally helpless, was entirely convinced that Wang Yu's sudden shift in demeanor was orchestrated by Rong Chao behind the scenes. Just as he was about to intervene, Rong Chao subtly restrained him. This young man is arrogant and ambitious. Riding a wave of momentum, he must be properly admonished. Brother, I am aiding you. Upon hearing this, Dengguang pondered thoughtfully. While Xu Xiang was undeniably gifted and astute, he often lacked sincerity in his dealings. His public apprenticeship today, along with his previous attempts to leverage his status as a martial champion to negotiate with the ninth princess, reflected his selfish character, indicating a need for refinement. Thus, allowing him to endure some hardship would serve as a valuable lesson for his future guidance. Dengguang cleared his throat, deliberately avoiding the pleading gaze of his favored disciple. Xu Xiang, in my day, I was the flower of the literary examinations, and that very director Rong was the flower of the martial examinations. Dengguang's words resonated with authority, his eyes gleaming with conviction. Remember, true cultivation lies in the balance of literary and martial pursuits. To be solely obsessed with martial arts is to be but a brute. To be solely immersed in literature is to be merely a pedant. With these words, the martial champions felt as though cold water had been doused over their heads, their spirits dampened. Even their own deans stood against them. Yet, while this was true, it was not the case that everyone could reach the same heights as the esteemed golden generation of the three of you, excelling in both realms, someone bitterly retorted. For most individuals, merely shining in one field was already a remarkable achievement. As for mastering both literary and martial skills, one would have to possess extraordinary talent. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's smile deepened. His eyes glimmering with mirth, Director Zhang has clearly indicated that a harmonious blend of both literary and martial prowess is the rightful path. Furthermore, young Master Su is a cherished disciple of Director Zhang. He undoubtedly possesses profound insights into his potential. If Director Zhang harbors such confidence in young Master Su, do you, his classmates, still dare to harbor doubts? Wang Yu spoke with unwavering conviction, his logic impeccable, leaving the martial examination participants momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Han Yin'er observed from the sidelines, her expression shifting subtly. Having previously relished in Xu Xiang's predicament, she now felt a swell of concern as the situation took an unexpected turn. She was acutely aware that Xu Xiang lacked any literary accomplishments and was now compelled to compete with Wang Yu. How could he possibly prevail? Xu Xiang wore a bitter smile, inwardly cursing his newly recognized mentor. Dengguang. In desperation, he could only seek assistance from his ancestor, Su Chan. Ancestor, what am I to do now? At that moment, Su Chan was engrossed in the newly acquired rewards following his victory in the martial examination, one of which was a crucial record of the resurrection clues he sought, a secret method dedicated to the study of soul power, preparing for reincarnation. Upon hearing Xu Xiang's plea, he snorted coldly. A poetry contest? A literary duel? While I may lack in certain areas, my skill in recitation and composition is second to none. As a modern youth who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, coupled with extensive experience in writing web literature, Su Chen's reservoir of knowledge was quite substantial. According to the unspoken rules of the transmigration realm, failing to compose poetry would be an affront to the identity of a transmigrator. At long last, the day had arrived for him to put his talents to use, and hearing this, Xu Xiang felt a surge of confidence. Thus commenced the performance, Xu Xiang's face flushed with determination as he feigned bravado. In that case, Why doesn't young Master Wang take the lead and set a fine example for us? Wang Yu, seeing Su Xiang had fallen into his trap, couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. He chose the theme of the lotus flowers downstairs. Having prepared meticulously, though he might not craft a masterpiece on the spot, a recent work praising the lotus sat on his literary grandfather's desk, little known to others. Utilizing it would be simple. Afterward, he could easily appease his grandfather with his affection, confident he wouldn't face severe reproach. Wang Yu fantasized about the future, envisioning how the name of Jiangnan Lotus would resonate throughout the land alongside his own. While Su Xiang merely served as a stepping stone to his glory. Furrowing his brow, Wang Yu gazed out the window, adopting a contemplative demeanor. As for Su Xiang, he had already received ample reassurance from Su Chun and felt no trepidation, even stifling a laugh as he watched Wang Yu put on a grand display. The literary exam participants were entirely focused on Wang Yu, eagerly anticipating the splendid work he was about to conceive. In stark contrast, the martial examination candidates were shrouded in gloom, finding it exceedingly difficult to harbor any confidence in Su Xiang amid such a clearly literary skew. Suddenly, Wang Yu spun around, dramatically waving his sleeve, and bellowed, "Bring forth the wine." Immediately, a keen-eyed and quick-handed individual presented exquisite wine, fawningly stating, "Young Master Wang clearly has a draft prepared. The ancients often drew inspiration from wine at it. Seems you too shall emulate the ancients today. Using wine to aid your poetry." In response to his command, all eyes in the room converged upon Wang Yu. He seized the wine jug, disregarding the cup entirely, and began to drink directly from it. The clear liquid cascaded down his throat like a waterfall, splashing onto his clothes without concern. After several hearty gulps, Wang Yu cast aside the wine jug and exclaimed, "Refreshing!" His face, tinted with the hue of alcohol, coupled with his damp attire, indeed imparted him an air of wild abandon. Adorned with brocade flowers, Wang Yu swayed, stepping forward while rhythmically reciting. He continued to recite in a booming voice. "The green robes flow by the river. I ask, where do you go today? To gather the Jiangnan Lotus Point 3,000 miles to the west, seeking to send my regards. I wish you a swift return to this fresh lotus," before the increasingly astonished gazes of the crowd. He delivered the Jiangnan Lotus with vivid emotion. Bravo! The literary crowd was the first to applaud, their praises for one another echoing frequently in such gatherings. Regardless of the quality of Wang Yu's poem, even if it were mediocre, he would still garner waves of acclaim. After hearing the poem, Deng Guang's eyes brightened, ready to commend, only to be quietly informed by Rong Chao. "This poem is indeed remarkable. It was penned by Tianxiang." "What? This is truly the work of Tianxiang?" Deng Guang was taken aback. Of course. Do you think this 17 or 18-year-old lad could comprehend such emotions and compose such a poem? Dream on, Rong Chao scoffed. Moreover, this poem is a recent creation of his. After completing the first draft, he sought my counsel, and I merely refined it to its current form. Wang Yu's ability to present this poem shows a bit of cleverness on his part. Deng Guang was seething. It turned out to be Tianxiang's poem. "Wang Yu, do you think your grandfather is aware of your antics? Even if Su Xiang is not completely illiterate, he could never produce a piece to rival the collaborative brilliance of Tianxiang and Rong Chao." With a heavy sigh, Deng Guang resigned himself to the inevitable defeat in this contest. Rong Chao continued to fan the flames. "An excellent poem, indeed." Hearing the praise from Director Rong, Wang Yu's smile nearly split his face. "You flatter me. Director, I merely spoke without thinking. I hope for your continued guidance in the future." In the face of Wang Yu's audacity, Rong Chao refrained from exposing the truth, simply responding with a calm, "Young Master Wang's talent is indeed remarkable. The title of literary champion is well-deserved." The literary faction erupted in jubilant applause, an avalanche of ornate praise cascading forth. On the other side, the martial examination candidates felt as if their hearts had plummeted to the ocean's depths. This poem, viewed from any angle, was undeniably a masterpiece with the potential for timeless acclaim. Many martial artists who appreciated poetry recognized its brilliance. "If this poem was composed by Wang Yu, I will write my name backward." Liu shouted in anger. Liu was well aware of the underhanded dealings behind Wang Yu's title of literary champion. If he truly possessed such talent, there would be no need to resort to such measures to vie for that honor. Just as he was about to expose the truth, he was pulled back by Gu Kaiyu. "Calm down. We have never heard this poem before." regardless of whether it originated from Wang Yu. You cannot provide conclusive evidence, but we cannot allow him to bully Brother Su with stolen verses, Liu exclaimed indignantly. Wait a moment, Gu Kaiyu suddenly exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with realization. This is clearly a poem. Young Master Wang, your title seems a bit off. Upon hearing this, Liu secretly praised Gu Kaiyu, giving her a thumbs up. Wang Yu's eyelids twitched. Indeed, this was originally a poem titled Gathering Lotus, but he had temporarily altered the title to suit his theme. He had not expected to be caught in the act by Gu Kaiyu. Just as the martial examination participants thought Wang Yu would be rendered speechless, he cleverly replied, Miss Gu, you are being too rigid in your interpretation. Poetry and prose are inherently connected, differing only in structural composition. Since you find Jiangnan Lotus unsuitable, how about I revert to the original title, Gathering Lotus? Gathering Lotus sounds splendid. That title aligns perfectly with the poem's theme. Young Master Wang is indeed quick-witted. Just as a supporter emerged to echo Wang Yu's sentiments, the moment he finished speaking, others chimed in agreement, effectively silencing Gu Kaiyu and solidifying the fact that this was an exceptional piece of poetry. Chapter 65. How delightful, Gu Kaiyu sighed inwardly, realizing that amidst the back and forth, the issue she had just grasped had been deftly obscured. Wang Yu silently noted the identity of that supportive individual, contemplating that perhaps he could provide him with a bright future one day. He turned to Su Xiang, taunting, Young Master Su, what do you think? Although Su Xiang was not well versed in poetry, he could discern from the crowd's reactions that Gathering Lotus was indeed impressive. However, he maintained an impassive facade, responding coolly, not bad. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, convinced Su Xiang was merely putting on a brave front, and pressed on, oh, just not bad. It seems that young Master Su is not entirely satisfied with my poem. Perhaps you have a superior draft of your own. Why not present it for our enjoyment? Indeed, young Master Su must be well versed in both literature and martial arts. Why not generously showcase your draft so we may broaden our horizons? Another supporter took the opportunity to speak up, redirecting the crowd's attention back to Su Xiang. With the emergence of Gathering Lotus, everyone nearly concluded that Su Xiang stood no chance. At this moment, they only hoped he could produce a poem of acceptable quality, sparing him a humiliating defeat. Especially the literary examinees, their gazes towards Su Xiang interwoven with mockery and sympathy. They both admired Su Xiang and felt a pang of envy. In the past, the Divine Enlightenment Kingdom's literary figures were weak, and its martial examination standards were lackluster. Despite the Divine Enlightenment continent's reverence for martial prowess, in the Divine Enlightenment Empire, literary examinations often garnered more attention than martial ones. Now, with Su Xiang's sudden emergence, shining brilliantly, the status of the literary examination had plummeted, and they could not help but harbor a sense of jealousy. Witnessing this new star falter would undoubtedly provide them with a peculiar sense of pleasure. Seeing that everyone had already deemed Su Xiang's defeat a foregone conclusion, Wang Yu felt a surge of delight and continued to taunt. Does young Master Su also require fine wine to inspire his creativity? Come, let me pour you a drink. Do not hold back. As he spoke, Wang Yu genuinely poured a cup of wine and presented it to Su Xiang. Su Xiang gazed at the aggressive Wang Yu. Feeling utterly helpless. We have no enmity. Why must you be so relentless? I genuinely wish to engage with you. Just use this poem. I wrote it, and it should suffice. At that moment, a clear voice rang in his ear, accompanied by a poem about the lotus, elegant in tone and meticulously structured. Turning his gaze, he saw that Han Yenner had quietly approached him at some point. The previous poem had evidently originated from her hand. Despite her grievances towards Su Xiang, she did not wish to see this hero, who was striving to restore the empire's honor, subjected to such humiliation by Wang Yu, not to mention the indescribable feelings that stirred within her heart. As Wang Yu flourished in his moment of glory, Han Yenner quietly composed a poem about the lotus for Su Xiang, aiding him in his predicament. Although it fell short when compared to the collaborative efforts of Tian Xiang and Rong Chao in their lotus-picking verses, this poem undoubtedly belonged to the realm of high artistry. A warmth spread through Su Xiang's heart. Indeed, Her Highness the Princess was most considerate. Yet, with the ancestors watching over, how could their descendants be allowed to disgrace themselves? Ancestors? Su Xiang called out in his heart. Recite it with me. Su Xiang took the wine cup handed to him by Wang Yu and casually set it aside, declaring, I have no need for this. It was unclear whether this statement was directed toward Wang Yu or Han Yenner. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu chuckled with a knowing glint. Su Xiao, are you ready? Su Xiang nodded. I truly cannot compose poetry. But since Wang Xiao is willing to offer guidance, I must present my humble attempt. I am all ears. Wang Yu smiled with a hint of mockery, observing Su Xiang with a teasing gaze. Begin. As Su Chen's voice faded, he recited, the flowers of the water and land. The most charming are abundant. Su Xiang, like a mechanical echo, monotonously articulated each word. The flowers of the water and land, the most charming are abundant. With each line Su Chen delivered, Su Xiang parroted it back like a robot. He neither sought inspiration from the wine nor pondered deeply, nor did he even glance out the window to appreciate the scene. He continued reciting in a manner that was utterly unremarkable. However, the moment he began, the crowd sensed something unusual. These were not words easily conjured by an ordinary scholar. As Su Xiang's recitation gained momentum, the expressions of the audience shifted like chameleons, especially Wang Yu, whose previously confident smirk gradually froze. Hey, this kid can actually compose verses. Rong Chao and Deng Guang exchanged astonished glances. They were well aware of Su Xiang's background. To craft words so meticulously and logically was beyond their expectations. Even if he could only string together a poem about a goose outside, it would still be deemed a worthy endeavor. When Su Xiang boldly proclaimed, I alone love the lotus that emerges unsullied from the mire, and cleansed by the clear waters without being seductive, the expressions in the room became peculiarly strange. Even those with little understanding of poetry sensed that this would be a classic line to endure through the ages. As he continued with, it may be admired from afar but not profaned. Just as the love for the peony should be shared by all, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. As if under a spell, Su Xiang clearly perceived the expressions of each individual. They mirrored their prior attitudes toward him. Wang Yu's determination, the scorn of the literary candidates, and the regrets of the martial candidates. At this moment, everything was frozen in time. This piece, on loving the lotus, I humbly invite your critiques. Su Xiang said with a modest smile, slightly bowing to those around him, awakening them from their astonishment. Their gazes towards Su Xiang brimmed with shock. This on loving the lotus was the true embodiment of the Jiangnan lotus. Compared to Wang Yu's equally commendable lotus-picking poem, the former excelled in its thematic celebration of the lotus flower. While the lotus-picking poem conveyed alternative emotions through the lotus, in this particular context, On Loving the Lotus undoubtedly transcended multiple levels. Even the literary talents present found themselves unable to raise any objections to this work. Though Su Xiang appeared to demean the national flower of Shenqi, the peony, in his closing remarks, they could not muster a shred of resentment. As a national flower, the resplendent peony was indeed adored by the people of Shenqi, yet it lacked uniqueness. These self-proclaimed geniuses pondered. We pursue individuality? We are exceptional. Why should we follow the crowd and adore that which ordinary people cherish? In this moment, their hearts were a tumult of emotions. The moment emerges unsullied from the mire and cleansed by the clear waters without being seductive escaped his lips. They realized they had lost. They had foolishly forced Su Xiang into this unequal contest, only to find that he had presented a piece worthy of eternal renown. They felt joy, for had it not been for their relentless pressure, they might have missed witnessing the birth of this masterpiece. The intertwining of joy and worry, shame and pride was palpable, indeed. Brother Su is truly well-versed in both literature and martial arts. Liu was the first to clap, and the applause erupted like a tidal wave. The martial candidates followed suit, their applause resounding and unending. Soon after, even the literary talents could not contain their enthusiasm and joined in the clapping. In the end, even Dean Rong and Dean Zheng on the stage could not help but applaud. This scene fully exemplified their high regard for On Loving the Lotus. Is it truly so remarkable? Ancestor? Su Xiang asked, astonished. He understood that his ancestor always proceeded with caution, yet he never anticipated that the impact of On Loving the Lotus would be so explosive. Look around at the reactions of those around you. Do you still need me to explain? The ancestor's tone was light, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. Are you joking? This is On Loving the Lotus. In the literary world of my past life, it was the undisputed champion of lotus-themed poetry. No, I cannot believe it. You could not have written such an article. It must have been plagiarized, right? Su Xiang, admit it, you copied it. Wang Yu suddenly erupted, his voice frantic as he pointed a trembling finger at Su Xiang. Initially confident, he was instantly crushed by this unexpected turn of events. The work of his idol, the current prime minister, had been effortlessly surpassed by Su Xiang, a supposed illiterate. How could Wang Yu accept this? Just because you are better than me, it means you plagiarized? Li Yu scoffed, surveying the crowd, noticing their expressions reflected that of unfamiliarity with unloving the lotus. Wang Yu was frantic, as if clutching at the last straw of hope. He turned to Rong Chao. Din Rong, you are well read. Surely you have heard of Unloving the Lotus, right? Su Xiang must have plagiarized. He couldn't possibly write it, right? Faced with Wang Yu's near-manic questioning, the dean of the Literary Institute, Rong Chao, the instigator of this contest, finally came back to his senses. He ignored Wang Yu and instead gazed at Su Xiang with intense eagerness. Old Zheng, shall we discuss a matter? Rong Chao said, his face beaming with flattery. Get lost. Not a chance. Deng Guang, typically gentle and refined, suddenly exploded with profanity. Old Zheng, we have been brothers for years. You are well aware of my struggles. Lately, I've been suffocated by old Fu. Rong Chao continued to ingratiate himself, his expression pleading. After so many years of brotherhood, how can you dare to ask? Deng Guang's face darkened, resolutely refusing to yield. How many years has it been? This is the first time I have taken a disciple. And you dare to compete with me? The two, who had initially thought Su Xiang merely possessed deep cunning and exceptional talent, were now astounded to discover his poetic prowess was equally remarkable. Both were seasoned prodigies excelling in both literature and martial arts, yet in this Unloving the Lotus, they discerned qualities others could not. Unique individuality, unwavering determination, and an unyielding resilience amidst the tumult of the world. Their fierce contention over this poem reflected not only its profound artistry, but also their uncontainable admiration for it. The dean of the Literary Institute and the dean of the Martial Institute both vying for the same disciple? This was undoubtedly a first in the thousand-year history of Shenqi. Even in the previous generation, Deng Guang and the current head of the National Academy, Kai Qing, only sought Zheng Yu for his martial talents. Now, Su Xiang had managed to earn the acknowledgement of both the literary and martial deans, making him a flawless all-rounder. Even more impressively, he had outshone this year's literary champion. Not even the leading figure of the golden generation from a century ago, Kai Qing, had reached such heights. As they listened to the fierce debate between Rong Chao and Deng Guang, Wang Yu's expression grew increasingly grim until it turned pale. He realized he had lost. Utterly and completely. Even when invoking the poetry of the former literary champion and current prime minister, Wang Tian, he was still overshadowed by Su Xiang. At this moment, a tide of regret washed over him. Why did he provoke Su Xiang? Why did he listen to Rong Chao's incitement to compete in literature? Why choose the theme of the lotus? Sighing, had he known this would be the outcome, he would have acted differently from this point forward. No matter to which dean Su Xiang pledged allegiance, he had already garnered the full endorsement of both the literary and martial institutes, as long as he did not betray his country. Even if he dismantled the National Academy, it was likely no one would dare utter a word against him. Contemplating this, Wang Yu slumped into his chair, vacant-eyed, speechless. Everyone looked at Wang Yu, who had moments ago been brimming with confidence and arrogance. Now reduced to a state of desolation and stark contrast, Su Xiang appeared unfazed, as if reciting Unloving the Lotus, this timeless masterpiece, was merely a trivial task. The victor and the vanquished were all too clear. Wang Yu had truly brought this upon himself, lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Han Yin'er glanced up at the towering Su Xiang beside her, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. So he truly possessed literary talent. Capable of effortlessly reciting such high-caliber verses. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and in that moment, the figure of Su Xiang began to merge with the image of the ideal romantic partner she had longed for. Gifted beyond compare, strikingly handsome, and possessing a flair for eloquence. Does this not epitomize the ideal type that all young women dream of? The label of incompetence attributed to him in the intelligence reports turns out to be a falsehood. He is not devoid of knowledge. Rather, he is brimming with brilliance, exhibiting a demeanor of humility and restraint. If his ignorance is a fabrication, could the rumors of his domineering behavior towards men and women also be untrue? Perhaps this is merely a fade that Su Xiang deliberately presents to the world. Women in love invariably yearn for their beloved to be flawless. Even the slightest imperfection prompts them to fervently seek justifications to shield him. Especially that phrase, "Who are my peers?" It echoes like a profound cry of solitude, one that goes unrecognized by others. Has he been enduring an unseen loneliness all along? In this moment, Su Xiang resembles a mysterious black hole, irresistibly drawing her in to uncover the truth. What compels him to don a mask of frivolity? Is it a strategy of self-protection through self-deprecation? Or perhaps it is the malicious slander of rivals? Or might there be another reason entirely? The pages of intelligence she held regarding Su Xiang were instantly overturned in her mind, between the two versions of a debauched wastrel and a polymath. She firmly chose the latter. She was eager to reinvestigate and unveil the true visage of Su Xiang. Yes, the crowd eagerly prepared to curry favor with this newly minted prodigy of the National Academy. Su Xiang and the two quarreling deans suddenly vanished into thin air. "Choose for yourself, little one." A languid voice shattered Su Xiang's reverie. He looked up to find himself in a confining space, where Deans Deng Guang and Rong Chao were glaring at him, their expressions fierce. It was Rong Chao who spoke. "Master, what am I to choose?" Su Xiang replied, bewildered. "Choose what? Between me and Deng Guang. Whom do you wish to apprentice under?" Rong Chao retorted impatiently. It turned out that the two were at an impasse, with Deng Guang refusing to yield and Rong Chao equally stubborn, ultimately deciding to let Su Xiang make the choice himself. Would he become a student of the College of Arts or an apprentice of the College of Martial Arts? After a moment of contemplation, adhering to the ancestral teaching that children make choices while adults take all, he solemnly declared, "I am deeply grateful for the favor of both esteemed seniors. If feasible, I would wish to honor both as my masters." The Su family was in the process of relocating to the capital. Although Su Xiang was the newly crowned champion, he was but a foreigner in the capital, alone and unaccompanied. The Su family's influence was limited, with their strongest member being a grandfather who was traveling and had yet to return. A mere grandmaster in strength. The head of the family, Su He, Su Xiang's father, had been stuck at the grandmaster level for many years, and within the capital, his status was eclipsed by that of minor officials. The Su family desperately needed a powerful ally to help establish and develop their presence in the capital, and naturally, the more support, the better. As soon as Su Xiang's words fell, a knowing smile spread across Deng Guang's face. "I told you, this lad would surely wish to apprentice under both of us." "Look at that, it's identical," Deng Guang said triumphantly to Rong Chao. Rong Chao rolled his eyes, fully aware of Su Xiang's ulterior motives. "You little rascal. Are you here to apprentice or to claim a territory? You can't bite off more than you can chew." Su Xiang replied earnestly, "Senior, you misunderstand. I am genuinely seeking knowledge." Rong Chao scoffed, clearly dissatisfied with Su Xiang's response. "Stop pretending. With your age, you're not even worth a fraction of our years." Su Xiang mused inwardly. "The combined ages of the two of you are likely less than a fraction of my ancestors." But he maintained a demeanor of utmost respect. "In that case, I will speak frankly. The Su family is about to relocate to the capital, and we owe a great debt to our masters. However, our family has long been in decline and finds it exceedingly difficult to establish ourselves in the capital," Su Xiang candidly stated. "You are aware that I have repeatedly disrupted the sword spirit sect's affairs, and they would love nothing more than to see me gone." After finishing, Su Xiang bowed deeply. Deng Guang sneered, "No matter how arrogant the sword spirit sect is, do they dare run rampant in the capital?" Su Xiang shook his head, with Her Majesty the Empress's power resonating throughout the land and the esteemed seniors of the National Academy renowned far and wide. The sword spirit sect would naturally not dare to act recklessly. However, it is not impossible for them to create some covert obstacles. Rong Chao gazed deeply at Su Xiang. "Are you suggesting that there are officials in the court who have close ties with the sword spirit sect and are colluding in secret?" Su Xiang lowered his head slightly. "I do not dare to make rash assertions." Rong Chao nodded in approval. "I did not expect you to be astute enough to deduce that there are spies within the court. But do you think I am unaware?" He shifted his tone, delivering a startling revelation. "Not only are there collusions with the sword spirit sect, but other 3 sects, and even the Honghua Empire, have planted their eyes within the court." Su Xiang's heart sank. These words were imparted to him by Su Chen beforehand. Yet, it appeared that both Su Chen and himself had severely underestimated Rong Chao and the National Academy's insight. They had evidently already possessed part of the detailed list, merely refraining from action for the moment, perhaps keeping it as a contingency. Su Xiang could only sigh helplessly. In that case, I dare not expect further. It is already a stroke of fortune to receive guidance from Master Zhang. Rong Chao, smiling, extended his finger to gently point at Su Xiang. How about this? Try naming a few names, and if they coincide with my list, I might consider accepting you as my disciple. Su Xiang's face showed difficulty as he silently called out, Ancestor. The list, Su Chan was equally troubled. He had set the premise that there were officials in the Divine Enlightenment Court colluding with the four major sects, which was one of the critical factors leading to the downfall of divine enlightenment. However, he did not know specifically which individuals were entangled with which sections. The text emphasized only one prominent figure. And once this person was exposed, it would surely cause a stir in the court and even shock the world. Noticing Su Xiang's prolonged silence, Rong Chao teased, What? Do you not even have a single suspect? Su Xiang's face flushed with embarrassment. Ancestor, what should I do? Su Chen gritted his teeth. That person was the principal architect behind the fall of divine enlightenment. If he could reveal this individual in advance, perhaps the tragedy of divine enlightenment could be averted. Although altering his narrative would disrupt the original storyline, it was only fitting to effect some changes now that he had traversed into this realm. Finally, Su Chen uttered a name. Upon hearing it, Su Xiang's face was instantly overtaken by terror. It was indeed him. If he were truly a traitor, divine enlightenment was in grave danger. However, the ancestor was all-knowing. If the ancestor had deemed it so, then it was an undeniable truth. Dean Rong, I have my suspicions, but this matter is of great significance, and I dare not speak carelessly. Su Xiang clasped his hands. His expression tense. How significant? My list even implicates the 6 ministers. Feel free to speak. Rong Chao waved his hand dismissively. Su Xiang remained anxious, surveying the surroundings, realizing that this enclosed space was devoid of light yet clearly visible. With no decorations, doors, or windows, Deng Guang noticed Su Xiang's confusion. This is a space within the Master's secret treasure. Rest assured, only the 3 of us are aware of it, so it was a space within a secret treasure. Su Xiang marveled at what wondrous item could possess such extraordinary effects. Then, if I may speak boldly, Su Xiang summoned his courage. The two watched him with keen interest, anticipating what unexpected revelation this young man, who consistently surprised them, would present. Master, I suspect that the current Prime Minister, Wang Tiantian, may be in league with the enemy. Su Xiang inhaled deeply and uttered the shocking words that left Deng Guang and Rong Chao astounded. Who did you say? The Prime Minister. Deng Guang's expression darkened abruptly. You can eat recklessly, but do not speak recklessly. Rong Chao also warned icily from the side. Wang Tiantian was his longtime close friend. In terms of both talent and character, he was exemplary. How could he possibly hold the reins of power otherwise? Su Xiang firmly asserted that Wang Tiantian might be a spy, and even the usually mild-mannered Rong Chao was now seething with rage. Su Xiang felt as if the jovial expression of Rong Chao had transformed into that of a ferocious beast, poised to pounce. A chill ran down his spine, and a wave of coldness enveloped him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Rong Chao, calm down, Deng Guang gently reminded. Rong Chao restrained his imposing aura, and Su Xiang found himself slumping weakly, his back drenched in cold sweat. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, as if he had just struggled to surface from drowning. Su Xiang, you must understand what you are saying. The Prime Minister is the pillar of the nation, the backbone of the Divine Enlightenment Empire. Do not let today's conflict with Wang Yu instill fear of retribution from the Prime Minister, hastily tarnishing his name. Deng Guang warned solemnly. The Prime Minister's character is as solid as a rock. He has devoted his life to divine enlightenment and would never stoop to such despicable acts for the sake of his grandson. I assure you, the family background of the Prime Minister has been thoroughly investigated. His ancestors have served the divine enlightenment for 18 generations, starting from humble beginnings, displaying self-discipline and diligence, ultimately achieving literary excellence. Throughout his career, he has maintained integrity, never been corrupt, and continues to live simply as he rises to the position of Prime Minister, often aiding the common people. If you dare claim he is a spy, I will be the first to disbelieve you and will not acknowledge you as my disciple. Deng Guang's words were calm yet resolute. Su Xiang was indeed a rare talent, proficient in both literature and martial arts, with a sharp mind. Just moments ago, He had quarreled with his friend Rong Chao over Su Xiang's teaching rights. However, at this moment, Su Xiang's remarks had left him utterly disheartened. He, Deng Guang, was a man of integrity, detesting petty schemes. He never anticipated that his only disciple would possess such a narrow-minded disposition, in his view. Su Xiang's accusation against the prime minister stemmed merely from having lost a verbal duel to Wang Yu earlier, fearing that the latter would leverage his connections for retribution, and thus slandering the prime minister in a bid to construct a protective barrier for himself. To safeguard his own interests, he would not hesitate to tarnish the reputation of a highly respected individual who dedicated himself to the nation. Such conduct is undeniably despicable and repugnant, in Deng Guang's estimation. Su Xiang's standing plummeted to an all-time low, even prompting thoughts of expelling him from the sect at once. Yet, Su Xiang remained unperturbed by the prospect of being swiftly cast out by his newly acknowledged master. He maintained a calm demeanor. He shook his head and replied, "I am acutely aware of Tian Xiang's standing as perceived by all, yet the truth remains he is indeed an insider for Honghua." "Are you still so stubborn?" the young man asked. "Everyone is well aware of Tian Xiang's character. Is there anyone in the realm who is not? The Imperial Academy and the palace's secret guards have meticulously investigated every detail of Tian Xiang's life. From when he dined to what he has uttered, all thoroughly documented." Rong Chao ground his teeth in frustration. "These records are preserved within the Imperial Academy. Though you require me to lay out Tian Xiang's impeccable resume before you will concede that your words are mere fabrications?" he demanded with a sharp tone. Faced with Rong Chao's piercing gaze, Su Xiang simply smiled. "Director Rong, at your venerable age, are you not aware that there exists no truly perfect individual in this world? A flawless person would be the greatest flaw." Su Xiang boldly met Rong Chao's gaze, emphasizing each word. Rong Chao was momentarily taken aback by Su Xiang's audacity. Did this boy not fear death? Yet, Su Xiang's words resonated like thunder in his heart. Indeed, who in this world could claim to be without blemish? Rong Chao, despite his dual mastery of literature and martial arts, indulged in his own desires and placed excessive emphasis on appearance, desperately clinging to the youthful visage of his prime. Beside him, Deng Guang, though of upright character, was excessively rigid, lacking in adaptability, often resulting in counterproductive outcomes. Many in the court bore weaknesses regarding wealth, power, and desires of the flesh. Only Tian Xiang remained untainted by greed, living a life of poverty and integrity, never indulging lavishly despite a generous salary. His household had few servants, often aiding the impoverished, and strictly forbidding family members from engaging in commerce. Though he doted on his grandson Wang Yu, he refrained from excessive pampering. Today, Wang Yu donned attire befitting a grand banquet, yet it was merely his finest garment crafted from fabric gifted during Tian Xiang's 120th birthday celebration. Chapter 68. Belief. Tian Xiang held a prestigious position yet never abused his power, exhibiting zero tolerance for corruption and fervently promoting the integrity of his subordinates. He had but one beloved wife, a companion promised since his youth before he attained the highest honors. After her passing, he never remarried. Such an almost impeccable individual, who could fathom him being a traitor to the Honghua Empire? Despite Su Xiang's assertion that no one is perfect, casting a shadow over Wang Tian's image, Rong Chao remained unconvinced. "Aside from the flimsy argument of no one is perfect, do you possess any substantial evidence?" Deng Guang, not lacking in intelligence, quickly pondered many possibilities, his tone softening slightly yet still filled with skepticism. Seeing this, Su Xiang steadied himself and, following Su Chen's guidance, continued, "It's not solely the notion of no one is perfect. It is said that Tian Xiang also possesses royal-level cultivation, correct?" "Indeed," Su Xiang continued, "for an ordinary person of humble origins to cultivate to the royal level, how many resources would that require? You must be aware of this better than I. As far as I know, Tian Xiang hails from a poor family. Having exhausted all means to pursue his studies, how could he afford to practice martial arts? Thus, prior to his success in the imperial examinations, he should have had no martial prowess, correct? So, after the prime age for cultivation has passed, how did he, with no resources and a heart focused solely on serving the country and its people, manage to ascend to the royal level of cultivation within a mere century? Could he truly be the fabled spirit beyond the heavenly roots?" Su Xiang spoke eloquently, provoking a sense of alarm in Rong Chao and Deng Guang. It dawned upon them that they had overlooked the fact that Tianxiang had achieved the highest literary honors as an ordinary individual devoid of martial skills. He had not laid the foundation during the prime years of ages 6 to 16. Yet, his cultivation had skyrocketed, even rivaling the golden generation represented by Deng Guang and his contemporaries. Rong Chao and Deng Guang's emotions swayed. They understood well that Tianxiang was neither a spirit nor possessed heavenly roots, but merely had earthly-level aptitude. On ordinary days, he had to manage state affairs, theoretically affording him less time to cultivate than they had. Why, then, could Tianxiang consistently break through, even closing the gap on Deng Guang and the others? This was a glaring inconsistency about to be unveiled. In Su Qin's original script, Rong Chao was to be the first to discover this point. Yet, by then, it would be too late, for Wang Tiantian's cultivation would have surpassed that of the three, and the timing for the national destruction war would be ripe. Ultimately, Wang Tiantian would emerge as the greatest contributor, receiving accolades from Hong Hua. Now, Su Qin merely borrowed Su Xiang's voice to unveil the truth prematurely. Even if it were not revealed now, in 2 years, Rong Chao would inevitably sense the oddity. Therefore, I can assert with certainty that a vast organization must be providing resources to support Tianxiang. He must have laid his foundation in his youth, simply never revealing it. Su Xiang declared with resolute conviction. At this moment, Su Xiang had successfully shaken Rong Chao and Deng Guang's trust in Wang Tiantian. Is there any more concrete evidence? For instance, details regarding his connections to the organization, locations, or liaison personnel? Rong Chao remained silent for a long while before finally inquiring. He had even altered his wording, referring to Tianxiang as he instead of the respectful title. Such clues are elusive to me. With my current cultivation, what core information could I possibly access? I fear I would be silenced before even getting close to the truth. If you two esteemed seniors do not believe what I say, then consider it as if I never spoke. Su Xiang rolled his eyes, his words laced with a hint of helplessness. Indeed, he was but a youth, albeit exceptionally clever, yet merely possessed of the cultivation of a novice. Extracting these critical insights from the flowing praise was no trivial feat, so what more could they rightfully demand of him? Regardless of whether Wang Tiantian truly posed a threat, they had to delve deeper into the investigation. What Su Xiang articulated was not without merit, yet it had been overlooked by these self-proclaimed intellectuals. The two exchanged glances, each discerning in the other's eyes a newfound respect for Su Xiang and the impact of his assertions. Rong Chao and Deng Guang shared a profound understanding, capable of grasping each other's intent with but a glance. Rong Chao nodded. Su Xiang, your points are indeed valid. I shall initiate a fresh investigation, and should your claims prove accurate, you shall have rendered a great service to the divine enlightenment. At that point, do not merely say you wish to be my disciple. I would not hesitate to seek you as my master. Thank you for your trust, Director Rong, Su Xiang replied respectfully. Rong Chao ceased further discourse, and with a wave of his hand, his figure vanished, leaving only Su Xiang and Deng Guang in the space. Su Xiang, you are truly not seeking revenge against Wang Yu? Deng Guang inquired, his brow furrowed. He could not shake the feeling that Su Xiang was a self-centered child, and if he were to exert such efforts solely to expose the traitor of the empire, Deng Guang believed he lacked such a sense of belonging. Su Xiang shook his head. Revenge against him? He is not worthy. The implication of Deng Guang's skepticism was clear. If you do not believe me, the truth will soon emerge from Director Rong. Deng Guang understood the unspoken warning in Su Xiang's words. He would come to regret his doubts. The last time he had insisted on sending Hua Kuei to deal with Jiang Zhuju, Su Xiang had issued a similar caution. Time had proven Su Xiang correct, for Deng Guang indeed harbored regrets. Had he been overly confident in Hua Kuei, he would not have allowed Jiang Zhuju to unexpectedly defeat him, leaving the divine enlightenment without a countermeasure. Had it not been for Su Xiang's clever maneuver against Jiang Zhuju, the divine enlightenment would now find itself in disgrace, regretting too late. Considering Su Xiang's stance, Deng Guang inexplicably felt a surge of confidence in him and nodded. Very well, we shall await Director Rong's findings. But this matter must not be disclosed to others. It is of utmost importance. So keep it in mind, Deng Guang cautioned with a serious expression. The disciple understands, Su Xiang replied. Very well, you may leave. Your kin will arrive in the capital tomorrow, just in time for them to witness your splendid procession on horseback. Deng Guang waved his hand, and Su Xiang's figure instantly reappeared at the banquet atop the Scholar's Tower. Chapter 69. The princess loved. He raised his gaze and surveyed the crowd, still bustling, yet Wang Yu's presence was conspicuously absent. Upon glancing at the stage, the seats of the two directors, Zhang and Rong, were equally vacant, devoid of any occupants. A sigh of relief escaped Su Xiang's heart. In the brief span of moments, his emotions had surged like a tempest. First, the two directors, with discerning eyes, had shown a willingness to take him as a disciple. Then, a single name he inadvertently uttered nearly brought about his demise. Fortunately, through quick-witted responses, he not only preserved his life but also reshaped a favorable impression in the minds of the two eminent figures. My experiences today have been more thrilling than a roller coaster, Su Xiang lamented inwardly. Regarding the ironclad evidence of Wang Tiantian's treachery and the puppet master behind the scenes, Su Chun was well aware. Preventing Su Xiang from revealing anything was to avoid sowing doubt in Deng Guang and Rong Chao. Crafting a clever young man is not particularly challenging, but no amount of intelligence can mask the shortcomings of one's abilities. Matters beyond mortal capacity, if executed effortlessly, cannot be explained away as the work of a prodigy. Thus, allowing Rong Chao and others to investigate independently might yield unexpectedly fruitful results. Su Gu, you're back. Liu exclaimed upon spotting Su Xiang, immediately rushing over with excitement. Were you summoned for a secret discussion by the two directors? Yes, they had a few words with me. Su Xiang nodded slightly. I knew it. Liu raised his cup. With your status as the martial champion, you must surely be under Director Zheng's wing. Su Xiang waved his hand dismissively. Not so fast. Nothing has been decided yet. With matters still unresolved, it was unwise to speak too freely lest changes occur. Although Liu was not particularly astute, he possessed a keen sense of the situation. Quickly redirecting the conversation, he asked, aside from that, were there any other instructions? Oh, just after you left. Wang Yu's face was as dark as liver. He truly disgraced Tian Xiang. Ah, it is indeed a rather unfortunate situation. Su Xiang shrugged, a look of helplessness on his face. The illustrious reputation of Tianxiang is likely to be utterly submerged by a tide of scorn in the not-so-distant future. Once Ronkeo and Dongguang unveil Wang Tiantian's true nature, the Wang family in the capital may well face catastrophic ruin. At this moment, Su Xiang resembles a radiant moon amidst a constellation of stars, encircled by adoring admirers. Leading the charge is Han Yener, as the crowd raises their cups in unison, exclaiming, congratulations to the martial champion, whose literary prowess surpasses that of the literary champion. The literary prodigy at this celebratory feast is none other than you. Though these words are laced with jest, Su Xiang's remarkable feat as the martial champion, coupled with his triumphant rendition of the Lotus, which eclipsed the literary champion Wang Yu's The Lotus Gathering, is sure to ignite a fierce competition between the two esteemed academicians for the right to impart their teachings. A tempest that will undoubtedly sweep across the divine enlightenment empire like wildfire. Su Xiang is destined to become the first martial champion in the annals of divine enlightenment history to overshadow a literary champion with his literary talent. As the revelry progresses and the crowd begins to disperse, Han Yener, her cheeks flushed, fixes her shy gaze upon Su Xiang and softly inquires, Brother Su, what is your command? Su Xiang raises an eyebrow. A smile gracing his lips, Han Yener gazes intently at him, her eyes brimming with anticipation. So you possess such literary talent. What of the rumors you previously disseminated? In an instant, Su Xiang comprehends that it is his lotus that has cast doubt upon the veracity of those rumors in her mind. The opportunity has arrived. Su Xiang's expression turns suddenly profound. Those rumors are indeed true. What? Han Yener exclaims in astonishment, unable to fathom his candor. Indeed. I have wronged men and oppressed women, driven my master away, and remained illiterate. Each grievance is a matter of fact, Su Xiang states, his tone growing increasingly somber. Just as disappointment begins to seep into Han Yener's heart, Su Xiang's complex sigh reignites a flicker of hope within her. Alas, who would wish for such a fate? My Su family, once resplendent, now languishes in decline, beset by internal strife and external woes. Had I revealed my talents earlier, I might not have lived to witness your present age. His words, laden with helplessness, seem to convey the torment of bearing infamy for over a decade. Han Yener speaks in a voice as faint as a whisper. Why have you chosen to reveal yourself now? Su Xiang, keenly perceptive, absorbs every word, he reflects. The kind are often preyed upon. The noble are frequently ridden, why hometown has been bullied, defeated in contests, and torn apart by familial discord, with no options left. I feigned death and fled to Zhongzhou. To seek strength and protection. I must fully demonstrate my worth. I believe that by winning the title of martial champion and becoming a disciple of Director Zhang, I could forge a new path for my family. Yet, who could have foreseen? His words are imbued with deep emotion, drawing tears from Han Yin'er's eyes, a prodigy, endowed with talent from a young age and adept in both martial and literary arts. Has borne humiliation and endured years of scorn, ultimately unable to escape the machinations of a nemesis. Feigning death, he sought refuge in Zhongzhou, exerting every effort to claim the title of martial champion solely to secure a glimmer of hope for his family's survival and his own safety. In Han Yin'er's mind, a vivid image begins to take shape. A handsome, valiant, and wise individual, yet one burdened by an undeniable sense of helplessness. But why then showcase your literary talents? The poem that the ninth princess privately gifted you should suffice to grant you a graceful exit. Should it not? A melodious voice interrupts, revealing Gu Kaiyu, who has stealthily approached Su Xiang's side. Clearly, she has overheard much of Su Xiang's revelations, her expression now one of disdain. Even if you feign modesty, there is no need to fabricate such a woeful tale. You were grievously wounded, clearly to vie for Jiang Linfang's affection and to duel with Jiang Zhu. The notion of enemies plotting against you is merely a ruse to deceive a naive girl like the ninth princess. You cannot fool me. Had Su Xiang been aware of Gu Kaiyu's current thoughts, he would have indignantly declared, "How unjust! I assure you, I have not deceived you. It is only Han Yin'er whom I have misled." Gu Kaiyu's voice carries, drawing the attention of those nearby, particularly when mentioning the ninth princess's private gift of poetry, leading to a flurry of speculation. It appears that out of concern for Su Xiang's potential embarrassment, the ninth princess had indeed kept a poem to assist him in countering Wang Yu. Rumors have long circulated about the close relationship between the ninth princess and the yet-to-be-revealed Luo Xiang. During the palace examination, her fervent exclamation of "I promise you" seemed a response to a courtship, rallying support for Su Xiang. It now becomes evident that their connection is indeed extraordinary. As onlookers cast their gazes upon the two, a new layer of intrigue envelopes their expressions. Su Xiang, having revealed his true self, radiates charm. Combined with the glow of martial champion and the literary brilliance displayed in the lotus, he epitomizes the ideal romantic partner. Despite the reluctance of the surrounding gentlemen, they must concede that Su Xiang is undoubtedly the most suitable match for Han Yin'er at this moment. Surrounded by the fervent gazes of the crowd, Han Yin'er, overwhelmed by shyness, buries her face deep within her collar, resembling an ostrich desperately attempting to conceal itself yet failing to do so. Though masked, others cannot overlook her flushed cheeks, which only intensifies speculation regarding her delicate relationship with Su Xiang. A ripple of knowing laughter erupts from the crowd, leaving Han Yin'er wishing she could vanish into the ground. Internally, she curses Gu Kaiyu, vowing to confront her troublesome friend upon returning home. What good is such a friend during the new year? Su Xiang, rugged and unflinching, remains unfazed by the scene, a playful smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. With a light cough, he captures the audience's attention, prompting silence, before casting a subtle glare at Gu Kaiyu. He sighs dramatically. "Alas, I had intended to engage with you all in the guise of a crude, illiterate individual, yet you have relentlessly pressed me. You insist on making an example of me. And despite my repeated concessions, you remain unyielding." With arms outstretched, Su Xiang boldly proclaims, "Enough. Since you are so eager to uncover my true capabilities, I shall lay my cards on the table. I am indeed the hidden literary genius." The crowd is left in stunned silence. Even the mortified Han Yin'er momentarily glances up, astonished at the audacity of this man whose boldness rivals the walls of a fortress. Is this truly how one speaks? What happened to patience and modesty? It is as if he is desperate for the world to know just how remarkable he is, not only excelling in martial prowess but also mastering poetry and prose, effortlessly outshining the literary champion. Fortunately, Su Xiang's playful banter successfully alleviates Han Yin'er's embarrassment, allowing the celebratory feast to once again immerse itself in joyous revelry. Su Xiang recalls being toasted by the crowd repeatedly, each cup flowing into the next, until he ultimately succumbed to intoxication and collapsed to the ground. However, During Su Xiang's night of drunken slumber, Su Chen diligently immersed himself in training. Within the confines of the space inside Su Xiang's ring, Su Chen's ethereal soul floated in a meditative posture. Not far ahead, a book with a black-gray cover hovered silently, its pages occasionally turning of their own accord. Emblazoned on the spine are the three prominent characters, Shi Hui Lu. This is the rich reward bestowed upon Su Xiang after he triumphed over Jiang Zhu and was crowned martial champion. Shi Hui Lu is a unique soul cultivation technique designed to nurture and strengthen the soul. For Su Chen, this is the key to his revival. Should this technique be cultivated to its highest realm, Su Chen's soul could even detach from its parasitic state, allowing him to engage in battle independently, with a freedom of movement comparable to that of an ordinary person. Moreover, once the soul's power reaches a certain threshold, it could forcibly seize control of another's body. For Su Chen, this Shi Hui Lu is undoubtedly a treasure. Additionally, he has acquired 500 points of reverse fate value, which activate a new halo for Su Chen. All members of the Su clan currently face no bottlenecks in their cultivation levels. They can ascend to the next stage immediately upon practicing, with a limit of 1 activation per year, becoming invalid after reaching the level of respect. Chapter 70. The beginning Su Chen's eyes widen as he gazes at this halo, exclaiming inwardly, "Oh my, this thing is bursting with energy." Any 9th-tier grandmaster, regardless of their previous lackadaisical training, can leap to the martial respect level with but a smidgen of effort. In other words, even if a distant cousin practices for just a single day each year. After 40 years, they will undoubtedly emerge as a formidable martial respect. In this day and age, godly figures have all but vanished, and saintly beings have retreated to seek tranquility. Those of imperial rank are the true heavyweights. While royal figures barely qualify as noteworthy viewed in this light, martial respect. That is a title of considerable prestige. With this halo in play, the Su family can expect to churn out martial respects annually. As if they were dumplings, given this, it would be a challenge for the Su family not to soar to greatness. As Su Chen contemplates, his heart swells with delight. Even if our Su Xiang's cultivation speed lags behind that little genius Jiang Zhu. With this halo backing him, he can still stand his ground in terms of realm. Who is to fear whom? The following morning, Su Xiang is roused from his inebriated stupor by Li Yu's persistent shaking. His eyes still shrouded in a haze, he groggily gazes at the attendants surrounding his bed, each bearing an array of colorful and varied garments. What is this all about? Su Xiang rubs his eyes, his mind clouded with questions. Hey, you little rascal, having become the martial champion, today the emperor has personally arranged for you to ride a fine steed and parade through the city, after which you must enter the palace to bow and express your gratitude. Do you understand the protocol? You must dress appropriately, Li Yu scolds. While others who have achieved the champion title would undoubtedly remember such a monumental occasion, Su Xiang, in stark contrast, seems to have forgotten entirely. Displaying an air of nonchalance even towards the grand honor of riding a horse, upon surveying the vibrant pile of layered garments before him, numbering no less than 10, Su Xiang's face contorts in exasperation. How on earth am I supposed to wear all this? Li Yu, growing increasingly agitated, exclaims, "Oh, my brother, if you dawdle any longer and miss the appointed time, be wary of the emperor's wrath. The red attire and the 9th princess are already prepared. You are the last missing piece." With no choice but to acquiesce, Su Xiang allows the attendants to bustle about him. When Li Yu finally leads him to meet Han Yin'er and the others, the two beauties' eyes immediately sparkle with delight. As the martial champion, Su Xiang's attire does not need to adhere to the rigid standards of a scholar, instead exuding a carefree charm. Clad in a fitted silk ensemble that emphasizes his physique, draped with a resplendent golden Qilin robe, and paired with his relatively handsome visage, he is nothing short of stunning. Gu Kaiyu stifles a laugh, covering her mouth. "Oh, look at you, all spruced up. You appear quite dapper now. Previously, you were so drab, looking utterly devoid of taste." Han Yin'er and Gu Kaiyu, one the second-place winner and the other the third, were adorned in attire gifted by the palace. With a touch of powder and blush, they appeared as ethereal as celestial beings. Particularly striking was Han Yin'er, who exuded an aristocratic elegance. Even with a veil of gauze concealing her face, her noble demeanor could not be hidden at this moment. She gazed affectionately at Su Xiang, showering him with compliments about his ensemble, discreetly informing everyone that this entire outfit had been personally selected by her. Each year, the Clothing Bureau designs a dozen sets of garments for the top 3 candidates of the imperial examination, allowing the director to choose. Han Yin'er, with her discerning eye, had impeccably paired Su Xiang's attire. Just look at the effect, truly remarkable. Han Yin'er regarded Su Xiang with satisfaction, nodding in approval. As expected from a selection made by this princess. How could it be anything less than perfect? This outfit is a bespoke match for Su Xiang. The trio strolled to the palace gates, where the 3 top scholars of the literary examination were already waiting. All impeccably dressed, a circle of curious onlookers had gathered, eager to catch a glimpse of these literary and martial champions. To everyone's astonishment, the previously embarrassed literary champion, Wang Yu, who had left in disgrace the night before, was also present. Upon seeing Su Xiang, a flicker of shadow crossed Wang Yu's eyes, quickly replaced by a sincere smile as he rushed forward and knelt before Su Xiang. "Brother Su." Wang Yu comes to sincerely apologize. Su Xiang silently mused. Will he strike? Will he strike? Yet, Wang Yu's kneeling left him utterly bewildered. The tale of their earlier encounter had spread throughout the capital within an hour. And by nightfall, the entire Central Plains was abuzz with the incident. The throng gathered this early morning was largely drawn by that very affair. The onlookers were taken aback by Wang Yu's actions. Goodness! This is the grandson of a prime minister. Everyone knows of last night's debacle. His reputation must be in tatters. Wang Yu, disregarding the gazes of the crowd, grew increasingly earnest. Brother Su, I, Wang Yu, was heedless of my own limitations and challenged you. I now sincerely apologize, he even humorously added. Truth be told, if it weren't for my relentless pursuit, you might have kept your ode to the lotus hidden for ages. If it becomes a national sensation, I might just take credit for it. The crowd perked up at this, their expressions softening into friendly smiles. Well, this Wang Yu is quite candid and humble, showcasing the family values of the Wang clan beautifully. Su Xiang observed him with a newfound admiration. This fellow is quite something. According to intel from his ancestor Su Chun, Wang Yu's grandfather, the current Prime Minister Wang Tiantian, was an undercover agent of the Honghua Empire. Their earlier altercation might have cast a shadow over the Wang family, but this apology successfully shifted public opinion, framing their rivalry as a youthful contest of pride, with both parties reconciling afterward, a commendable display. Thus, Wang Yu and Su Xiang's conflict was seen as a mere bout of youthful rivalry, unrelated to the Wang family's esteemed upbringing. The public found this narrative appealing, believing the Wang family's values to be commendable. However, this meant that Su Chun and his kin's investigations would need to intensify, as the Wang family's reputation continued to shine, complicating their inquiries. Su Xiang extended a hand to Wang Yu. Brother Wang, you are too modest. Your poetry is equally remarkable, he sighed inwardly. Alas, I genuinely wish to befriend you, but if you do not reciprocate, I must resort to superficial pleasantries, feigning brotherly affection. Wang Yu, with a humble demeanor, smiled. Brother Su, you flatter me. My poetry pales in comparison to your ode to the lotus, far from it. With his demeanor, one would hardly suspect him to be a scion of a powerful prime minister. Capable of such humility, Han Yin'er observed Wang Yu, sensing something amiss. Having known him since childhood, she was well aware of his character. He would never swallow his pride so easily. Yet here he was, publicly bowing in apology to Su Xiang. This was far too peculiar. Quietly, she approached Su Xiang and tugged at his sleeve. He understood immediately. I know, he isn't that magnanimous. Their exchanged glances spoke volumes. Su Xiang turned to Wang Yu. Brother Wang, let us move past yesterday's incident. If you wish to be friends, let it be so. Wang Yu beamed in response. Excellent, Brother Su, your magnanimity is commendable. I am in your debt. As the moment approached, Wang Yu offered to help Su Xiang mount his steed. The time has come. Let me assist you. With that, he led Su Xiang to the mightiest of the imperial steeds. Grasping the reins to help him mount, the onlookers gasped. The literary champion is assisting the martial champion? In such a grand setting, Su Xiang remained acutely aware of Wang Yu's unusual behavior, scrutinizing the horse and saddle for any potential issues before finally mounting with Wang Yu's assistance. The auspicious moment arrived, and the newly minted top 3 candidates were granted imperial horses for a public procession. A eunuch at the entrance bellowed, and the literary and martial champions mounted their steeds, as the crowd parted to welcome their procession. Wang Yu leapt onto his horse and saluted Su Xiang. "Brother Su, you are a hero, distinguished in both talent and character. You should lead the way." His words left the crowd in astonishment. Traditionally, the literary and martial champions would ride side by side, yet Wang Yu was voluntarily yielding the lead to Su Xiang. Su Xiang smiled slightly, graciously accepting, and with a flick of the reins, he set off ahead. This tradition of riding through the streets has a long history, allowing the citizens of the capital to witness the year's new talents, thereby enhancing their recognition and serving as a form of royal favor towards the newcomers. Thus, the route for this procession was straightforward. A leisurely circuit around the palace's perimeter. It is well known that in any city, the closer the residence is to the centers of power, the more valuable it becomes. Residents near the palace in Shenshur were all affluent, belonging to noble families. While Shenshur lacks the custom of selecting sons-in-law from the ranks of the examination, the tradition of street processions for courting suitors remains strong. Many talented individuals have captured the hearts of influential families during such parades, leading to marriages upon the toss of a decorative ball. Consequently, the male suitor would ascend the ranks, achieving great success. As the procession turned into the residential district, households were already prepared, doors and windows flung wide open, as a throng of elegantly dressed young ladies seized the opportunity to seek out Shenshur's finest marital prospects. "Is that the martial champion Luo Xiang at the front? I thought he was supposed to be dark-skinned and somewhat simple-looking, yet he appears quite the gentleman now," a bewildered girl exclaimed from a nearby pavilion. "Oh dear, you are out of the loop. Luo Xiang is an alias. His previous appearance was merely a disguise. This handsome lad is actually Su Xiang, the heir of the foremost family in Tianyuan City." A nearby companion hastily explained, "Wow, he truly is striking. I heard that he penned an ode to the lotus last night, utterly outshining the literary champion Wang Yu, the grandson of the Tianxiang family, such a paragon of literary and martial prowess. Coupled with striking looks, who wouldn't he be enamored? Girls, I must act quickly," one young lady exclaimed with fervor, tossing her decorative ball directly towards Su Xiang. "Miss, you've lost your mind," her maid exclaimed in shock. "Greener, what do you mean?" The young lady shot a glare at her maid, only to find Su Xiang had gracefully caught the ball. Looking up to find its thrower, she quickly summoned her sweetest smile, waving, "Hello, handsome, it was I who threw it." "Miss, while Su Gongzi is indeed exceptional, do you not know?" the maid anxiously interjected, disregarding the lady's expression. Upon hearing this, the young lady felt a sudden chill run down her spine. She turned to see, just behind Su Xiang's horse, the striking and poised Han Yener, her face partially veiled, glaring coldly at her. A wave of cold sweat broke out as she realized, "Oh heavens! How could I have forgotten the 9th princess?" Other young ladies around her reacted with mixed expressions, some gleeful, others resigned. The name Su Xiang had long echoed among the elite, with nearly every noblewoman considering him an ideal partner. Yet, how many would dare vie for a man in the presence of the 9th princess? The reaction from the princess just now confirmed the rumors about her connection with Su Xiang. Looking at the other participants, the literary champions were now trailing behind due to Wang Yu's earlier concession, while on the martial side, Gu Kaiyu lagged behind, appearing lackluster. Han Yener and Su Xiang rode side by side. Their outfits not only complementary in color but also similar in style, almost as if their patterns were in sync, blatantly signaling to all, "We are a pair." This was no mere coordinated outfit. It was a grand display of affection. Under the frosty gaze of Han Yener, many young ladies of lesser standing could only resign themselves and turn their attention to the literary champions in search of a suitable match. After all, aside from Su Xiang, the remaining two contenders for the martial arts examination were both women, leaving little room for selection. Of course, there were those with ample family wealth or audacious enough not to be intimidated by Han Yener, who, with a fierce glare, hurled her embroidered ball unhesitatingly towards Su Xiang. Jiu Kaiyu gently squeezed her horse's belly and languidly addressed Han Yener, saying, "9th princess, it's a pity that today you are mounted on a horse rather than on a balcony. Otherwise, who would dare to neglect your embroidered ball?" Han Yener was nearly incensed to the point of explosion by her words, and as for Su Xiang, that fellow displayed no awareness whatsoever. Fixated instead on the beauties atop the pavilion, not even casting a glance at Han Yener. Even more absurdly, After receiving so many embroidered balls, Su Xiang feared they might fall to the ground. So he took the liberty of threading them onto a silk ribbon and slung them over his back. At this moment, Han Yin'er was so furious she felt her lungs might burst. The onlookers by the roadside were equally incensed. Did you know there exists an unspoken rule during a parade on horseback? If a talented man fails to catch the embroidered ball thrown to him, causing it to fall, the common folk who retrieve it can visit the embroidered ball's owner based on the birth date and address inscribed upon it, earning a substantial reward for maintaining confidentiality. Why? Because the birth date and other details of daughters from noble families are considered private information, not to be disclosed casually. Therefore, those who pick up the embroidered balls essentially sign a confidentiality agreement and naturally deserve compensation. Yet, Su Xiang, the unsophisticated bumpkin, was oblivious to all this, thinking he was protecting the young lady's privacy by collecting their embroidered balls. The surrounding citizens, glaring at him with disdain, he assumed were merely envious, never once considering he was cutting off their source of income. As Su Xiang busily strung the embroidered balls together, he leered at the ladies in the pavilion, reveling in his thoughts. In the past, in Tianyuan City, which girl did not take a detour upon seeing me? I never imagined I would find myself in such a position today. Ha 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 ha. Han Yin'er's gaze could freeze a man's heart, yet the number of ladies in the pavilion was overwhelming, including several well-known socialites she recognized, rendering her unable to glare at all of them. She could only inwardly curse Su Xiang with the foulest language. If glances could kill, Su Xiang would have been minced to a pulp long ago. However, in this public setting, she could not afford to lose control, so she bit down on her silver teeth and swallowed her rage. Moreover, some girls friendly with Han Yin'er deliberately tossed embroidered balls her way, causing her immense embarrassment. This in turn prompted several flamboyant young masters to seize the opportunity to throw embroidered balls at Han Yin'er, feigning a jest in accordance with custom. Yet their true intent was to brazenly harass the most beautiful maiden in the realm. Such an opportunity was truly rare. As they proceeded, Su Xiang became adorned with embroidered balls, resembling a candied hawthorn skewer, as his magnificent steed was grotesquely transformed into a flower-laden carriage. Unaware that Han Yin'er was seething with anger, Su Xiang was, at this moment, intoxicated in a sea of happiness, surrounded by the fragrant embroidered balls. Ah, this one has a rose scent. I fancy it. Look at this birth date, 14? From the family of the Minister of Rights? So tender. No, no. This one has a jasmine fragrance, quite delightful. A little princess from the Prince of Song's household. Oh my, this is promising. Lotus scent? It must be because of my love for Lotus, a kindred spirit. But you are 28, you sly girl. Just as Su Xiang was immersed in this grand display of embroidered balls, Su Chen's voice suddenly thundered in his mind. Su Xiang, be careful. The embroidered ball ahead contains explosives. Su Xiang raised his eyes to see an embroidered ball descending from the sky. This embroidered ball was exquisitely crafted, wrapped in red brocade with intricate patterns, clearly not ordinary. Thanks to Su Chen's warning, the speed-sensitive Su Xiang instantly sensed something was amiss. The embroidered ball was falling too rapidly. Unlike the typical embroidered balls that twirled gracefully down, this one plummeted straight down with a heavy thud. Cold sweat broke out on Su Xiang's forehead. He could no longer ponder who would dare to attack him in broad daylight. He exerted force, sending the embroidered balls on him flying off in all directions. Once unbound, he slapped the saddle and leaped into the air, charging toward the perilous embroidered ball. Han Yin'er witnessed Su Xiang's actions throughout, feeling a sigh of relief in her heart. Has this fellow finally had his fill of play? With a speed akin to lightning, Su Xiang kicked the incoming embroidered ball high into the sky. And that one? Hurry and save your wife. Su Chen urged again. Su Xiang turned his head to spot another suspicious embroidered ball aimed directly at Han Yin'er. In an uncanny twist of his body mid-air, he appeared before Han Yin'er in an instant, and with another kick, sent the embroidered ball soaring far away. Han Yin'er observed this scene, her heart secretly elated. So he does care for me, not wanting me to catch even a lady's embroidered ball. Su Xiang carefully controlled the force of his kick, striving not to trigger any potential mechanisms hidden within the embroidered ball. Applying his strength precisely to the soft wooden frame, like a soaring arrow, the embroidered ball flew into the air. However, before the applause could resound, two embroidered balls exploded mid-air with a thunderous roar. shaking the entire street. What immense power! Su Xiang was inwardly shocked, grateful for Su Chen's warning. Otherwise, had he received that embroidered ball as he had the others, it would have detonated in his arms. With catastrophic consequences, he landed lightly, but the explosion's shockwave startled his steed, causing its front hooves to rear up and neigh incessantly. The sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. How could the embroidered ball explode? Was this a new performance segment added to this year's imperial examination? Han Yin'er was equally puzzled. Having just been immersed in sweetness, now utterly bewildered, oh no, he figured it out, discard them all. From the nearby pavilions, one by one, the embroidered balls filled with explosives were cast down. Su Xiang's complexion shifted drastically as he shouted, "Quick, disperse! There are explosives," yet his warning was instantly drowned out by a series of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions was relentless, thrusting the entire street into chaos and panic. It turned out the enemy was not merely targeting Su Xiang. The entire parade had become their objective. One bomb even exploded beside Han Yin'er, instantly shattering one of her horse's legs. The deafening blast echoed in Han Yin'er's ears, leaving her feeling as though struck by lightning. Her mind plunged into a void. The street transformed from joyous laughter and the clamor of gongs to a hellish nightmare. With the populace torn asunder, dismembered limbs flying through the air, instilling sheer terror. Screams of horror echoed from the pavilions, windows slammed shut, and the streets were filled with cries of despair and the mournful whinnies of horses. Plunging into utter chaos, Su Xiang saw Han Yin'er standing there, dazed and lost. Despite having already run several paces away, he gritted his teeth and turned back. He swiftly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, hoisting her over his shoulder, and fled at breakneck speed. Before departing, he harshly slapped Gu Kaiyu, who was equally dazed, and shouted, "Run!" Unfortunate Gu Kaiyu. A bomb detonated directly beneath her mount, shattering it to pieces. She was thrown into the air, tumbling before crashing heavily to the ground, bloodied and bruised. Though she was not mortally wounded, the force of the explosion left her legs numb. Gu Kaiyu struggled to rise, stamping her numb legs vigorously. The pain jolted her back to full control, and she hastily pursued Su Xiang towards the street's exit. At this moment, he had no time to consider how the ordinary citizens were escaping. He merely wished to distance himself from this site of calamity. He was oblivious to the source of the bombs, lacking the capacity to save anyone. Managing to rescue Han Yin'er was already pushing his limits. Su Xiang's speed was astonishing. Even carrying one person, he was still far swifter than the average man. With just a few leaps, they burst forth from the street. Shortly thereafter, a large contingent of soldiers rushed in, sealing off the explosion site. "Are you the martial champion Su Xiang?" A robust middle-aged man clad in heavy armor stepped forward from the ranks, his bushy brows and large eyes bearing a resemblance to Li Yu. Su Xiang clasped his fists in salute, replying, "That is indeed me." He then noticed the middle-aged general regarding him with a peculiar expression. Lowering his gaze, he realized he was still carrying the dainty Han Yin'er on his shoulder and hurriedly set her down. Han Yin'er's face flushed, her heart racing. It was not the explosion that frightened her, but rather the unprecedented intimacy with a man, leaving her utterly mortified. Yet this was not the time for romantic sentiments. She cleared her throat, forcing composure. "Uncle Li, what progress have we made?" The middle-aged general respectfully bowed. "I have led the Imperial Guard to surround Zhuangyuan Street. No one shall pass without thorough inspection, and we will leave no suspect unexamined." Han Yin'er nodded. "Thank you, Uncle Li, for your hard work." The general bowed once more. "It is the failure of the Imperial Guard to protect the princess that has caused you fright. Once this matter concludes, I shall certainly take responsibility. Uncle, you should hurry and catch the assassin. Do not concern yourself with us younger generations," Gu Kaiyu interjected weakly, despite her bloodied, disheveled state. "Are you unhurt?" Su Xiang inquired with concern. "It's nothing, Uncle. Please continue with your duties. Do not trouble yourself over us," Gu Kaiyu replied, waving her hand respectfully as she bowed. The middle-aged general led his troops into Zhuan Street, while Su Xiang, Han Yin'er, and Gu Kaiyu took an alternative route, making their way toward the palace. After all, as the central figures in the unexpected incident during the horseback parade, they bore the responsibility of reporting the details to the palace. What a tough life. None of them died. Just as the three approached the palace, a chilling whisper drifted towards them like an eerie specter. "Stay alert," Su Xiang hissed urgently, signaling the two ladies to halt immediately. They looked up to see a figure cloaked in black, leaning casually against a sword, leisurely sipping a drink. "I thought it unnecessary to act personally. It seems this fate is inescapable after all." The figure in black spoke lazily, utterly disregarding Su Xiang and the others. Su Xiang quickly scanned the surroundings. Due to the explosion incident on Zhuangyuan Street, the capital was under strict martial law, and residents were hastily retreating into their homes. A formidable force besieged Zhuangyuan Street, resulting in certain areas of the capital being left vulnerable in their defenses. At this moment, they found themselves within one such gap in vigilance. Clearly, their adversaries had come prepared, deliberately choosing this location to strike, and reinforcements were unlikely to arrive anytime soon. A sense of dread enveloped Su Xiang as he coldly inquired, "Who might you be? We have no grievances with you, so why the aggressive stance, seeking to put us to death?" The figure cloaked in black scoffed disdainfully, "The dead have no right to know my name. You have only yourselves to blame for offending someone you should not have." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the cloaked man swiftly unsheathed a long sword, its blade gleaming like lightning, emanating an eerie blue radiance that targeted Su Xiang, instilling a sense of foreboding. The aura of true energy was unleashed. He was indeed a master-level expert. Su Xiang was taken aback, realizing that he could no longer afford to protect Han Yin'er and the others. He could only push his speed to its utmost limits, striving to evade the master-level strike. The chasm between the master realm and the practitioner realm was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. In the practitioner realm, Su Xiang was nearly invincible due to his speed. The reason behind this was that while practitioners harness true energy to significantly enhance their offensive and defensive capabilities, they ultimately had to engage in close combat. The master realm, however, was different. True energy could be projected outward, allowing for greater range and coverage, thereby imposing a significant constraint on Su Xiang's speed. The black-cloaked man remained steady, and his seemingly casual strike placed immense pressure on Su Xiang. The sword energy was silent and stealthy, compelling Su Xiang to rely on the subtle shifts in the air to discern its direction and seek a way to evade it. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Su Xiang narrowly dodged the blade's edge, which then struck the nearby wall, leaving behind a deep gash several inches deep. The cloaked man was taken aback to see Su Xiang elude what should have been a certain fatal strike. According to his intelligence, Su Xiang was merely a second-tier practitioner, while he himself was a second-tier master, a significant gap in realms that should have made taking Su Xiang's life as easy as plucking a flower. Even if Su Xiang was reputed for his agility, it shouldn't have posed such a challenge. Yet, he had clearly underestimated Su Xiang. Even when facing a master-level expert, Su Xiang's speed was still exceptional. Coupled with his acute awareness of air currents and precise control, he could detect even the slightest fluctuations in sword energy and evade accordingly. "I underestimated you." The black-cloaked man's tone turned grave as he slowly straightened his posture, assuming a peculiar stance reminiscent of wielding a great sword. This posture was quite unusual, typically reserved for those wielding heavy weapons like a horse-slaying saber. Han Yin'er, with her vast experience, immediately recognized the identity of the cloaked man. "The horse-slaying style? You are Han Xiao, the horse-slaying swordmaster." "Ha! The ninth princess indeed possesses exceptional insight to unmask my identity." Han Xiao sneered. "I had no intention of dragging you into this and bearing the blame for murdering a princess. But your loose tongue has exposed me. Today, none of you shall leave alive." Han Xiao, originally a master of the saber, was known for wielding heavy weapons like the horse-slaying saber with unparalleled ferocity, leaving his opponents reduced to mere pulp. Thus, he was often likened to a bloodthirsty butcher. However, he bore no disdain for this moniker, believing it to be a mere consequence of his weapon's nature. Later, when he adopted the sword, he continued to employ the techniques of the horse-slaying saber, creating his own unique style. Though the power had diminished, the brutality had intensified, and he had gained a formidable reputation as the horse-slaying swordmaster. He typically made a living through assassination missions. Han Xiao's words caused Su Xiang's gaze to sharpen. Initially, Han Xiao's target had indeed been solely him. With Han Xiao's master-level strength, even with Han Yin'er and Gu Kaiyu joining forces, they would be unable to contend with him. Cloaked in black, Han Xiao clearly aimed to conceal his identity, But now that it had been revealed by Han Yin'er, he could only eliminate witnesses. A sense of despair surged within Su Xiang. He was barely able to look after himself, let alone protect the relatively weaker Han Yin'er and Gu Kaiyu. Diverting his attention to safeguard them would only hasten their demise. Han Yin'er, caught off guard, could hardly believe that Han Chao would dare to strike at a princess within the capital. His notorious reputation was indeed well known, but who would have the audacity to threaten a princess in the heart of the capital? This man was utterly fearless. Today, as she strolled through the streets, Han Yin'er had not brought any guards, and after narrowly escaping Zhuangyuan Street, only the three of them remained, isolated and defenseless. "What are you standing there for? Run!" Su Xiang, seeing Han Yin'er frozen in place, gritted his teeth and shouted, immediately dashing towards Han Chao like an arrow released from a bow. Though he had once returned from death, his stubborn resolve had not waned in the slightest. A man must never show weakness before a woman, especially before the one he cherished. He had to stand tall and resolute. At this moment, he could only expend all his strength to confront Han Chao. Striving to buy Han Yin'er and Gu Kaiyu a sliver of hope for escape, Su Xiang charged bravely forward. Han Chao curled his lips into a contemptuous smirk. "Hey, kid, do you not recognize where you are?" Daring to play the hero and rescue the damsel, with both hands tightly gripping his long sword, he executed a powerful slash aimed directly at Su Xiang. The reputation of the horse-slaying sword was not unfounded. Su Xiang's lightning-fast speed was rendered insignificant before Han Chao's unmatched sword energy. The reason was simple. The vast coverage of the sword energy was sufficient to cleave a warhorse in two. Showcasing its formidable might, Su Xiang moved with agility, dodging left and right, pushing his speed to its limits, making it difficult for Han Chao to pinpoint his exact location. Yet again, the sword narrowly grazed Su Xiang's side, merely tearing his outer robe. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiang closed the distance to Han Chao, intending to gather his strength for a decisive blow. While the projection of true energy was indeed domineering, once in close quarters, its coverage would significantly diminish, allowing Su Xiang a chance to gain the upper hand. It was almost comical. In past battles, opponents had sought every means to engage him in close combat. Yet now he found himself yearning for such an encounter. Han Chao, recognizing Su Xiang's intentions, inwardly scoffed. This kid was somewhat clever, understanding the value of close combat to buy time. However, despite Su Xiang's strength exceeding expectations, in Han Chao's eyes, he remained a negligible threat. Even allowing Su Xiang to close in would not stir any ripples. The horse-slaying sword possessed a small secret, due to its techniques originating from the horse-slaying saber. It emphasized overwhelming force, necessitating the mobilization of one's entire strength with each strike, resulting in considerable gaps between swings. Thus, Han Chao's combat style often aimed for a single, fatal blow. If the battle dragged on, his stamina and attack frequency would not match that of ordinary practitioners. Even so, he firmly believed that, with the significant gap in realms, Su Xiang could not pose a tangible threat, even in close quarters. Reality proved as he had anticipated. Su Xiang finally spotted an opening, closing in, his finger poised to strike, aiming for Han Chao's ribs. That area was known to be one of the more vulnerable spots on a practitioner's body and a critical zone for exerting force. Su Xiang understood that injuring Han Chao there would greatly diminish his combat effectiveness. This strike was the strongest he had ever executed. Fortunately, the finger did not miss its mark, precisely striking Han Chao's waist. However, to Su Xiang's disappointment, the anticipated injury did not materialize. It felt as though he had jabbed a solid iron plate. Su Xiang raised his eyes to meet the sneering face revealed beneath the black hood. Feeling a chill wash over him, Han Chao scoffed. "Is that the extent of your strength? Merely a tickle." Before he finished speaking, he pivoted and unleashed another fierce strike towards Su Xiang. Su Xiang's form flickered, twisting like a hawk, attempting to strike down upon Han Chao from behind. Yet, he was met with an elbow strike from Han Chao, sending him flying several meters away, rolling numerous times before he managed to come to a halt. "Su Xiang," Han Yin'er called out, her heart aching at the sight of his disheveled state. "Run. Don't hesitate." Su Xiang gritted his teeth, struggling to rise, roaring loudly. His face was swollen, blood mingled with saliva oozing from the corner of his mouth, and he appeared to be in excruciating pain. Upon hearing his voice, Han Yin'er immediately turned to flee, not because she was indifferent to Su Xiang's fate, but because she understood that remaining here with her meager strength would not only be futile, but would also become a burden to him. Wait for me? Hold on. Tears streamed down Han Yin'er's face as she sprinted with all her might. Jiu Kaiyu, too, acted without hesitation, fleeing in the opposite direction from Han Yin'er. The two split up, and even if Han Chao possessed extraordinary abilities, he could not intercept them both simultaneously. This was the most prudent strategy for their escape. If they could find reinforcements, not only could they rescue Su Xiang, but they could also join forces to subdue Han Chao and extract the mastermind behind these events. Han Chao let out a cold chuckle, thinking of escaping. He stamped the ground violently, unleashing a torrent of violent energy from beneath, akin to two colossal dragons surging through the earth, barreling toward Han Yin'er and Gu Kaiyu. Su Xiang, witnessing this, understood that if the attack connected, both women would lose their ability to move, and their entire rescue plan would be in vain. The three of them would be left with no choice but to surrender. He knew he could not allow Han Chao to succeed, yet no matter how swift his speed, he could only protect one. The answer was painfully clear in an instant. Su Xiang flickered to Han Yin'er's back, striking her with a palm just before the earth dragon erupted, sending her flying several meters away, successfully evading the impact. Before Han Yin'er could touch the ground, the earth dragon detonated, propelling Gu Kaiyu high into the air, blood spurting from her mouth as she fell painfully to the ground. Kaiyu! Han Yin'er, slightly injured from Su Xiang's push, saw her friend in such distress and felt frantic, spurting blood herself. Don't panic. You'll soon join her in death, Han Chao said ominously, sword in hand, slowly advancing towards Su Xiang. Su Xiang, you have two beautiful women accompanying you to the netherworld. You are indeed fortunate. Run. I'll hold him off. Su Xiang waved his hand urgently, his figure transforming into a streak of lightning as he surged towards Han Chao once more. In the face of Su Xiang's direct assault, Han Chao remained unfazed and composed, as a master of the earth element. His strength far surpassed that of Zheng Cheng, who was merely at the cultivation stage. With his formidable defenses, even enduring the wrath of Jiang Zhuju's fiery onslaught would scarcely inflict severe harm, let alone the comparatively lackluster attacks from Su Xiang. No matter how frantically Su Xiang attacked, Han Chao's singular focus was on pursuing Han Yin'er, effortlessly swatting Su Xiang away as if he were merely a bothersome fly. Gu Kaiyu had completely lost the ability to move, having fainted, her body a bloody mess as she helplessly collapsed onto the ground. At this moment, Han Chao was no longer in a hurry to eliminate Su Xiang. For someone as bloodthirsty as him, the prospect of having the blood of a young princess on his hands was far more exhilarating than dealing with Su Xiang. His steps were unhurried, yet they seemed to propel him forward as if he were leaping through the air, each stride covering several feet. Even with Su Xiang's desperate attempts to obstruct him, he could not prevent Han Chao from swiftly closing the distance to Han Yin'er. Feeling Han Chao's relentless approach, cold sweat trickled down Han Yin'er's back, and in her panic, she stumbled and fell. Han Chao arrived before her, capturing the terror reflected in her fearful eyes, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. What a noble and enchanting lady! In the end, she would still meet her demise beneath my blade, just like those lowly ants. Han Chao licked his blood-stained tongue and raised his blade high. Yet he mused, since you are a princess, perhaps you deserve a special treatment. Let us cleave you into 4 pieces then. In a state of near despair, Han Yin'er closed her eyes, only to suddenly perceive a familiar figure flashing before her. The long robe she had meticulously chosen for Su Xiang was now in her line of sight, perfectly complementing the dress she wore. She vividly recalled the intense beating of her heart from the previous night as she selected it. Eager for him to see it was Su Xiang, standing protectively in front of her. Run, you're fast. He won't catch up to you. Han Yin'er cried out hoarsely, her voice filled with desperation. Su Xiang's actions moved her deeply, yet she felt an overwhelming anxiety. She was touched that Su Xiang was willing to shield her from harm, willing to face death for her sake, proving that his concern for her was genuine. However, she was anxious because Han Chao had shifted his primary target onto herself instead of Su Xiang. But why wouldn't Su Xiang take this chance to flee? With his speed, he could escape the peril in mere breaths and ensure his safety. Su Xiang did not glance back. He merely fixed his cold gaze on Han Chao and muttered, I have no inclination to abandon a woman to flee alone. Humph, what sweet nothings at death's door. I shall grant you both your wish. Take your time on the road to the underworld. As he looked at Su Xiang, an inexplicable tremor coursed through Han Chao's heart, as if he sensed that something beyond his control was about to transpire. Yet he shook off the feeling. He had cleared the area, and these three posed no threat. What could possibly go awry? A dream. Get out of my way. Does this princess need your rescue? Go. I want you to live. If you die, then Ice Clear and Heavenly Jade will be lost, and everything will be gone. Get lost. Su Xiang's somewhat melodramatic words did not unsettle Han Yin-er. Rather, they instilled in her a profound sense of safety. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented not having revealed her feelings to Su Xiang sooner. Today, it seemed they might both meet their end in the underworld, filling Han Yin-er's heart with sorrow. I have yet to experience the affection between men and women. I have not unveiled the long-concealed veil for the man I cherish. Must I perish today? Han Yin-er silently mourned. Su Xiang. On the road to the underworld, I will reveal my heart to you. Rest assured, with this sword strike, I will ensure you both ascend to the heavens. Han Chao's smile grew increasingly sinister, readying the slaughtering sword. He was convinced that with this strike, both Su Xiang and Han Yin-er would meet their doom. Ninth Princess, close your eyes. Su Xiang suddenly commanded in a low voice. Han Yin-er gazed intently at the figure standing before her. Unwilling to shut her eyes, yet reluctant to defy her beloved's wishes. Perhaps he wished to spare her the sight of him being cleaved in two. Ultimately, she obediently closed her eyes, awaiting the moment Han Chao's sword would sever Su Xiang's body and then turn towards her. At the instant Han Yin-er closed her eyes, Su Xiang's frail form erupted with an overwhelming force. A torrent of unmatched energy surged forth from within him, causing his hair to dance in the wind. His robes billowing loudly, present life technique, Su Chen roared, seizing control of Su Xiang's body in an instant. Han Chao's sword descended like thunder, its blade gleaming as bright as a rainbow, solid as reality. Yet, to everyone's shock, Su Xiang extended a pale hand, astonishingly catching the sharp blade in the astonished gaze of Han Chao. With a clang, the sword clashed against Su Xiang's snow-white palm, but instead of slicing through as anticipated, it was as if it were gripped tightly by an iron vice, sparks flying in every direction. Han Chao gaped in disbelief, witnessing Su Xiang's once bright and resolute pupils constricting instantaneously, nearly filled with white, leaving only a sliver of black. Who are you? Han Chao stammered, sensing the impending doom. The aura radiating from Su Xiang was like a tsunami, ruthlessly battering against his existence like a solitary leaf upon the waves. He exerted all his strength in an attempt to retract his sword from Su Xiang's grasp, but it would not budge. He even tried to kick Su Xiang away, only to have the other hand firmly seize his foot. A cruel smile crept onto Su Xiang's lips, revealing blood-stained white teeth. As he exerted pressure, the sound of bones shattering echoed as Han Chao's leg was instantaneously crushed to dust. The excruciating pain forced a scream from Han Chao, who collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg, which, though devoid of blood, had been completely severed. He gazed at Su Xiang, as if confronting a demon. Su Xiang casually picked up Han Chao's abandoned sword, slowly redirecting its tip towards his heart. Speak, who sent you? Han Chao was filled with dread, yet he clung to his professional integrity. I cannot divulge that. In front of Han Chao, Su Chen began to knead the sword as if it were dough, then casually tore off a small piece, continuing to grind it into iron powder, which he then lightly sprinkled in front of Han Chao. The iron powder seemed to have been heated by Su Chen's touch, emitting a sizzling sound as it made contact with Han Chao's skin. Han Chao let out a piercing scream, his already contorted face becoming even more grotesque. Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. I will give you one more chance to reorganize your words. Han Yin-er tightly shut her eyes, yet she felt no chill of a blade piercing her bones, nor did she witness Su Xiang being cleaved in two, drenched in warm blood. The only sound that reached her ears was Han Chao's terrified wails, sending shivers down her spine. Cautiously, she opened a sliver of her eyelids, only to be astonished to find Su Xiang still resolutely guarding her. The seemingly invincible Han Chao had now lost his armor, covering his face in agony. What was happening? Had reinforcements arrived? Or was it? As she gazed at Su Xiang's unfamiliar yet imposing figure, an odd sense of strangeness welled up within her. The Su Xiang from before had been like a nimble breeze, whereas the Su Xiang before her now resembled a towering mountain, majestic and unfathomable. Hey, stop screaming. I don't have that much patience, Su Chun sighed. At this moment, Su Xiang's physical condition was dire, unable to sustain his possession for 5 minutes like he could in his prime. Given his current control over this body, he could last at most 2 minutes before it would collapse. Alas, it's all my fault for being too eager, wanting to show off. Now I don't even have time for interrogation. Su Chen lamented inwardly. Noticing Han Chao still struggling in agony, he swiftly molded the iron lump in his hand into several sharp shards, pinning Han Chao to the ground, restricting his movements while sealing off his energy to prevent any retaliation. Enough! Let them busy themselves. Yu Qian shook his head helplessly, withdrawing from his possession state. The moment Su Xiang regained control of his body, he felt an unprecedented weakness wash over him, his eyelids growing heavy as exhaustion engulfed his consciousness, plunging him into a deep slumber. His slender form could no longer support itself, and he slowly toppled backward, collapsing onto Han Yin Er's delicate frame. "Grandson, let grandfather lend you a helping hand," were Su Chen's final words before succumbing to slumber. Yet, in his unconscious state, Su Xiang was oblivious to the intoxicating warmth and softness enveloping him. Time passed, and eventually, Su Xiang awoke once more. Beside his bed, Han Yin Er sat tearfully, gazing at him with deep affection, her eyes brimming with love. The tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress never grows old, particularly when the fair maiden has long harbored feelings for her hero. Upon seeing Su Xiang awaken, Han Yin Er was filled with joy. After Su Xiang fell unconscious, she had quickly carried him back to the palace, the number of tumbles she had taken along the way now a blur. All she knew was that Su Xiang must have paid a tremendous price to defeat Han Chao, employing powers that should not belong to someone at the cultivation stage. As for the specifics, they mattered little to her. All she desired was for Su Xiang to be safe and sound. As for her friend Gu Kaiyu, who lay in a pool of blood, fighting for her life, to hell with her friend. At such a critical moment, of course, a man took precedence. After alerting the guards in the palace, she had them rescue Gu Kaiyu. Fortunately, Gu Kaiyu was saved before succumbing to death. Otherwise, Han Yin Er would have been unable to shake off the label of valuing men over friends. However, to her astonishment, after examination by the physician, Su Xiang was merely extremely weak with only minor injuries. After taking some restorative pills for his energy and blood, he quickly regained consciousness. Chapter 74. The Queen, you saw everything, didn't you? Su Xiang's gaze flickered uncertainly. When his ancestor Su Chun possessed him, he had specifically instructed Han Yin Er to close her eyes, but Han Chao's anguished wails had likely compelled her to sneak a peek. Had it not been for the certainty that Gu Kaiyu had fallen into a deep slumber, he would never have dared to ask Su Chun to unleash such a defiance of the heavens. The existence of Su Chun is his deepest secret. Should it be discovered by someone with ulterior motives, his current strength would be wholly inadequate to protect his esteemed ancestor. As for Han Yin'er, he trusts her to a certain extent, for she is the future granddaughter-in-law appointed by the ancestor, and he holds her in high regard. Han Yin'er nodded gently. This matter must not be spoken of to anyone, including His Majesty. Simply state that we received assistance from a powerful passerby. Su Xiang's expression turned grave as he fixed his intense gaze upon Han Yin'er. Rest assured, I have disclosed nothing to anyone. Han Yin'er responded, understanding that Su Xiang's power must indeed have its limitations, and it must never be made public. Otherwise, during the martial arts examination, even a mere fraction of his strength could easily crush Jiang Zhuojue 10 times over. When others inquire, she merely claims that she fainted at the time and awakened to find Su Xiang having subdued Han Chao on the ground. Every explanation was flawlessly crafted. Then I can be at ease. Su Xiang nodded, struggling to sit up. Han Yin'er thoughtfully fetched a pillow to support his back. Thank you, Ninth Princess. Just call me Yin'er from now on, she replied shyly, lowering her head as if afraid he might not believe her. Adding, my friends all call me that. Yu Xiang chuckled inwardly. Who would dare to call you that? Ever since I arrived in the capital, who hasn't addressed you as Ninth Princess? Yet, he refrained from exposing her. After all, young ladies have delicate sensibilities. The ancestor was right. A goddess is not won by flattery, but by charm. Before him sat the most beautiful maiden of the divine awakening, and if he wished to unveil her veil, none would dare to intervene. All right, Yin'erd. Su Xiang climbed higher on the metaphorical ladder. Han Yin'er replied softly, her cheeks flushed, the rosy hue spreading to her neck. The two exchanged tender glances for a long while. Until Su Xiang could no longer contain himself, he reached out, grasping Han Yin'er's slender hand, drawing her closer, gazing deeply into her eyes. Yin'er, I can. Before he could finish, a cold, stern voice rang out from outside. You cannot? The two were startled as if struck by lightning and instantaneously pulled apart. Deng Guang pushed the door open. Su Xiang hurriedly attempted to rise in greeting, but a gentle force held him in place, allowing him to remain seated. Spare me your formalities, Deng Guang huffed. Just now, with the princess, I saw no such reverence. Han Yin'er, blushing furiously, wished to find a crack in the ground to hide. She stomped her foot playfully. Director Deng Guang chuckled heartily. After all, Han Yin'er had grown up under his watchful eye, and he genuinely cherished the girl. Having no sons of his own, if Han Yin'er were to become his disciple's wife, it would be akin to having a daughter-in-law, which he would wholeheartedly welcome. Thus, he couldn't resist teasing them. All right, I shan't tease you lovebirds any longer. Hurry up and get ready. His Majesty has summoned you. As he spoke, he began to walk away, only to notice Han Yin'er still standing in place. Dazed, he immediately raised his voice. Why aren't you moving? Do you expect the esteemed princess to attend to his dressing? On one side stood his disciple, and on the other, the little princess he had watched grow up. Deng Guang was delighted to see them paired together, yet felt a bittersweet mix of emotions. As if his precious cabbage was about to be devoured by a pig. Particularly with Su Xiang, he found himself somewhat discontent, not due to a lack of talent, but rather the recent display, which left Deng Guang feeling he lacked a sense of responsibility. Han Yin'er's face grew even warmer. Afraid of angering her elder, she shot a fierce glare at Su Xiang before running out the door. Hurry up, Deng Guang called after her, turning to leave in a huff. Deng Guang led Su Xiang for quite a distance, arriving at a palace deep within the imperial city. Su Xiang noticed that while other palaces gleamed with opulence, this one was strikingly simple. There were no dragons or phoenixes carved into the walls, no gilded bricks or glazed tiles. It was remarkably understated. Upon entering the grand hall, they found two individuals already awaiting them. One was Rong Chao, the head of the National Academy's Literary Institute, who had competed with Deng Guang for a disciple the previous night. The other was a rotund man, comically round, with his eyes squinted almost shut by the fat, a beer belly protruding, and sparsely populated mustaches framing his lips. His hair was greasy, clearly unwashed for days, and his attire was quite casual, exuding an air of dishevelment. Behind a gauzy curtain, a graceful figure was faintly visible, seated upon the throne, without attendants to serve her. This was Su Xiang's second encounter with such a scene, yet he still could not catch a glimpse of her true visage. This was the legendary first powerhouse of the Divine Awakening. The Empress, Deng Guang took the lead, bowing deeply with Su Xiang following suit. Minister Deng Guang pays his respects to Your Majesty the Empress. Su Xiang pays his respects to Your Majesty the Empress. Granddaughter pays respects to Grandmother Empress. Chapter 75. Rise, rise. A clear, cold voice resonated from above, and a warm force, like clouds, lifted the three of them, allowing them to rise slowly. Han Yin'er quickly composed herself and respectfully bowed to Rong Chao and the seemingly disheveled, plump middle-aged man. Principal Kai, Director Rong, greetings. This plump man is actually Kai Qing, the most dazzling genius in the history of the Divine Awakening Empire, the leader of the Golden Generation, and the current head of the National Academy. Interestingly, among the three of the Golden Generation, Kai Qing appeared the most unkempt, while Rong Chao acted strangely and eccentrically. In contrast, Su Xiang's master, Deng Guang, seemed somewhat normal. Su Xiang followed suit, bowing in greeting. Principal Kai. Director Rong, greetings. The two nodded in acknowledgement. However, Kai Qing's expression darkened as he turned his gaze to Su Xiang, fixing him with a steely glare. You, the brat brought here by that old fellow Deng Guang. Are you the one causing me trouble? Deng Guang snorted. Old Kai, are you feeling insecure? Insecure? I'm simply worried you might lead a disciple astray. Kai Qing rolled his eyes, his mustaches bobbing comically with his tone. You haven't even taught a disciple yet, and you dare assure me that you won't lead them astray? Deng Guang instantly stepped in front of Su Xiang, blocking Kai Qing's gaze, his tone resolute. Not a chance. The last time Zheng Yu was snatched away, you think I'll let you set your sights on Su Xiang this time? Do you think I run a charity here? Just as Kai Qing was about to retort, the voice of the Empress interrupted him. Principal Kai, Director Ding should also have a rightful successor. Upon hearing this, Kai Qing's expression shifted, and he clasped his fists towards the high platform. Yes, Your Majesty, Deng Wang. Equally pleased, responded with a respectful gesture. Thank you, Your Majesty. Han Yener watched on the side, reveling in the sight of the two principals competing for Su Xiang's favor, feeling elated, more proud than if they were competing for her. Look, how remarkable is my Su Xiang! The three giants of the National Academy are vying to be his master. As the two principals calmed themselves, the Empress spoke again, her voice as cold as ice. Devoid of any emotion, Su Xiang, I have heard you desire the Han family's ice-clear heavenly jade? This inquiry sent a chill down Su Xiang's spine, causing cold sweat to bead on his back. This is the ancestor's directive. What does it have to do with me? Faced with one who was not even his ancestor's match during her prime, he dared not utter a word, fearing he might provoke her wrath and turn himself to dust.